and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure. Welcome to today's show, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Excited, it's October 1st, which means really we're going to push on mental health, wellness, and how to get it out of the system. Like, you've seen a lot of social media stuff from me lately, and it's literally been a lot about mental health and how I've been dealing with it, or how I've been going through it, and what I can do to deal with it. And so, yeah, October is a big month for us. We're putting these live streams together for everybody. So what we're doing is we're live streaming what you see right here, right now. We're going to go live daily. If you're in the UAE, it's probably 6 a.m. in the morning. Here it's 12:20 at noon in Australia. We're going to start doing these earlier as well for people in Australia and in New Zealand to get involved with. But the whole point, the whole idea is to really make sure that people have a place to go. They can find out about trends, products, brands, services, activities, communities, information from experts, stories from professionals, or from the public that just wants to share their story on how they use activity. Because that's what FFP is all about. We're all about activity. Get active. We want you to help you discover, explore, learn, and connect with everything fitness, sports, wellness, and adventure orientated. So that's what this live stream is all about. And if it's the first time you're here, welcome. If you enjoy the show, if you want to share this with other people, whichever platform you are on, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, LinkedIn, and I believe there's something else that I can't think of on the top of my head. But there's so many channels for you to join in on, and there's so many channels for you to share what we are doing with FFP. Currently, right now, we're looking for people to join us as far as coming on as guests, as far as helping us get more information out into the public as well. So yeah, very, very, very exciting at times on that. One of the biggest pushes we do have at the moment is about Movement Matters. And Movement Matters is literally, it's our way to help people that struggle with mental health issues to build up the confidence and to get the support they need to get out and use activity. I personally, I can't say enough about how activity has influenced, impacted my life to help me deal with my mental health issues. Now, I'm not someone I'm quite a positive guy, but I do have lows. And when I go into those lows, I can go quite deep into those lows. And I'll be very open and honest because it's October 1st and this is mental health awareness. And this is what this whole campaign is all about. I went to a point where I was literally going to throw myself off a balcony. Like, just felt that bad. This was years ago. And I've learned how to deal with that. And activity has made that change for me. And I know so many more people go through this. Male, female, doesn't matter. Everyone goes through a point where they're just unsure how to deal with it. So like, you get anxiety because you think about this future and you're not sure what's going on. You don't know how to deal with it. You can't, when you don't have the ability to have answers, that's when you go into this anxious moment. And so that's one big thing that pops up. Another big thing is loneliness. From a male's perspective, I can speak that for me, loneliness comes from, I don't want to burden other people, my partner, my family, my friends, other people I've just met. I don't want to burden them. And so I'd isolate myself and I'd be like, you know what? I don't want to, how do you put it? yeah, I don't want to burden anybody else, and that's why the loneliness thing would come in and be like, I'd spend time alone, and then I wasn't able to deal with it properly, and it wasn't until I learned how to share openly that I was never the only person to ever go through it, that it allowed me to really grab the support that I needed just to share, to get the weight off the chest. And so that was another big thing. um, Uncertainty was a big one for me. Really became uncertain about, like, when you get to the anxious moments, when you come to loneliness, and for me, like, my brain just goes really creative, lots of ideas, but it also means that you got so many ideas that I go like into a paralysis of, I'm not sure which idea to do, even the simplest idea. And so, I personally had moments like this, and so that's why it's so close to me. And it has led to things where I would eat if I'm uncertain, and just eat for no reason. And so, not that I've ever been obese by any means, or overweight. Well, I've been a little bit overweight, but that's the things that I know happens as well. I know that obesity leads to heart disease. I know it leads to suicide. So for me, Movement Matters is our campaign under FFP to help people get active, to be able to help people find about activities, move, learn from like seminars. And so on the live show, we're going to have lots of people coming on to share their stories, to share their expertise, their knowledge, to hear from athletes. We're going to bring you all this information and just details and how you can get engaged on here. So if you have someone that would want to join in, if you want to join in, if you have comments or questions, put them in the comment section, whichever platform you are on, because it makes a massive difference. And slowly but surely, we're going to stack this to build a massive community worldwide. Our actual goal is 1% of the world by the end of 2030, which is over 80 million people connected. To help people learn about fitness, sports, wellness, and adventure, to help them discover, explore, learn, and connect with the all services and activities. So super exciting, super cool. And it kind of really starts here. So bringing it all the way back down to ground zero, it's literally, how do you get involved? Well, one is watch and share these live streams. Two is you can be like join the ffptravels.com platform, and that's where our B2C, or where our search and booking platform, where you've got to find services and activities. I'll bring that up for you now. Where is it? Oh my gosh, I haven't got it loaded up. Okay, let me load that up for you quickly. It's www.ffptravels.com. Okay, go there and you'll be able to like create an account, or you'll just be able to search. If you just want to search, just search. There's no harms. Also, you can follow our social media channels as well to get more information from out there. And we also have another site. What we're building towards is helping people. Like, we're going to do spotlights. We're going to do a 10-day spotlight in different destinations around the world. We've got some really cool activations. Okay, so you can also go to www.ffpworldtour.com/membership, right? Become an FFP member. And what that means is that you get the premium benefits of a membership with our platform and our community for life. It costs $99. That's for life. Or if you don't want to commit to the full membership, that's absolutely fine. We do have a supporter pack there as well. And we've got other options where you can get workouts, consultation calls, and stuff like that. And all this goes towards one thing right now. It goes towards helping people with mental health issues, or just helping people that want to be active get active. Okay, so what that means is, with the funds that you guys put into the community by becoming part of the community, we give it to activations, events, activities. So, for example, a run on the beach, the park, the track. Did we organize that? Or a cycle, or a walk, or some paddle, or some sport, or a workout. So we want to be able to help you get into, maybe we can find people that we can help you with a 1-month membership with one of our providers, or maybe that you just need to help with your nutrition, so you get consult with a nutritionist, or we can help you maybe if you're an athlete and you got the skill sets, you got the desire, but you just don't have the financial backing. Maybe we can get you a pair of shoes or a top, or help with some travel if you're a sports team. And that's what the fund goes towards. The Movement Matter Fund is about people being able to move and get active that struggle to do so. And simply by becoming a member, that allows us to help people get more active. So it's accessible to everyone. A free event for them, and we can support by maybe paying for the venue or having one of our providers or having one of the professionals run the sessions. Like, that's what it's all about. And that's what Movement Matters is. It starts today. Our goal is $10,000 at least by the 10th of October, which is World Mental Health Day. And all you need to do to be able to contribute to that is simply become a lifetime member with FFP. It costs $99. You get all the benefits of FFP, and it allows us to fund some initiatives, especially the ones that are going to happen on October the 10th. So we're trying to organize some fun activities for people to get involved with, and we're going to have some online things. So straight away, people can jump online. They'll be able to do some workouts. They'll be able to get some advice on nutrition and on exercise and ask their questions straight off the bat, which you can do anyway off the bat. So amazing. Let's get into just quickly on this as well. If you are, wherever you are watching from, just give us a little wave in the comment section. Let us know how you're getting on. If you have any comments, questions, let us know, because we will be checking those streams throughout the day. Okay, so first up, it is October 1st. It is the day to be merry, to be happy, to get in the right mindset. So I had a conversation with Omar Dury, who wrote the book Reset. It's a fantastic book that helps people reset their mind. All right, there's 5 pillars. Resets their mind in order to help them get out of the bad, dark space and back into the good space. So that's going to be our first chat talk in today's live, and we've got many more of them coming up today. So again, leave your comments in the comment section. Let us know how you're getting on. Remember, go to ffpworldtour.com/membership. Become an FFP member. We're looking for that first 10,000 to help put towards a few events that are coming up here in October. So every little bit helps, especially the online virtual event on October 10th. Let's get into it. October, loving it. Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website, or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
Test 1 2 1 2 sound.
Omar's on the mic again.
That would have been perfect. That's the intro right there.
Don't cut that out. Oh, I love it. I'm going to start this on off by saying we've had so many good conversations in the last 30 minutes already. I'm sorry, guys, we didn't record those ones for you, but we're going to keep we keep throwing out spitting those golden nuggets. Just for people to just give it from the reference, the reason I brought Omar on is because we just bounce so good when it comes to ideas, thoughts, opinions, and I wish I recorded. Oh my gosh,
Just a great host, man.
We're both hosts and Moses, mate. That's how we do it. We're gonna start this one off for people around the thought of sports. I mean, it's such a social place to be when you're in a sports team, whether it's a running club or anything like that. It helps you mentally, it helps you physically. We're going to dive into, obviously, being males, because you can be anything these days. We're going to talk about mental health too and the challenges men go through too from the sporting aspect. And bro, that's where I want to start with you, my man. I want to start with you on those lines of you can either share personally or anything on sports and men's mentality. When you think about that or the own experiences you've gone through, do you have an experience you want to share? Do you have a thought on men's health? And I suppose what's the expectations and the realizations of how men are affected when they play sports?
That's good. Wow, start off with a great question, right?
Boom.
No, I think it's a good point. I think the first thing that starts off is identifying why you're doing what you're doing, how you're doing it, and then the accountability factor, right? When you're actually in silence, when you're actually not around people. If you're able to be at peace with that, the other things start to go in. Nowadays, people are worried about what's on the outside and then focus on the inside the least.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shall we just stop now?
Damn.
No, but that's I think that's what you learn the hard way. When again, try not to sound like a dinosaur. When you're going through the phases, right? You start
Back in
thinking
my
you're-
day.
Yeah. You start thinking you're invincible, right?
Yeah.
It's part of that no fear culture, which is a beautiful thing, which we don't want to distort either. As an athlete, you start to think of, God, I could do anything. I could face anyone. I could match anyone. I could be as quick, as strong, anything. And then you start to get maybe the right or the wrong people surrounding you, which feed that. Now, that's to your detriment, but also to your success. The problem is the moment that you stop feeling that or stop doing that and stop understanding that the outside noise is not as important as the inside noise.
Massively. Here's a good thing. Now you just said this. This is what's going to happen between us, by the way. We're just going to trigger each other off together. Like, here's a thought. Here's a question. Okay. Because my thought was being that, you get involved in sports teams, the social aspect, and then as a male, because you want to be the best or the alpha amongst your players, or you see the alpha who's best in your team, whatever sport this is, you're like, the competitive nature comes out and you go that way and you find yourself, like you just said, in two spaces. One is, oh man, I'm just going to kind of people please in a way, so you're just going to do what they do. And I'm saying this as a Kiwi from New Zealand culture, was like it was the norm to go out and play hard, and then it was go and social hard, and you'd end up drinking. And a lot of Kiwi male men just follow because the rubber arm, they're like, oh yeah, that's the cool thing to do, right? And so, but a lot of them get into the space where they are so talented, they could have gone on to higher honors easily, whether it be regional or international. But then they've gone into the social pressure in these sporting environments, and they've ended up just turning to drugs, become an alcoholic, overweight, have families because they got too many people pregnant. Like that's literally what happened in the New Zealand culture. It happens too often. And so peer pressure when it comes to sport, what's your kind of thought on that? Like, how do people get away from the peer pressure or the as a male? Because I mean, you're seen as weak to talk. You're seen as weak to be not going out drinking. In New Zealand, that's what it was. If you didn't have a drink, or if you didn't scull your first can or something like that, you're like, people would just berate you, they just bring you down. Then you're like, oh, okay, yeah. But then you go home, you're the one having the massive hangover later on.
Yeah.
Do you see the culture changing, let's put it globally, or potentially from even the UAE or UK or whatever? Do you see that culture changing, or do you see how can it change? Or
I think it's continuously evolving. So working in Europe, working in the Middle East, working in Africa, for me, it gives me an idea that everyone is trying to navigate around what is right versus what is wrong in men's mental health. Because the stigma of we no longer talk about it can now, to the new generation, seem like we're talking too much about it. Because for them, that's normal.
Yeah, literally.
Right? So it's understanding, probably doing more listening, because sometimes people then jump in and say, yeah, but this happened as well, and that happened as well, and not really understanding what triggers that. Because triggers are a real thing, but so are glimmers. And when you're actually finding something that triggers you, normally it's associated with a negative thing. But glimmers is normally something that's associated with a positive thing.
Yeah.
So when you actually get something that sparks you off and you go, actually, you know what? When I was younger, I was feeling this certain way. And rather than being judged, this one person sort of almost just navigated me towards what I should be doing and then let me go my own way. Like, for example, I'll take it back to you. For example, you won one of the Fittest Man Championship, right?
It always comes back to that.
Hey, listen, right? And I won't let you guys forget it either. I saw this guy win, right? When you won, the day before, how were you feeling? And the day after, how were you feeling?
Oh, I love this. So the days before, I was like, oh, I think I can do pretty well. And
What's pretty well? Top 3?
top 3.
Okay.
I was thinking, oh, there's even potentially a chance that I could win this.
Okay.
Like, only because, like, I don't want to sound cocky, but I mean, I had the, how do you call it? Not even about
You
belief.
had it.
I just had it. I
Yeah,
just knew that and it was just, to be very honest, didn't train as much as you see people doing training routine and stuff like that. It was just a way of life for me. And I just knew that my way of life and who I was and what I've done in my life, it puts me in a very good position to be competitive in most things or anything. Yeah. And so when it came to the competition before the days leading up, I was like, I just had this confidence of like, I know based on this workouts here that my engine is huge, massive. Like, I just knew that. And so I wasn't like, I'm gonna beat you. Like, there was no arrogance about it, but like, I just knew within myself.
But you beat them.
But I beat them. I beat them quite well. I beat them quite well.
I'll say it for him. I got no problem saying it for him. This is why we work, people. I just have to finish off his sentence. Yeah. Right, okay.
I don't want to say it, but okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was pretty confident. And then like afterwards, it was funny because like during the event I had to step away from the event because I went out there, I don't back down when it comes to the competition. I was like, I'll give 100%, I'll die on the floor type of thing, right? And then when I put my time in and stuff like that, I still hadn't believed it yet until a couple more heats had gone. And when the realization started to sink in, I actually had to remove myself from the competition area. And I actually, because it was in the mall, and I went upstairs just to have time to myself and to kind of try and let it sink in. And I got quite emotional. I got to the point I was like, I was teary because I was like, shit, this is actually going to happen. I mean, and there was 100,000 dirham prize money as well, you know. It was like, geez. So as much confidence as I had going into it, I didn't have that belief that it was actually going to happen until there was like another heat, and then you can always identify someone who's going to push you or come close. Yeah. And like after this kind of heat had happened and no one was getting close, and I was like, far out, this is actually going to happen, type of thing, right? And so it happened. Obviously, I was elated and stuff like that. And people kept asking me, I know, what did you do to get to this point? And I was like, I didn't do anything different. Like, I just did my normal training. And then what happened afterwards was I still didn't have the confidence, and to be very honest about it, I didn't have that confidence or belief, I don't know which one you think about it, that I was still that good. For me, it was just another day. It was just another competition. I just happened to be good at this particular competition. And it was not, there was still no ego afterwards, but I definitely had I've had complex my entire life where I've seen people be very good at something. I was being very good at something, and people only recognized me for that goodness. They didn't know me as a person. And so when this competition happened and everyone was like, oh man, you're amazing, hey champ, like that, I didn't like it. Like,
okay, why?
Didn't like the attention because of, oh, you only like me, or you only
because I'm successful.
Because I'm successful, yeah. You know, I'm still the same person I was before I won the competition. You know, and yeah, it was just something I still struggle to deal with now, to be honest. And I was always in New Zealand, and this comes back to New Zealand culture. I was talking about briefly before, is that I was so good at stuff just naturally, and so people were always like, "Oh, you're a show off. Oh, yeah, here we go again. Grant does this. Grant can do that. Grant," and I was just like, oh, what? So I had this thing of like, well, let me dumb myself down then to be accepted by society. Right. You know, and that's what I'd have. And
so you play it down.
Always. I still do today. Right. Literally, people, because even now, like I'm 44 and I still do things like naturally, and they're like, oh, how do you do that? And it's like, I just do not. This is just my lifestyle is who I am. It's not because it just comes to me. It's because I do things on a daily basis that keep me this healthy, this fit, this active. And I've always done that. Yeah. You know, but people don't stop to get to know me. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel is a massive void in my life, to be very honest.
Yeah.
And that's where the competition, the same thing happened.
Right.
From the mental health point of view, it was just like, I'd be depressed. I'd be just like, yeah, but you only like me because I won some competition and it's because some status and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Had to deal with.
Yeah.
And people wanted to know me. Oh, you know, it's like, but
Where were you before?
yeah, where were you? You know, you didn't pick up the phone then, type of thing. And I understand that it's part of life too, that, you know, these things happen and that puts you in front of people. And, you know, there's another side of it too that I had to really, really put time into learning, was to not, what do you call it? I had to show appreciation. Like someone said, oh, you're awesome at it. I had to learn to go, say thank you. Or I appreciate you saying that. You know, because otherwise I'll just blow it off and move on.
Right.
And that was a big thing that I still, to be honest, I still have to work with, honestly, when people compliment me on something like that.
Right.
And so it was really funny when we do talk about the mental health side of things in competition. Like being that good, there's issues there. Not just being I'm not good enough. But I'm too good type of thing. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, because the reason why I asked you that specifically is because I've seen who you are, and regardless of whatever success you've had, you've still been that person. And that's probably why I got closer to you. Had it been maybe if you were arrogant or you were the other person, then I wouldn't relate to you in that respect. So then therefore I'll be like, he's in his own kind of bubble, and his own class level is a bit of a big word, but like he's in his own class, right? So I'm not there. So I can't mix it with him. I can't talk to him. I can't understand him. But I think because you weren't, so that's where the practice comes on the mental health side. And that's where mental fitness comes in, because the things you have to deal with as a practice with your mental health. So
massively.
it comes in where physically, we said this on my show a couple of times, like physically, like if you want to get physically fitter, you go to the gym. But then if you want to get mentally fitter, where do you go? And that space is really between your ears, where you are still. How we started this conversation when I said, you kind of have to come to the harsh reality of who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. One of the amazing people I've had a chance to speak to and learn from, and he's got 2 books out, is Brian Keane. You heard of him?
Sounds familiar.
The Fitness Mindset. And he's brilliant, because he said something where he was like, Omar, for all your life, you've been looked at as a jack of all trades, as we spoke about off air, right? But he's like, when he realized what his why was, he realized he had to remove the ladder off that wall and put it on this wall.
Okay, yeah.
Because then he had to start climbing the ladder again. Whilst when he was teaching as a PE teacher, he was earning good money, he was at school and everything, but he wasn't feeling like he was adding value. So then he switched to fitness and then moved up that ladder, and then that became his wall. So I think when people start to realize what their why is and whether they're climbing up the right wall, is when
it makes a massive difference.
Yes, is when your mental health starts to get stable, because you're kind of moving in sometimes you don't know how far you can go, but you're moving in the direction you want to go to.
Yeah, massively. When it came to, I'm going to flip this back around on you. Because you went down the pathway to become a professional sportsman. And then it was injury, right? That's to prevent you from going there. And this is going to happen for a lot of people, especially youth trying to be, because now it's professional sports representation is far more accessible for people now. It doesn't have to be international anymore. You know, there's a lot of regional university-based, like people who've been paid, even here in the UAE at low levels in different sports, are getting paid to play sport now. So like you can start to not necessarily make a wealthy lifestyle, but have supplements for your lifestyle.
Correct.
Because you get paid. So what was the journey with you when you're going through that? When you went through the injury, the mental, how do you deal with it, or have you ever got through it as well? By the way,
probably not. Probably not, because but for me, establishing that it happened very young, so I didn't go through playing for pro clubs and traveling the world and fly. I went through that as a coach. I didn't go through that as a player, but I faced the harsh reality that teenager's gonna feel when you are not going to make it as a pro. Not because someone told me, because I looked at the standard and thought, all right, how can you still impact and influence a team without being a player.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where my first coaching badge was at 19, where normally until you're in your mid 20s, you probably think I can still make it as a pro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, not going back to the dinosaur days, but the realistic times are you don't have social media, you don't have the links, you don't have people that are going to be coming down to spot you. If someone wants to, no one's going to message you on your mobile and say, where are you at? Okay, I'm coming to watch you play. It's not going to be like that. It's very different. It's old school. It's, you are up against some of the best ballers in the UK. And so I understand and I empathize with athletes, but I also understand it's a different time. There's that, we've almost got that sense of entitlement now that overrules the sense of doing things and being present and being part of a team, which is irreplaceable when you're in the changing rooms, when you're with your teammates, when you're traveling on away games, when you sometimes have to go through the crappy pitches and surfaces and weather to be able to experience something like a brotherhood. And I know your culture, which is actually why I really loved your culture before I met you. One of my best friends, who's Zion. I don't know if I told you about him. He plays for Samoa.
Okay. Yeah.
And I met him when he was playing pro rugby in England. And we had something very much in common in terms of like the mindset of an athlete, but the transition of a coach. And when I saw how rugby players were doing the conditioning side, I was like, wow, this is a different level. And then when he saw the footballing side, he thought, is this what you guys are doing? I said, yes. Then we met in the middle through boxing, where that was kind of like a mid-passion where it was like, okay, we can both excel in this. Let's help train each other. And we went from that. So
see where those muscles are coming from, right? I was like, dang.
It's also Ramadan. So just kind of absorbing the different nationalities and different cultures and understanding, I think more than anything, that all athletes are people first. And like you said, when you won your championship, they skipped the people part.
Yeah, massively.
And they started looking at, Grant, the athlete, the fittest man, the competition. And then because you had to dumb it down before and you had to kind of be like, nah, listen, it's all right. I just, that's what I do. It almost, in today's world, right, it takes the shine away because the shine is the first thing that attracts people's attention to it.
Totally.
Right?
The chicken and the egg kind of thing going on. Yeah, literally.
And the first thing they will look at is, okay, like we talked about this again off air, like the likes or the follows.
Record.
Yeah. The likes or the follows or the views, rather than, wow, how did he get here? What did he have to do? What's he like when the cameras are not around? How is he with his closest people?
Yeah.
Massively. Is he? I saw something a couple of days. I won't mention the organization, but I saw something a couple of days ago, and it was all about giving to charity, right? But there's so many cameras around.
Yeah. I've seen this for the TikToks and people going like, why don't you do that without the camera around? Why are you doing this? Because you're not getting in front of your...
And I have to remind myself, because I always stay more on the half full rather than half empty. I have to remind myself that at least they're doing something for charity.
Well, it brings awareness.
Yes.
If
but I also have to remind myself, when you're giving to someone or when you're doing something for someone, do you need the cameras there? Do you need people to see you giving? If I give to someone now, or if, for example, I did something nice today and I put it in my 24-hour, 3-a-day gratitude journal, right? It makes one of those. But then I have another 24 hours to do something else. I don't have to record every day I do something good.
Well, see, that's I would say that's where the balance is. If you've done it before the cameras are rolling or you do it after the cameras are rolling, cool. I think that's where the difference been with people, and that's obviously it's hard to get away from the highlight reels of social media. But I used to be the other side, go like, oh, Bill, just doing it for popularity. But actually, and that's why I like podcasts type of thing, because then you get to see deeper the actual reality of this person. Where with the short 90-second clips, the highlight reels, that everyone thinks that's everyone's life is not true.
Right.
So I do think you do need to put the cameras on every now and again.
Right.
And I think the difference needs to be, it should be, in my opinion, this is again, just my opinion.
Yeah.
It just needs to be in a raw format, not edited.
Correct.
If it's
Yes,
done on
yes, yes.
live, if it's done in live things here
Yeah.
to help bring awareness to these people and the issue that's going on,
Yeah.
I think that's where it's great. That's where it's a benefit. You know what I mean? But if it's just done as an edited clip of the highlights of, I gave this person money or I did these things, then that's where I have this 50-50 of like, I don't pay as much attention, put it that way.
Yeah.
I want to see it. I do want to see it. Like, to be honest, I do want to see someone do it, but then I also want to hear that I've done more and more and more
Yeah.
behind the scenes without the cameras having to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you like, it's like anything. If you hear it from a second person,
Yeah.
well, you like, if I say you do something, great. But then if I hear someone else say, oh yeah, I did this as well, and he did it again and do it multiple times, then there's like, well, there's just love and respect from what you're doing. So that it takes away the he's not doing this for popularity because he hasn't recorded everything.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But still, there's the essential side that you do need the camera there to. It's a proof that you've actually done it as well. You actually, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the idea of the awareness. I like the idea of raising awareness on something that is worth something. I'm just at this stage, probably in my life, I'd say, and actually I spend more time indoors than outdoors, even though I'm in the media. Then when you tell someone, yeah, actually, no, I just like to chill or do this or do that. Like, really? Yeah, but you're everywhere.
You're so active. You're so talkative.
You're doing all this stuff, right? And then you're thinking, no, not really.
Need a timeout.
Yeah, but the stuff that I'm not doing, I'm actually trying to work on myself. Because you always say, put your mask on first on the plane if something goes wrong. But if you have your family, your kids, you're always worried about them, right?
Yeah.
And then I think at some point you just have to kind of say, you know what? Like when we talked about, again, we should have been recording. When I stopped going live on Instagram, when I do my show on radio.
Yeah.
To put it in context, I was doing it for years, and I had people that couldn't necessarily listen to the local radio here, but they would watch us on Instagram when I'm doing my show, which is talking about health and fitness, etc. And then when I stopped going on, got a couple of messages, are you okay? And that for me, for my mental health, where I was like, I can't fake it. I can't just put on the camera and pretend like everything's all right. And I was going through a very dark time. And so I don't want people to see the darkness because I would rather bring light. And because of that, I stopped going on live. And then I'd get a couple of messages saying, no live today, or you're not coming on today, or what did you talk about today on the show? And they're regulars, right? And it might not be millions, but there are people that go, man, all right, can you at least send me the audio? Because I would like to listen to it on my drive back, for example.
Yeah.
And there's a 4-hour difference between us and the UK. So if they were watching from the UK, it was that. If it was India, if it was Saudi, if it was Egypt, if it was Denver, Colorado, which is what like a couple people from there would say, you know, we wake up early for this and you're not live.
Yeah.
So then there's like a responsibility.
They feel lost or something like that.
Yeah, like, and it's
you
such
feel
a
lost.
nice
What about
thing.
me?
Yeah, but that's such a nice thing to hear that someone actually cares enough to message you that.
It's surprising too, like, you're like, oh man, because people actually do want the best for you.
Yeah.
Because there's usually some connection they've made, a relation with you.
They build it.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
So then, what I'd love to understand from your perspective then is, because you've just kind of nearly hit it on the head here, where you've gone like, you didn't want them to see your darkness. Yeah. Where I've had it, but now I'm completely opposite. Like, I want to tell you my darkness. Even though I know people go, they shy. If it's on social media and they shy away from it, there's one that people they'll be like, "Oh, I feel sorry for you." Okay, you know, they kind of like if it's a likes or an engagement point of view, then that kind of triggers people to respond. But there's also like if I talk about like, yeah, yesterday I felt really depressed for a moment, but for me, I've learned to deal with it from a point of trigger of I know how to go for a walk outside, go do some exercise, listen to some music, do something productive. And it just snaps away, but it still happens on a, I don't say daily basis, but like those moments come in, but I know how to deal with them. So then for you, when he was live and you didn't want to show it, do you still struggle with that now? How do you deal with that differently? Or, you know, would you want to go live again and then just, you had a fucking bad day? Feel like shit.
Well, I could say that on radio, right?
You can't say it on radio, but I mean,
no, I get you. No, I still struggle with it now, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I still struggle with it now. I had a month of exams for my license, and I was a completely different person because I was struggling to evaluate myself in the correct way. And very similar to what you said earlier, if I'm on a course with 23 other coaches and they're speaking well of me and saying, God, he's good, or the way he deals with players, or the way he navigates, or how he simplifies things, etc. And then you've got 3 or 4 assessors who are the ones who ultimately have the final say. We had to do the presentation the day before, which would be presenting what our training session will look like in 3 different phases. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., we would have to do the training session we've presented in front of the 23 coaches with 24 athletes who some don't speak your language. And then you get marked on that. And then in the afternoon, you then have your evaluation in front of all the coaches with footage of your session. So that kind of pressure at this stage brings you back to school, uni, all those days as an adult who is practicing how to navigate their mental health because they're in a different stage of their life. Having the empathy, having the mindfulness, but also the harsh reality. If you're good, they're going to tell you you're good. And if you're not, they're going to tell you you're not. And they're always going to tell you anyway how much you can improve.
Yeah,
How you accept that and how you navigate is another thing. So for me in that month, seeing people that are maybe 10, 15 years older than me shaking was something. But then the other thing is, how will I be scored? How will I be assessed? Whilst your people or the people that you've worked with, like the teams I've coached, they'll tell you, most of them will tell you what type of coach I am.
Yeah.
And now you have to prove it again. Then you've put it forward. And for that month now, you have to wait for your results where you don't necessarily feel good because you don't know what's going to happen. And as coaches, we like to forecast, predict, and evaluate what is going to happen at every phase of play.
Yeah, literally.
So that for me was the challenge. And that's why I probably wasn't the most sociable person to be around, or the person that normally comes into a room and brings that energy into the room and is known for his energy, whereas now I'm not stepping into that room.
It's all right. It's so interesting from a point of view, expectations we put on ourselves to be successful, or the expectations on the aspirations we have to want to do something, and then how that changes our mindset so much. Because like it's easy to say don't worry, but then when you want something so much, like you want this license, so, and this is your chance to do it by, because this is the pathway you need to take. So it's funny, like you put the expectations on yourself and you pile this pressure on yourself, but then it's fact to know that if you just don't, people who succeed do really well when they don't care about something because they're able to think clearer, they're able to be clearer because they're not worried about it. Like the outcome's just the outcome. And we're trying to, in some ways, I know you've been assessed and there's a criterion, but they are going to tell you this is where you're going to improve. And they're going to give their level of this is a pass or this is a fail type of thing, you know what I mean? And you're just going through, you've dealt with, or you're dealing and dealt with that at that point. What would be advice that you'd give to people? Like, because on the sports field, exactly the same thing happens. As a coach going through this examination, these things happen. Doing your driver's license test, like that's the same thing. Getting, I want to be able to drive legally here, and pressure comes on. I mean, what's some advice that you give to people, or ways you've dealt with?
It's always easier to give the advice, right?
Oh, massively, totally.
So then,
I never listen to myself.
Yeah. Something that a coach said to me once. He said, "How would you speak to yourself?" And then he said, "How would you speak to someone else?"
Totally.
And then that kind of stuck with me a bit because I thought, yeah, you're right. The way I speak to myself is different. But then you're not a hypocrite. It's just the way you deal with things. But I think the level of trust is super important normally when you're coaching. And at the same time, the accountability factor is so important, so you can't divert the things that you need to learn onto things you can't control. And for me, it was, I'm not able to control this, and I'm used to controlling outcomes and influencing things in a good way. And that's the scary part. But then you also said something really interesting, is when you don't really care, or you're not really fussed about too much, it's clear. So based on what you just said now, my answer would be to clear that pathway and not to have any distractions or shadows on that pathway, because you're going to have someone looking at you, chasing you, in front of you, behind you at all times.
Totally.
But when you said that word clear, I think, how can we clear that so we can only control what we can? And that's what I struggled with. So even now, when you got all these other coaches saying, you've nailed this, and you haven't, it's almost like, again, relating to what you said earlier about, I don't want people to really look at me. I kind of want to blend through. And funny enough, I had never said this on a podcast, but when I did, there was 4 blocks on our A license, and I'm doing it in the UAE with the Asian Federation, right? And on the first block, I didn't tell them I could speak Arabic.
Okay, yeah.
And the reason being is because I wanted to disassociate myself with anything that's going to get in the way. And so even though I understand Arabic, I may not be as fluent as I am in English, because English is my first language. But what I also didn't want is, I didn't want to misunderstand anything they said.
Okay, yeah.
So in the first block, when each coach had to get up and introduce themselves, I introduced myself in English. And it's weird because you see me, I look more Arab than an Arab. so
You're so well groomed for it.
Yeah, yeah. So some people just looked at that and thought, that is weird. His name is Omar Al-Duri. He looks Arab and he's speaking in English.
You're right, mate. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that was the first block
Yeah.
of exams. The second block of exams, when people were talking and I could tell they were making an effort to talk to me, I would respond in English, even if they were talking in Arabic,
Okay, yeah.
because I acknowledged the fact they're doing that. And some of the coaches said to each other, which I was told recently, we like him, man, but we don't know if he's going to understand us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said, we like the way he thinks, we like the way he delivers.
Yeah.
And they didn't know about radio. So they're like, he's got this way of talking.
You should get into radio. I'll consider it. Yeah, thanks.
You know what I mean? And I was thinking, because when I presented, again, this never happened before. No one ever mentioned that before. It's only now they're mentioning it. But that's maybe because I've gotten kind of used to it. But at the time, I never got spoken about my voice or the way I present or anything. So when now people are saying it, it's funny, because then later on, when you have these conversations with them, they say, this is what we thought of you. This is what came out. This is our first impression. And it's nice to mix it up and match it with them, because then by the third block, I was translating for them to the athletes we were dealing with in the morning.
Oh, well, there you go.
Who speak French, African, but some of them understand Arabic and some of them understand English. So one of the coaches who doesn't speak English would say, could you come with me, please? And he'd speak in Arabic, and I have to relay that information in English. Now, the first block compared to the third block is where my role changed, but also I understood that I wanted to keep that low profile. I didn't want to be the person that knows it all, or be like, oh, this guy coming from UEFA, God, he thinks he's the shit. I wanted to be like, no, I'm just here to learn, and I'm going to take as much as I can. And what happened is, some of the assessors would say, he doesn't talk much, that one, and the English guy. You know, he doesn't talk that much. But then when I ask a question or I answer a question, I'm not answering it to show people that I know. I'm answering it to see if I am right. And that's the difference.
The internal side of it,
Yes.
more than anything else. It's weird how we deal with things, and you know, it's not just about being on the sports field or on the playing field. It's what we're doing outside of other things as well. It's because, like, when you were talking about that stuff thing, I was like, I perform best when I don't care, and I got to a bit of a point that happens so regularly, and this is what I do. People go like, "Oh, Grant, he doesn't even warm up. He isn't prepared. He's so lazy. I'm chilled out before it happens." But that's because I literally, my routine for me is I don't care. What's the difference going to make if I start worrying about this? I can't change anything that's going to happen here, so I'm going to go out and I have this mentality of I'm going to go hard, but I don't care. Like literally, that's how, and then that's where I've always performed best in anything. Never mind athletics or anything like that. Even when it came to speaking and presenting, I remember the very first time I presented with Les Mills on the class. It was in Auckland, and there's like a couple of 100 people in the class, and I made it out to be, this is my shot opportunity, and of course I blew it. As far as like, just got nervous, forgot what I was doing.
You blew it.
Well, I didn't. I blew it in the fact that first time was like I just forgot what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like it was like
Yeah.
and then that was a good lesson for me from the point of view that afterwards was like, why I've done this 100 times before, and why all of a sudden did I make it out to be something that it was just another session in class. And from that moment though, I learned just to go like, well, who cares? Doesn't matter. I'm not going to change it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And so that was been my mentality for everything else, and that's what made me do better at whatever I was doing, whatever I'm doing. It's podcasts and stuff like that. I have the same kind of mentality. Like the conversations that come out, just because like, this is just how I think. This is my thoughts. Is not anything else. So if I'm going to go play a sport, it's like, this is what I know, and I'm just going to do like this. I can't change anything, right? And so it helps me deal and perform so much better in anything mentally or physically. What I want to go down with you with here is that, like you said, we're the hardest critics on ourselves, but we're also the hardest person to teach ourselves. Where are you finding the spaces that you have to teach or learn or be open to learning from yourself? Like, because I think that's a key for a lot of people, especially with males, that we keep a lot of things to ourselves. Yeah, we don't want to share. We don't share things with other people because, one, we don't want to burden someone else. Yeah. Two, we think if we do this, maybe I'll get massively judged or whatever else. There's different reasons we don't share. What is it? What are you learning? Because you wrote Reset the book as well, so like there's dealing with mentality as well, the health mentality. So what is it that you've learned from there? What are you learning or trying to learn to teach yourself and how to deal with stuff?
That's a good question. I think I haven't told anyone this either, but I'm actually working on the audio version of Reset now.
Oh, awesome.
And the difference is when you mention learning, since 2019 when it was published till now, there's been a lot of learnings. And so when I
part
read
two,
a lot,
part two.
No. But actually I was influenced by Goggins' Audible.
Okay.
So when he had his audio version, he summarized each chapter since he had published the book. So now what I'm working on is putting together my learnings with each chapter, whether it's the mental side, which has probably been the most popular domino in the book, to the recovery, to the physical, to the environment, to the training. But I also realized that I don't know where I read this, but I have this thing where it's 3 letters. It's GAS. So it's gratitude, appreciation, and self-reflection. And I think you start to reach a point where you start to think of, okay, what am I grateful for from this experience or this learning? Sometimes it takes longer to understand that because it reveals its own time. When you go through something, at the time you think it's the worst thing ever, and then eventually you think, actually, it's a blessing in disguise. So that's G. The A, the appreciation, is more along the lines of, I still have these things, and I still have this knack of having good people around, for example, to jump on a call, to have a conversation, to do things. And I may have not always had that. So what has that kind of taught me in that respect, where you can have a lot of people around you, but have no noise. Yeah. And you can have one person around you, but have all the noise in the world. And I think that's the appreciation part. And then the S from the 3, self-reflection, is more along the lines of just reflecting on yourself so you don't get complacent about certain things, whether it's appreciating things, whether it's being grateful for things, or even whether it's just appreciating the moment. I think understanding, like, okay, how could I have done this better? Where did I go wrong in this? Did I not anticipate the situation properly? And being reflected on something that it's coming out of your eyes, not no one else's eyes, because it's easier from people's eyes to tell you what you need to do. Yeah. But they're not feeling what you're feeling. 100%. And so those 3 things in terms of GAS is how I see things.
So what have you learned then? When you're applying GAS to yourself, and you're thinking in the last, probably 6 years is a long time. Yeah. But what is it that you're going, on a daily basis, what's something lately you've learned, or you're still trying to learn and apply to yourself?
Is not to live in your past. Is not to let your past dictate your future and affect your present, because then it takes over everything.
So can I ask, what did you learn from the experience when you went through you put the pressure on yourself from the test, from the license? How would you, now you go through, let's say you had to do that again.
Yeah.
What would you do differently?
I think I wouldn't do much differently from the first part of how I did it, but the way I handled the month of Ramadan actually now,
Okay.
where not knowing the results, then thinking to myself, you'll be fine. And then realizing that I'm not in the past section and I'm not in the failed section, but I have one thing I need to retest, even though I've passed 2 out of 3. All those things, I beat myself up so badly over it, right? So my learning of it was to be able to trust the process, not to let it affect me spiritually, because I'm quietly spiritual. I don't really preach about spirituality and religion and stuff, but then to myself I am. And so I think maybe the last part where I did beat myself up for a couple of weeks, where I wasn't a good person to be around, where normally I'd like to think that I am a good person to be around and that I have a responsibility to do so, where you bring a certain light into any room. I probably would have dealt with that differently.
Can I ask what you think? What would be one of the 2 things you'd...
In what sense, sir?
What would be the 1 or 2 things you would do differently? Because like for me, I'll give you a quick example, is that when I get into a position that I'm not like, a learning for me would be to step away and isolate myself. That's kind of my first response. Just take time for yourself. But the reality is that when you need help, sometimes you need to be around people, because the idea gets sparked, the conversation comes up, or just it breaks you out of... Because when you get stuck with yourself in isolation, you start going down this massive rabbit hole of just going, oh, blah, 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 and it's just these wild thoughts that come into your mind that have no reality behind them whatsoever. And it's not until you actually talk and openly about this with somebody, and that's the way I, like literally now I'm going like, I just want to go find someone and just tell them. It doesn't matter how dark or how wrong or whatever it is, because usually 9 times out of 10, it's like, okay, they've dealt with this, or they know someone, or they can relate, or they can just give some kind of thoughts about themselves. And then you go like, oh, shit, actually, okay, I'll try that. And it snaps you into a different space to learn from it. So when it comes to, I've put pressure on myself before. All the time I've done that. I know that doesn't work for me. I've always gone into isolation when that happens. I wish I'd done this better. I wish I'd done better. But living in the past, like you said, doesn't help. So literally now it's about, I just express what I felt in that time was to somebody else. That's how I deal with it now. And I just learn from it and go like, cool, next time it comes across, I'm going to do this better. So when it comes to, I used to be nervous talking in front of a camera. And it wasn't until I talked to other people that had the same experience as I going, oh yeah, well you experienced it too, so doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? It's people, and because people like now in the space, people always talk about they get shy in front of a camera. It's like, yeah, but the more people you talk to,
What camera?
Yeah, literally. The more people they talk to, they literally everyone goes through exactly the same, and there's still people that are famous that still get nervous before they get talking. And so the more that I go and talk with people about this stuff, the fear just disappears, and it keeps dissipating all the time. So for me, I had to learn to just quickly, the faster I do this, the faster I go talk to someone and just tell them exactly how it made me feel in a moment, the faster I get rid of it. And that's the learning I get. That's how quickly I get a learning.
See, I think you said it perfectly. I think speaking to someone and then not attaching the fact that if you speak to that someone, that you're failing them by not achieving the result they expected of you. And your closest people are normally the ones that are your biggest supporters. So when I reached out to, let's say, my cousin, and I told him, yeah, I've got to retest one of my modules. He's like, didn't you pass your practice? I was like, yeah, no, I passed the practical. Isn't that the main thing? I was like, yeah, it is. But they still made me retest. So there's surely, and they didn't put me in the failed block, but they didn't put me in the pass block either. So I'm kind of in the middle, which I hate.
The gray zone.
Yeah, the gray zone. And then when I spoke to someone else last week, Derek, who's one of my best friends in the UK, he said something to me that then, again, relating to boxing, really, really resonated with me. He said, I've seen you go through some things that we probably thought you wouldn't bounce back from.
Mm-hmm.
And you got up. This is just a body shot. You feel it. It's got you good,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not out.
100%, yeah.
And as soon as he said that, I was outside the barber shop, I remember. And I was speaking to him in the UK. And he's like, listen, he said, I've seen you. I've seen you coach national teams. I've seen you coach people. I've seen you change people's lives. And this is nothing, man. Like, even when you, at your lowest point, and I saw you then, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know if you'd get back from that.
Wow.
And he's like, and you did.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's only
awesome.
when he said that, I was like, and I wasn't even going to speak to him because what he said to me is, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Mm. Oh, man, that's a big one for a lot of people to say that. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Right. And it was weeks, right? It was 2 weeks. Actually, what's so ironic is I got off the phone with him the first time, and then I checked, someone messaged me on Instagram and said, did you get it? And then I checked my email. It was one of the coaches, and he thought I was a certainty. Otherwise, you were not going to message another coach and say, did you pass? Because if he says no, it kind of dumbs the moment down. Did you get it? And then I was like, no, I didn't. And then I refreshed my email, and I got the email, and it said, you've passed your practical, you've passed your general, but you've got to retest your theory. And theory was subjective because it was showing you 5 clips on the TV, on the screen, and you had to design 5 sessions in an hour. And the clips were like 10, 15 seconds each. So you had to be really sharp. So it's subjective. So, and the fact I didn't pass that, that was the last time I spoke to Derek. 2 weeks later, he's then gone, I haven't heard from you. Is everything all right? I was like, I'll be honest with you. No, not really. And the fact I could say that to him openly, he's like, why? What happened? I told him. And then he was like, okay. And then he said what he said. And then I realized, I was like, he's right. And I probably would have said the same thing if he was in my shoes. But saying it to myself
doesn't it the same, does it? But that's where the support system comes in.
Yeah.
Like, that's something I had to learn, and that's why it's got me to the space I'm now, is because I've learned to just find good male mates that are just, but like, I'll just blurt it out. Like, and the second learning for me was to do it as fast as possible. Like, as soon as if I feel down, there's a reason, identify it, and just go tell someone. And my mates half the time are like, what's wrong with this guy? You know, but that fear beforehand is completely gone because, like, I know that's how and the sooner I deal with it, the better. Like they say, the latest one I've heard from was this guy, Alex Hamosi, who was talking about, like, if you don't, like, the only way, if you get taught something and you don't apply it, you're dumb. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be dumb. So I'll take something and I'll be like, the faster I learn, the better. So, and the only way I learn is if I apply it. So when I heard, when I found out and I identified that, yes, I feel depressed, cool. Tell someone for what reason you feel, just to get it out there, and it goes. It literally just disappears. So the faster I do it, I can't go into isolation. I've just got to go and call, message, say it. And so I've had times when I don't find people, I'll put it on social media just so it's off.
Yeah.
It's out there.
Yeah.
And then now it's
I've seen
it's
that.
open.
I've seen you do that. That's great.
Yeah, just because it's reality, and people go through it, and you're never alone in any emotion. We're not the first ones to feel what we've gone through. We're not the last ones we're going to go through it either. There's going to be other people that do it, and it just gets there's a massive relief about it. I think so. Having a support system of other males to just let it out, or just to be get very comfortable with letting it out, is I think the learning I've had to take from it, and then it's been applied into a lot of different spaces and places as well. So when you talk about gas as well, that Jed, that's like, I don't have an acronym for it, but I mean, I know definitely that's something that also is some second part of it I have to go back to. When I get to the point of I'm feeling depressed, but well, actually, I have a roof on my head. I got nice clothes on my back. I've got a business that works. I don't have because that's where I think most of us get pulled down is these expectations of but I should be here. Hold on, stop. Okay, just have a look in the rear vision mirror for a moment and just realize how long that road is you got to where you are now, and look where you're actually standing now. Like, and it takes I think a moment to snap into that. That's crazy. Like the learnings I've had to just openly go, like, I've got to step outside, or I've just got to go and do a workout. Like, doesn't matter like obviously I feel because it's in the moments you feel bad is where the hardest things to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Like you're feeling depressed. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to go do the workout. I don't want to go and step
Yeah.
outside. I want to be alone. Leave me alone type of thing, which people face. And I just felt the faster I quickly go like, fuck it, let's go and just go, and then it just changes, like instantly changes. It's like the first it's the mindset of be grateful, and then that gives me that, I suppose that shove.
Push. Yeah.
Otherwise you're stuck in the, like you just said then, that you're stuck in that moment of you don't tell anybody about it. It's like, why didn't I tell them sooner?
Yeah.
Why did I wait the 2 weeks?
And you approach things like differently. Like, so for example, for me, I've always been the type of person that's active and doing boxing, strength training, football, this, that. And then when this stuff happened, it's funny because I stopped doing the boxing, which is a de-stress. I stopped playing football because we weren't organizing. Well, I'm the one who's in charge of organizing it, but we weren't putting the people together. And then I just stuck to strength training, which was slower, more focused, more technique, more weight for sure, just to try and lift something. And then it was strange because then the other things that I was doing, I stopped doing, and I neglected those things.
Yeah.
But then, and no one would know. Like going into radio, they'd see me as normal. Mixing it with, I had some of the athletes. Yeah, it's so true though. I had some of the athletes that I was coaching that I didn't know before my license message me on Instagram. Hey coach, how are you doing? And you're not coming in this week because every month for 7 days we had exams for 4 months. So with that, just feeling that kind of, okay, no one can guess it. And yet at the same time, it was just a week ago when I had that conversation with Derek, and then when he said, yeah, this is just a body shot. I've seen you like.
What a great analogy.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It wins you a little bit because it does affect you, but not to the point where you can't get up and finish off the fight.
Massively.
I think that's the thing, yeah.
We're human, right?
Yes.
And it is that journey. I know it's that cliche, it's the journey, but it is a journey. Fall in love with the journey, and then in the journey, there's ups and downs.
Yes.
It's literally in anything we do.
Yeah.
Any kind of learning. I think one of the other things too is I learned, and I've totally digressed on what we're talking about, but as far as mental health and men, it's like to get through that space, like you said, I had something yesterday, and like you're talking about recently for you as well. You had this conversation only a week ago with Derek, and I mean, man, it's like this is the same thing that I think first thing I've got to do is accept that. Well, I have already accepted. This will happen again and happen again and happen again and happen again. I remember, and the learning I've taken from it is that I used to think, I'm going to fix myself and this will never happen. I'll never feel bad again. I'm always going to be happy. But that's not the reality of it.
Correct.
It's because you do and will go through this again in some way, and it's how quickly you identify it and change it and how you adapt to it. It's really interesting because I want to go on the side of, I do want to bring this back to sports because you got this whole thing of sports. Well, you're a sportsman, you love sports, and you've just touched on the importance of you stepped away and then you went down. It probably pushed you, I'm assuming here, that further into the darkness when you stepped away from those things, and it just kind of shows the importance of actually prioritizing these things. Actually, assist you to deal with it. Like if you had just kept your sports organizing, if you kept going with the boxing and stuff like that, you actually would have dealt. Do you feel like you would have dealt with it better?
Probably, yeah. In hindsight, when you look at it, you think, I would have definitely managed things a lot better. It was also the fact of seeing people, because the responsibility I have for my communities, wherever I am, is to play a certain role. And when I'm having that conversation with myself that I cannot fulfill that role, is when I kind of then step back a little bit and say, all right, tomorrow I'll be back. I'm going to do what I need to do, because I feel the responsibility for others rather than myself. So I think like, stepping into the boxing gym and you say hello to everyone and everyone knows, okay, that's his bag. That's where he's going to be at. He's going to be hitting the shit out of that
Everyone's
bag.
got their space.
And then when you're playing football, they expect you to perform a certain way. So every single thing in general has its role. And when now looking back at it, obviously thinking that I can do those things and I can manage those things in a way where I don't feel like I'm letting anyone down. I'm still doing my 50% plus, and just it's not at 70% plus. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
How would you? Okay, so there's you dealing with it and there's others dealing with it because
Yeah.
we keep going about like
Yeah.
we don't listen to each other. How can you do those two things where you go, this is how I would suggest others to do with it, but this is how I'm actually dealing with it? Because there should be like, it should be the same, right?
Correct.
It should be.
Correct.
But it's not. Like, let's be honest with each other.
Yeah.
Like, the advice I give myself, I'm learning to get better at whatever advice I'd give yourself. I'll
Yeah.
try and do it myself first.
Yeah.
Man, it's tough.
It is.
It is.
It is. But also because you're experienced and because we've experienced certain things, we can then know how others can deal with it because we see the same platform, the same pattern that we've gone through. And almost like when you say, you know, when we're growing up and our parents say, don't do that. You're going to get hurt. And then you do it and you get hurt. And they go,
How did that happen?
yeah, exactly. And then when we become those people, right? You see something and for example, you face that situation and you go, yeah, that's probably gonna end a certain way, and it does. I face that with my wife a lot because my wife's now playing pro.
Yeah,
right?
she's also actually, you know, a
Yeah.
different story. But I'm going to bring her on to talk about this.
she's playing pro at the moment. So we're in her stage of her career, she goes, "What do you think of this situation?" And rather than me telling her what the situation is going to be like, I will tell her about all the tools she might face when she has to experience those things. And then when she does, she goes, "Did you know that was going to happen?" And as a coach, normally, like I said, you forecast, you plan, etc. So I go, yeah. And if I don't, I'll be like, nah, no chance. I didn't see that one coming. But because I've been through that, whether you've been burnt, whether you've been supported, whether you've been lifted, whether you've been dropped, all these things, I've been like, yeah, I can kind of see how that person's thinking. Whilst before, you'd be like, there's no way that person's going to think like that or do that. Now it's like, no, actually, I can see the direction that person's looking at and I can see what's going to happen. And this is how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
But you don't tell them that because you don't want to influence their
Massively.
journey,
Massively,
right?
yeah.
And that's where, like, I think facing that now that I'm coaching and she's an athlete, I think having that is where I understand what it takes, but I also understand how important it is for them to make the mistake.
Massively.
You know
Like
what I mean?
some people won't. It's easy to say something.
Yeah.
Theoretically and practically can two really different
Yes.
things. And if you
Yes.
say, and that's right. That must be one of the hardest things. Well, I personally think it's one of the hardest things as a coach to identify where you just got to let them learn for themselves.
100%.
Like I'm not going to tell you because
100%.
I'm not going to say something because it will influence you. Like, you know, when you give a question
Yeah.
and you say like, this is what I feel. Well, then it influences someone's answer, you know?
Yes.
So
You know what's super interesting is like she went through something recently, which I went through 2015, and I had an opportunity where I just finished a major competition, and we did really well. We finished third in the major competition, and then we hadn't got rewarded for that. And then they were talking about the next major competition, which is the biggest stage on the planet, right? In terms of football. And we hadn't gotten rewarded for this major competition, and we have to step into this major competition, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. And if you say no, you probably will never have the opportunity to go to that competition again. And yet, at the same time, you haven't been rewarded for this one yet. So do you take that step and say, you know what, I'll do it and risk maybe not getting paid?
yeah.
Or you take it and go, I'm going to leave it up to you guys
Yeah.
and everything. Now, when my wife faced it, when it was happening early on, I went, don't do it. And she's like, why? I said, I can see where this is going and I care about you and I want what's best for you. Please make sure the ABC are sorted first.
Yeah.
Because if they're not in place, later on, we, not you, are going to suffer. And I say that because I've been through it. And I've been through it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, now when we're recording, we kind of know what's happened. And it was what we said 4 or 5 steps ago.
Yeah, literally.
And if I hadn't gone through that, then I wouldn't understand it or even how to deal with it now. Rather than panicking, look, we knew this was going to happen. So why are we surprised? Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So
I expected it. So yeah. See, ta-da. Why are you still complaining? It's like what we like to do. I mean, hello. But that's I do want to man, the relationship here of the expectations and the outcomes and how we deal with things is what puts us into a bad state of mind a lot of times, right? It's because we're like going, I expected to do better.
Yeah.
I expected to be faster, heavier, stronger,
Yeah.
no more blood, and it goes all that side of things. That it puts us into the space of sadness, depression, anxiety, but
Yeah.
stress, whatever you want to space you want to go down with it. I'm just finding it so hard. There is so much conversations like this. Everyone has this every single day.
Yeah.
And yet, I want to say we're so dumb sometimes because we don't learn from it. I'm including myself in this, everyone. I'm not just saying you're dumb. But, we do. And that's why I think I'm asking you about more and more of like how exactly you deal with things, because what you say to yourself and what you hear from others is a different reaction to this all. And it makes a massive difference. I'm trying to think of how do you break the cycle for youth? Like, we've given the advice, or we've heard the advice. The generation come down to us, and I know my grandmother would have told the same thing to my mum, and my mum's now told me. And if I have kids, or whoever I pass on to as far as the information, there seems to be the repeat cycle. You've gone through this. You need to make your own mistakes. Yeah, well, why is every generation making the same mistakes? And do you see a change in this happening? Do
you know what it is? I think the thing is when we're grown up, we're provided with the answers, even though it's obvious, right? We're provided with the answers. But I think in dealing with youth nowadays, you have to ask them the questions for them to say the answers out loud. So then they can actually hear themselves saying it, where this is what's going to happen, rather than saying, by the way, you are going to trip on this cord and fall on your face, right? The question is, how many cords are there, and what could happen if you're not careful about those cords? This is the most basic way, right? And then they'll be like, well, I mean, I could trip up on there. Okay. And if you tripped up on there, where would your face end up? Okay. Well, I could probably hit my head on the edge of the bed. Okay. All right. And how would that make you feel? Well, I'll probably feel in pain. Might chip a tooth. Okay. Okay. So now they've gone into detail. Now, consciously, as they get up, there's a cord there. If I'm not worried about that cord, I'm going to hit that. And if I'm not hit that, I'm going to chip this. So it's almost like rather than providing them with the answers, you actually provide them with the questions for them to say the answers. And I think dealing with...
to generate more awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
understanding.
Like working with... When I was in London, I worked with a high school. So year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10 seniors. Then I went to Culture College, just seniors. Then I went to work with under 20 Ghana men's team, right? Then I got to work with UAE women's under 15 and under 17 national team. So we've gone from men to women, boys to girls. Then I worked with adults. Youngest was 22, oldest was 44 in an amateur men's football team. The correlation that they all have in common was asking them the right questions rather than telling them what to do. Because telling them what to do can trigger something on how they were brought up, who was their supporters, who was their circle of trust, who was the people giving them the advice, even if they weren't people they trusted.
Yeah.
All these things. So then providing the questions for them to answer it gives them the pride to say, actually, no, I answered that. You just asked me the question. Except as a coach, no, I asked you the right question.
Literally to trigger that and get that, to help you think about it.
And that's how I deal with that scenario.
Because that's something like, again, this has been repeated a million times over. Like, people don't want to be told what to do.
Correct.
So that's the rebellious side of things. Or
Yeah.
the people take information differently as well. So,
Yes.
if you are someone who takes it from different words that are said or different ways that it's said and expressed and stuff like that, then that's the thing as a coach. Then, again, on the mental side of it, when it comes down to, because now this is the space you want to go further with too, as the coaching side of things as well. So you're dealing with these emotions of players that either have a massive ego or don't have the confidence in themselves to do it. What's your advice for someone that is, from that player perspective, that wants to get better, whether it be on a sports field, whether it be in a fitness facility, in a gym? What's the advice that you give them now after seeing the way people deal with stuff, that you say, okay, this is how you can improve faster, or like, if you want to improve faster, you need, like you say, like the example of the cable was about understanding.
Yes.
So like, how are you, or what advice would you give to people to be open to understanding, or to open to learning, or to open to development. Do you
Yeah.
have any advice for people to like be better students? I suppose that's what I'm trying to say.
That's the question. So the brain coach himself, who I spoke to, Jim Quick, said, we all know what to do, but we don't always do what we know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, where's a pen and paper?
The light bulb went off in the back of my head, and I thought, brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again. We all know what to do.
Write that
but we
one
don't
down.
Always do what we know.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. And I had exactly the same reaction, because when he told me, I thought, oh, he's so right. And then now how do I implement that in my coaching? When you start to remove the distractions, when you start to focus on being better at what you're doing, when you start to remove the layers of things that you don't necessarily need, which we all end up experiencing as we get wiser, not older, but wiser.
Yep.
These are all the things that I feel how to learn better and to be a better student of the game, whichever game you follow in life,
The
not
infinite
just,
game. Yeah.
not just in sport,
Yeah.
because effectively that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be better at what we love so that we don't feel like it's a chore.
Yeah.
And then when you start to be better at it, you then start to feel more confident. When you start to feel more confident, you have more assurance in how you deliver. When you start to deliver better, then people can absorb the information better because they know you've invested in yourself rather than investing in what everyone else thinks. And I think that's my way of coaching it to people, where we start to kind of write things down where I say, and again, it's asking the right questions and making them be a better learner, is what is it that you want to do? And why do you want to do that? Is it something that you like the way people respond or feel or are impacted? Or is it something that you like to entertain people, where you like to make people laugh, or you like to educate them, for example, or you have your own way of delivering a message? Because you can have all the knowledge in the world, but not have the delivery. So
And that's what
therefore,
makes a massive difference.
yeah. So the more you learn, like I said before when we were talking, the more you realize how much you don't know, whilst other people feel like they know more than they've learned.
Yeah.
And that's the danger, right?
Yeah.
But that's not my concern, nor should it be anyone's. That's up to them. That's their why. They might be even that we spoke about the ladder being on the wrong wall. It might be on the wrong wall. Then they realize later on, that's not what I want to do. And then they switch it and they start to climb. And then they start to realize, God, I want to be here. I want to be chatting to Grant. I want to learn from him. I want to understand why he does things. And even then, when we were talking, all of a sudden, we were both going, yeah. Like when you were speaking, I was saying that. And when I was speaking, you were saying that. And it was just, that's what it should be about.
Yeah.
But it reaches a certain level for us to have the awareness of understanding, I could learn a lot from this guy. This guy, it's not even about the age. It's more about the fact that he went through A, B, C, D. He shared this with me. I could relate to that. And I could probably deal with this next time better because he's mentioned that.
Oh my.
And that's a
It's
summary
true,
of
but that's
everything.
exactly it.
Yeah.
I feel like people are missing out. You have like your academic gas to help people just kind of realize what they're doing, where they're at. But then is there another thing that you use? I mean, I know for some people this works when they just think, okay, it's a gratitude, appreciation, the self-awareness. I've got to do that. But then, because when it comes to that, when you talk about that learning, I think people just take too long to accept, I should do things better or differently to develop themselves, to learn. Like this, it's really easy for us to sit here and say this,
Yeah.
right? But until we've applied it, we're going to go in that same circle. We're going to make those same mistakes. Is there something that you've used and you've learned from people, how to apply faster?
Yeah, it's embracing discomfort. It's embracing the challenge, which puts you in a very vulnerable situation. Because being in a vulnerable situation is out of control because you don't know what's going to happen next.
You've never experienced before. You've never been there. Of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But being able to embrace that and being able to understand that it's part of what you're doing is something that all of us, irrespective of how much experience we've had or where we've been or what accolades we've achieved, is understanding that emotion, that feeling that we are now encountering as being vulnerable, as the discomfort, as someone telling you you're wrong, right, is something we need in order to say, well, I mean, if you like what Derek said, this is just a body shot.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because when the worst part happened in my life and I was facing all those things, no one would have guessed it. It wasn't in the book.
Yeah.
It probably more like a movie scene. And yet you're thinking to yourself, no one would have thought that this person sitting in front of me now had gone through all those things and been accused of A, B, C, D, and still got out of it.
Yeah.
And now you're worried about an exam.
Yeah.
And you're worried about a result. Whilst you probably feel in this specific moment, it's the worst thing ever. But then embracing that.
Those walls, those bubbles that come around you. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is it. This is my world.
Just embracing that discomfort and that vulnerability and thinking, why has this happened to me?
Is there something you've done to identify or to embrace the discomfort? Is there something is there a daily practice? I mean, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Anything for you particularly that maybe that space? Like I've like for me it was like go and tell someone. Like I took the emotion out of it, then that's what like I put on. If I can't find it, I'll put it on social media.
Yeah.
Just and then, not for someone to see and read or whatever, but just to
relate.
get off my chest. I just want to get it out there into the world.
Yeah.
And because I obviously deal with it, so the way I deal with this to make that discomfort, 9 billion people in the world. I'm one of 9 billion. When you put it into a scope, and sometimes if you look, I'll put it into like words on a page. There's only a few thousand. Like you have to pull out the vision to understand how big the word 9,000 is. Yeah. Oh, 9 billion. Sorry, 9 people, right? So how small this little matter will be. So if people jump on social media and if 100,000 people see your social media thing, that's still no one compared to everyone in the world. No one actually will see it. But people have the stigma about, if I put on social media, everybody's going to judge me. Nobody's seen anything. It doesn't matter if you've got 100,000 followers. That's no one. Like who's judging?
Who's judging
you, or does it matter? There's still another 8,900,000,000 people in the world, so the majority of people won't see you, or won't be affected, or won't judge you. And we just put it down to our little bubbles of, but these 4 people saw my post and they judged me, they didn't like it, type of thing.
It's true. You're right. You're right.
Like, you got 500 people interactions on your social media, and only two people liked it. Is like, oh no.
But actually,
the world's judging me.
Relating what you,
the world doesn't give a damn.
Related to what you just said now is especially like if we compare it to training, the moment we stop worrying about what the workout looks like, more importantly, what it feels like, is the moment our body will appreciate us more. This is the same thing with people.
Yeah.
The moment we worry less about what they think we might look like and focus more on how we feel, is the way we'll project better body language, better conversation, better understanding, better awareness.
Literally.
Everything holistically will fall into place because we're not concerned of the uncontrollables.
This has turned into more.
Yeah.
This is more of a mindset discussion that has been about the sports side of things, but I mean, there's still massive value here. And literally, I've just looked at the time. It's actually, we've sadly got to stop.
Yeah. Part 2. Comment in the box if you want another session.
2. What are you doing? 100 episodes. That's what I mean. So it's always so good, bro, just to bounce with you and just to knock these ideas. It's just awesome. And then we didn't get into about your blog of Reset too much, but it's available. I've seen you've got a massive amount of links. We're going to put the links down below as well for Reset. People go into the 5 dominoes and to go through that because it's the more awareness, the more people can just get involved with something.
Yeah.
Anything. Read, listen, talk, just do.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It helps. I think that's the comfort we just kind of tapped in. You've just got to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And the more you do something with a variety, then the more comfortable you can get. So, but keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate you, man.
No worries.
Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. the FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
in their journey, whether that's a fitness journey, a personal journey, whatever it is. An event is something which allows people to go to it, showcase their skills that they've developed, the skills that they are developing, in a cool place. It's cool to go to. There's a decent audience there. There's people there, but also it just provides you with something that's a little bit independent to measure yourself against. The second one, honestly, I think is I think that events and especially like these fitness events that we see, or sport events or sport occasions, they are a really, really good way for people to socialize. And I think it is as simple as that. Certain people like to socialize in different ways. Obviously, UAE the UAE in particular being a place that's extremely health conscious.
Yeah.
People see these events as an opportunity to come along, do something that's number one, good for you, number two, good fun, and then number three, I mean, these events are booming. There's thousands of people there. Thousands of people that instantly share the same interest as you.
Yeah.
So it provides a fantastic opportunity to socialize, interact with these people, to get that social connection that we're all crying out for.
Is it chicken or the egg? Is it the egg or is it the chicken? Because is it because there's so many more events now because the demand was there and people were crying out, or it was that people put the events on and there was more the awareness that, actually, let's go to an event?
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say. Like when we first started in this business, I mean, we got into it through the corporate angle. We do a lot of corporate events still to this day. It's extremely rewarding. We focus on the wellness angle and enhancing the wellness within workforces, which is brilliant. We still do a lot of this work, and we'll still continue to do a lot of this work. We kind of then just saw that there was a demand for the events at the community level for the general population, to just run them for the general population. We ran a few of them. They seemed to go well. They seemed to be filling a hole that people, or a demand that people wanted. Unfortunately, if you deliver a good product and you're fulfilling a demand, they will just grow. That product will grow and it will expand. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. The product is continuing to grow, is continuing to expand. So we are constantly trying to provide people with even better experiences. What do people like at these things? They like working out. They like pushing themselves really hard. They like the social connection. They like enjoying themselves. They like getting good photos of themselves doing something fairly unique, fairly special. So we've doubled down on all of those things that people enjoy and like so much about the events. So our goal is to always continue to do that, to always continue to explore and find out, why do people do these things? Where does the demand come from? And then to hopefully fulfill the needs of the people that come along,
Is it because they're, like you said, like there's a social aspect to it, there's a competitive aspect, there's a what do you call it, a comparison or a competitive test, I suppose, for the individual of it. And when you talk about the experience compared to just the fact of wanting to belong, does that, how much is it, what are you seeing as far as people? Is that what's important to people? They want to just want to be there. Like, I'm in the picture because I'm here with other people. Like, they're trying to rub their brand or themselves against someone else, or change their own environment to be amongst another environment. Is that something you're seeing from people? That because like how many people go to compete and then stop and watch?
100%. I think I think you make a really good point, and I think you are right, and I think that is that is why people come. There's the obvious one, which I think a lot of people assume, that the main reason why people come is to showcase how good they are at a certain sport. I'm speaking specifically now about fitness competitions. So whether that's a Hyrox or whether that's a turf games or a precision series, or whether it's like a primal race or something like this, you assume that the number one and only reason that people come is to be like, this is how awesome I am at this sport. Whereas in reality, yeah, there is a big part of it. And I think it is really good to provide people with this opportunity to have something to train towards, because I feel like in functional fitness and in it's an extremely fast growing sport. But if you're just going to your gym, some of the gyms have amazing communities, by the way. They offer fantastic programs, amazing classes, extremely fulfilling. But if you are, I think it gets to the point where you go into these classes, you're training really hard, you're working really hard, but what are you working towards?
Yeah. What's your purpose, to your point?
Exactly. Now, if you're like, you look at like a more traditional sport, let's say, or a sport that's a little bit older, like rugby. My background's in rugby. You go rugby training 2-3 times a week. You turn up on Tuesday, Thursday night. I mean, it's fairly obvious what you're training for. You have games,
get better to win the match.
Exactly. Like, why do you go training? Well, I want to get better because we have a game next week, and I want to be able to perform in that game to the best of my ability, with my team. So I feel like a lot of people who go to the gym, some of these people, they go every single day. They go 5-6 times a week. They train really hard. They're doing these like WODs and stuff in the classes. They're following a program. Brilliant. Really, really good. But if you're not aiming towards something or moving towards something, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to maintain that level of motivation.
Yeah.
So I like to think that, if you've got an event coming up, could be one of ours, could be someone else's, it's coming up in 8 weeks, right? I'm going to do a program. I'm going to follow it. I'm going to train towards that. Then you come to that. It's fun. It's exciting. You get to do things that are a little bit different. You compete against people who are a little bit better than you, a little bit worse than you. You're competing against yourself, obviously. You compete with people in the teams. So fulfilling, And then you finish that competition, but then that motivation then is fueled further because like the endorphins and the experience, you come and you're like, wow, that was awesome. Yeah, and then it's like, right, when's the next one?
Yeah.
I think without the events and without those occasions, I feel like maybe the motivation could wane. It takes a very strong person to continually put the graft in. If you're only training for, let's say, I don't know, aesthetic reasons or something, if you're just training to look good for a summer bod for a photo in Zante,
you're off to next.
I mean, yeah, brilliant, congrats. But
totally.
And it's good to have small targets like that. But I think sometimes it's good to have bigger targets.
You're on both sides of it too. You're see, the main thing you've been doing mostly has been, you did the rugby, then you're going to organising all these different events, and now you're competing yourself. See, like from your perspective, is it the same for you as to compete for yourself, test yourself, or is it because as an organizer you want to find more not research the competition, but you want to compete yourself, or is it I
mean, competing for me, a very loose term. I just turn up and try not to embarrass myself, but
success every time for all of us.
I think it's very good to have multiple reasons for doing anything, because then if the one thing that if you only have one thing that motivates you, and then things change, like that thing might disappear, and then you don't want to be like, oh well, I'm not motivated to do this anymore. Now for me, my reason for doing events and for competing specifically, I mean, the number one reason for me is always enjoyment. I've never actually done a primal race, for example. We've run the primal race 11 times now. So I've always been the event manager. I stand there, I watch people do it, and I always
think... Did you do
think,
it for the first time lately? Did you?
Yeah, exactly. So
see, I follow you, mate.
So yeah, 11 times was I watched people, it just looked like the primal's so cool. It's so tough, mentally, physically challenging. I'm looking at all these cool people rock up. They're doing it. They're pushing themselves to the absolute limit. And, I've organized it and I'm the event manager, but I've never experienced it myself. You know? And I'm stood this crazy FOMO, just like, what can I do to do this? So then when the last one came, we did the one in Dubai.
board.
I was like, right, I'm I don't care what's going on. I'm going to make sure that like my role, I've planned it as diligently and to the T as much as I can. And I put myself in the final heat of the day, and I was like, I'm doing it. You
Awesome.
know?
Yeah,
I did it. I
nice.
absolutely loved it.
Yeah,
like,
brilliant.
absolutely loved it. It was so good. Like, and yeah, but for me, yeah, I would say like, honestly, the number one reason for me to do these events, because I've done a number of other events as well. I did the Mind Games, the warehouse competition the other weekend. I thought that was really, really cool as well. But I would say that the number one reason for me doing them is for fun. But I think you do need more than one reason, you know, like I said. So the number two reason for me is, I think it's so important to have something to train for. I've been extremely guilty. You need direction. You need it. Like whether you want to be like the best in the world at your sport, or whether you want to just like be the best version of yourself you can. I feel like it reminds me of something like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, you know, like if you're like driving a boat, but you don't know where you're going, you're just going to float around the ocean and end up nowhere, you know? So I feel like having direction or having something to train towards is just so important. What I've always been guilty of in my training since I retired from professional rugby was I was just like extremely non-specific with my training. It was like, I'm going to go in this week, I'm going to do some cleans. I'm going to go in next week, I'm going to do some hybrid stuff. I'm going to go next week, I'm going to do some running. Then the week after, I'm going to play some touch rugby. And then I'm going to do some boxing. Then I'm going to do some BJJ. And I end up just being very average at everything, not really making any progress, not really making any like aesthetic difference to my body. You know, like I'm not getting any training effect because I'm not committed or following a specific program. So for me to have, to be honest, it was actually another event that got me to really appreciate the importance of having a target and having a goal to train for. And it was actually the Crucible. You know, the event that they did down in Abu Dhabi a couple weeks ago. Super cool event, very clean, very nicely run, like quite a nice event to train for because the movements were all like very specific, you know. So
You
like,
knew the
know,
5 exercises you had to do the 5. Yeah, that was
exactly.
it.
Yeah, it was like front squats and pull-ups and something. I embarrassed myself on the pull-ups, but we
Sprint,
live and
bike,
learn.
and press. Yeah,
It was cool, you know, and I trained for it for about 4 or 5 weeks,
Nice.
Which like upon reflection just wasn't obviously long enough. But for me, the whole experience of just having something to focus my mind on, turn up, and then obviously compete in something that I'd been training for, it was extremely rewarding, you know. I mean, I didn't do as good as I would have liked to have done, but I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about my body. I learned so much about like how I like certain things, certain types of training have like a certain type of training effect on my body.
Yeah.
And I thought I knew my body really well. You know, I was fortunate enough to play professional rugby for 12 years. Like trained every day, had like an S&C coach, all this. I thought I knew my body inside and out. Turns out, no, I don't.
Yeah.
You know, and your body's always changing as well. So I may have known my body when I was 25, 26. I mean, I'm a little bit older than that now. So like my body's a little bit different. And it was really good to follow a relatively specific training program, to train for something pretty specific. Like I said, turned up, my main competition was myself. I didn't, like my performance, I wasn't happy with it, you know.
Yeah.
But did I enjoy the event? Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it. And I loved the experience of training for it as well.
Well, that's something that I think that's really good for the listener side point of view, is that when you are training for something more specific, that's obviously gives you direction because it allows you to hone in on a particular skill or set of skills that you require for the outcome. Like a big thing people get to is running races and cycling races and stuff. When it comes to fitness events, though, like you said, the thought of it before was train to train, aesthetics and movement, right? I think now, though, and you're the perfect guy to ask about this, is because people are wanting to move more later in life. They're not looking to be as competitive, but I think fitness events specifically, you have to go with the mindset of, I'm there to beat myself. I mean, if you beat other people, it's a bonus. It's just an added on, a cherry on, because you can only do what you can do. And the only thing you can only what do you call it? The only influence you can have on this competition is how well you as an individual perform. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not like you can go in there and all of a sudden be lifting heavier or running faster or cleaning more. Like, you pretty much know how many reps you're going to do or how much weight you're going to lift before you get to this kind of event, right?
I think you make a really good point there about actually like fitness and these sort of events specifically, because generally in this game, there's much less variables than if you compare it to something like, I'll compare it to rugby again, basketball, football. Like, there's so many variables in those sports, those games, you know,
Yeah.
because every single football game that's ever existed in the world ever is completely different.
Literally.
You know, whereas like in something like, you know, a CrossFit competition or a functional fitness competition or like a hybrid race or something like this, I mean, the variables are much less.
It was a very specific layout, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be this reps, this distance, or this time to get across the line.
Yeah,
To line.
like you pretty much know. Like, look, there's some amazing programmers out there. Like we recently had the experience of working with Jake Henry from Eliath, a fantastic coach, amazing programmer of workouts, especially like event-specific workouts for top-level athletes. Some of the workouts that he did for the Precision Solo competition were just insane. So cool, such a good stimulus. But a lot of those athletes, because they know their body so well and because they know their limits so well, they would have pretty much known like how they were going to attack each of the workouts.
Yeah.
You know, and then they do the workout. And so I think that's a really good point of like, yeah, there's less variables. So you can.
It's not like someone's going to come and lift it for you, you know?
Yeah. I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, there's not really, which is the really cool thing about this sport is there's no really any hiding places.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can't really blame anything external. Like it's on you.
Yeah,
You
literally.
know, like you turn up and it's like, oh, I didn't do that well. Well, who's there to blame?
Yeah.
I mean, the barbell's the same weight for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Yeah.
know? So it's like you either didn't prepare enough or whatever. So that's why I think it's
Or
very
just where you're at. That's just where
Yeah.
you're at. Like the
And
acceptance of.
exactly. And that's why it's so good when you're in this game. The biggest competition always has to be yourself, you know? And then that's I think that results in that leads to like a healthy mindset when you approach these competitions, when you approach a workout, when you approach a challenge. If your biggest competition is always yourself and you're just trying to be better than you yourself were yesterday, that's very powerful.
Well, that's what you get from a lot of, and this is what I imagine you're seeing too from the events that you do. I mean, you've just kind of tapped on it yourself that it was, you know, you really enjoyed the event. Okay, you were upset with yourself. And it was just funny. I think literally every single person that goes into a fitness event, or 99.9% of people go like, happy I did it, enjoyed it, but I could have done better. Like, I think that's the same thing that everybody kind of thinks. I remember when I was doing these competitions and I was winning them and I was still like going, yeah, but I could have gone faster. I could have done better. And so I think the part of it being in breaking this too is when it goes into fitness, the event side of it, even when you're doing it as a team, like, okay, that's another element when you think of it as a sport. Like, I still don't consider fitness events a sport yet, because it is competitive from the fact that you got to try and lift more, you got to kind of run faster, you got to complete this quicker. And when I think about running events, like there's a massive psychology game because it is about, I don't need to go out fast at the start, you know, or I'm going to push a little harder so that they push and maybe they burn themselves out. And, you know, there's quite a big strategy there.
Yeah.
And I know they're trying to do it with CrossFit as well, but do you see it with the competitions you're running with Precision? Do you see that strategy of how people are trying to potentially take out someone else? If it is an event where it's across the line first, because that's not as often, is it? There's not as much of across the line first in these fitness events. It's here's my time that I've set up. Like even High Rocks is a little different. The elite side of it is they race, gun start, and the first across the line.
Yeah.
But the majority of people that participate in High Rocks is your time. You start now and you compare your time later on to someone. You know, they're well ahead of you than someone else as they go in waves. So
I don't know. I think what I would say to that is that I feel like, I mean, I've got quite a lot of experience with the community here in the Middle East, Saudi and UAE and Bahrain and a few of those places. I feel like the culture around the sport is amazing, you know, super supportive of each other whilst also being very competitive, you know, and I think that, like, I mean, we've done countless events now and we see it at all of them, you know, everyone is extremely supportive of each other, you know, whilst also like watching each other really closely, really intently, like, oh, they got this, I need to do that. And I love it, honestly. Like, I feel like it's, that's what does make it a sport for me, because sport, I feel like, is all about supporting each other, bringing the best out in each other, bringing people together. And you see all those things in fitness. You see it in High Rocks, you see it in the functional fitness competitions, you see it in CrossFit. Like, and that for me is what I would say that is what makes it a sport for me. Yeah.
What about the side of it from, and your thoughts on this one too? Because in fitness, I feel like there seems to be a number of people at the top of a game. So, for example, if they come into a fitness event and you know someone, there's just less people at the top. You know, like, oh, if they're there, they're going to win. It's going to be one of 2 or 3 people, or it's going to be one person. So everyone else is fighting for second down or fourth and down. You know, which means, in my perspective, it makes it more of a participant or participation orientated focus. Then that's why I think it becomes more compete against myself and better myself type of thing, because I know a lot of events are also trying to put the whole, here's prize money, but reality is that prize money is literally for, again, 2-3 people.
Yeah, the top 1%.
Usually max. Yeah. Well, even 0.101% isn't.
Yeah.
You know, I would never go to an event now these days expecting to win. You know, it'd be like, you just look around and be like, straight away, you know, it's going to be this one. Even if it's divisions, it's going to be, because they just stand so far above the rest. You seen that, or seen that, or
like I don't know. I feel like the one thing I love about our events, this is what I would say, because to be honest, we have incredible athletes come to the events. You know, our events, some of the events I go to, like I think that people outside of the UAE would be not everyone. I mean, a lot of people are very knowledgeable with the standard of athlete we have here, but the standard of athlete here, even the average athlete, is very high. I feel, you know. Yeah, like obviously standard of athlete in Australia is very high. Like when you look at like the CrossFit Open and stuff, yeah, extremely high. UK, obviously America, very, very high. But here is very strong. You know, you've got some, even the top 1% here, they're competitive globally, you know, and they can do some incredible things. And then I feel like the average standard as well is also improving all the time. What for me though, what I love to see is, like, we've been doing these events now. We founded Precision back in 2020, so we've been doing them for quite a few years. We're in our 5th year of operation now. Some of the people, we've seen them, like, they came to our first ever event. You know, functional fitness competition, Precision Games, teams of 4, come along, like very accessible workouts. And like some of the people were coming, like they struggled like with their form on a barbell, struggled to like really push themselves in a workout. But then you see them now, 4 or 5 years later, the progress they've made is just amazing, you know? I'm not taking credit for that, by the way. You know, I think,
but it's an instigator too. Instigator gives people direction to improve themselves, right?
If I played 1% of a role in that, I'm very happy with that. You know, because I feel like sport, fitness, like they're gateways to all the best things in life. They're gateways to better health, better social connections, a better version of yourself. They develop skills that are applicable across all facets of life, whether that be resilience, determination, hard work, you know, delayed gratification, all these things that are so applicable to like life, business, relationships, all that.
Yeah, massively.
So like I said, even if we played 1% of a role in helping, you know, this lady become a little bit better at these competitions now, like that's amazing. Yeah. But I think that, you know, big shout out to the amazing gyms, facilities we got here. Like, we're very lucky, we're very spoiled. The coach is next level. You know, the average coach, you go into a gym, like a normal coach that you walk into, they're world class. You know, they are world class, good coaches, amazing personable skills, amazing like emotional, social intelligence. And like, the coaching that you'd walk into like any of these gyms and you see taking place on a day-to-day basis, it's just like, wow, look, like that's just insane. It's so good. It's one of the reasons why I think that, you know, being a lover of sport, fitness and health and stuff is one of the reasons why the UAE is one of the best places in the world to live, isn't it?
100%. And it's feeding itself. Like, it's feeding from sports to fitness and fitness to sports. Like, it's literally like people like yourself, gone from a professional background in sports, now doing, well, you organize well, but I mean, you compete as well, you know, and it gives you another reason to keep moving or keep training towards something, you know, and so that side of things. I want to go dive into with people like the best kind of protocols or the best kind of way to set themselves up to be someone who is, I'm into this. Let's start with the person trying to get into fitness and what kind of maybe potentially mindset or what things you recommend after what you're seeing with people, what they do to get into fitness. Because I have a lot of people say like, I want to go do an event, but that they don't because whatever reason, there's multiple reasons why they don't go and do it. But where would you be recommending people start off with when it comes to competing in a fitness event?
The one thing that we're striving to do now, so obviously we've got Precision Games coming up, so this is a little bit of a plug for the business.
Do it. www.
One of our biggest targets for Precision Games is to make it the most inclusive event that UAE has seen to date, you know, and then hopefully, you know, we'll see other people trying to emulate what we've done, which I think is brilliant. You know, we want to have a youth competition with 2 different age groups, catering for all of the youth divisions. We're going to have our intermediate category, which will most likely be our biggest division. We're going to have the elite category, which will be super cool and the one which everyone will kind of want to watch. We're also going to have the masters, so 35 plus. So we're going to cater to that audience, which is huge because there's so many really, really good athletes that are 35 plus in the country.
Massively. Yeah.
And then we're also going to have the everyday division. So the everyday division will be pretty much exactly the same workouts that all of the other divisions have, just scaled back and made much more accessible. So even if you are a fit guy or a gal,
Guy. That's
but
very
you know, you
American.
maybe don't have some of the movement patterns. Maybe you're quite new to this sort of thing. Maybe the barbell's a little bit intimidating or the rig is a little bit intimidating. No worries. Come down, do the everyday division. You can still work really hard.
Yeah.
You can still access everything. And you can still have a great time. And it's like a dipping your toe in the water type thing, you know?
And still competing against yourself ultimately anyway, right? So
Exactly. So, you know, we're going to have all of those different divisions at the Precision Games. And we're really, really, really proud of that.
Wicked.
And hopefully there'll be someone for everyone, whether you're like I was talking about earlier, one of the top 1% in the country, something for you guys, brilliant. Come down, you know, demonstrate your skills, showcase what you can do. Or whether you're like a little bit older and you want to compete against people who are the same age as you, or whether you're a kid and you're like looking for a sport to get into, or you're looking for a sport which is going to enhance a sport that you're already in, or then, like I said, whether you're sort of like in the space, you know, you have a normal job like a teacher, but you are pretty good. You train 2, 3, 4 times a week. Yeah, jump in the intermediate. There's a good opportunity for you to push yourself. Or whether you are like brand new, a little bit intimidated, no worries. Come down, get in the everyday.
what are the most common exercise movements that are used in fitness competitions?
I guess like functional fitness, a lot of functional fitness is based on body weight stuff, you know, so you'll have a lot of like body weight movements, burpees always, we see a lot of burpees because they're hard and you're moving your full body, obviously running, stuff like that. And then I guess it depends on the event provider, you know. We're very lucky now with Precision. We've got some really, really good partners, so we can pretty much do everything. You know, we've got access to all of the equipment, including rigs, lifting platforms, barbells, all the different machines. So I think, you know, you come to a Precision, you'll see pretty much everything. You know, you'll be stimulating your body in every way possible across the 5 workouts in the event, which is really, really nice because that's what you want. You want to have the full body training effect, you know, testing different strengths, weaknesses. So I think, yeah, which one do we see most commonly? Burpees. I'm going to throw it out there.
Throw burpees, like down up. So some people call them.
Yeah, just getting. Yeah, you get someone to move their full body. Like, I mean, it's going to be hard.
Yeah,
you know.
100%. The reason I'm asking that one is because of the line of, you know, people. If you got stronger legs, you tend to usually do a lot better in a lot of fitness. Because they are running based, lower leg based. I mean, if it's carrying, pushing, working, jumping, like there's a lot of thigh glute stuff going on.
Well, yeah, So this is something I pinched off a podcast, but they were saying something like, so the 3. I'm paraphrasing now, but it was like this super expert on health and fitness and stuff.
Simon Sinek's one.
Maybe it was, yeah.
Heart, lungs, and thighs.
Heart, lungs, and thighs. Yeah, the 3 most important body parts, like as predictors of longevity, right?
Yes, that's one. Yeah,
and it was obviously heart, lungs,
because of movement,
and then it's like your thighs,
you
know, which dates all the way back. Like I'm again digging deeper into what he was saying. Like strong thighs, social connection, because obviously like our ancestors would have walked a lot more to like interact with people and stuff. But
even 10 years ago. Like just then, never mind, 100 years ago, people had to walk, people had to be active to be socialized. 100%.
Yeah.
So that one was a really good one.
Yeah, like, a lot, I mean, I would say in pretty much every workout in a functional fitness competition, you are working your thighs, you know, wherever the workout is, even if it's like dominant press, you know, overhead press. I mean, there will be an element of that workout where you are testing your bigger muscle groups, you know, mainly your thighs, glutes and thighs, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. When it comes to the preparation side of things, advice on how people can prepare better for an event. Okay, they've done some training, that's great. Now it's like, okay, like showing up. Like a lot of people, because overtraining is a massive thing as well. a lot of people have this stigma, the mentality of if I'm going to get better, I've just got to keep doing more and go harder and go harder and go harder. What would your advice be to someone to when they can prepare for a competition? What do you do to start with, and then does it work for you? Can you advise someone else to do it?
Well, I finished last in. No, I think it comes down to the 1%ers. You know, and it comes. For me, the first thing I would say is this, you know, if it has to be like huge, drastic things, which just become an inconvenience for your day-to-day life, I mean, it's probably you do the thing that you're trying to do is too big. Like for an example, if you're working all day on Friday and your competition's on Saturday, but you have a normal job, you're working 9 to 5 on Friday. Don't stress that you haven't eaten like 7 meals and gotten in your 5,000 calories. You know, because the negative effect of you stressing about that is going to be way more detrimental to your performance the next day. Totally. You know, so it's like, you know, little 1%ers that you can seamlessly inject into your routine. You know, so things like, okay, if you do have a competition that weekend, you probably need to make sure you are fully hydrated. You know, we live in the desert, it's very humid, even inside with the AC and stuff like this. Being hydrated is extremely, extremely important, not to be underestimated. Like the effects of dehydration or even being slightly underhydrated on performance is huge. And obviously
lots of stats to back that up too.
And the hydration process, I think where a lot of people maybe not aware of, but this is something that I learned from my own performances in competitions like this, and from seeing countless athletes and talking to countless athletes at these competitions. The hydration doesn't start the morning of the competition.
No,
you know,
not at all.
It starts like
neither the fueling.
36, 48 hours before, even more. You know, your cells need to be full. Your glycogen stores, they need to be full up as well. Obviously, being hydrated, it's very important, and it starts days before the actual event itself. So just getting into a good routine of like constantly sipping on good quality water, you know, so that's not the unfortunately a lot of the mainstream water here is just not great at hydrating you. You know, you need to be getting in like your Evian mineral water type stuff, or getting electrolytes in your water bottle. So I think that would probably be like a pretty easy one that most people could quite easily integrate into their routine leading into competition that weekend. Overtraining is really important. Like really important not to do.
So just to clear that one up.
Like we see
recovery, like rest before the event.
This is actually I'm taking someone else's advice, because I don't, you know, I'm not a coach. Like I don't have my CrossFit level 1 or anything like that. I just like, this is things that I pick up from other coaches. And one thing that coaches say to me when like Precision Games is coming up or something, what they see a lot of in their gyms is that people are practicing specific workouts, which I think is brilliant. Okay, you have to practice specific workouts. We do make the workouts quite interesting, quite complex to test people mentally, physically, strategically. But what coaches then say to me is like, they'll see people practicing this one workout 8 times, you know, in like a week.
Like, oh, okay.
So you're like, if let's say the workout has a lot of toes to bar in it, and you've practiced that workout 8 times in 8 days. I mean, you've done way too many toes to bar then. So the chances of injury go up, you know, the
fatigue will kick in faster.
Fatigue kicks in, the competition comes around, and you probably perform worse because you're so fatigued from doing so many toes to bar.
Literally,
Yeah, so I think overtraining is good. I think training, and that goes hand in hand then with training smart. Yes, trial the workouts, but, you know, break them down, try them in parts, or try them in try doing complementary movements. So if, for example, this is very much off the top of my head now, you're really testing my training knowledge and stuff. But let's say in Precision Games or in turf games, rather than keep referring to our own competitions, in turf games, there's a complex, and it's a clean jerk, you know? Instead of for the 4 weeks leading into the competition, you're doing clean and jerk. How about doing some like clean high pulls? You know, breaking it down, doing some hand cleans, really focusing on the catch, really focusing on getting under the bar, and then breaking down the jerk and doing some strict press, maybe some push press, then working on the jerk, but light, you know, really like focusing on speed under the bar, moving the bar quickly, rather than what we see is a lot of people, they just go, right, it's clean and jerk. The lift has been announced. I am going to lift, clean and jerk as heavy as I can for the next 4 weeks.
Which I found like lots of people make mistakes in. It's like, even like in sports, right? It's literally about, for me, it was always about when it got closer to competitions, it was about technique. It wasn't about intensity. Literally, the intensity went out like, see you later, it's gone, especially the few days beforehand, because you're never going to improve that much before an event. Like a few days out, a week out, it's not going to, if it's a heavy lift or it's a fitness thing, it's literally about, okay, what are the subtle technical things that I can do to improve? If it's about a running technique or it's a lifting technique or something like that, it was always based around got to if it was week out, it was about technically you do better because I was saving myself from blowing out before getting to a weekend. So it would be like, okay, if I was skipping involved, I was just like, wouldn't do a lot of skipping. It'd just be honing in on how to skip better or more efficiently or more effectively. Doing short splits of that. So it's I think that's really good advice.
I think that's good advice. I think that is good advice. And I think the last piece of advice I would give people is, so as we mentioned earlier, we've got extremely high quality athletes here in the country, you know. And I think the world that we have now with like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff, Snapchat, I don't know, maybe the kids are on Snapchat, I'm not. But
massive in Australia, massive in the Middle East actually.
It's
huge,
you can the great thing is you can look at what the top athletes are doing. Check out their Instagram stories. Okay, so this athlete's doing the same competition as me this weekend. Yeah, they're doing the elite division. I'm doing the everyday division. Fine. Okay, what are they doing on Thursday? Competition Saturday, what are they doing? They're probably going through their movement patterns. Maybe they're doing one more tasty workout on a Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. So you can look and, you know, copy them, you know.
100%.
You know, like...
And you'll find people that are related to you as well to be able to do that.
Yeah.
It's very good advice as well on that one. What was it for, from when it comes to a realistic expectation of development, because there are so many more competitions on these days and people can progress and everyone progresses at their own state and their own pace. When it comes to realistic progression of what you think people, what are you seeing people, like you said, like before, like 5 years ago when you first started precision, the games, that there was people doing certain things that had bad technique, now they got great technique or much improved since then. You know, is it a slow longevity progression around the space, or is it you see people accelerate in the space, or because what should be people expecting when they come into events, right? Like, yeah, they're going to participate, but there's always that mindset of, I could have done better, I wish I'd done better, I'm going to go away, I'm going to train and I want to get better.
I'm going to throw a buzzword out there, and for me it's like CPD, you know, it's continuous professional development. It should always be, it's a journey. There is no destination, literally. And
that's the hard thing for people to understand, I think.
I don't think that, like, coming to the events is brilliant, you have a great time, but the real magic and the real special thing is the journey. You know, you turn up training, you go to your box or your gym or whatever, and you've got those social connections, you're all there, you're all training towards something. The journey of that and the journey of your own progress and the journey of, I've hit a PB and I've done this, it's all part of the journey, you know. There's no finish line. You're not going to wake up one day and be like, I won Precision Games, I'm done now. You know, you're gonna win Precision Games, or you're gonna come 50th in Precision Games. You're gonna wake up, hopefully, still be like, oh, that was fun. Okay, what's next? You know, and then it's on to the next one, and that's the spice of life, though, isn't it? It's like, how can I just continuously be progressing, continuously be getting better? And I think that's what gets us up in the morning.
The other side of that too, like now you bring this up, is because in fitness, there is so much. When it comes to fitness competitions, there's always different elements usually in a competition, and within those elements, you don't see someone going first. Like, it's always, you know, you're trying to get the highest number of average finishes as high as you possibly can, and then I think that's what makes fitness so unique. I mean, when you look at most other sports, there is a particular type. Like if it's a high jump, you know, it's trying to get up and jump the highest. But it's one discipline that you're setting to do, right? Or if it's a sports competition like rugby or football, that it's to win the league, and then you kind of back off and you go again next season. Where fitness there's so many, it's just continuously more and more. And I know they're trying to break it down into seasons now, but still, there's so many competitions around the world. At every time, you can literally just keep going and keep going and keep going. There's always going to be people in a competition that's going to be better at some places or another.
That I think that builds resilience, I feel, though. You know, like going to a competition and not being the best at all of the individual workouts is good. It's very healthy. It helps to build that resilience in people. We did a competition in Saudi at the start of this year, and it was really, really cool. And the team that won, I was actually, like, secretly, even though I'm not supposed to have favorites, I was so happy they won. You know, because we had the elite male division had good numbers. There was like 30 teams in there, teams of 3. And the team that won, they finished 5 workouts. I think they finished 6th, 11th, 5th, 3rd, and then like 12th.
Okay, well,
But they were consistently pretty good at everything. Like these huge guys came. Like the one guy lifts for Egypt, Olympic lifter, amazing. They won the lifting workout, fine. But then they came like last in like 3 other workouts, and then this other team, they came and they were endurance athletes. They won the endurance workout, obviously came like last in the lifting workout, and then middle of the pack on the other ones. But the team that won, and this is one of the other things I love about this sport, as in functional fitness, is they were just like balanced. They weren't like super one thing. They were very well balanced. They were pretty good at everything, which is very transferable to life. Functional fitness.
Which is what's so good about fitness, right? Because here's the thing too, when you're someone, and I've recommended this to a lot of people too, when you go into fitness events, there's going to be certain fitness events will have a discipline or a workout that will better suit you. And as an individual, maybe you're not going to win it, but if you put your analysis around, I want to be good at this particular discipline, movement, this particular event, you go out, win that event, and great. There's wins without wins.
That's true. You're giving people multiple opportunities to win.
Literally to be the top of the thing. And I think that's what a lot of people, when it gets into competition, I think that's the difference between when you participate and when you are elite. It's like you just become more well-rounded at a lot of different things, where fitness, I think, opens up that space to go, look, an endurance athlete is great at these running events or these high-volume lifting events, or the strength athlete is better at. And I think there's a lot of, because in fitness, you tend to drawn towards what you enjoy doing more. If you enjoy lifting a barbell, then you're just mostly going to, you don't want to go on the road and run, or vice versa, or it's the circuit workouts, if you enjoy circuit, I think, what I mean? I think that's a big part of fitness and why people get into it.
On that point as well, so another thing that I think, like on your point earlier of like, is it a sport, is it not a sport, all this, I feel like, again, another reason why it probably is a sport is because it demands that, it demands you to be well-rounded. You can't just focus on one thing. So I think, that's another thing that I love about it. Another thing that I think makes it a great sport is the fact that it demands you to be well-rounded. And then if you want to be genuinely like really good at it, you have to work on your weaknesses, and if you don't work on those weaknesses, then you are only ever going to be so good.
It's pretty funny to look about that, because I literally had this thought, and I heard this thing about, it was around CrossFit, and I was like, cool. And it wasn't a bad point. Like, it was Tanner Shook and I forgot, Ryan Fisher, I think I was talking about it. Just with how, because like fitness competitions are always variable, right? But then if you think about a sport's a specific set of rules, specific outcome. Like, there's always, like, it's the goal, it's the points, it's the score, it's the amount of shots you make, stuff like that. And so, like, I do see fitness as a sport, but I see it as a different type of sport, which is where I have my... I mean, I don't care either way, to be honest, but I mean, like, I like the thought of there's sporting aspects in fitness competitions, because it's the competitive side of it. And that's where I personally would break it down. It's like, it's more of a sport within a space, because there's individually, you're a strong person, you're an endurance person, you're an athletic person, you're a cardio, you're a mobile person. Like, now there's gymnastics and a lot of these different things as well. So you've got to have this balanced aspect that's coming into it as well. And that's where I think that's where the sport is, because those particular individual disciplines is where people look to improve, like, which is the competitive or the where you start to compete. Like, I can handstand walk 200 meters or the longest or whatever, something like, you know what I mean, like something like that. And so that's where for me, it's like a decathlon. That's what fitness competitions are, and like decathlon's a sport, so that type of thing. But you know what I mean. So that's what kind of when it comes to the competitive, that side of thing on sports. Because when someone says like, how do you get better at fitness? It's like, really good question. How do you get better at? Because
is there one right answer to that question? Probably not.
Probably not. Well, the closest thing I think that's got to it at the moment is potentially like the Crucible or like High Rocks. High Rocks probably more so at the moment, because High Rocks is the same workout over and over again. So there's a discipline that you go like, okay, that's where you can compare for most part like a marathon in Boston compared to a marathon in New York compared to London. Like,
Yeah.
you have a marathon, you have a set distance, and people train and they
Yeah.
compete on the even kind of basis. Whereas with fitness competition, it's harder to do. But I think, I know I definitely am interested to see the evolution of the sport of fitness. To be fair, of how competitions do evolve, or make it a level playing ground, because that's a tough one. You know what I mean?
It's very
Because it's otherwise sometimes I think CrossFit's very strength dominated. If you just could be a good Olympic
I think
lifter,
it goes through trends, right? Like it went through a bit of a. I remember a few years ago, it was very gymnastic and strength power. Like there was a lot of Olympic lifting, there was a lot of gymnastics, and I feel like recently has moved away from that a little bit. It's kind of adopted a lot of the stuff that we're seeing with the hybrid athletes. Like you're seeing a lot, like a little bit more running, a little bit more body weight type stuff. I love it when they throw in some real spicy stuff like mountain biking or something rogue like that, or like paddleboarding or something, something really really like rogue
outside the fitness.
Yeah, that's
realm.
cool. I saw a really good one as well. It was one of the big ones they did in America where they had to like sprint, but they were jumping over obstacles. I thought that was super cool, extremely functional. Like I thought that was like a real interesting test, and you did get to see like how well rounded some of these athletes are. I wasn't a fan of CrossFit when it was sort of 2019, 2020 because there's a lot of seemed to be a lot of gymnastics to me, and that's a huge weakness of mine.
Okay,
I mean, I don't have any shoulders. So.
But I think of course what it is fit for purpose. Like it just got more people involved because there's a variation of it. I think you brought a really good point up earlier on when we were talking about how fitness for me is the impact it has on people's actual lives. The discipline, the structure, the management, the social aspect of fitness. That's and the impact that it has on people. Like there's so many like people talk about fitness all the time. It's become a talking point for everyone. Like actually, I had a conversation today, and it was just talking about how 5-10 years ago, it used to be about, let's get a protein shake, and people knew about protein, and that was the extent of their knowledge. And now I even talk about amino acids, dopamine, testosterone, adenosine. They're talking about the knowledge base of the general person is so much higher these days, and the same now with fitness is. And I've had this conversation with trainers. It's like, I'm frustrating me at work. I said, because a lot of people now know about fitness beyond the whole how to squat, how to do a push-up. Every magazine used to have a push-up article or how to do a push-up. Nowadays, push-ups it's still a basic exercise, and an exercise that's essential, but not most people, but a lot more people know how to do a push-up or do it regularly part of their routines. And where competition, I think, allows people to give them direction to, now I can compare myself. And if it is a push-up, maybe there is a push-up in certain competitions, they can compare themselves to other people or rowing or whatever else that goes on. So it's the impact of this, anyway. So going back to what I was asking you, is the impact that you see the growth of fitness competitions on people's lives. You kind of tapped on before. Is it the environment? Is it social groups? People, like you said, people aren't going out on the weekends anymore. Do you feel like yours has grown, like your competition's grown, or the community of fitness is growing because of that? Because now there's more awareness, there's better environments. There's what's leading to this growth? What is it that's because what's the real crux of why people should get involved, right? I mean, it's not just a do fitness, which people hate because it's hard work sometimes.
Yeah, like I would probably say, like growing up in the UK, coming from like rugby background again, drinking culture is huge. Like I was kind of brought up, not like my parents actually don't drink, but growing up in the rugby circles, I used to think that what do you do on the weekends? You get pissed. Well,
that's it.
Like, what else is there to do? You spend your Sundays hungover, like, and you go and have like a roast dinner. Awesome, but it's like, okay, so that's and I was sort of like living in this routine of, you train really hard, you work really hard through the week, you play your game on a Friday or a Saturday, and then you get pissed after it, and then when you get pissed, that's your fun, that's kind of like
the reward.
And that's your social, you're ticking your social box, you're ticking your fun box, you're ticking your relaxing box. But like slowly, like, as I started to learn a little bit more about what I actually enjoy doing, where I actually get my fulfillment from. This is about me personally, you know. I kind of realized that actually, even though I've been doing this now for like quite a long time, do I even enjoy it? I've got some great memories of going out with the lads and having a few drinks and stuff. But I mean, doing that every week, you know. And then I came to Dubai and I continued doing the same. I embraced it every weekend, zero gravity every other weekend, you know, and had some great times. Don't get me wrong, but it just gets to a point when you're doing that every single weekend, you're not actually really building any meaningful social connections. You're just kind of like going out, getting so drunk you can barely remember your own name, doing some silly things, doing some funny things in the moment, you're laughing and stuff. But then you wake up the next day, you feel not great, obviously. You know, you're hungover, you're dehydrated, you've negated a lot of your gains from the week. You start the week tired. It has a knock-on effect. By Wednesday, Thursday, you start feeling better. You start feeling like 100% of a person again, but then you go and do it again that weekend. I was kind of caught in that, and I think a lot of people do get caught in that. And I think because it is so much fun, because it is, you know, it's hard to get out of it. But when you do get out of it, which
it's dopamine, it?
You're getting that dopamine hit. You have a couple of drinks, you relax. That's what it does to the brain, you know. It relaxes the brain, your inhibitions drop. But
you're chatting with people enjoying your company. You're like, oh, great to be around your
Like I don't want to sound like I'm, you know, preaching about like I'm like, I mean, I still enjoy a drink, you know. I still enjoy a beer. I still enjoy going out with the guys, the rugby guys. But I feel like now it's 1% of where I get my enjoyment from. Whereas before it was probably like 90% of where I thought I got my enjoyment from. And then to come back to your question on the like ticking the social box with these events, I feel like you get way more of a social connection with people. It's way more meaningful. You're all like right-minded because you're not pissed. I mean, you might straight after a workout, you might feel a little bit, you know. But like your endorphins are flying because you've just done something. Your dopamine's like flooding the body because you've just done something
exhilarating, isn't it?
Yeah, you've just done something like exciting that's like made that happen, something healthy that's made that happen. You're talking to people, everyone's happy, you got like a shared connection, shared interest straight away. You're there for like a few hours. But I think like another one of the great things is you're ticking all these like boxes with social interact, all that, but you're also at the same time doing something that's actually healthy for you physically, physiologically and physically healthy for you and your body.
Well, you challenge, like when it comes to competition, you literally have to challenge yourself because it doesn't matter. You're always going to push further than you think you are able to, or you're capable of. And you're always, you know, that's where I like that from that social, that's where the talking points always come from. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. And there's always people in fitness competitions that are always cheering you on or encouraging or motivating you to go faster or go heavier or to, you know, or always congratulating for your personal achievements too. Like PBs and PRs are a massive thing in fitness competitions as well, you know, so you talk about this.
I feel like in the moment, right? So if you go out and you have a couple of beers, you get drunk, or you go to a competition and you do a fitness competition and you do a workout and you talk to people, both of them in the moment, probably same feel-good factor, let's say, or similar. You know, they both make you feel like a 8 out of 10 good. But I feel like the main difference is going to like a competition like this, the lasting positive effect that has compared to going out and getting drunk, and the lasting negative effect that has. You know, you multiply this one by 10, multiply this one by 10 weekends in a row, you multiply this one by 10 weekends in a row. Where are you at the end of this 10 weeks? Where are you at the end of this 10 weeks?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
the massive discrepancy is huge.
Yeah. This one, you're in a hole, you know, your physical health, your mental health is probably like not in a great place. Whereas this one, after 10 weeks of doing that, you'd be in an amazing place, you know. There's
always progression there too, which I think is the spice of life for most people. If you're progressing, you're learning, you're developing, you're growing. That's what people enjoy about life.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I think the in the moment feeling is very similar. They're both fun, you know, but it's the lasting effect, which is the real telltale sign of which one is more valuable.
Well, I think that you said it before earlier, the fulfillment of one far exceeds the other. Like when you're doing your fitness challenges, because you push yourself, you got better. The fulfillment and there's value there for somebody, and which I think in itself is probably the one reason to get involved with a fitness event, because that fulfillment factor. The one of the last things I want to ask you is about the future of, because it's grown so much in the last few years. I imagine it's only going to continue to grow, but is there a ceiling when it comes to fitness events, or how, because there's so much variety when it comes to fitness, and that's where I think in order for fitness to become a bigger sport, or the sport of fitness, then there needs to be some kind of, or potentially events out there that do have some, like the High Rocks. I think that's why High Rocks has its popularity. It's building its community based on people can do that any kind of where.
Yeah.
But what's your views on that, on the development and the growth of fitness events, and is there a ceiling? Or
honestly, for me, I feel like it's only the beginning. If I'm honest, yeah, I don't think there is a ceiling, or not one that I can see in the foreseeable, because I feel that sport is changing globally. You know, I feel like sport before was kind of more of like a spectator thing. You know, so if you look at like rugby, football, especially in the States, like American football, if you don't play top level, you know, for a lot of people, it's kind of the end. It was the end of your sporting career. You know,
retired.
You like, and then what is your sporting experience now? Well, it's you go and watch other people do it. You know, you watch the Six Nations, or you watch, you know, the rugby or the Premiership, the football Premiership. You know, you maybe play a little bit of social football on the weekend, but that's like, you know, that's not. It's not. I don't know. I feel like before it was more of like a spectator thing, whereas I feel like now, and I think that fitness and hybrid races are really driving this. I feel like sport now is becoming much more experiential. You know, I think I think there's something extremely special about. Okay, so you rock up to a High Rocks. Okay, you do the race. You're doing it, and you're quite new to it, and all this. But then you look at like the pro guys or the best guys in the world, and you can empathize with what they're going through because you've yourself just experienced it. Like I've just done it this morning. I know how hard those wall balls are. This guy's just done 100 wall balls unbroken. You appreciate how
more
hard
resistance
that
or
is.
more weight.
So it's like, what does that do? It makes me watching that guy enjoy it more. So now I can enjoy it as a spectator because I've also just experienced it on the same floor that he's just experienced it. You know, like I'm not going to watch like
great points.
Wales play rugby and like I've just played before. No, like I'm there to watch. You know, I'm there to watch them all do it. But now I feel like, and I feel like that is actually amazing because that's where all the other good stuff comes from, like all the benefits we've just spoken about from getting involved in sport and fitness. It comes from you yourself experiencing it, you doing it. So I feel like, sport is becoming a lot more experiential now. And I think by creating competitions and events which are extremely inclusive, it provides more people with these experiences, which is just only, I feel, going to grow. Or there certainly is a lot of scope for it to continue to grow. Yeah.
What would it be then for the experience point of view? Because you guys are trying to add that into your, what is the experiences? Because a lot of people do go to events and then they do watch and then it's like, oh, now what do I do? Is it away from the events? Is that you think that's another space to explore, or is it the actual at the events themselves? Like the experience, to add to the experience for people?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's just doubling down on what makes it a better all-round experience, you know? So, I mean, again, plug coming in, but we always focus on the overall experience, and with Precision Games is a good opportunity for us to do that, because Precision Games, for anyone that doesn't know, you come, if you're a participant, you're going to compete in 4 or 5 workouts across the course of an entire day. So you are giving up your entire Saturday. You're there for the whole day. For 4 or 5 workouts, which will vary in length from, some of them will be as short as like 8 minutes. Some of them will probably be as long as 20 minutes. So total actual time on the floor is less than 2 hours, but you could be there for 8 to 10 hours. So for us, it's about how can we make the day's experience more worthwhile, more enjoyable, more memorable for people. So some big focus points for us now are to enhance the event with other exciting elements. So an obvious one is to have a really good MC. You know, we've worked with some of the best MCs in the region. Having a really good MC, which makes this if you're going to watch your friends or watch the elite athletes, you can enjoy it more because the MC's kind of commentating, kind of talking you through the workouts a little bit more, maybe giving you some facts about some of the athletes that are on the floor, making that better. Music, obviously, really important. Getting a good DJ there, playing some good tunes, and then good partners, vendors, which we're very lucky to be working with some really exciting vendors and partners, you know, giving like some freebies away, selling some good products, selling, good opportunities for people to interact with them. But another focus point that we're also bringing into Precision Games, I won't give away all the surprises, but we've got some fun elements that are not the workouts taking place at Precision Games this time. So we've got like some games, we've got some challenges, some stuff on the side. So if you're not competing or you have a bit of a longer break, like maybe an hour or 90-minute break, you can go and do like something else that's a little bit fun, Or if you've come just to watch, you can also jump in and get involved in some of the fun stuff that we're going to have going on the side as well. So we want to really make it, you're coming for 10 hours, but it's going to be 10 hours of like awesomeness.
Yeah, the option to be engaged more throughout the day. Yeah, I think it's awesome. Well, then you got to get down there, don't you?
Yeah. So
good plug. When is it?
May the 3rd.
May the 3rd. Where?
Yeah. It'll be taking place in Sports City.
Okay. At the track.
No, May 3rd is pretty toasty. So it'll mostly be taking place inside the dome. Amazing facility. It's a full acre inside that we're going to kit out for all the workouts. We'll have a cool little recovery vendors village outside then with ice baths and stuff like this. And then, there'll be a few workouts then in the evening under the lights outside.
Cool. Awesome. Look down that camera there and let them know exactly where. Details, where to sign up.
So guys, you can sign up for the Precision Games at Precision Series Instagram. The link is in our bio. So it's teams of 4, 2 males, 2 females. And like I said at the start of the podcast, we've got 5 different divisions. We've got youth, everyday, intermediate, elite, and also masters. So wherever you're at with your level and your fitness journey, there's something for everyone. So yeah, hit the link in our bio, get signed up. We'll see you there.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you for today, man. Appreciate that. The insights about the events and stuff like that. And
my
hopefully a lot of people get into the event side of things as well, because I think it is a great way to stay fit for life. It's not restricted to youth and top of the world. It's like they said, there's masters, and you guys are talking about everyday people as well. So yeah, it's awesome. To appreciate that.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
No worries, Logan. Why is nutrition so important?
Okay. Well, big question.
Got to start with a bang.
I think, I'm trying. Okay. So nutrition food is the closest we can get to nature in terms of what we put inside our body. And it all starts with food, in my opinion, because if you think about it, if you're going to fuel a high performance sports car, you're not going to want to use, rubbish, poor, dirty fuel to power that. So if you look at yourself as, a sports car, you're going to want to fuel that body with the best type of food. And I just notice it in my own life. If I have a weekend where I don't eat as well, I don't feel great. My mood is low. I don't feel energized. And then when I eat a normal, healthy, balanced diet, I feel great and I perform and I show up. And yeah, that's what it's all about. And then I do want to add as well, why nutrition? Because I think food brings people together as well. And I'm like a big family girl.
Yeah. Okay. So now you've said that, food, what was kind of that relationship you had with food in the early days, through your teens, going through there?
Not good.
Not good?
No.
Okay.
I've been delving into a lot of this right now through hypnotherapy. And I grew up quite a chubby child, like always loved chocolate, and just probably was a little bit on the chubby side. And
white, milk, dark, all?
Galaxy. It was always Galaxy cookie crumble. Loved it. And I always loved food growing up. My parents always encouraged me to finish my plate of food and everything like that. But then certain things happened as you grow up, childhood, people might say things, or family members might comment, and that has actually left a lasting imprint on me. And it's not since I've gone back into hypnotherapy and get into the root cause of some of my behaviors, I've realized that some of those comments over the years really did make a lasting imprint. And then moving on to my teenage years, hitting puberty, I lost weight. I got sort of quite obsessed with being skinny, and I got really quite thin. I didn't have an eating disorder, but I was very thin, sort of in my 16, 17 years. It was the age of Tumblr. I don't know if you remember Tumblr.
Oh, yes.
It was kind of like Pinterest.
Showing my age, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but less. It was and it was just all skinny women. And so I got really quite obsessed. And then I got into fitness. And then I sort of made the direct impact of, eating well and getting strong and having energy to be fit. And I got into making healthy snacks. And that's when that was my first initiation into healthy cooking, healthy eating. And I wouldn't say my relationship with food is perfect. I would be lying if I think women have so much pressure. I know men do as well, but more so. I think we have so much pressure to be small and be slim. But I've definitely got to such a more positive place with that. But it's been a journey.
It's definitely a journey, right? And I'd like to touch on this if you don't mind on that side, because I think you're right. Women do have a more complex relationship with food because of the stigma of society where they place people like you have to be beautiful, you have to be pretty, and like there's a lot of not necessarily for men, but I know a lot of women does for other women as well, for like judgment of the peers type of thing.
Yeah.
So what is it then when it comes to the food? What are the kind of battles that women feel are going through? Essentially, you went through yourself. That is about, okay, how do I change away from the emotional side of, okay, I know eating well is good for me. I feel the difference when I'm eating well. But when something's not going like by the breakup or stress at work or just something, but not working out, then you, like most people, they turn to the cream, the whipped cream, the cookies. You know, they don't go. What is that battle, I suppose, for females?
So we're very emotionally charged, women especially, and we are more attuned to reaching for food in those times of emotional stress, especially when you think of like across the menstrual cycle as well, like where our hormones are fluctuating so much. And there is a period during that time where you're actually burning 300 calories more a day. So women are like berating themselves of like, I want to eat well, but I'm so hungry. It's because your body is working so hard. You actually need those extra calories.
Yeah.
And then we crave things like carbohydrates because there's like a drop in serotonin, and carbohydrates make us feel happy.
Yeah.
And then also we have a magnesium dip, and funnily enough, chocolate contains magnesium. So it's our body actually like telling us what we need. And yeah, it's hard with women, but we just have to try and listen to our bodies and make sure what we have in our home is going to serve us. So for example, if I know I'm going through a hormonal dip, in general, I don't buy really unhealthy things. I'll have like 90% dark chocolate in. I'll have like, for the carbohydrates, I'll have
Galaxy?
no, it'd be Lindt. It'd be like 90% dark chocolate. And then like some fresh berries, maybe some yogurt. And then I'd also have like some good complex carbohydrates, so sweet potato, bread. I'm not going to be having like pastries, white chocolate, things like that, because they're so easy to overconsume. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Yeah. Are there common ones that you find other women, like when it comes to like go-tos, like chocolate you've just mentioned, but is it usually like, is it chocolate or is it ice cream? Or pasta's another one.
Yeah, pasta. But pasta's not bad. Yeah, ice cream. Ice cream I feel like I've got like memory from films when like the girl breaks
that's
up
what I
with
was
the
thinking
guy,
of, to be honest.
and they're like out like eating like a Ben and Jerry's, crying. Yeah, I guess that is probably quite a common one as well. Yeah.
When it comes to healthy food, then obviously, because I know it's harder said than done, but the aim is to eat healthier because it puts you in a better state of mind. I mean, the short fix is the sweet stuff. Obviously, the long-term fix is the healthier stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a go-to for you? Like, is it like I've got to have watery, like tomatoes and cucumber, for example, or I've got to have avocado?
On
or
like
I've got
a
to have
day-to-day?
No, just when you're feeling down.
Right, okay.
So, you know, you've got a choice of, you can reach for the ice cream or the chocolate, or you can reach for my go-to meal, which is, it's like, as a male for me, to be honest, if I'm ever going through something mentally like that, I know I've got to go have chicken and rice.
Okay.
Just because I love the taste of it to start with, and I know it's healthy. So like, or if I'm going to go something a little bit different, don't get me wrong, I've gone for chocolate and stuff like that as well. Yeah. But acai is another one. My go-to. You know, because I just whip around to that. I love the taste of it, but also forces me to go for a run too before I have it. I mean, is there anything?
For me, I do feel like it's been such a long time now that I've been in this world that I don't look for food as like unless it's like, you know, having a bit of chocolate. But like in terms of a meal, I would much rather have like a really wholesome feeling homemade meal as a comfort over ordering a takeaway. Like that just is, and I would rather create like a fake away if anything. But
homemade
when it
burgers?
Sorry?
Homemade burgers?
Yeah, or like even like fish and chips and like curries, things like that, like healthy versions.
Yeah.
But I do love a good pizza. Like if it was to come and like if it was a moment where I was like, oh, I just want to like have a night off, like probably a pizza and a glass of wine.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I've seen like all the stories and stuff like that. You've posted things like that. You've hosted your pizzas.
I'm very balanced. Yeah.
What is it that I mean, obviously now it's a habit for you because like it's happened over time. But then how would you recommend for people to break old habits to get into the habits when they're potentially in their 20s or in their 30s?
really, really baby steps and habit stacking, I find to be so powerful. So, for example, like when you're making your coffee in the morning, like the kettle's boiling or like it's, you know, burning away or like on the hob or whatever, like take that moment to down a glass of water and, you know, make sure you're hydrating like before your coffee. So like just pair that. And then in terms of breaking habits, in terms of sweet things, so like say if my client, for example, really struggles with just like overeating on indulgent sweets, I say, okay, so if say it's chocolate, get it out the fridge or the cupboard, add it to a bowl or a plate, add some yogurt, maybe some berries, add some nuts. So it's like a big bowl of food, kind of like a dessert or a snack.
Yeah.
Sit down, put your phone away and mindfully eat and enjoy that. And have that as a moment, as a ritual, as opposed to, you know, just grabbing out the fridge, eating it without even thinking, and then before you know it, you need more. You haven't hit the craving. So I try to teach my clients to just be as mindful as possible, and always before they reach something, take a beat, like take a moment, be like, do I actually need this, or can I go for a walk, just get some fresh air, and then if I come back and I still want it, I'll have it. But you've had time to sort of process.
Make better decisions, kind of thing, like stepping back, stepping away. I did hear there's something to do with the brain as well. I can't remember what part of it is. I've forgotten that, you know, you just need this 10 or 15 minutes because your brain gets stuck in this pattern, and this 10 or 15 minute window just gives this ability for this part of your brain to start functioning again.
Right.
That gives you actually
is it
clarity.
the hippocampus?
Jeez,
No.
I have to ask my friend who's a brain
Yeah,
brain doctor, but I've heard this like a few years ago. So it's like, it's something that I learned, again, I can't remember, few years ago anyway.
Yeah.
That was like literally if you get to the place where you're angry or uncertain, just change your environment.
Yeah.
Take that 10 to 15 minutes, like 20 just to be sure that you can think clearer. So instead of hitting it straight on.
Yeah, like have a cold shower, like move rooms, like just switch up your environment.
Massively.
It can be so powerful.
I do love talking about these kind of things when it comes to the psychology for the food as well, because a lot of people have this battle, like, always, and women, you know, face it differently than men as well. When it comes to, okay, you're eating healthy, that's great, you know, and having a stressful day at work, what kind of your go-tos is there particular foods that you have that like, okay, this is going to help reduce the stress, or this is going to help give you more energy? Do you have your like primary three that you'd say, okay, make sure it's this is the morning, this is the lunchtime, this is the evening?
So ideally, I always include protein and fats with your breakfast. And more often than not, try to have a savory breakfast. This is going to really balance your blood sugar. So most people, they have maybe, you know, cereal. I think cereal in the UK is the most popular thing to have. And like, I love a bowl of overnight oats and like, but I will always make sure I add nuts to that or have protein powder in it and yogurt to balance the blood sugar spike.
Yeah.
But what I find is that when you start your day sweet, you're more likely to then crave sweetness as the day goes on. Even if that is, you know, honey, natural sweetness, it's still sugar.
Yeah.
So I'd always say start savory. So things like eggs are great. And then throughout the day, having set meal times, I find this helps with cravings as well.
To create the routine, or just for the
create the routine, but your body learns when to expect food.
Yeah.
So it digests food better. You're more in tune with your hunger cues and signals, and knowing that, for example, for me, I have breakfast at 8, I have lunch at 12, I have snack at 3, and then I have dinner at 6. Like,
okay, well,
most days, like the weekends, obviously I'm a bit more flexible, but that's how I work, and my body works really well. I don't eat anything after dinner. I'm always dinner and done. And yeah, just making sure that they're balanced meals. They all contain protein. So if we're going to do like breakfast, lunch, might have some like eggs, avocado, toast, and I always put like loads of different veg and salad on. Like you've probably seen from my Instagram.
Like, you got like 10 or different
yeah,
types
I will
of things
just whatever. I will just look at my
like,
plate.
how do you have the time?
I'll just chuck it in. Like it doesn't even
Really?
require cooking most of the time. It's just like random bits. And then lunch might be, I don't know, like a fillet of salmon with some sweet potato and some more veg. Like really balanced protein, good carbohydrates. And then in the afternoon, that's like my sweet time. So that's when I might have some natural yogurt with some peanut butter and some berries.
Oh, yum. Oh.
Yeah.
Mouth started to water there.
And then dinner, it's either, you know, I might have like a chili or like I might have like organic beef, like a chili or a bolognese or pasta or a curry. I love just like a one pot dish. So yeah, I'm very plant forward. Like I actually used to be a vegetarian. I started eating good quality meat again in the last sort of 6 months. But I would say my diet is very much made up of plants predominantly, with the addition of like some fish and meat.
Okay.
In there.
So I was actually wanting to ask about that because there is obviously the big debate between have meat, don't have meat, vegan, vegetarian, paleo is another thing. Where does your opinion lie on this?
Yeah.
This
So I first went vegetarian it would have been about four years ago. And it was purely an ethical thing because I'm a massive animal lover. I love dogs. I've always felt quite connected to animals. And my sister has been a vegan for as long as I can remember. So I always had her sort of influence. She never like put it on us, but I always had her influence. And I always kind of thought, I would love to do that. So just one day I just like, right, I'm going to be a vegetarian. I ate a bit of fish. So I was pescatarian for a while. And then it's not until... So I'm a certified nutrition coach, but I'm currently doing a degree in nutritional therapy. And the more I'm learning about nutritional therapy and how supportive, good quality, organic, grass-fed meat can be for female hormones and things like that, I then started to introduce a little bit of meat here and there. So I don't eat it every day.
like beef or lamb or chicken?
Beef and chicken mainly. If I eat out, I might have some lamb, but I don't tend to buy pork or lamb. I don't really tend to eat pork. But I just think I try to have a Mediterranean style diet, which is what the most science has got back behind it. So it's predominantly plants, lots of fresh vegetables, a little bit of dairy, and then like a little bit of meat and fish.
Yeah.
Healthy fats. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. That's a big one.
Yes. There's also a lot of information out there too with people and stuff like that. I mean, it's like, okay, everyone's different and everyone can be unique and they have their own bits and pieces. Where in your mind is, like you just kind of mentioned, the Mediterranean lifestyle, and there's like the Japanese, the Asian, there's the Western side. Do you have like a favour that you say people should go towards? I mean, Mediterranean obviously is up there in your list, but obviously you're English, so it's like you're used to these foods as well. So,
I would say go back to your roots. Like I was speaking to another nutritionist the other week, and she said that she just really can't tolerate wheat very well. I think she's from Bahrain, whereas like rice and lentils and things like that, like absolutely no problem. But like wheat and starchier things like that, she can't handle. So I do think it's very much genetics in our roots, but like Mediterranean, I would say is so flexible. Like it's even, I don't even know if you can call it like country specific because, well, one, it's a region, but it is literally fresh fish, a good quality meat, lots of vegetables and healthy fats. Yeah.
The olive oils.
Yeah,
it's so nice. I mean, just outside here, actually, there's like olives, gherkins, cucumbers, tomatoes, and then the meat. I'm like, perfect.
yeah.
Thank you very much. I take that
spot.
in literally every single time. What is it then to help people understand, like avoiding sugars, avoiding the spikes? Why are we avoiding these spikes?
So this is something that I've explored. I did a testing about 3 years ago where I wore the glucose monitor and I ate the muffins, and then I had this device on my phone where I tracked my blood sugar, and it come back with a report. And I got really into it, and I did really think, oh God, there's so much in this of, we should be avoiding these blood sugar spikes. But as the years have come along, and as a professional in the wellness industry, like your opinion does change, and you learn and you grow.
Yeah, totally.
And now I don't think it's necessary for people unless they have diabetes or they're pre-diabetic. Our blood sugar should be like rising and falling throughout the day. It's when you're eating, highly processed foods, highly sugary foods, lots of like processed carbohydrates, and it's constantly like that. That's when there's a problem, because you will develop insulin resistance. But for the average person like you and I that's eating a good balanced diet, good protein, and combining your foods, so not just having porridge oats on their own, making sure you're having some yogurt with it or some nuts or some protein powder to balance that spike. There's a big craze about it. I don't personally think it's totally necessary in my opinion.
Any particular nuts you recommend when you're mixing with your breakfast?
No, just get a variety in, although there has been a lot of science recently out about how walnuts are linked to improved cognitive function.
I did hear that. I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
I do like walnuts anyway. I mean, back in New Zealand, I used to always find a walnut tree, crack them open.
Oh,
and
wow,
just
I
for
love
ages,
that.
like, I just
Yeah.
loved eating them, to be honest. Loved them more the fun of actually finding the nuts, cracking the nuts, and then
That's so
picking out the
wholesome. I love
It was
that.
very, very cool. What I'll mix this in too, because there's a different mindset obviously with females and the stigma in the world society of something like that when it comes to food. So is most women having trouble with? Actually, sorry, let me go back to take this back, because there's one point where society says skinny is beautiful. Now there's a culture that's coming out where lifting is priority, strength training, good development, longevity, and obviously there's a different diet when it comes to that as well. What are your thoughts on this when one woman trying to break out of that? Because you're saying yourself, you went through a skinny phase to go a fit phase, right? So thoughts on that, how to break out of that space of being too skinny, and then being okay to eat foods, because it is about eating more. It's not about eating less.
Yeah, and I think with the whole Ozempic craze now, and like I think there's been a lot of news around like the Hollywood celebrities nowadays are, you know, like promoting this like unrealistic thinness, and it's like now we're bringing back the heroin chic, they're calling it, which is just so sad, especially for our younger generation that just have these like aspiring people and they're just unrealistically thin.
But they're under the knife, a lot of them too. Like they go to surgery, they get cosmetic surgery. And it's just impossible to like sustain for the average person. But if I was to give advice to someone that was sort of focused on, you know, being skinny and trying like focusing more on gaining strength, I would tell them to, you know, try and do something they enjoy first of all. So if they don't want to lift weights in the gym, like could you go to a group class? Could you go to CrossFit? Could you, I don't know, do like body pump? Could you do Pilates? Find something you enjoy and work hard, like push yourself, and notice that you'll start to feel hungrier. So you need to fuel your body and getting stronger and noticing how you feel as a result of that, how empowering it is. And just trying to get out of like that mindset of like, you know, smaller is better, because it's not. Your body is so amazing and what it does for us every day, and putting it into semi-starvation mode, it won't be able to perform those things. It won't be able to eventually carry children, but like also show up and have and work and do all those things that you feel passionate. So I would try to speak to this client and say like what makes you, what lights you up, what you're passionate about, and then relate that back to like how your body can help you get there. It's got kind of lean towards where I want to take this in a way, but like on, because you saying or have this very different, unique point of difference, is why I wanted to connect with you, because there's manifestation, nutrition side of things. You're bringing these two worlds together. Explain more about that. Yes.
So manifestation is something I've been passionate about for a long time, and I've invested personally around maybe £20,000 over the last few years in mentoring, coaching, manifestation coaching. So and then plus my nutritional studies. So like I am all in on personal development. I am so passionate about it. And in terms of manifestation, of course, when I first heard about it, I was like, okay, like I didn't really believe it.
I think most people are at the start, right?
People are skeptical, and fair enough. But what I say to people that are skeptical when they don't believe in like a greater force than us, like the universe, I'm like, I say, right, okay. So the moon, the energy from the moon alone is controlling the tides of our seas. We're 70% water. So how can you expect us to not be affected by the changes in the moon?
Literally, I'm with you on that.
And then also when you think of like Wi-Fi, you can't see Wi-Fi, but it works. Well, you can't see the energy around you, but it works. And I just, why we're spinning around on this giant ball of fire in the middle of the universe, yet people won't believe in, you know, like greater forces, universe, and like
vibrations,
frequencies and things like that. And why it's a positive thing. Why not believe in something? What, like instead of just being that person that just feels like it's not realistic. Like what even is realistic?
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So anyway, sorry, to get back to your question.
I love it, passionate.
Yeah,
yes.
I am.
Bring it.
So I guess I'll share like a personal story of how manifestation worked for me. So I was probably doing it subconsciously, you know, growing up and achieving certain things. But the one that sticks in my mind is when I moved to Dubai. So I've lived in Dubai now for 2 years. And my partner at the time, we come on holiday here and we met some people, and they were like, you've got to move here. Like you get this, you get that. Like it's lots of good perks for the job that my partner had. And we come back home to the UK, and we was like, right, I said, I want to be self-employed before we move there. and he would need to find a job. So we needed maybe 6 to 8 months for me to like leave my job and then him like find the job. So that happened. I managed to go self-employed, and then he was applying for lots of different jobs. It did not look like it was going to happen. It was so saturated. He wasn't getting accepted for all these roles, despite being hugely talented. But it's just really, really saturated. I had meetings about my visa, and it just wasn't like all ththese different companies. I felt like I was being, what's the word? Just like fooled. Like they weren't taking me seriously, and I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to get a visa.
Just another number in the system.
Yeah. So it wasn't going to happen, basically. And then every single night leading up to that, I would sit in bed and I'd make me and my partner do it. I'd right, close our eyes. We're there. We're in our apartment. Like we were visualizing Dubai. And then every morning in the shower, I would visualize myself walking onto the beach with my yoga mat and doing yoga in Dubai. Like that was always my vision. And I had to feel it. Like I'm getting goosebumps now because I had to feel that physiological response of me being in Dubai before I got there.
Their belief.
Yeah. The belief, and also like waiting for reality to catch up with you if your body believes it. So anyway, it wasn't going to happen. It got down to like the last 2 weeks before my partner could technically give his notice in. So we're like, it's not going to happen this year. It's fine. We'll try again next year. And then by a stroke of luck, he had he got down to the final 2 in 1 week for 2 roles, and then got offered one, and we were leaving in 9 weeks. And we had to rent out our flat. We had to sell our cars. I had to sort out my visa. I had to sadly give my dog to my mum and dad. So all of this happened, and I honestly believe it was my commitment to manifestation and visualization, and also taking that action step. Right, we were doing all the things. I went self-employed. He was applying for jobs. Like that's a common misconception about manifestation, that you just sit there and you wish for it. It doesn't happen like that.
Because that's the sorry, when you think about, when people think of manifestation, because there's no belief behind it in the first place, that's why they struggle in the first place, because it's like, I don't know. Like that thought process in there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was like, the story you've told was like, it took me 10 plus years, 15 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. Even now I still struggle with it. But when I know I believe in it, if it hasn't happened, and it's not that I'm trying to manifest it, but like I've been in positions where I'm just like, I am this.
Yeah.
Like, and when I've thought like that, for me personally, it just works.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, like I was fitness instructor for, I don't know, 20 years. And then, for the first year, I felt like, what's the word? An imposter syndrome going into the AV world. And sometimes I've had that before as well with this space. But then as soon as the belief was there, because I just look back and go, well, I've done it once.
Yeah. You've got evidence.
Some part of evidence, yeah. And it's like that would take as in, well, there's another step. And I'm just like, well, if I can do that one, obviously I can do that one.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, believe it, I know I can do it. I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I started believing and thinking that then things starts to happen. And it's like, so when you talk like this and like that belief of the goosebumps, goosebumps, that's where I'm 100% with you on that, because that is something that I think people, you need to commit to it. It's like when you, like religion, if you don't believe, then you don't believe.
Yeah.
If you do believe, then you do believe, and you're fully invested, and you're there, and you're created the way, I suppose.
Yeah. And your mind, 95% of your mind is subconscious. Only 5% of it is actually like the physical, like what me and you were talking about now. But you having that belief subconsciously is what got you there. That's 95%. It's not always about, what we're thinking in our mind. So like rewiring the mind and, unblocking things. Maybe this is a separate conversation. But,
we can take it there.
but what I wanted to touch on with you as well is like you having that belief, and like sometimes we take the aligned action and we think this is the right thing for us. And then we overcome these tests where it's like, actually, it's not going to happen. Or I always know that when something doesn't go my way, even though I've, manifested it or tried to manifest it, I know that there's something else better for me. So that feels very comforting, because I know that whenever you look back at your life, anyone listening to this, they'll know if they've ever like tried to get somewhere with something and they haven't got it, it all worked out for them in the best way possible. So it feels hard and you want to grip on and you want to try, but sometimes letting go and just letting the universe do its thing, you will be surprised that it will show up for you.
It does. Like it's can't explain it sometimes, but then and it's a great topic. I want to stay around this realm, this space, because I find that's the difference between people. I find when someone fully commits, and there's a lot of things when it comes to small business and like entrepreneurs, like it's a big trend, fad, what do you want to call it? It's the in thing to do these days. Ones that are not making it. There's a very small amount of people that do make it. But I think the difference is the ones that have the belief they can make it, like the ones that, like, in a way, they've manifested this as well. Like, I believe this is going to work. I know, like, I'm just going to, what am I going to do? I've got confidence in just going to do if I'm learning, I'm just going to learn it.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep learning, I'm going to keep evolving, keep developing. And it's just, they just have this drive to keep going. And hopefully, you consistent enough for long enough, you will be successful. What is it then for people that, when you're talking with people about these kind of things, they want to make you've got a life decision as well to make as well. So whether when you talk with people about the challenge they have to make these changes, because it does come a commitment to sometimes cut the rope, take the leap of faith, and then move forward in that direction, whether it be a career, whether it be weight or a new partnership or something like that, So is there discussions you're having with people that...
Yeah, and I'm always great at giving advice, and I'm not always...
I think we're all good at that.
I'm not always as good as, taking my own. But I remember... years ago when I was working in a job really unfulfilled, but like the money was good, but I knew I wanted to do something more in nutrition, and I had a couple of freelance jobs, and I was so miserable in this 9 to 5 or 9 to 8 really. It was like long hours. I was so miserable, but I didn't have another job, and I just ended up going in one day and I just quit. Like I was like, I was fortunate enough that I was still living at home with my parents, didn't have a mortgage at the time, so I could do that. But I was like, I need to make space for new opportunities to come in, because if I don't, like, where are they going to find me? So I quit that day, and within 2-3 weeks, I got a really like aligned role for a wellness company. I was still supporting them in nutrition, but also a bit of marketing. So I still had a bit of my background in there, and worked with them for years, and it was incredible. And I remember telling my sister the same, like when she's been unhappy, like make space. And it's hard to like cut that cord, but the universe is going to support you. If you kind of do those steps, like if you do what your intuition's telling you, like my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this job, like for ages. But I was like, well, I can't. Like the non-subconscious mind was like overpowering, like, no, you need to pay your bills, you need to do this.
The sensible side of things.
Yeah. And ultimately, like you've got to create a life you love, like, and waking up every day and being miserable in a job. I would hate to look back at my life and think that, and I would love to think that I, took the risks and I left the job, I followed my heart, because it will 100% be worth it. And it has been worth it. It's definitely been worth it.
So now you just talked about, like, it's easier to give advice than it is to take your own advice. What are some of the advice you do give, like, as far as the first steps when you're looking at this path? Because I think you're including manifestation and nutrition side of things. Yeah. What's kind of the first couple of steps you take with someone?
For manifestation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the first piece of advice would be get completely clear on your goals. So what is it that and don't just write down 10 or 20 goals because like you feel like you need to. Like I would say if you're going to write a list of goals, half them initially, because you don't want to feel overwhelmed by it, and also you don't want to feel like you've let yourself down if you don't achieve them. So
that's exactly what happens. I've gone through that
before. It's every January rolls around, we're like, right, I want to
that one,
earn £1 million. I want to buy 10 houses. Like it's just I don't like the word like realistic, but like sometimes you have to be a little bit realistic.
Sensible,
okay. yeah, responsible maybe.
Responsible.
So I would say get really, really clear on that. So like I'll be completely honest, one of the things right now for me, I'm running my first manifestation program. It's blending nutrition and wellness. And I want to fill out all those spots for that. I want to have 10 aligned women in that circle. And I have calls with all these women before they sign up. Like I want to make sure it's a group where I feel like we're all going to, connective like group and like have a connected group and just support each other. So that's one of my goals right now, is to fill that out. And then I have another goal of getting to 10,000 followers on Instagram. Like these are quite like vanity things. And then I have another goal of
There's direction.
Yeah,
as well, so-
yeah. And then I have another goal. I'll be really personal, of like eventually meeting my soulmate. So like I have a few in there. And then I'd like to like support my membership and things like that. So like get clear, get the numbers down, and also like if it is meeting your soulmate or your person, like what does that person look like? Like not so much aesthetically, but look like what are they like?
The life
like,
you're living.
How are they treating you? Yeah, like what do they do for work? Maybe what industry are they in? Like get clear on it. Even trips, like what does the hotel look like? What does the bedding feel like? Get really, really clear on it. So that's the first step. And then I would take my clients through a visualization, and this wouldn't just be a one-off thing. Like I would want them to like listen to this visualization every day if they can, every morning, every night. And one thing that I always say, and I mentioned it at the start, feeling how it feels. So if I get these 10 women signed up, I've already got 2.
Okay, very cool.
If I get 10, I know that will make me feel so proud, so successful, so strong. I'll feel like my parents will be proud of me. I feel like my coaches, my mentors will be proud of me. And I'll just feel like, you know what, I can do this. And like, not that I doubt that anyway, but it's just that extra boost of like, I'm now going into manifestation, because I've never actually done anything like this before. It is quite new. And I think I would then, assert myself in the manifestation world. So it's feeling those feelings and then taking action. So for me, for this example, I would, be putting out social media content at least 3-5 posts a week. I'd be connecting with maybe old clients that I feel like would really benefit from this. I would send out email campaigns. I would maybe chat to the people that are engaging with my content a lot and say, hey, have you seen this? Taking those steps, sometimes it can be cringy. Sometimes you have to get your face on camera and you just have to show up for yourself. But talking to camera, you have to do it. Like at the end of the day, what I say to people that
I love it.
worry about you being cringy, they're not paying your bills. Like the people sat there, they're probably in the same job, like not pushing themselves at the limits. And I worry that like my family think I'm cringy, and they've said that they do in the past, but I just have to get over it because it's my work. And if I can't be front facing, people aren't going to trust me. And that is what I want to build. I want to ensure that I always provide the highest level of service I can to serve my clients, but also know that they can fully trust in me and that they are investing in someone that completely has their back and is not going to do them over, which there are obviously a lot of that out there.
Yeah, I think I love it because as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that side of things is that I think you build your world and the people that are supposed to be in your world will come into your world.
Yeah.
Like it's just you be you. And like I don't think anyone can be truly happy unless they are themselves.
Yeah.
They think if you're a geek, own it. If you're a nerd, if you're whatever you're into, a jock or not, or you are vain or whatever, then like just own it.
Yeah.
Because then you're you, and what you do is instead of trying to chase something, you attract something. And I think, and that's something I've learned probably in the last 3 years only, to be very fair. Just as I find a lot of people you're not going to believe in someone else's dreams or goals, but you can easily believe in your own. And when you believe in your own, you focus on you building your world, then you're not worried about what other people are doing and what other people think. So when you come to like cameras and stuff like that, that's the first thing I would take, and that's why I think it's the easiest way to burn the boats.
Yeah.
To cut the ties. And I told you earlier before, I've quite well practiced that now. So it's something I strongly believe in when it comes to people and looking for change, because it's the hardest thing to do. To change is change. And change means not going backwards. It means leaving the old life behind and creating this new life yourself. And the only way to do this is to let go of the old one to create this new one. So,
and it feels hard. Like
totally, you're letting go is comfort.
Yeah.
It's comfort at the end of the day.
And a real person story is like when I broke up with my partner last year, like the loveliest man ever. We're still friends. And I was leaving a healthy relationship that was great, but it wasn't enough. And like I knew he wasn't my soulmate. And I wasn't prepared to like have an average relationship, or I'm not prepared to have an average life. And it took me months to leave that relationship because I was leaving something that was so good, but I knew that my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this. Like this isn't your path. And that was the hardest, most excruciating thing I've probably been through. But I've come out the other side, and I'm still single now, and like I'm just focusing on myself. And I think you just please, like anyone listening, like listen to your intuition. It is never wrong. And if you're getting that knock, it's going to be hard. Rip the Band-Aid off, but you will be a so much more stronger, resilient person for it. I know I've gone slightly off topic, but I do feel like, yes, it's very much interlinked.
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's very cool. I want to go into that manifestation when you talk about affirmation, visualization, a little more specifically, a little more deeper, just with people, because I love to give the audience something practical, applicable that they can put towards their daily life. Because what you touched on was, it's not just about thinking, it's about action points that happen on a regular, consistent, daily. I'm about daily. If it's not part of your 24 hours, then it's not part of your life at all. It's like if you're not working out, if you're not eating healthy, it's all those little habit stacking you referred to, that's the key to a happy day equals a happy month, a happy year, a happy life. That's how I see it.
I love that.
So
yeah.
it's all like
every day you can make every day beautiful.
Every day beautiful. You know, and there's going to be ups and downs in a day, and some days will lean a little more towards the dark, and some days will lean a little more towards the light. So if you work on building those habits to lean towards the light or to deal with the darkness, then you create more light. And I'm always about choice as well. So what are sorry, let's go back to the actual question. Sorry, let's talk about the actual habits that you would like you maybe personally instill, or you like to help instill within others.
Yeah. So I think I saw somewhere like someone ask about manifestation to like a big, expert in the industry, and they were like, is 20 minutes a day enough to dedicate? It has to be a lot. It has to be built in you. Like, for example, every morning I wake up, and even like the 2 feet I put down on the bed, I'm like, I'm grateful. Like, I'm grateful for my bed. Like, I'm grateful for like a good night's sleep. I'm grateful for my body. I'm then like going in, brushing my teeth, and like always grounding in gratitude, and just being so, I might have had an awful day the day before, but a new day is a fresh start and new energy. Like, I'm all about like that new energy. Come on, like I can turn this around. So I always like love to like move and shake my body, like move out any stagnant energy. I'll then probably go and do a workout or go for a walk. And I'm always listening to like, inspiring podcasts. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm listening to a comedy podcast if like I feel like I've got too much in my brain and I just want to switch off.
Totally.
Which I think is needed. I also journal. More recently, I've had my journal by my laptop whilst working, and just been writing down like every little win. Like even if it's something so small, like I get so many lovely comments and people DM me like, I love your content. Like, I love that recipe. Just people, they're not paying me. Like, they're not my clients, but just people reaching out. And like, I think that's so kind and so lovely. And I'm like, oh, that person reached out and told me they really liked, or even like, I like your top, like just little things like that. And little wins, they can be really big wins, like just sign a new client, or, like just signed a brand deal, or just got this. But most of the time it's just those little things, like my first coffee in the morning was amazing. And then by the end of the day, I've got this beautiful list of like little things that I'm so grateful for. And what you'll find is most days have more good in them than bad. And yeah, totally. so I'd say journaling, movement, obviously eating well, and rest, which is something I definitely am grappling with at the moment, because I do struggle to switch off. But yeah, I'm in a bit of a growth spurt at the moment. I'm in like a sprint season, and I know that I'll have my calming season as well. Yeah, I think it's seasonal, but I think just embodying that gratitude is number one, being grateful for what you are while striving for more.
What's that you said, because you talked about and you touched on, like, you're looking at the positives, where probably everyone, let's say, negative is so easy to, like, you ask someone 5 negative things about yourself, bang, 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 bang. Ask one good thing and they're like, oh. But the truth is, like, and I struggle as well, but the as soon as you open your eyes, the opportunity already that you've opened your eyes that presents the opportunity for the day, we all, and I, myself included, go through moments of just like, I loved how that passion where you expressed it there, because that's what it should be like in the mornings. It's like, whoa, but shit, I'm actually alive. I get another chance to live this day, and this days create my life. And that's what I think people miss out on. Like your day is your life. And like I loved how you said like laugh. Like it's actually one of my 5 values. Like a daily, like I've got 5 daily values, and one of them's laugh. And so I was like, what's the point of living my day if I don't laugh?
Yeah.
Like laugh at myself, laugh with someone, laugh at somebody, laugh online or podcasts and things like that. But what is it then with, I want to ask about the other side of it. How can we, or what advice do you give to snap out of, to break out of? Because when you're trying to stack these habits, there's always going to be maybe the mind devils or the one trying to change or pull you away from that positivity. Do you have a go-to to snap you out of that?
What if I'm feeling like I'm in a bit of a funk?
Yeah, you don't, the days you don't wake up, you're like,
and I felt like that. I felt like that recently, like for sure. Like I'm missing my family a lot, and there are moments that I do have that. But I would say I shake out energy. Like I listen to
physically shake.
Yeah, like physically shake my body, like or dance around my kitchen or something like that. Go for a walk. We're so grateful, like lucky to live in Dubai, and like the sun and most of the time is shining. So get outside, get into the sunshine, and avoid having your notifications first thing. I try to keep my phone on do not disturb until like 8 a.m. after I've, got up at 6, worked out, maybe journaled, maybe even meditated, maybe had my breakfast, and then I will then be available to the world. But until that point, I'm not letting anyone else get in my energy. So I would 100% recommend that. But when I am in a funk, I would I would write a gratitude list, shake up my body, or like phone my sister or my mum and, just like tell them my problems and
release, get off.
Yeah.
I got a funny, I don't mind sharing this, but a funny one, if I get that funk, it's a cold shower. It's a dance in front of the mirror quickly, like afterwards, just a because literally just like because it doesn't matter. It's the silliest, stupidest thing. It's always going to make me laugh. Always laugh at myself because there's that bit of embarrassment or something like that. And it's like, who cares?
Like we take life too serious. I take life far too seriously, and I'm really trying not to. But like to give you another like bad example, like another example, it's like I have my own membership, right? And like I had someone cancelled their membership the other day. That's still, I'm still at this point where it's still hurts. It's still a
the
sting.
Comes out,
And you like usually
personally take it personally.
Take it so personal, but it's not personal. And I know I'm doing an amazing job on there, and I have so many active members, but just even that, like recently, it happened this week, and I was like you, I was in front of the mirror, and I was like, it's fine, and I was just like shaking my body. I was like, one door closes.
Good, right?
Yeah. If that member doesn't want to be in my membership, I'm just making space for another person that's going to really absolutely love and appreciate everything I'm putting out.
100%.
So yeah, that was a recent example that just made me remind me of that in the mirror. Yeah.
The other thing too, and this took me a little while to learn, is you don't know what's going on in people's lives. Like there's so many other reasons. And what I've got really good, especially in the last year, is rejection. Like I love rejection. I chase rejection. I chase it.
Teach me.
That's just so, well, it took me a little while to learn because it's that practice.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, how do you put it? It's kind of like off the Hulk, actually, if you watch Marvel. It's like the Hulk doesn't turn into Hulk because he remains angry all the time. All right. So for me, I put before the doing something, I expect rejection.
Okay.
When you expect it, you either get it, you go, cool. Or you don't, and like, oh, that's look okay. Like, so I'll give you a very good example in the last couple of weeks. That was these podcasts. Just put it out there, like if someone wants to come and jump on, because my whole game here is to do 100 and before September 1st, and just variations and stuff like that. Yeah. That's a massive, like people do once a week normally. They do like 52 in a year podcasts. I'm going to do 100 in like 4 months, 5 months, something like that. But one, I love it. And then two, so it's just, I know the value it's going to give to so many people or the opportunity it's going to provide. And in order for me to do that, I have to take steps of going through rejection. Now, we've all been through rejection. So it's not the first time I'm going to be rejected. It's not the last time I'm ever going to be rejected. And that's how I just think about it now. It's like I can quite easily pick up the phone and just go, I would like to come on. No, you wouldn't. Or, hi, I've got this or that.
Yeah.
Because I deal with it now as like, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? So that's how that's my triggers for me to get in the right space. Because sometimes I'll see a wall before I'll have a moment of, should I be calling?
Yeah.
But then I just go like, hold up.
you know what you want at the end game, and you know to get there, it's going to take rejection. To build a business or to build knowledge, it's going to take failures. It's going to take mistakes. That's a part of life.
Yeah.
And as soon as we accept that, and that's what I finally did, this is back just over a year ago, was I would rather die trying.
Yeah.
And it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah.
Like, so because someone hates me or someone rejected me, and
As long as you've got good intentions and you can go to bed at night knowing that you did a good thing, like you're working towards something positive and good, you've got nothing to worry about.
Totally. But the other side of it too is that, like, why does their opinion matter? I don't know their world either. Like, just because maybe they don't like me, or maybe it's just the moment, or there's just so many other things. Like, it's not actually personal.
Yeah.
It's like actually driving in the car. I've had this discussion quite a lot of times. When you drive in a car, something happens, and you get angry at someone for cutting you off, and you get super, super angry. But they don't care.
No.
They will forget about it 2 seconds later, and you're still the one going, "Oh, I can't believe it did this." It's a choice the way we react to something. There's an action, there's a reaction. It's the same with the rejection. It's just, well, you got two choices. One is you'll never know, or two is you'll do and you'll find out.
Yeah.
I'd rather find out, because then you'll know, and that's the true. I think that's the true journey of life, is to be open to development. And then where you're going to grow, is to find out.
Yeah.
So you don't know if you're going to be able to do it, or you don't know if it's going to work. But you go and find out. You ask the question to start with. So,
and also just like swallowing your ego sometimes, and just being like, right, I'm just gonna, even if I do get rejected, like, you'll learn from it, you'll grow. But yeah, you've got to try, because otherwise you will never know. You will never know, and that's why people stay stuck.
Literally, and that's the worst place to say, I reckon. Like, there's no happiness in that. Let's come back to this, because I want to kind of. There's more. Actually, I had this conversation a little bit earlier, yesterday or the day before, and it was just with females love to talk to each other. They can usually be more open. Where males don't. And then I think females are more open though to manifestation, where not as many males are. I think it's trying to get there, and it's trying to push on there. But like, when it comes to dealing with the women, do you have to deal with men at all? Have you had to like change your tactic at all to? Yeah,
it's funny actually, because I've historically predominantly only worked with women up until the last few months, where I now have about 3 male clients. And I've really enjoyed it. And I wouldn't say I'm working with them on the manifestation side. It's mainly around nutrition at the moment. But I have brought in a lot about the visualization of, like, if their goal is weight loss, it's like actually visualizing that version of themselves, like that slimmer, more active, fitter person. How does that feel in your body? Like, how would it change your life? How will it change your social life, your relationships? So I'm definitely weaving a lot of that in. And then I also would. Is
it well received? Because I know a lot of men like, oh,
I hope so.
Totally. Yeah.
I mean, no, yeah, I think it probably can come across a little bit like, they are probably not as open to it. And I do always have to, like, what's the word? Like, filter I'm going to try and stop doing this, where I'm like, I know this sounds a bit woo woo, or I know this sounds a little bit kooky.
Oh, you try to set yourself up at the start,
and I
want
to stop saying that, because I believe in it, and by me saying that, it's showing them that I sort of don't. So literally. I'm putting that out into the universe, that I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah, literally. But that's part of the whole belief too, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, I would agree with you. I would say that men probably aren't as open to it. But I think we're living in a world now where it's like, you're open to it, like you're seeing it. It's the way we are moving. Like, we are moving into a more aware society, I think.
Obviously, I think for me personally, I've like gone, if I think about it, and I don't like to think about it, but I do, just to be open with myself about the amount of years or the amount of things, amount of years are wasted, and the things I could have done if I had just done it before. And there was no difference between now and then. It was just the mindset. It was just a choice of, okay, do it or don't, reject and like, because I was taking it personally, like the judgment, society, social media, yada, yada, yada. But as soon as you switch that off, for me, the entire world changes. Like, literally, there's nothing to be scared of. It's like, it's scared of missing out. And missing out, it's like, man, I want to go into this. I suppose there's the mixture, because there's kind of a bit where you're doing the manifestation, where you're doing the nutrition side of things. You're obviously mostly dealing with females as well. Yeah. Do you find the difference with a space like Dubai or a space like UK? Is it changing? Is there differences culturally between people that you're discovering? Especially when it comes to
I
manifestation.
don't want to offend my Dubai clients, but I would say that convenience out here is so much higher in terms of like, you know, people drive or taxi everywhere. There's not much public transport. So they're less likely to walk. You can order what you want and like it's there within 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
So I would say that it's kind of Dubai is set up for lazy people. I'm not saying that they are, but I feel like it kind
I agree.
Yeah, it fits that. Yeah, rightly or wrongly. So I'd find that with Dubai, but then I'd find with the UK, sadly, with the cost of living crisis and the pressure from like although the pressures from the government and things like that going on in the UK, it's in such a sorry state. I feel for my clients in that sense where I'm like, oh, buy organic and, you know, get this fish and get that. Like I have to check myself and be like, you know, like they're going through a cost of living crisis. So it's different. I'd say like we have amazing things in Dubai, but that's also a negative.
Yeah.
But then in the UK, they're also struggling, but then maybe they can get out for walks more and I don't know. So
Pros and cons from
yeah,
both ways, pluses and
100%
minuses.
pros and
Yeah.
cons. But I would say Dubai in general and why I do love living here is the vibe and people in general are happier and more receptive to things. The wellness space is big. Whereas in the UK, you do have a lot of like, I have a classic example when I went to the supermarket back in Christmas in the UK and I just went over the counter, I was like, is this grass fed?
Oh, really? Yeah.
And
Corn-fed,
she
grass-fed, what's
looked
going
at
on?
me, she was like this East End woman and she looked at me as if to say, sorry, love.
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah. Is
just
this Evian or what?
Yeah.
What kind of water is
And
this?
I was like, oh, I shouldn't have even done what? Who do I think I am? But I ended up just walking out empty-handed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that sums it up.
Kind of want to go back into a little bit of the nutrition side of this because then we're going a little bit mix the wellness because when it comes to healthy snacks, or you mentioned earlier about like being more creative, like but you can create or make or learn how to bake your own things as well. What are some options for people that would be like, okay, look, you're not feeling the best, maybe you want something sweet, but let's make it healthy.
Yeah. So are you thinking like grab and go stuff like from the supermarket? Or both?
But both actually, to be honest, like
Yeah.
one's from some. I mean, I personally was thinking like I've actually got into this. Like I don't like to cook. Be very straight on, and I'm very bland. Chicken rice, done. I'll have banana protein shake, water, done. Maybe put some oats. Maybe put some oats in it.
Yeah.
If I get fancy, I'll put some strawberry and blueberries in there. Like
Oh, you're pushing the boat out.
So anyway, I see your Instagram. I was like, geez. So, but I did try, like in making some energy balls or some coconut
Nice.
stuff like that, and which was nice discovery for me. And
Yeah.
it was a learning. The air fryer,
Yeah.
same thing with the chips and stuff like that. That's what I was trying. But that's now
Yeah, I
here
would
I'm going to
say-
pick your brain for my own benefit.
Yeah, I would say for you, like, look, you obviously stick to what you know, but like trying to add in a little bit of diversity if you can. Like, if you're having rice, could you have wild rice, for example? Like, could you just add in, instead of having normal carrots, have like a purple carrot? Like, just trying to be a bit more colorful is going to really help your gut health, making sure you're getting that diversity. But in terms
Hear
of
that? All right, good.
but in terms of snacking, so my go-to like grab and go things would be naked bars or they do them in the UAE, or Deliciously Ella is also good, but I think that's only UK. But then in the UAE, I actually work with a brand called Freaking Healthy, which you've probably
yes,
heard of.
yes.
They're really natural ingredients like peanut butter, chocolate. But I would always say to like, you know, make it more of a filling snack because it's probably not going to go too far if you're just going to have a small bar.
Yeah.
So add some fruit with it, get some nuts, maybe a little pot of yogurt, or a lot of places now, it's not very economical, but they'll do like some boiled eggs, so like having things like that on the go, a tub of hummus, edamame beans.
I had hummus this morning. Yum.
These are like handy things you can just grab. But I would say, basically all of the above, fruit and nuts, yogurt.
Anything like as far as baking or cooking?
Yeah, so I used
Meal
to
prepping's a big thing.
Yeah,
now
I
as
used
well.
to love making healthy snacks. I don't so much anymore, but like I love making like healthy banana bread muffins, things like
With
that.
walnuts. Oh,
Yeah,
cinnamon.
yeah.
Oh.
And I'll also put in like turmeric or something as well,
yeah.
which you can't really taste, but like it's really good for anti-inflammatory.
So can I ask about? I mean, I don't know much
Yeah.
about turmeric because, like, I do have it nearly every second day at least. The old Baccarat
shots, turmeric or turmeric, cinnamon, honey.
Great.
Just because I just like it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'll just down. But what's the benefits behind it?
I'll have to check that product and actually see
Okay.
if it's. You can send it to me after, and I can see if it's
Okay.
like got natural ingredients. But turmeric is it's an anti-inflammatory. It also supports our joints. It can support our immune health as well. You want to make sure you're getting a good potent source of it, but just lots of herbs and spices in general, like cayenne pepper is also a good one. So when you are cooking your chicken and rice,
I don't
instead
cook,
of-
I just go get it.
oh,
I burn boiled eggs, okay? It's out there now.
Right,
I burn,
okay.
Literally, I'll put boiled eggs on, I'll leave it, I'll forget it, and I'll be like,
oh no!
what's that smell?
How can you forget about food? I literally cannot. I'm like,
All the time. I'm really good at eating it, but when it comes to
Yeah,
cooking, I
wow.
forget all the time. And actually, I've nearly a dozen times would have burnt
Oh
the
my
pot when it comes to boiled
God.
eggs. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm a male. There we go.
but even if you bring that chicken and rice back, like if you can get some herbs and spices, just like putting a few like different spices on it, just to like up that diversity. Also, fresh herbs are
So this
really
is for gut health.
Yeah, for gut health and also detoxification. Like coriander, for example, can really help detoxify heavy metals from the body. And like in a place like Dubai, especially when we're exposed to heavy metals and pollution, adding just, a handful of fresh herbs a day doesn't feel like a lot, but over time it will help you detoxify.
I had this mentality at one point of, what's the point of eating salad? It's just so tiny. It's going to take forever to get there.
Yeah.
Thing. But I do. It's kind of changed over time. I'm not a person to eat for pleasure. It's just literally I just eat because I have to.
Right.
The same with
okay.
sleep because I have to. Like
Wow.
I understand the importance of it, so I do it. But I hate sleeping and I actually hate eating. I mean, I'm very good at it, but like I
Wow.
literally
Can't
like
relate at all.
it's just so weird because I want to go do other things, and I was like, man, sometimes eating gets in the way. It was like, it's weird. But as a male, it's also like I want to eat because I don't want to be skinny either. I want to be
Yeah.
athletic. I want to be performance based, and
Yeah.
so I do that. And same with sleep. I know if I want to perform better mentally, physically, then I need to sleep as well. So it's just forcing myself to sleep. But sorry, kind of.
No, I always find people like you really fascinating because I honestly
Weirdo.
feel,
What are you doing?
I feel like sleep and food are probably like my top two things other than my dog.
Love it. Yeah. Well, look, when I see your plate in the morning, I can understand that completely. It's
Thank
like
you.
everything's on there. Sorry, going back to that because you talk about what about when it comes to fasting? Because that's a massive trend as well. People are always like, oh, let's fast, let's have coffee, let's not have coffee with it, drink water, no drink water. Your thoughts on that?
I would say for the general population, for women, for female hormones, to avoid it. And I went through a phase when I was a few years ago now, maybe 4 years ago. I'd be getting up at 5, I'd be going straight to CrossFit on an empty stomach, doing a killer workout, then like having black coffee, fasting until 10, 11 a.m. And I honestly feel like I really disrupted my hormones over that period. And it then showed up in ways where I had really bad IBS. I was in quite an unfulfilled job as well, but I was like running on adrenaline and it was not good for me. And in general, our cortisol in the morning is at its highest. So pairing that with, not eating for a long time, like until lunchtime and coffee, it's just a disaster. Fasting can work for a lot of people. I would say it can be more successful for women post-menopause because they're out of that like cycling stage. And I've got a business partner who's a female fitness expert, and like fasting absolutely like works perfectly for her. She's pregnant now. She's got another one. It's fine. But I would say with my experience in my clients, I wouldn't recommend it from a hormonal perspective.
Well, with like gluten-free, lactose-free, these always come things being thrown out at people, and people are like, am I lactose-free or should I go gluten-free? Why would I go gluten-free? Why would I not have dairy? Those sort of things. I mean, for me, I didn't recognize it till late because it was like I kind of ate for the sake of eating.
Yeah.
And then the last couple of years is like, or even this last year, gluten-free and then lactose-free, I kind of pushed that anyway because it was just easier to mix things with water than it was to get milk, and if you want to get off, for me to get off, say, sweet drinks or alcohol was sparkling water. And so I just got addicted to sparkling water or water.
Yeah, I love sparkling water.
Oh, so good. I could have a whole podcast on that. But yes, that's something that I've kind of gone down. So just kind of, again, your thoughts on the gluten-free side of
Gluten-free
things,
side.
lactose-free.
Getting checked, not
It's a very, very common intolerance to be intolerant to gluten. Like my flatmate is gluten free, and like I know a lot of people that they just do not tolerate wheat very well. But if you can tolerate it, it can be a great source of complex carbohydrate if you're getting a good quality one that's not ultra processed. So just see how you respond to it, and maybe just have it in smaller portions if you do feel like you're having bloating. But I wouldn't say it should be,
Have
like,
the wheat. Have the wheat and have
yeah,
the-
like I wouldn't say cut it out for no need. And what I do find is a lot of the time with people that go keto, for example, who are completely cutting out carbohydrates, when they then fall off the keto wagon because it's so unsustainable, they then really struggle to tolerate and digest carbs. So I would say, look, each to their own, but I personally eat it. And then in terms of lactose, dairy, as if you're getting good, like organic, like good quality dairy, I think it can be a great source of protein, healthy fats, nutrients, calcium. But again, a lot of people can't tolerate it, and some people might not have it for ethical reasons. Some people it might affect their skin. But overall, I more or less eat everything, like as long as I'm buying it from like a good produce.
Yeah. The so with the lactose thing was like, I've grown up on a farm too, so I was like, milk was just part of life.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
just milk butter was right there. I was like, great, fantastic. And again, like for me, because I was so active growing up, I would just have anything anyway.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean, obviously, I tended towards more healthier foods, but I've had a bit of a sweet tooth. I still got a bit of a sweet tooth, and so it'd be like, oh, I just want to grab a bit of ice cream or grab something else like that, bag of chips, whatever like that.
Yeah.
But like, when it comes to so many different, because there are so many of a trend fad. People come out with healthy ice cream, healthy butter, healthy chips, healthy pancakes, healthy da 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 da. That there's a learning process for the world and the general public
Yeah.
to get into. Where do we start? Where do you start with people that, you know, you have to go gluten free, or these
Yeah.
chips or these cookies or ice creams that are protein based, you know, because they've got 8 grams of protein, so now it's a protein ice cream. So people go, thank you very much. How do you deal with that with people?
In so many different ways. What I would firstly say is, if you see a label in a shop or on a product and it's saying high fiber, high protein, low fat, it's probably not good for you. Well, it's not. If it needs a health claim, it's not good for you. Like you've got a pack of bananas over there, I bet that doesn't say high in potassium, good source of carbohydrates.
I'll have to have a look actually.
And it doesn't need it. A bag of spinach doesn't need it. So like eradicate that. That's usually like the ultra processed foods. And then just listen to your body and become more in tune. Like, for example, if you do eat pasta or bread and you do feel really bloated after and it's preventing you from concentrating at work or sleeping, then you might need to find some healthier alternatives to that.
Well, I had to go from that to gluten-free pasta.
Yeah.
I still love pasta. And actually,
Yeah.
I didn't realize it. And I was like, oh, that's way better for me. So I was like,
Yeah.
for me personally, that's how it works.
Yeah, it is just, it comes down to personal approach. And I've fallen into the trap over the years of, trying things and wanting to jump onto trends. But and being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't eat that, or maybe I should eat. But I know that my body performs well on, I can tolerate wheat, I can tolerate dairy, and it's fine. But most of my diet is coming from whole foods. And I think you can't go far wrong if most of your food is coming in its natural source.
I want to do kind of one more question about this because of time, but I asked you about the importance of good nutrition, the importance of whole foods. Like, how do you get that across to somebody?
How do I get it across?
Do you have a particular approach? Because like there's so much information out there, and there's a lot of people just sometimes aren't willing to accept it or willing to
like
open
what
up
I
to
will
it.
do is when I work with a client, I will look at what they're already eating, and then I will pick that apart throughout the day. And I say, okay, so you're having cornflakes for breakfast, right? How can we improve this? Can we either go for Weetabix or oats? Or can you even, if you're not even willing to give up the cornflakes, can you add some natural yogurt and some nuts and some berries to that to make it a little bit? So I will.
And my mouth is watering, by the way, just talking about this.
But
I'm hungry.
I'll support them in like trying to improve what they're already doing. So if lunch is a ham sandwich, I'll say, right, can we put that on a good quality brown bread? Can you get not the processed ham? Can you get some chicken breast maybe? And add some lettuce with it and have some salad. So like people are making these simple swaps, but it's actually so much further. And plus what I also think when I work with clients is like when they're buying food out all the time, buying lunches out, buying like on the go all the time, they might have invested money to work with me, but I end up saving them money because I'm teaching them ways to either make things quickly at home or get those healthier convenience foods on the go that they can put together as opposed to buying something packaged, sorry.
Actually, I do have one more question for you before you have this, because I think I saw on your post was talking about body confidence.
Yeah.
How do you develop body confidence? Or what's the journey, the process, the idea from your perspective of doing that? Because social media is a massive thing out there. You know, sometimes there's the debate of too much skin showing, or why are you doing this? Or, you know, if you're going to dress that way, then expect the attention type of thing. So it's obviously a hard thing for everybody to get to a point. And even for me, I was like, I wasn't one end of the spectrum where it was like fit shamed, not fat shamed, but fit shamed. Oh, showing off, because you muscle or whatever. Like just when I'd be comfortable with the shirt off, and people are like, well, put a shirt on. Why you put a shirt off for? It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm proud.
That's all jealousy and like a reflection
Totally,
of other people.
nothing to do with me. It's totally it took a little while to learn that.
Of course.
But like for you, and you're going.
Yeah, I would
Did I say
say
this correctly, by the way? I didn't think you talked about body confidence.
Yeah, it's something that I really help clients with as well, and it's something that I'm definitely on a journey with myself. But if I am having a bit of a bad body image day, I will just remind myself that like my body is doing so much for me. It's working for me. It's like working out. It's moving. It's capable of so much. And recently, with a client struggling with this, I've suggested that like when they get out of the shower and they like moisturizing their body, so like don't just like rush and put all your moisturizer on and like go on to the next thing. Like take your time, like slowly massage your body and like talk to your body. Like words are so powerful, and just say like, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for looking after me. Like, thank you for waking up for me every day. And like looking at yourself in the mirror and talking to yourself kindly can go so far. And then in terms of like more superficial thing, like wear clothes you enjoy, like have a bit of a clear out, like things that you're not wearing anymore that you don't feel comfortable in, like get rid, and actually wear things day to day that make you feel confident and sexy and happy in your skin, no matter what size you are. And that's very easy for someone who is white, like relatively slim, fit and healthy. I know that I have a privilege, and there are other people out there that, you know, like don't have like
Working
fitting the
towards it.
beauty standard. Like I get it, and like it's easy for me to say, but your body is like, if you can treat your body with kindness and nourish it well, you can't go too far on. You just need to, you know, develop a relationship with it by journaling, affirmations, and just thinking of what your body does for you outside of how it looks.
You actually made me think of another question I really want to ask, because I was thinking about this the other day. The kind of, I need to touch on that actually. The whole, not fit shaming, but like,
I keep thinking you're saying foot shaming, but you mean fit.
Sorry,
Fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Foot shaming could happen as well. People have that kind of fetish. No, like, so there's a lot of girls that kind of portray and show themselves on social media. They don't do it until once they're there, or they'll start portraying it a lot more once they've got there. Then they'll start going, oh look, now I'm confident. But like you weren't showing the journey between when you were out of shape, overweight and stuff like that. And again, it's that, I don't know, I just don't think, what's your thoughts on it when girls are doing that, like when they're putting things on social media for whatever reason, like if they look good, then they should be doing it, right? Because in the way that it is confidence in yourself, it's just who you are. And just because you're in the space, whether you had the advantage to start with or not, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still there. So just do you have thoughts on that? Because we're dealing with body confidence, right?
Yeah.
And there's so much of just young girls these days, they just put too much. It's just
that external validation, isn't it? Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. They're looking at the validation, but then
Yeah.
there's also, well, yeah, you're also done well if you are there because it's your lifestyle as well, type of thing.
Yeah.
Is that part of the body confidence thing that you've kind of had to deal with or dealing with?
In terms
or know
of what,
someone?
like for myself, like
Yourself or someone
posting.
you're dealing with, you know?
I would say for like a client that maybe has got a certain aesthetic goal, and I would say like to unfollow people on Instagram that maybe are like, you know, putting in their face about like being really fit and healthy, those people you're explaining. So they're not constantly like feeding into the comparison trap. But for those people that are doing it and like they feel more confident now, I just think good for them. Like You do you, like
Yeah.
own it. If that's what you want to do, like you'll find your way and you'll realize over time that maybe that wasn't the best way to sell yourself. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's been a difficult one to answer, to be honest. It's just like, because you see so many people that go like what blows me away a lot of times is men and women, you know, that there's a lot of people trying to give advice on how to get fit, but they're in a very advantageous place. I mean, they're either very well built to start off with, and they're just kind of their lifestyle, and like, you can do it too. It's like, well, have you gone through when you were 30% overweight as a male or 40% overweight male to get
so
to that
people
point?
that have actually been through it.
There's two type of people, but then I was like, well, you are there. Like, 'cause I got this thing about life too, and I think a lot of people, they play the victim game. And it's like, I saw this analogy of like the 100-meter sprint. And it's like, well, yeah, some people do start on the start line and other people do start at the 90-meter mark to get to that 100 meters. And that's just, everyone can get to the end of it, can get the race. And the race of life isn't you win or lose. It's just you trying to get to that end of it type of thing. And I think a lot of people, because of the judgment, because of social media, because of body types and stuff like that, with so much more fitness being promoted and pushed out there, and healthy lifestyles becoming the norm as well. So it's like there's going to be more and more people that are going to look great, be fit, be healthy, and I suppose in a little small way, maybe I'll be around to see it or not, majority of the world may be fit. And the normal is that most people are athletic, most people are active, or making healthier choices, or the bad foods are actually taken off, or most of the bad foods are taken off, and they're put in the corner instead of when you go out to the grocery store, they're the last things you see, and it's like pick that chocolate bar type of thing, you know, because that's the easy grab for everybody, you know. And I've seen a few more now. There's protein bars there, but yeah, it's just kind of something I'm always thinking of, like when I'm going out with friends and I don't want to have the drink, or I don't want to have the chips or all these,
or the dessert,
or the dessert, you know. And like for me, I'm still going through a process of normalizing that, and they make me feel like it's not normal. I mean, I don't care anymore. Like, but, you know what I mean? So it's the same thing with,
or like you're so boring, or like
literally always those come back out at you and stuff like that. And so it's, that's one of those things that come around when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to manifestation, that it's like it's something you've consistently got to work on. That there's not an end goal. Like if it's one thing, you got to achieve that, then it's the next step. Be more confident in yourself, and you see yourself confident, you believe in yourself being confident, not only just kind of achieving it. That kind of makes sense. I don't know what a rant.
No, that does resonate.
After the side of that, before we finish up, let them know where they can find you. Check down this camera here.
So you can find me mainly on Instagram. So it's HarrietHills_nutrition. Everything's on there. My membership. Reach out about my one-to-one coaching, and if you're interested in the Manifesting Wellness Program as well.
8 spots.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
No, awesome. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for sharing. It's been really cool, and obviously the bouncing the conversations have been fantastic with you as well. So I'll be thinking about those 8. 8's my lucky number too, by the way.
Amazing.
It literally is. So I'm like, go get it.
Thank you.
Today we're going to talk about sports, and we're going to talk about fitness, and we're going to talk about the relationship between people when they get older. They seem to think that life just stops, and then you get other responsibilities, and then you don't do anything. You don't even stay active. You don't really be active with your kids, and your kids just can't do their own thing. So we're going to talk about the importance of why you should remain active, because active into life after 40, and that's when people go like, I'm 40, I give up. And it's absolute wrong mentality to have. Well, that's my belief anyway, and I think it's my guest's belief as well, and that's what she deals with as well. So Grace Brown's coming to join us to talk about sports, talk about how to stay active into later years of life. I don't know what to say when you say later years.
I suppose a good way to say longevity as you get older.
Longevity.
Or something like that.
Totally, yeah, literally. And there's so many more benefits behind it as well when you talk about sports. So let's get kind of into it. Just a quick, why is it important to remain in sports as you get older?
It's such a big topic.
So
I'll try and
broad
keep
to start
it.
with, right?
Yeah, that's quite a broad question. We'll try and keep it concise. Well, I think obviously there's physical benefits, there's mental benefits, there's community benefits, so social connections, and then there's longevity benefits. And obviously we'll dissect all of them.
We're going to break that down, 100%.
That's the kind of simplest way I could explain how important sport can be, especially as you get older.
Massively. There's so much more about mental health. I'm going to touch around this to start off with, to get us right in there.
because we talk about people that are sporting or they are active, they're always connecting with other people. Like, for example, let's take the basic example, a running group. So usually when, I don't want to keep saying older person, but when you're above this 30, 35-year-old age, or you've had a family, sometimes everything starts to go like, responsibilities go out, come in, priorities go to that. Yeah, exactly. And then, so the next thing that people do is like, okay, I want to join a running club, and it gets them back into that side of things, and it's the social side. So what, in your experience, has it been when it comes to, okay, I'm going to join a running club? Is it more about the social, or is it more about the physical, or is it more about, what is it for you?
I would say, personally, for me, it's all of the above, because I've been in sport from a very young age. And when I don't have sport, so I've had a big injury before, and where you physically can't do the sport that you want to do.
Yeah.
And that is where my mental health definitely decreases. So the mental health side of it is that connections, the community, friendships,
Support.
network. And, you know, someone that has been sporting my whole life, that's where a lot of my social life came from. So you feel like you lose it a little bit when you don't have it. And I think what you're saying is, when, especially in probably the 30 to 40 mark, depending on where you are with your life, etc., whether you have kids, you know, like you say, different priorities come up. And I think that's where people start to neglect themselves. And I'm not saying they shouldn't prioritize other things. I'm not saying that at all.
Leave your kids to
But it's also super important to look after yourself, so you can actually be a better parent or a better adult for your future self. So I do think it's a compromise. I'm not saying you all have to give up everything and just go and play sport and do exercise and blah, blah, blah. I know it's not as practical as that. But especially if people have had a previous history of sport, I do find they lose that connection. And then the less fit you are, or the less conditioned you are, the harder it is to get back.
Yeah, massively.
And I would say for women, in some ways it's harder, because of, as if they've had a baby, for example, and it can be a lot harder. You can lose a bit of confidence in your body, especially with all the changes that go on. And can be harder to come back to it. So
Use it or lose it, there's an expression, isn't
that
it?
is exactly what I wrote in my notes earlier. Was like, the saying is so true. If you don't use it, you will lose it.
Massively.
And I think that's where I'm so passionate about, like, longevity in, you know, in sport is, if you don't have to do loads. I think people get in their heads they have to do loads to be able to keep going. There's some really simple things people can do each week that will encourage them to maintain a more sporting life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, massively, totally.
And I think another thing I'll bring up here as well is, like, have you ever heard of anyone over probably the age of 30, you know, haven't played sports since they were maybe late teens, early 20s, maybe at university? They go out, play football, play touch rugby, play netball, haven't done anything, and within a week they pull their hamstring. So then or they strain their groin or something like that. We've all been there.
Hear the story all the time.
And this is where I'm so passionate about. It is so preventable. I'm not saying you can prevent all injuries, because obviously you're at risk when you play sport, but those kind of injuries can be prevented if you had a little bit of conditioning and a bit of the right type of training. And it doesn't mean you have to smash yourself in the gym every day. Which is
the mentality that's put out there in the marketing world, isn't it? Like, oh, let's go get a six pack. Let's go do some ridiculously long challenge and stuff like that. It's like, actually, it's about progress. I want to go back, because what I'd love to, we all know there's an issue there as far as people stop after school. Like, a lot of people do their school after they're 18, maybe they go into college or university, whatever you want to call it, and then there is that time, and just exactly what you said, and they go like, I remember when I was 22, when I was 18, and I was doing this, and they think, bam, I'm going to go straight to it again. And they've gone into a job where they're behind a computer for however many 8 to 12 hours a day, you know, type of thing. And then, so I think that's where the prevention's better than cure. 100%.
Definitely.
So let's go back to there, because that's where I think the crux of this all is how to prevent yourself from getting stuck into this space of,
okay, I've left school, I've got to focus on work, I've got to pay the bills, I've got to find a life that I want to live with, and or a family I want to start type of thing. And the reality of, and you brought this up just a moment ago, was about that how if I'm fitter or healthier, I can serve my family better, or I can serve my children better because I'm more mobile. Like, okay,
Yeah.
so what are the issues that people face? Why is it why are we going into the space that we just let go and think?
I think there's a lot of it can come down to guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe societal pressures as well. I think a big thing in society, or has said, and I've done it myself, and I even do it now sometimes, where we automatically go to the things of like, oh, I'm 30 now, I'm too old to do that. Or I'm
massively.
too old to do that. And
Yeah.
I've said it definitely, like,
Oh, really?
yeah, that without realizing. I don't mean it deep down, but it's like a norm to say that though. How many
Yeah.
people, you know, as soon as you're 30 and someone strains their back or something, they says, oh, it's because I'm 30. And it's like, well, it isn't really. I'll come back to what you actually asked, but this just came into my head.
Got to get it out. Get it out.
No, because of the sedentariness. And it's often, people don't associate that from like, say, 22 when they get a job in an office
Yeah.
for the next 8 years, and you know they go more out drinking, or like other things come in place, maybe even if they've not had kids yet. So it's a series of sedentary lifestyle where they're just not even walking as much to
totally.
things.
Take the car,
they
something
just
like that,
and in
elevator.
society we blame age for those issues. And sometimes it can be, you know, it is a bit harder. I'm not saying it is easier as you get older. But I think in society, we automatically think like that. Does that make sense?
Massively. It's hugely.
And so
how
I
often do you hear
think-
like, I'm too old for this? Or
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly.
Okay. And there's I think there's, like you just touched on that, because it is around society, and you know it is about. I think people most people want to feel belonging to something,
Yes.
and so that when they find it away from college, university, you go into work, and it's that you work, you've had a hard day. And the English culture, New Zealand culture, a lot of Australian culture is like, oh, let's go to the pub,
Pub
or let's
and
go
have a
drink,
drink, yeah.
let's relax, or go for a smoke or something like that. So these things are out in the world, right? That
Yeah.
that put people into this space, or just too easy for them to go, oh yeah, okay, let's just do that.
And it's easier, like you say, it's easier than changing, getting your gym kit on, or getting your football boots on and going down to play football.
Literally.
And then once, like anything, it's a habit. So when you start that habit at say 22, 23 or whenever it is, and then you meet someone, and then you have that social and everything, not everything, and I don't want to generalize too much, but
Put it all into one
in the
bucket.
UK, I personally found that everything is associated to alcohol,
Yeah.
like going to the pub and stuff like that. And I'm not saying it's all like that, because it isn't, but it's the culture, like you say, in Australia, New Zealand, and a lot of those Western worlds it's association for them to relax their brain. Whereas sport,
Social, super.
yeah, sport does exactly the same, but in obviously a healthier way. And I really find, and I think there's often a negativity around competitiveness, but I think that really helps your mental health as well, having that competition, even if
Hugely.
you're not a competitive person.
Yeah.
Like myself, but but I don't know
No
if you've ever
fighting, no
heard of. I think it's Dr. Stephen Peters. He wrote the book, The Chimp Paradox.
Okay. Wow.
He was the sports psychologist for. Do you remember a few years back when the British cycling, like Sky British Cycling, and they dominated in the
Absolute dominated.
So he was their sports psychologist, and
Oh,
they
yeah.
looked at like the. Have you heard of Ronnie O'Sullivan, the snooker player?
I've heard of
him. Yeah, he's also his psychologist. A lot of sports people. Anyway, he's written a book about. It's all psychology, everything, and I'm probably going to butcher some of the things I'm about to say, but he talks about you have a chimp brain, so it's that one where you can't actually control it, but you need to feed it, and it can be. So that's where sport comes in. And can be a real release for that chimp to not overtake. You know, when things happen
be
in
in the
sport,
moment and
or
go.
you have really reactive response, I would recommend it. I think you'll find it fascinating.
Yeah, I already
It's
do.
called-
Like, just talking
and I'm
about it.
totally butchering what I'm trying to explain here, but I think that's where sport and people aren't looking after their chimp. And it's hard. You can't stop your chimp. It's like there's two parts of the brain. He says the computer brain, what you learn, and then I can't remember the other part. Anyways, 3 parts to it, and then you've got your chimp brain, blah, blah, blah. And I know we touched on this, but people with that have addiction, they've definitely got a big chimp that kind of overrides their decision making.
Yeah, massively.
Anyway, so he's like, you can't control the chimp, but you can manage it and look after it.
Yeah.
And that will help you like be successful. Like the negative things that come into your brain, it's like that's the chimp like chatting in your ear saying
Massively.
you can't do it or whatever.
Yeah. That's
And
huge.
so I know I really butchered everything, but anyway, maybe we'll just say to everyone, go and read that book or listen to that book.
Let Grace
Dr.
Nobel.
Stephen Peters.
Let Grace Nobel. There is a massive part of this because on the other side of it, when you go through life, and I think when people get to this age of 30, 40, and they're like going, oh my gosh, I'm too old, which is the absolute most ridiculous thing because everyone's like, oh, you only live till 70. Those days are gone. Like people living over 100 and more often, and there's a lot of the generation now will live over 100. So there's much longer life, and you just, I see on social media, and people always go like, oh, this 80-year-old did this, and it's like supposed to be a surprise or supposed to be, but like I don't see it as a surprise. I'm like, that should be normal. Like
Because they've not stopped.
it's not stopped. They keep
Yeah.
doing. They do 100-meter sprints, or they do something
Love
else,
it.
or they do skydiving and stuff like. And I'll be doing that when I'm 90, 100. Like that's my
Yeah.
mentality. Is like, why would I
100%.
not be doing this? There's no reason. And age is just it's a whole cliche. Age is a number, but there is a majority of the world that do think like this, and I'm glad we're touching on this because that's the first. Before you can fix anything, you've got to understand the problem or the issue or the
yeah.
mindset in this case of what people are going through.
Yeah.
Sport obviously helps when it comes to the social. We just talked kind of very
Yeah.
briefly about alcohol compared to sports. I don't know the chemical side of it, but the social side of it, at least, people go out after sports in New Zealand because they want to socialize, obviously. They're tired, blah, blah, blah,
it's quite
whatever.
common.
But like these days, people are now going to morning running clubs or they're joining groups and going on treks and they're going on adventures or they're going on courses and things like that for the same thing, to find social interaction with people, to get away from their work or life. How like what are the, I suppose, the main benefits mentally as far as I'm going to join this group to stay active? Like what would it be from, okay, I'm enjoying the connection. Is it, do you think people are doing this to find new friends?
Well, I
or
think
just to
we go back to
get
like,
away from?
I think going back to pre our modern era is, or even like 50, 60 years ago, community was such a big part of society. And people want to feel that they belong. They got a sense of belonging.
Yeah.
And this digital world has like made it us more connected, but less connected.
No, yeah.
So like going through COVID, that kind of made us more
Wake up call.
Yeah, hugely. And I think that's why one of the reasons why there's been a big shift to finding community in different areas like health and fitness activities more than just the pub, because people want real human interaction. And I think when we talk about alcohol is often, and I've definitely used alcohol for this, where it makes you think you feel more confident.
Yeah.
You don't care as much, your inhibitions go, etc. That because we don't want to sit here and talk to someone in a deep, connected way when we're sober.
Yeah,
and
totally.
people find it hard.
Yeah.
So people often associate alcohol to that. And I'm not saying they're wrong. Like, I agree, it does make you think, but you don't actually end up having actually deep and meaningful conversations when you're drunk.
Oh, some
If
people
you-
try to, but yeah.
You try to have deep and meaningfuls, but you just repeat yourself 100 times.
Always into crying.
Yeah. But I think by doing things like getting up at 5 a.m. for a run club, there's a purpose around that. And I think people that are moving into that way I think it's partly education. We understand more, or the younger people are learning more now.
Not so accessible, like you're just saying, like
Through
YouTube,
social
Google,
media.
ChatGPT.
But all the negative things of social media and stuff like that, I've seen a massive shift in my 17 years as a coach. Like I started my business in 2008, 2009. There wasn't social media like it is. Well, there was, I think Facebook had just been invented, but it wasn't used the way it is now.
Oh, massively, yeah.
And so, and no one did weight training then when I started, like zero women, especially. So I do think social media and the internet age has really elevated the education. There's still more to be done because there's a lot of crap that gets thrown out there. But I think that's helped. And I think that's partly why younger people on the whole are drinking less than maybe our generation did in our early 20s, late teens, blah, blah, blah. So I think there's more education around that, but people still want to feel that sense of community and belonging. And I think it really comes down to that belonging.
Yeah, totally.
Especially in a connected but disconnected world, if that makes sense.
Education's 100% out there, but then it's also like that sheep factor. Like, oh, more people are doing it, so and then FOMO's kicking in because I'm missing out.
There's some positives and negatives around it, isn't it?
Massively.
Like the FOMO culture, is mad how that's really grown. And sometimes it's overcomplicated things for a lot of people, thinking that they need to have all these shiny things and stuff in their life. But I think most of the reason why anyone wants, I know a big part of any of the people that I play sport with is we like the community. We all like sport. We love it. And that's why we like hanging out with each other, because we like playing that sport, talking about how it is, or watching the pros together, and talking about it. So it's like, I suppose like an old form of that was the church, older form, or even like, it depends where you are in the world. But
if you looked at it too, like if you were at work, you're doing a 9 to 5, and then you went out and drank, you'd go out and drink, and your individuals would be less, but you'd also be finding people that you had the same interests or common interests with. I think that's where sports now is becoming more and more. It's becoming more and more common to join a running club, swimming club, sports club, because you don't need the alcohol, because you're going to talk about interests anyway, because if it's like-minded to start with, and then like interests, you have the same interests as these people. So if it's tag, you talk about tag all the time. Like touch rugby, you talk about touch rugby, or it's netball. That's what you talk about, and
100%.
You have the same, not just the sport itself, but also away from the sport. Usually, you'll find yourself
chatting about it,
chatting about that, or something else related to it. Like runners like certain things, like the way that like the shoes. They like to talk about shoes or brands. What's your favorite brand? Like, and that's when discussions come up, and that's where I think the belong or the draw to someone like. People have to feel connected with people, right? Let's say like people want to talk one-to-one.
I think that's just an innate thing that people want. And that's what is so great about sport. And then I suppose if you're non-sporty, you'd find maybe what you are good at, you're going to be drawn to that particular thing, aren't you?
Yeah, well, it could be not, and the sport, like you just said earlier, was not just about it's not about playing touch rugby or playing a sport. It could be an activity in the park.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
I think so, yeah.
You take the kids down there, you meet other people with kids, and they like playing with a hoop, or they like pushing a ball around, or rolling on the grass type of thing. And again, you find people with common interests.
Exactly. It's like when people have kids, you end up spending time with other people that have kids.
And,
and it's because you can understand, and all you talk about is babies and kids from experience. And that's fine.
I've got zero experience there.
Well, hanging out with friends with kids, that's what you end up talking about. But that's not a bad thing, but that's what's going through in your life. So you find your community. And I think that's and you might have different communities in different stages of life, but I really think sport can be one you can have for life. Wherever I go in the world, and lived, I always ended up in a rugby club or a running club or something like that. Yeah. I started my career in fitness in Australia, and I lived in Coolangatta, and I was actually with a load of Kiwis, the barbars in on the Gold Coast, rugby,
reminiscing it.
Yeah. And that's how I met people and made friends, because I'm so far away from home, and stuff like that. And I came here straight into touch rugby because I knew that's where
more people.
Yeah, exactly.
More Aussies, more Kiwis, more British.
A load of Brits, a load of Irish, all the expats. That have similar sports, that I'm surrounded
but against
with.
the interests. And that's okay. So this
we kind of digress, but
we have very much.
I thought we would.
Let's go back as far as sports is a benefit to physical being or physical movement. Like this is where you're focusing on to keep people active.
Yeah. I think
sports or fitness or just movement.
I'm going to say everything, but sport is my biggest passion, and I love training, but I would actually, the more I got older, I actually love training because of what it allows me to do. See what you just said?
As you got older.
As I got older.
See, that mentality for me is like, you know what I mean?
But I don't mean it in a negative way.
Totally. Yeah. But by simply, and that's what I'm saying, that's why I kind of wanted to fish a little bit, because that's natural mindset, of
Mindset,
that.
agreed.
I'm older. I'm 44, and I literally feel 24, 25.
Yeah, I just turned
because-
40, like we said. So yeah.
It's a bit, so, but that's the thing. I think this is where I think, especially if you're a viewer, a listener, it's not negative talk, but if you say something enough, you start to believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 40, and people got the stigma around 40 is that you're old. It's like,
Yeah.
I was
We're
20
not
year
even
old.
at midlife,
We're
maybe.
not even exactly, but we're not. We're not at midlife. But I remember when I was 20, I was going like, man, my uncle's 40.
Like,
Man, he's
that's
old.
so old. Yeah, same. Same.
You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
and you still have this thing now. So anyway,
So,
how do you remove that stigma? I think I want to go down that line just
well,
quickly.
I think it
'Cause that's where it
is by
starts.
doing the things that kind of anti-age you as such.
Mm-hmm.
And sport can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Certain types of training can do that. And what you want in your probably 20s, 30s, and 40s is to really focus on is keeping your athleticism as much as possible.
Yeah.
So the reason why I was saying about getting older
Quote unquote.
is because I was like seeing people around me giving that excuse, and I was like, well, I'm older than you. I'm 40 in a few months, and I have
All the time I
no.
hear this.
Well, this was back last year. I was saying that, and I was just like, why are we like stopping ourselves from actually doing the things that we really enjoy? I love playing sport. I want to keep playing it. So that's where I got my passion, and I wanted to like share that. And I believe the reason why I'm still able to do what I'm doing, I'm still sprinting around like a lunatic, not holding back. I'm still pretty athletic.
You play with the boys too.
Yeah, I
you
play-
throw yourself in there.
And it's because I've trained myself to do that. I haven't limited myself with my training, and I can only go from experience. And I massive advocate for strength training. And a lot of people give me the excuse, oh, but it's boring. And I say, yeah, it probably is. But what it allows me personally to do is if I keep strong, I'm able to run around a pitch with 20-year-olds playing rugby at a good level.
Literally.
And touch rugby. Like I went to the World Cup in 23 and there was 4 boys that were 18 and I was 38, old enough to be their mother.
Yeah.
But because I was still fit, strong, fast.
Literally.
And so I was just fed up of people giving the excuse that they couldn't do things. And yeah, it's not easy. I have to train and I need to recover a bit harder now, which is fine. But I was saying about like getting older, I don't enjoy the training as much, but I understand why it's important.
You don't enjoy the training?
I do enjoy it because I like the way it makes me feel. But if you actually break it down to doing the exercises, I was like, yeah, I can see why people find it a bit boring, because people used to always give me that excuse. But I always had the goal of, I want to keep playing sport. I want to make the GB team. I want to blah, blah, blah. So I have to put in the work to do that. So, and not everyone is like that. And that's fine. And that's fine.
That's what we're
so
having these
that's
talks.
what, as a coach, that was my job, is like, how do I get this person that hasn't trained, but they want to keep playing sport, or they want to make that nationals team, but they don't go to the gym, or they don't do that. So how do I get in their brains to change their mindset around how that can improve their performance and get faster, fitter, more athletic in their 40s, and so on and so on. If I'm not playing sport in my 70s, I must have been hit by a bus or something. And I think I'll come back to the mindset. Like, I don't know what your parents were like, and I don't want to dog my parents.
Active.
Yeah, well, that's great. But a lot of parents, like my parents are in their 70s, or my mum's nearly 70 and stuff like that. And it's not that they're not active, but they don't have that same mentality. And they always give the excuse they're too old. And I'm like, it's never too late to start. You can improve your strength, your stability, everything as you get older. And there's so much science coming out now, the importance of especially strength training for longevity. It keeps you young. Definitely. How many people have you heard in their 60s and 70s, especially women, that fall over and break something?
Oh, massively. My mum's done that.
Yeah, so is
And
my
you just
mum.
talked about and I was like, well, we should go to the gym. She's like, but and this, like you just asked, she was super, super active, and then just one day kind of stopped.
Yeah.
It's like,
So apparently there's a study come out recently where they tested a load of amateur runners, like sprinters. I think it was like 100-meter runners. I think it was just a male population. I can't remember. Anyway, what was really cool about
Read the
it,
book.
they test, isn't a book, it was a study. Again, really good backup here. I'll find the studies. Basically what they found is they tested, because they have like age groups in all sports nowadays. You
Yeah,
can have
totally.
age groups all the way up to 90.
Yep.
And they studied sprinters that trained and then didn't train all the way up to 90s in each of the age categories. And you can apparently, if you train right, so train speed, train plyometrics, strength, and do the sport, you can maintain your speed, or you only have like a 1 or 2% drop off every decade after 30, which is not very much, till the age of 70, whereas it's a more of a decline from the age of 70, where it's a 5 or, this is talking about pure sprinting or speed. So that is huge.
Yeah, massively.
Like 1 or 2% over a decade is nothing. So if people actually look after themselves and train properly, and I'm not saying go and do 100 HIIT classes because that's not going to improve your speed or whatever. You can keep competing at a good level. We're seeing more and more athletes like that are in their early 40s still competing at the best level.
Pro levels, yeah.
Yeah. And it's because of the strength and conditioning over the last 20, 25 years and the science behind it.
And they
so
eat
like
better as well. They
people
look
start
after
believing
themselves.
this stuff now, guys, because like people they don't get it. Like there's a lot of science behind all these things now. And I think that's probably also that's helpful that there has been a shift, especially for women in terms of strength training in the last 10 years. Or 5 to 10 years, definitely compared to when I started, which is great.
It's the evolution, though, isn't it? It's like anything. Like something you try and get something started, it's like the snowball effect. Oh, it's such a grind to get the ball rolling, but once the ball rolls, it rolls, and that's where it's kind of where in the moment where there is a lot more education and there's a lot more talking points behind strength training and importance and why it's so good for you. And I was having conversations about people like about how it stimulates the brain as well, keep your brain function up. And there's like
100%,
I know
what's the
people that
next
actually,
thing?
yeah, literally. I'm gonna speak with someone about this as well because she literally only strength trains for the brain.
Yeah. So the muscle mind connection is huge. So when I coach someone, especially in person, I'm, like how many times do we see people just do things really quickly?
Yeah.
And so you're not really connecting with what you're actually doing. And that's huge for your cognitive development as you get older, coordination. Hence why
Massively.
sport is so good, because it challenges your cognitive like reactions and stuff like that. Again, will help you have less chances of getting Alzheimer's and brain deterioration, dementia and all that type of stuff. So that's why I love sport as well, because it challenges that side of things as well. And like you say, with the muscle brain connection with strength training, like the amount of women I've trained in their 50s and 60s that have gone through the roof, going back to sports they never thought they would. And they're so much less likely to fall partly because they're stronger, their balance has improved, their core stability has improved, blah, blah, blah. But it's also that coordination, which helps, with the brain. So like literally strength training is the master regulator for everything. So don't neglect it, people.
100%, totally agree with you. It's funny because like it's easy to say. It's like saying don't smoke, but like, well, but how? Why? And like, how do I do this? And that's something we need to dive into here, because that is the thing of like, but yeah, I know I should play sport. I know I should strength train. How?
Yeah. So I think that comes down to nutrition. It's the same kind of idea of, we all know what we should be eating. We should be eating good.
Stop putting it in your mouth. Stop drinking that too much.
Easier said than done. So where it comes down to the mental side a bit more.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I want to hear this because I've got another thought.
And then I'll tell you how as well.
Okay.
I think it depends where you are in the world. I think there's sometimes a bit of stigma on getting help.
Oh, massively.
When it comes to not just like obviously mental help, but
seen as a weakness,
or even hiring, say, myself as a coach or other people as a coach to help you. And when people say, I think people assume they should know. It's like with nutrition, we know that we should eat more vegetables and eat better quality foods, blah, blah, blah. We know we should do that, but why don't we do it? Because the reward of it isn't that easy sometimes. Sometimes it requires a bit of work. And we innately will go to whatever our master kind of habits are. So that's why you hear a lot of people talking about habits and building those habits to help you change like long term.
Yeah.
I think another issue that's come from the fitness industry is the quick fix thing. Strength training isn't a quick
6-week
fix.
program.
Yeah. I mean, there is a place for it. I think it is definitely a place for it because it can kickstart people into better habits, but it's not sustainable. So it's like diet, trying to quit smoking, trying to lower alcohol you drink and improve your fitness, anything. It requires a bit more time than 6 weeks or whatever. But you can do a lot of good stuff in a short time. It's just changing the mindset of longevity, I think is the hard thing. And getting the help. Like there's no shame in getting a PT for a few months or a coach just to help you understand and build confidence. A lot of people I've trained in the last 20 years even is they kind of know they need to go and strength train, but they don't know what to do, but too scared to ask for help because they're a bit nervous because they don't know. And it's not your fault you don't know. When were you taught about lifting in a gym? Never. Like,
That's the whole point, though. It's because you don't know. It's because you don't. That's why you don't do it, because you don't know.
Yeah.
So you do need to go get help because you don't know. So just go and ask for help.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean you have to have like a PT and coach forever.
Totally.
It just means like, I find like to think, and everyone that I've worked with, especially that had that mindset or didn't know what to do, it's literally changed their life because they feel confident. And there's loads of science around when women lift weights, how much their confidence improves.
Massively.
They feel good. They feel more strong in themselves as well, and they can feel it physically, not just they feel it mentally, not just physically.
100%.
And I feel like we're going everywhere here. This is my fault, my brain.
Well, let me bring it back to another point then,
Yeah.
because
Sorry, but I think people get what we're saying.
probably not. It's all right. But when it comes to that as well, because you've hit it nail on the head, it's a kickstart. And you
Yeah.
get help, it's a kickstart because it is about longevity. So the 6-week, 12-week, 90-day program, 1 year training is still a kickstart to continue on to get you back into a routine, a rhythm, or an environment
Yeah.
that's going to allow you to continue doing this for a long
Yeah.
time. For me, it's about environment. It's not
Environment,
like
yeah.
literally, if you go to sports clubs, I create the environments, the people that have the same interests, the same people that have the same beliefs, and usually the same kind of characteristics. Great. So you sit in that environment. As soon as you remove yourself from that environment, you go back into this new environment of, it could be
I'm on my
worse
own.
habits, or it's on my own, or just something that's bad for, well, I'm going to say bad in quotes because it's subjective to your beliefs as far as what's good and what's bad for you. But anyway, coming back to it, as far as environment is huge for me, if it's going to be, and sports
100%.
provides though a positive environment to allow you to remain active. How good is it on a weekly, once or twice a week, to go and play your favorite sport, to meet with your favorite people,
Yeah.
mentally get that charge, right? So when it comes to that side of it, the break from going from into something new is the hardest thing for people.
Yeah.
It's the fear of, I don't know, or I'm going to look stupid.
Yeah. That is hard. How do you solve that? Is that what you kind of mean? Okay. Ooh.
Well, that was going to be my
It's
actual question.
tricky.
Yeah,
It is
because
tricky.
that's the issue, right? It's
Yeah.
literally everyone goes like, I know I need to stop smoking. I know that. How?
Yeah, I think
do I get
that
in
is actually
sports?
a really hard question, because if you've got that, I think it's having that, it's like if people aren't open to it, they're never going to go for it. So it is getting yourself out of your comfort zone to take those first steps. And I think it's just to remember everyone was a beginner at some stage. It doesn't matter. That most sportiest person you've ever met, or that super fit person, that friend of yours that you know, they were a beginner at some stage.
Had to be.
Yeah, everyone is.
Didn't know how to
and,
walk,
And I
so-
think that's a good way to think about it.
Yeah.
Is like, yeah, and try. It's easy to say try not to compare yourself. I mean, with this comparison world, but
Well,
it is. I think that's the only way really is to remember that everyone's a beginner, and on the whole, okay, there is a few dickheads out there. Not all, not many, but there are a few. But on the whole, people are welcoming and in a sport environment. So even if you are a beginner, I've seen in so many, and a lot of the sports teams have a social side as well. It's not like just the elite side in that team or something.
Yeah.
So like look out for that. If you're a bit more nervous, they tend to be a little bit more welcoming than trying to get into maybe an elite team straight away, because
Yeah.
that, unless if you felt confident enough to do that, you'd be fine anyway. But if you don't feel confident, I think the main thing is ask for help, whatever it is. I don't know how else you would fix that.
Here's a thought then.
You tell me.
The thing being is that people need to fix stuff. Well, if you think about it from you now walk in your everyday life all the time. At one point in your life, you didn't know how to walk.
Yeah, that's true.
You had to practice, you had to fall down, you weren't very good at it, you got better at it. Even now you got your job. At one point, you didn't know how to do your job at all. You're a beginner. And how did you learn? You made mistakes and you got better and you've just done it over time.
Yeah.
And that's the same as anything. So when people have this mentality of, I'm going to look stupid, well, it's like, well, you've done it already. You've done it 100 times already from everything else you're now good at.
Yeah.
So this is just another thing, a process of you obviously you can be better at something. You know you can get good at it because you've already done it with 100 or 1,000 other things in your life. And I think that's where people have this. That's for me. That's what helps the mentality of comparison of go back to you. You've actually gone through this process so many times already.
Yeah.
So when you tell me you're scared to ask, well, actually, you've already asked people for other things before, and you look how good are you at it?
Yeah.
This is just another time of it. So to break it that way.
Yeah, it is exactly that. And it's the same, and then as soon as you stack that momentum
Massively.
of going or starting a new movement, the longer you do it, obviously the better you get.
Really get it.
It's the process of life. It's like strength training. The more you try to do chin-ups, eventually you will get there. It might take a bloody long time sometimes.
Totally.
But you will get there if you keep working at it.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, another thing we can touch on here is the consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've crossed that beginner barrier as such, and it does require a lot of consistent, hard, sometimes very boring work to get to that bit where you see it's all bright and shiny and good at that sport or good at that movement, blah, blah, blah. And some people are a bit quicker and some people are a bit slower, and that's okay.
So with consistency, persistency, discipline,
Yeah.
which is which, and what is more important, or is there?
I'm going to
for
say,
you?
as in my experience as a coach, I just think consistency is key, just in everything in life. It's not even just in sport, exercise. It's in if you want to be successful in anything. Not that we're talking about success here, but
Well, success is different levels.
it's different. Depends on the person. You've got to be
Successfully
consistent.
past level 1, great.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 more levels.
Yeah,
Keep going.
exactly. So I do think I'm going to say consistency.
Okay.
I think because we said the word discipline, I think they go hand in hand. If you're consistency, you build discipline. And I want to touch on, because you said discipline, motivation, because people wait for motivation to come and they're like, I'm not motivated. And I'm just going to say, you'll never achieve anything if you wait for motivation, because it's fickle and it's very rare. So I wanted to say my favorite quote, discipline over motivation every time, because that will help build those habits of consistency. It's bloody easy when you're motivated. It's so easy. But how often are you motivated? Not all the time. If we relied on motivation, we get nothing done.
So I'm going to throw a spanner in the works here.
Yeah.
Then how do you become consistent?
Ride the wave of motivation when it comes.
Because then consistency only happens when you do things regularly.
Yeah.
In order to do things regularly,
You have to be disciplined.
you know what I mean? So it's a hard one, because I think for me, discipline's one way to put it, but emotionless is another one. Because you have to take emotions out.
Well, motivation is an emotion,
Yeah.
I would say. And I'm
Highs
like,
and lows, everyone's got
yeah,
it, and
exactly.
good days, bad
But
days.
when you have the motivation, bloody ride that wave. I always like to use that. So some people come to me, they go, I want to get fit. They're motivated. They want to get going. A month later, they lose their motivation.
Yeah.
So I, as a coach, have to get that person right. They're motivated right now. We've got to build these habits ASAP. We've got to get that consistency in, because their motivation's going to dip in a couple of weeks. So, and that's why I bring that up, because without building the habits, and it's hard to be consistent, and you're not going to be perfect as well. I think as well.
Well, why would you be? You're learning a new skill.
Exactly. And so it's like, what's the word? I It'll come back to me. Anyway, so it's like, you know, when people do something and they wait and they want to do something, but they keep waiting because they're waiting for the perfect time or the perfect thing. It's the same with motivation. I always think you've just got to start. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. So it's like going back to that beginner feeling. It's like, just start. The only way you get, well, no one reaches perfection, but the only way you get better is by starting and then being consistent. I don't know if that's gone a bit of a long-winded way around, but I think
motivation comes from success.
Yeah.
I'm motivated because success at the end of the road is one thing. So like, for example, a lot of people, that's very common, they want to go and do a running. So they want to do a 5K or a 10K. So they're motivated because they don't,
they don't do the work, they're going to struggle.
Exactly, massively. So that's a negative motivation, but that's a net motivation. And the other side is a positive motivation where you got to see someone else doing it and you're like, going, I want to be like that. And so you're inspired to be like this person, right? And that's where motivation goes up and down for me. And I used to be a motivation person as well. I used to be like, wow, actually, more like a dog chasing a ball, but that's what it was like. And then I've just literally in the last year or so completely switched on. It's the success for someone and anything. This goes never mind sport, never mind fitness, but it comes across anything. If you just do it for the sake of just keep doing it, because if you keep doing it, you'll get better. Yeah. And you take emotion out of it. I've found that it's just made a massive difference. Of just, huge. I just got to keep doing it. I don't think about it. The highs are great. The lows are just as good. Well, the lows are just because,
no one regrets a workout.
No.
And
ever.
It's like, and the ones when you don't feel like it or you don't feel good in, they're the most important ones. Because when you feel good, that's easy, isn't it?
Oh, massively.
And
it's the rainy days that suck.
Exactly. And so it's like, I think that's what we need to teach people more, is that understanding that it isn't just a nice straight arrow to success. It is a bit bumpy. And it's same with weight loss. It's the same with building strength. It's not a straight line curve. And I think that is a big, huge thing that people need to realize. And this coincide with longevity. If you are consistent, like outside of probably COVID, well, I still train 3 times a week, but I've probably done some form of strength training for 20 years every week for 20 years. Yeah. And now I find it a bit boring to go to the gym, but I still go because it's just pure habit.
Okay, it's interesting.
But it's because I know the result of it. My whole goal is like, I want to be strong. Like I like feeling strong. I want to like prove you can keep doing stuff. And I want to keep playing sport. And if I don't do that gym session, that might stop me from doing it.
I've got the same mentality. Like, I don't train.
And I know people don't have that mentality, but that's what I'm trying to teach.
But it's a hard one. But again, that's where it comes back to environment. If you hang around like-minded people, you'll start doing it. You start acting. You start having the same characteristics. You start doing you get up. You're like, and it's funny because like, I think the other side of it too with sports, and that's what has a big impact on people, is that the environment is great, but because you're around people, it becomes a norm to wake up at 5 o'clock, for example, and go for a workout. Because it's the normal to go at 6 o'clock in the evening and go to play the football or the tag or whatever you're going to play, right? So when it comes to that side of things, this is why it's so important to be part of a sporting
sport. It helps give that kind of framework to be consistent.
Massively.
So
and other people are playing the sport and like, I want to get better, so you end up going to the gym, or you end up eating healthier,
100%.
or you end up just doing, they're into meditation, they're doing it, and that's the massive part of this whole conversation, is that that's what sports does. It gets you into a space and environment that becomes a normality to eat well, do well, be more active, get out,
elevate
yourself, and that's the starting point. So just even if you go along and just watch to begin with, because you like tennis or you like squash or ping pong or whatever it is you like, eventually you're going to want to pick up the bat. Eventually you're going to want to stand
give it a go.
Literally, it's impossible not to, because other people are doing it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Okay, so
we have covered a lot.
We've covered a lot. I want to go into the obviously mental side of this is huge. Like nothing happens without a choice. So you need to make the choice first of all to, it's not even be brave. In fact, let's go back to just quickly on this. Everyone breaks it down. They go like, they want to do a 3-week, 6-week, they got a 12-month training plan to do the event. For me, that's what actually is the biggest sticking point for most people, because they have an end goal in mind, and then when they get to the end goal,
Oh, change.
Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's like when people are training for the Olympics, they focus their whole life for that one 10
Moment,
seconds, that
yeah.
one tiny moment. And then there's a massive kind of depression post. And it's the same
Or
with,
lost.
yeah, a loss of their identity, blah, blah, blah. Hence, I love what you're saying, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so it's the same when people, right, I'm going to do the marathon. I'm going to do the London Marathon. So they, for 4 months, their like whole life is evolved around this. So everything, that's their number one goal. So it comes down to priorities. Obviously, when you've achieved that goal of completing, like, let's just use the London Marathon because it's coming up as that goal. You kind of feel a bit like, oh, I've done it now. What do I do now? And then your other priorities come back in. So I think that's where it's difficult for people. And that's one of the things I'm quite passionate about, is trying to explain the importance of longevity, and how just because you've achieved that one thing, like doing a marathon or doing a triathlon or doing high rocks or whatever it is, you need to keep doing something. And I'm not saying you need to carry on running 5 times a week or however much you were doing it for that thing. You need to work out a way where you can maintain something in your life for longevity. If you are someone that wants to keep fit and stuff, and not do that yo-yo of getting really fit, losing it all, getting it really fit, losing it all, which is a bit like the dieting yo-yo life. And so it's trying to create that a bit more steady flow in your life, so that when you are 60 and 70, you can still do a London Marathon, or you can still do tennis or whatever sport you are into. So yes, I love them for a focus, but people need to start thinking outside of that just one goal or one thing they do that year, because they're like, oh, I need to get fit, so I'm going to do a triathlon or whatever. So
But the funny thing is,
I'm
people have
not
one
against
goal.
it, because it gets people started, and
That's because the
it gets
kickstart.
people kick-started, motivated. So it's just a little bit more complex than just saying you need to do this after or whatever, because people do have a low after a big achievement or a big thing. It's a real thing. I had that with a lot of my athletes that went to the last World Cup. They were like, oh, I don't feel like training anymore, because they worked so hard to get in that squad to go to the World Cup for touch or tag or whatever, and then they don't have that anymore, and they're like, oh, it's not as fun now to go training and stuff like that. And this is where you got to get back in that environment, whether, okay, it might not be the elite setup anymore, but get back into your club or your running team or whatever sport it is, like you say, because then you're around people that are motivated at different times of years for different things, and it elevates you to be fitter again, healthier, or gives you a bit of purpose. But I do also feel like people need to change the mindset of just the one thing. Don't just do a sport just for that end goal. Do it for all the physiological things, your bone health, your less likely of getting cardiovascular disease, all these other things, is start to think about like the health side of it, not just the pinnacle of your particular sport.
That's
or
actually
tournament. Does that
totally
make sense?
100%. Because like for me, that's the actual problem with people. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, by the way.
No.
But I'm saying the problem with people when they go and do these programs over a certain amount of time is that I'm going to reach the top of the mountain, and that's the only goal, to get to the top of the mountain. And once they get to the top of the mountain, oh, it looks beautiful, and then, well, they got to climb back down. They have to go somewhere else. Whereas the mentality, when people say train 6 days a week, 5 days a week, I don't like that either. Like for me, it's a daily task. It's not even a task. It's just a way of life. And that every day I'm going to the gym. Every day I'm being active. And I may not do the same things at the gym, and it may not be go to the gym itself, but I'll do some type of strength training.
Yeah.
So it
Comes in lots of forms.
It comes in massive amount of forms. So there's an issue there that I think that people don't realize, is that it's great to have direction's good.
Yeah.
Goals are not so good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they have a place in both. I think you need a bit of both. I don't think you need to always have big goals. I often say after, especially for the sports people that I work with, after they've had a big, like say the pinnacle, a World Cup or a big event, a big tournament that they've been aiming for, etc., is try something different that isn't to do with that sport
Mm-hmm.
after, just to try out something new, challenge yourself in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes you need a little break from it. So your training regimen might change. So you might not do as much strength training, or you might not do as much sprint training, blah, blah, blah. But you just try different things and like kind of get your enthusiasm for sport in general. So I often like will suggest that, because I do think people need mental breaks from it as well, if that makes sense. And I know I'm talking about, say, elite sport, but it applies in whether you're an average everyday athlete, just wanting to complete a 5K or whatever, and you've done that, and then you want to find something else. And I'm not saying, obviously we talk about consistency is key, but enjoyment is important as well.
Massive.
So and yes, I'm a big advocate
Otherwise,
for like
what's the
strength
point?
training and stuff like that, but if you've I think sometimes with strength training people don't try it without proper strength training, I'm talking without giving it a go. But I think definitely mix it up a little bit, try something new, just to kind of keep you not motivated, I don't want to use that word, keep you kind of inspired to be healthy, move, blah blah. Just try different things. Yeah, I'm big on that as well.
There's a big thing here, because the purpose of why you do it as well.
The
Like-
why's a big one.
I think it's the only one, to be honest.
It
Because
is.
like for me, my why is because when the moment comes, I want to be involved.
Yes.
That's it. Like, why do I train? Why do I lift? Why do I stretch? Why do I do? Because I want to be involved. I don't mean just for sport, but I want to be able to go for a walk, go for a trek, walk
Yeah.
upstairs, walk somewhere, and if someone's in trouble or someone's in danger, I want to be able to help. I want to be
yeah.
there to be able to have the ability to help. Like, it's just
100%.
like, you can't help someone if you can't help yourself. So
100% massive on this. So I think that can apply to like the different age groups as we get to the next age
we
group.
get wiser, more
But
experienced.
like, having grandchildren, you want to be able to, if you have grandchildren, you want to be fit and being able to run around with your grandchildren, for example, or your kids, keep up with your kids or whatever. I mean, not everyone has them and blah, blah, blah. But
Throw a ball, catch a ball.
yeah,
pass,
I
kick,
think it's
walk.
so important. And like, even you don't have to play sport to throw a ball around. How good is that for your coordination and brain, even at 70, even if you're
Literally.
not playing the sport?
Actually, I suggest people to juggle. Just
Oh gosh,
the one
yeah,
ball.
brilliant.
2 ball, 3
Yeah.
ball, just juggle anything.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, I could talk about this all day, but yeah, I think you're so right. It's not just about the sport. It's like being capable. I think that's a big word, and having the ability to do things, especially as we are an aging population, and to be healthy as well as we do it. Like there's the amount of preventative things sport and exercise does, it's just mind-blowing now, and it's been always kind of known, but it's getting a little bit more of a voice, thankfully.
Yeah.
But it just needs to get to people more so that they can change their kind of why a bit more.
Massively.
Is like, I think that's it. I think that's what keeps me training, is that's my why. It's like, I want to be that person. I want to be able to
Yeah.
run up the stairs if I need to,
Yeah.
or whatever. It can be as
Massively.
simple as that.
Walk, yeah, totally.
Walk.
And there's so much things in life to be able to go to. Anyway, we are digressing. Somewhere else.
We
I'm
love
gonna-
digressing, I've decided.
I'm going to come back. I'm going to bring us back.
Bring us back. Okay.
So the physical side of things, because when it comes to sport, there's main 3 injuries are my knees, my hips, my back. Oh my gosh. And especially in men. Oh man, it happens.
think it's everyone.
Last night, it is everyone. But the thing is, it's easy for us to sit here and say, yeah, because you don't use it. Yes, because you haven't done the gym session, because you haven't done whatever, haven't been active stretching. Men don't want to stretch, women don't want to lift. It's hilarious. It just cracks me up. And yet, it's like saying, I want to be a doctor, but I don't want to study. I don't want to practice. I want to be able to run a marathon and make it simpler, but I don't want to run. It's like, well, then your expectations and
You need to come down a bit.
or the realization expectations need to change here somewhere, because I think that's the biggest thing is people always just seem to wait till it's too late, and it's easy for us to sit here because we're both active, we were into that, it's already
Agreed.
the mindset, right?
Yeah.
But it's the person that's listening to this going like, well, actually I don't feel the same way, so why am I going to do this? We've touched on the environment. You need to do the environment. When it comes to physical things like the knees, the hips, the back,
Yeah.
what are we doing? What can we be doing to prevent?
Okay, so in terms of prevention and stuff, like if you're someone that's played a lot of sport in the years, there is going to be wear and tear. So sometimes there is a physiological thing that's happened and it is going to be a bit harder, but you do need to maybe work with a physio, blah, 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 and doctors to kind of get you back, blah, blah, blah. But
You like blah, 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 don't you?
I do. Sorry. Anyway, so in terms of prevention, it's a funny word because there's a lot of things in sport where you can't really prevent because you can't control your environment. But if you are someone that hasn't done something for a while, I would say keep it really simple. You don't have to do loads. You don't have to suddenly go to the gym 3-4 times a week. You don't have to go to yoga 5 times a week. You just need it can be as simple as 3 or 4 moves and increasing your general movement. So if you're someone that suffers with back pain, but you're sat at your desk for 60 hours a week, I would suggest first thing you can do is just start walking a little bit more. So it might mean, if that makes sense,
Massively.
or within
To
your
me, it does.
yeah. And I think a lot of people are like this. They get stuck at their desk for 8 to 10, 12 hours. And I really believe you can stand up from your desk occasionally, shortly in an office. Obviously, I haven't worked in an office since I was 20, so it was ages ago. But surely you are able to stand up occasionally. And I would say something as simple as standing up or even getting a standing desk. A lot of my clients that were CEOs, really busy people in meetings all the time, blah, blah, blah. I suggested, why don't you do a walking meeting, or can you do it on the phone and go for a walk while they do it? Something as simple as walking can improve your longevity, your back pain, your hip pain, your knee pain, because you're getting blood flow to the area and you're moving. Then I would stack onto that. Well, I love habit stacking. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Every
great.
day, literally every day.
Excellent. So pick something that you do every day. That an example is you probably, hopefully brush your teeth every day.
Yes,
Why don't you, while you're brushing your teeth, do a calf stretch or something very simple, or mobility, or sit in the squat or something like that, where it's, I'm not saying these are the exact movements you do, but, or you go and make your coffee in those 3 minutes while the kettle is boiling. What could you do? Could you sit in a squat for 30 seconds? Some people can't, but things like that.
People think it's weird though, don't they?
Yeah, but things like that make such a difference to your longevity and preventing and pain and stiffness, etc. And there's so many little exercises you could do in a day without having to go to the gym ever, or go to a yoga class, or.
But it's habit stacking, exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it all comes down to habits.
Like, so it's funny you said that about, like, so I'll give you a very good example. Like, and this just comes as a habit for me, is that when I'm brushing my teeth, I'll sometimes change hands and brush with the other teeth just to get coordination. It's literally, and I was talking to Heva. She came here last week and we were talking about this to keep the brain connected to the body. And it's like little things that you can do. And she was talking about a figure 8 with the thumb and doing like this. And I was like, oh, well, and so brushing teeth, going back to that, it was like, yeah, change hands. So the coordination is just as, well, I would say it's just as active on the left as on my right. I'm right-hand dominator. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll also, instead of, because we always lean on one foot more than the other, so I'll lean on the other foot as well. So I'll catch myself when I'm brushing my teeth. I always think when I brush my teeth, I'll balance purposely on my left, so that it's not always going right.
That's exactly it. And that's what I mean. I don't think that it's just remembering to do this when you're not conditioned to think about it. That's the hard part, I would say, for people.
It's unconscious for me now.
Yeah, exactly.
But
like something, if you've got like bad ankles or you sprained ankles, which I work with a lot of people that have ankle injuries, and coming back from that is simply just balancing on one foot makes a huge difference. And it requires very little effort. I always go for, start off with the most easy thing you can do, the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
That is where the place to start, and then build from there. I think sometimes we oversubscribe and just do too much too soon.
That's the issue.
That is the issue, because people think I'm all or nothing. That's it. I can't do anything unless I'm all in, and then after 2 weeks they're done.
I tell you what, right here, I'm stretching my hip as we talk. I'm rotating my
Yeah.
ankle as we talk because to keep it mobile, to
Yeah,
keep stretched. Like
exactly.
it's just a little habit.
It's brilliant. I love it. And I think that's the place to start. If you are someone that's struggling with back pain or knee pain or something like hip pain, is think of the simple things you can move. And
Well,
movement
I have
is
hip pain and back
medicines.
pain. I've
Yeah.
had it, and so this
So
is why,
have
this is
I
why
in
exactly
the
what I did. I played sport last night,
Yeah,
and this is why I'm doing this right now to
Yeah.
keep myself mobile.
exactly.
Like,
Love it.
It's fun. Well, no, you've mentioned it's because you've mentioned it though.
Yeah.
That I don't because of
It's
the
innate
habit.
in you,
yeah,
yeah.
totally. But that's the thing with other people is that I didn't used to always do this.
No, it wasn't
I
always.
used to freaking hate stretching.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to stretch to get more mobile.
No.
Like people often, in terms of injury prevention as well, stretching is not that beneficial. Mobility is important. So I think you are less likely to get injured, but I think it's something like 69% if you strength train. And it's only a 4% reduction if you stretch is for injury prevention. So again,
Mobilize around the joint.
yeah, mobilizing. So strength training mobilizes you.
Jump into that because most people won't understand what is mobilizing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Mobility is just like the range of movement in a joint. And that's where a lot of people get issues is because of not moving through those joint movement. And stretchings can move you through planes of motion, but you need a bit of load to help improve the mobility.
I think the biggest difference has been for most people is that people, when they go to stretch, they try and get to the length end of the muscle and they try and go further. And they're like, this becomes painful again. That's why people don't want.
Do it.
Yeah.
And it's a bit boring
But
sometimes.
it can be. I mean, literally, everything you'll see me do, I'll just be like, I'll be stretching out for some reason. Like it's unconsciously, but that's just a stupid habit that's for me personally, because actually it's because I don't want to ever slow down. I want to be able to wake up, move, and take advantage of an opportunity if it's available. When it comes to back pain, knee pain, hip pain, we actually didn't go into that.
No, we didn't. But I was just thinking of like the most simplest things you can do to help improve it. So to prevent it is movement, general movement. If you want to seriously prevent it, you need to do some form of strength work. So it can be a range of different things, but highly recommend a form of strength training. Working on your core, and that doesn't mean doing ab circuits. Core is your whole trunk. So people get a bit confused thinking core is like doing a load of sit-ups. No, it's about working that whole torso, because it's that connection from the upper to the lower body. So building deep core strength. So things like a lot of people like doing is things like Pilates, which are really good to get those deep inner muscles. And that definitely helps that whole hip, lower back area. And then if you do have back pain, or if you feel like you might be prone to it, or hip issues, a form of a mobility routine would be recommended. And it can be simple movements like cat-cow, bird dog, really simple movements. I know you probably don't know what those mean.
I personally do, but
I know you do. And they're
listeners
very
do not.
simple exercises you can do at home on your bed. You don't even have to leave your bed. Obviously, I'd encourage to. But yeah, so there is like, obviously strength training movement is the key to prevent a lot of these issues that you will get. Same with knee pain. It's like you actually need to build the muscles around the knee, hence why. And it doesn't mean you have to go and lift heavy weights. You can use machines, you can do body weight stuff. There's millions of ways you can strengthen the muscles around the joints. And that will really help prevent those injuries. And then there's
we touched on
also
it before with the squat. Just squat.
sit
down,
in the
stand
squat.
up.
Yeah, things like that is a really nice, simple one. And then to go a little bit further is I would encourage, especially for the lower limbs and hips, is single leg type work. And again, you don't have to go to a gym. You can use a step at home, do a step up, split squat, balance on one leg. All those kind of things will help prevent those.
It's funny because I always say
potential
just step back into a lunge, like you would at home, like if you're in an office, wherever you are. Like everyone says squat, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But
Single leg, I would highly recommend. If you want to get back to sport as well. Because
I'm just living.
Or just living, yeah. It's for everyone. It doesn't just for the people that want to play sport.
Literally.
It's
So,
actually just for everything. Everything we said is for everyone.
yeah, it can be applied anywhere. What about the back pain?
Back pain. Okay, so it's quite common, comes up. A lot of back pain can be wear and tear. And that can be unfortunate, and some people are more prone to it. So you hear a lot of people getting slip discs. Lower back tends to have a lot more wear and tear. I'm not sure the reasonings behind it. So yes, you can prevent it, but some people are going to have genetically more wear and tear in their lower back than others, or the way they position. So that can come down to posture, what's their history, except in terms of sport and movement.
Mine comes down to gravity.
Gravity, yeah.
Because of the shift of gravity when you
Yes,
balance.
that's what that was what I was meaning of like
Posture.
posture and balancing. A lot of men that I know have got a lot of bulging discs. I don't know if it's history of impact sports can have a negative effect, but not always. So things like rugby, maybe poor tackling technique, things like that.
It's funny because like you brought this one up, because I'm hearing more and more the reason it happens with men is because they have this it's part of the ego actually, is they lift their chest up, and when they lift their chest up, they tend to push their hips forward, and so they've got this actual bend in their body from head down to the heel, and so this movement forward again puts the spine
in the wrong kind of positions.
they start to flex
too flexed or
or extended, and they go like oopsies, and then that's when the pressure happens on the disc.
And then sometimes a bit of ego in the gym.
Oh, that happens
Not
too.
mentioning any names. But yeah, I think as well, like naturally women, the only physiological advantage women have over men is our mobility and flexibility. So, and I think partly, I'm not saying women don't have back issues, because they definitely do. But I think there's that our hormones are different to men as well. And especially around this area hormonally, and like the way the pelvis is and stuff like that, which is good and bad for women as well, because a lot of women during pregnancy get back pain partly because of the extra weight and blah blah blah. But
then that's a simple thing. Like when it comes to
it's
women in
moved that
pregnancy,
position, the
and a lot
center
of
of
men have
gravity.
that because they put the weight on through their stomach lines.
Yeah, that's true.
But
It's the
that's-
same thing. Yeah,
that
in
is
some ways.
literally the actual.
So yeah, preventative is staying lean and fit and strong, having more muscle mass just generally. And men, you naturally have more muscle mass than women. And it's still hard
Still
for
gotta
men.
use it.
Yeah, you still need to use it. It all comes down to movement. And it basically just comes down to movement for prevention. Like I said, movement is medicine.
Do you have like 3 key exercises that you would
For
always,
back pain or just...
general?
Oh, that's so hard to narrow down. Oh.
All right, make it 30.
I'll be here all day. I'm going to say I would lean towards more posterior chain exercises. So that means your back, glutes, hamstrings, if we're narrowing it down. Only because we naturally, without even thinking, we use a lot more of our anterior body. Like walking, going upstairs is more anterior, like say the front, your quads. So that's why your quads tend to be stronger than your hamstrings. So generally people's posterior chain is naturally a bit weaker if you're someone that doesn't do anything, because you use the front of your body more. So I would narrow it down to maybe posterior chain exercises would be really beneficial for most people and help prevent a lot of back pain. And then I'm going to say a form of core work would be really essential. That's my number 2, where that can help strengthen those deeper muscles. I'm thinking of as longevity, like for people in longevity.
I do a 3-minute plan every day.
Yeah. And then, so core, posterior chain, and then working on building mobility through the joints. So that can be through your spine by doing something like a cat-cow, doing something through your hips, and then doing something with your ankles, because the more mobile your ankles are, so you could do like calf stretch off a step. That's how I would break it down to those kind of 3 areas rather than 3 exercises. For longevity.
Everyone always wants more.
So for longevity, if that's the basic things you can do, I would strengthen those areas.
It's funny, actually, I probably shouldn't have got just to movement, because there's a lot more when it comes to longevity in sports. It's not just, it is about your sleep, it is about your breathing, it's about
we
your
haven't touched on
nutrition. No, we haven't.
I don't know if we've got time.
No,
That's another day.
It's another day, 100% for sure. I suppose what I'd like to leave it on is that the environment, like, what have you seen from people that you train with? Like, and it could be mental, physical, other kind of spiritual benefit and emotion that you see. What are you seeing from people that you work with that have gone from a place of, okay, well, it wasn't part of their life, now it is part of their life?
I think one of my favorite, can I say what my favorite things are?
Of course you can.
I love it when I see the confidence go up, and then it transfers to everything from their work on the pitch and stuff, and like how confident, because they're stronger, they're fitter, they move better, and then they get better at their sport because they're fitter and stronger and able to hold themselves. So that's one of my favorite things I love to see. And that breeds into that mentality, the confidence. So I would say confidence. And then my other favorite thing is like turning people from that never went to the gym or never did anything to support their sport to it being their norm. That's their norm. Like they go, even if it's without me, they're going twice a week or 3 times a week or doing something to support their sports performance. I think those are the 2 big things that just makes me love what I do, basically.
I think that's the best one ever.
Yeah, it's so cool.
But that's the thing. People don't realize how much of an impact it has on life. Like,
confidence. It's so cool to see the confidence go up in people, and then see it, and then see them perform better. And then they realize it's because of those kind of simple changes they made in their life. And
literally,
like just getting strong. It's mad. It's cool. Very cool.
Awesome way to finish this, I think. Yeah. Look down that camera there, and then just let people know where they can get a hold of you, because you guys got comments, questions, I'm sure. So get a hold of it.
So my Instagram handle is @GraceBrownFitness. So if you have any questions about getting fitter, faster, stronger for sport, drop me a message. I think that's the best way. My website is gracebrownfitness.com. But yeah, happy to answer any questions around longevity, fitness, strength, where to get started, how to improve your sports performance. Come and say hello. I'd love to hear from you.
Brilliant.
Thanks. That was awesome.
That's good, huh? We're going to leave it at that. So, guys, it just literally is that last part that Grace talked about with confidence is the biggest thing you'll get out of this, like literally, and the changes that you have. So, 100%. Yeah.
Awesome.
Get a hold, reach out. And so the next episode, let us know what you would like us to talk about, or like kind of the guests you'd like us to bring on. And so we can talk with them and get information for you to live better, have a career, or simply improve your health.
Brilliant.
Ross, why should people consider bodybuilding?
Well, the first part of this answer is probably going to surprise you a little bit. It's not for everyone. I think the first things first is, if you want to consider bodybuilding, there's going to be two really valid reasons for getting into it. One, you've been a fan of the sport, you love the sport, or you're intrigued by the sport. Maybe you've never watched it too much, or you've just started seeing it pop up on your social media. Let's be honest, bodybuilding within the fitness industry is probably one of the most easily Instagrammable things to do in fitness, because it's such and we know that Instagram is a very visual medium, and so there's nothing much more visual than aesthetics and how quickly physiques can change. The reason why I say it's not for everyone, number of reasons for that. Firstly, you definitely have to be of a certain mindset to enjoy going through something which is so singular and focused and so disciplined. And it's not that other sports, like, cause I mean, you and I, we've known each other for a long time. I came from a background of playing rugby to a decent level. I did CrossFit competitively as well, went to regionals and stuff. Bodybuilding is very different from any of those other activities I've done. Why do I still enjoy it though? For me, I think the challenge of, okay, this is something that is not just uncomfortable in terms of the training component, but there's nothing like bodybuilding, which is so all-encompassing in every aspect of your life. So it affects everything. It affects what decisions you make around how you socialize, how you sleep, the importance you place on that, your dietary requirements, and also the sacrifices you inevitably have to make when you're dieting and you're in season.
Yeah.
I do think that, and this is, again, I could go off on so many tangents, and I'll try to refrain from that as best as possible, is in the off season, I think the old school belief of bodybuilding is that you're literally on 24/7, 365 days a year. I think the great thing to see both with the approach that some athletes have. I'll probably lump myself within that because I definitely don't take a old school approach.
Oh, yeah.
I do think that both to its detriment and to its betterment, the science of bodybuilding has progressed a hell of a lot, even just the last 10 years. But also the approaches that coaches are taking are a lot more, and I say the coaches, I would say still the minority, but a growing minority of coaches are taking a very intelligent, cerebral approach to how things are done. They understand that it's not about boiled chicken, broccoli and rice, and you don't have to eat like that to do well and to get in shape. But why I say it's not for everyone is that it does require a degree of consistency and sacrifice that frankly just not everyone's ready for. Now it doesn't mean you can't potentially get to that point, but and I don't know how deep you want me to get into every nitty-gritty aspect of prep.
Mate, we're going to get deep into this over the session. So.
Fine. But the
This is our opening statement, but yeah.
But like, the reality is that it's, if I had to give you another soundbite, so to speak, bodybuilding is not healthy. I think that's the first thing for people to understand, because often it's promoted, like you see all these shredded physiques often, and I can speak from personal experience quite candidly, those that use performance enhancing drugs. And of course, if you're not competing in natural federations, you can almost guarantee the majority of those individuals have enhancement.
Yeah.
And so with that comes a lot of unrealistic expectations from the outside looking in of, well, oh, they changed their physique this drastically over this 6 month or 1 year period. I want to do that too. But the reality is that one, you have to be willing to spend a hell of a lot of time, effort, and money on the food, the training, the gym memberships, the PEDs themselves. And then, of course, there's the cost of actually competing, traveling for competitions, hotels, the actual fee to be an athlete, the fees for the competitions. And so I think for me, like, it gives very little back from a tangible standpoint, but it gives so much back if you're passionate about the endeavor, the process, and you love the sport. So
It's about accomplishment, personal accomplishment, right?
Really is. For me, the whole reason that I enjoyed it was the same reason that I did CrossFit, the same reason that I did rugby is, well, rugby had some other bits to it in terms of the camaraderie and the team aspect, but CrossFit did that as part of a team as well. But it's an individual performance. And then I competed mostly individually, just the team stuff happened that particular year. But with the bodybuilding stuff, it's just on you.
Yeah.
It's all on you, and it's a very selfish endeavor as well. It's like no one else benefits from it. In fact, if anything, people around you suffer at times as a byproduct of you doing it as well. So they have to be on side with that. But I think it's not healthy. It's but I would say that also on the enhanced side of things, there's this big sort of debate at the moment between the whole natty camp and the enhanced camp. And I think if you were to ask me from a health standpoint, because often it's just like, well, the moment that you start going down the enhanced side of it, automatically that's less healthy.
Yeah.
I don't actually agree with that. And people are going to be probably like, what the hell where is he going with this? I actually think there's a bit of a middle ground.
Hey there. If you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today.
Remove RED, so relative energy deficiency. Let's get energy balance back in a good place, energy availability in a good place. Let's pull stress off the body. Let's get all the health markers humming and singing again. Thing is, I still pull my bloods at 12 weeks after the competition. My testosterone was still super low. Thyroid still hadn't quite recovered yet. And so it takes a hell of a toll on the body, even if you do it pristinely as a natural athlete. So technically speaking, probably the healthiest way to actually go about bodybuilding is doing just enough to help support some of the glands and the hormonal changes that happen to an extent. So let's just take the thyroid as an example. Your thyroid is going to get massively downregulated the deeper you go into prep. There's no getting around that.
Let's go back on that, because most people are not going to know what's the thyroid do for the body.
So think of the thyroid as the master gland for metabolism. So think of it as if your thyroid is downregulated, your overall BMR is down. Your ability to partition nutrients is going to be less as well. So give an example, if we are starting out a prep and say you're on 2,000 calories at the start, as you lose body fat, as your body weight goes down, that already means that it's going to take less calories for you to exist and to function, and also for you to maintain that deficit. But there's this sneaky thing that happens called adaptive thermogenesis, where as your body weight gets less, your body goes, hold on a minute, we can become a bit more efficient at how we go about this. So let's just reduce that right down. So then what also then happens, part of that is that the thyroid adapts to that. So you can't just reduce body weight and reduce a hell of a lot of body fat in a short space of time and expect there not to be a consequence. And also our brains are wired for survival, right? We know this, like it's a well-established homeostasis. Our brains are like, right, how do we maintain this or reestablish this as much as we can? So the thyroid gland's response to that is, well, you know what? We're just going to freaking tank your BMR so we can utilize the least energy possible. We can still keep you moving and keep you functioning, albeit we might have to start affecting other things. And this is why you hear females when they go on PrEP, like they start losing their cycles and, you know, their hair starts to thin and their digestion starts to get out of whack, sleep starts to suffer. All those parasympathetic processes just take a massive hit.
Yeah. This is a massive opening on the session. It's awesome because there's a lot in the space and there's a lot in the space to dive in. Let's take it back to someone's now considering doing a bodybuilding competition. Where do they need to be as in order to start, or do you think to consider that to start with before we go into the ins and outs of it? So example being, if I've never really done any weight training, if I've never really done any exercise, should I at least been running first? Should I at least have some understanding of basic nutrition? Where should someone at least be before they consider doing this, in your opinion?
I mean, the sport's called bodybuilding, not body losing, for a start.
Yeah.
So I think often people go into it, and you'll see this in particular with females going into the sport for the first time and they maybe want to compete in bikini. And I think that the perception often as well, I love how lean and aesthetic those females look. And often with that comes maybe they're a bit insecure about how they look. They're maybe carrying a bit more body fat than they would like. And so they just see it as that, well, if I do something like that, it's going to push me really hard to get to a point where I'm really happy with how I look. But the reality is that to do a bodybuilding show well, you actually need to have a decent baseline of muscle tissue to start with. Again, it's bodybuilding, not body losing. So I think that's one of the biggest mistakes first time competitors make, is not taking the time ahead of time to prep for the prep.
Yeah. Do they come in thinking, okay, this is, well, not to win, right? This is just to change them personally, or is their own personal goal to start with?
Most of the time, people just have a personal goal of, well, I want a challenge. I just want to do something that's going to push me out of my comfort zone. And they sort of like the idea of the end result, but they haven't really thought about the full practicalities of everything that goes into that, and things we even talked about in the intro, like all the sacrifices that go into it.
Yeah.
With females, it's even worse because they have a much more intricate physiology than we do, and it is a lot harsher on their physique than it is on us. So I think often they go into it as, well, you know, I'm just going to go in, I'm going to diet for 12 weeks, 16 weeks, whatever it is, get super lean, step on stage, okay, I've ticked that box of the experience. And so I think this is why I said earlier, like, I think the sport is really, if you're genuinely really curious about pursuing the sport, or you are already really passionate about the sport and you just want to get into it.
Go a little step
but
further.
if you're treating it just as it's maybe like a bucket list thing, I just want to
I
take
saw this
off,
on Instagram, let me give it a go. Yeah.
which is often what happens. And the problem with that is that it's something that the cost versus reward of it, there's many other things you could do to, have an impressive physique transformation. You could do a photo shoot. You could, it could be, for example, doing something maybe like a year-long project. But it's just this idea of, right, I'm going to jump into this for 12, 16 weeks, do things as aggressively and as recklessly as possible. They don't realize that's what they're doing potentially, but that ends up what happens. Calories super low right from the start, cardio ramped up right from the beginning. And I think there's just not a big thought process that goes into it. So if you were to answer that original question, what should people consider before getting into the sport? I think first things first, learn what the sport actually involves. Learn about the federations, learn about the categories. What type of physique do you want to present on stage? And then rather just stepping on stage for the sake of it, take the time to build the type of physique that you'd be proud showcasing on stage. That, and honestly, I would say for most people, that probably would be a 2 to 5 year process to get to a point where, right, and don't get wrong, they've brought out the new category now, the whole fit model category, and certainly for females, that makes it way more accessible, and I think it's great. I think if they start bringing in too many categories too soon, that might get a bit too silly, but I think this is great. It takes us back to what the bikini division looked like back when Ashley Kay was literally like the first Olympia bikini, which I think is fantastic. But unfortunately now, with the growth of bodybuilding, it's just such a trendy thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a sport you get into just because it's a trend. It's something you get into because you've really taken your time to appreciate everything that's involved, and it's something you feel really passionately about pursuing.
Okay, so then the question that comes to mind is, what's the first thing someone's going to do when they get like they say, okay, they've done some preparation as far as like maybe they're going to the gym to start with. They've got some basics under them as far as movement. Now they obviously don't know what they're doing as far as bodybuilding. That's why the kind of curiosity gets them in the first place. What's the first part of this journey for someone who goes like, oh, I want to give it a go?
I think let's assume that they've built the base level of muscle already. Say they've taken a couple of years, 3 years. At that stage, I would say
So 2 or 3 years, you think?
I would say
at
2 or
least in
3
the
years.
gym?
Most people, at least for the lower categories, I'd say especially let's just assume that we're going to be competing as naturals at this point.
Okay.
Most people could take it like 2 to 3 years and at least be able to start exploring the possibility of doing a prep.
How long does that mean in the gym? Like for 2 or 3 years, I've been in the gym, once a week, 4 times a week?
It's
Because everyone's got the different understanding, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend. I think depends on your division. The amount of muscularity you need for each division is going to dictate how much muscle you need to build to get to that point. I think if you're looking at the lower entry categories like men's physique for guys and bikini for females, you're still going to be looking at least at a minimum of 4 days per week and an hour to an hour and a half training sessions to probably get enough volume in as well. Now, of course, as people get more experience, certainly for me, for all of my preps, I've always done 5 training sessions a week. And it was just for me to get the amount of volume I needed for the progress, I needed that. But then how you build muscle is also how you keep it. So those 5 training sessions were maintained through prep as well. Albeit there's certain little tweaks and manipulations you do, which we can get into later towards the end of prep, which help you to sort of manage things. But yeah, you're looking at showing up consistently week in, week out, not taking time off just because you've traveled for work, not taking time off just because you're on holiday. We're talking about
family, blah,
every
blah.
single week for years on end to get to that base level. And then that's what it's going to take to also while you're prepping as well. But then add on top of that, when you start prep, okay, we know that energy balance is the key driver for fat loss, right? For weight loss. Now, yeah, manipulating nutrition is a part of it, but a massive part of it where we keep nutrition high enough, but you're still trying to get enough expenditure is, of course, NEAT. So steps and other non-exercise activity and cardio. Now, you see all these things, and this is the problem, is that social media does a hell of a lot for creating unrealistic expectations for people. They see their favorite bodybuilding influencer.
It's a highlight reel. That's all it is. I mean, people just get blown.
Big time. And what they'll do is they'll pick out the best case scenario. What they don't see is all of the stuff that went wrong, all of the failures and all of the catastrophes, and I like to call it all the train wreck physiques that have ended up happening as a result of
No one likes pricing those, do they?
Bad coaching, poor preps, poor approach. So, but the reality is for most people, you are going to have to dedicate time to not just your gym sessions, then there's the cardio on top of that. Now, if I compare my natural prep to my assisted prep, where I had other advantages like lipolytics, like clenbuterol, for example, that can help with lifting your BMR up, oxidating fat at a quicker rate. You don't have that as a natural. So as a natural, it's like, well, it's really going to come from you expend calories or you eat less. And so in my case, I was doing an hour a day by the end of my natural prep. So not only was it the 5 lifting sessions for like 90 minutes a week, it was then an hour every single day. And I had to do 15,000 steps a day. And part of that was with a weighted vest as well. So how many hours a day was I contributing towards on average to my prep? Probably 3.
Yeah. What's the hardest barrier? So like people, let's take away the Instagram. What is the hardest thing for people to get over? What's the biggest challenge people have when they first... Because I think they see this highlight reels, like, that looks great. Oh, yeah, I can do that. And then they jump in, and then, let's be honest, the majority of people that have the consideration don't follow through with it because there's some barrier that's the hardest for them. What is that hardest barrier?
I don't want to make a blanket statement, but I would say on what I've seen from coaching other competitors on average, the nutrition for sure.
Yeah. I think they just can't handle the general as far as like discipline, or they don't know what to eat, or...
I think... To your point about people getting into it for the first time and sometimes not appreciating what it takes, I think Mal and I were very lucky in the sense that she did it a bit younger than me, but I got into it I was 34 when I first competed. So I was a bit older.
Still young.
I felt young. That's the main thing. But I was a bit older, a bit more mature. I sort of my whole identity wasn't attached to the sport of bodybuilding. So I knew who I am. I was certain about what I wanted to do, what I was trying to achieve. And bodybuilding was a passion I wanted to explore because I'd never done it. And I wanted to get into that. But I never had any hang-ups around food, very good relationship with food. And so for me, it was a case of, well, I just understand that it's a means to an end. I just need to control this throughout this time frame to make sure that I achieve an end result. So
that's interesting, really interesting, because there's 2 things I'm thinking there. One is there's 2 common things of the sweet tooth for one person or the overeating for another.
Yep.
So when you talk about nutrition, and let's talk about those 2 types of people, what is it that you think flicks them from or to getting that discipline? Like, what do you have to, like, as far as if that's one of the biggest barriers to nutrition is for them, and then someone's got a sweet tooth, let's go for that one. So what do you need it like besides giving them a slap of the pan? What's the other thing you can do?
There's obviously there's a lot of sort of dangerous rhetoric around many coaches just like, you just don't want it enough. It's a common thing. Many prep coaches who never work with lifestyle.
I surely believe that. If you want something, you do it. If you don't want it, you don't do it.
True to an extent, but then that's then to negate a bunch of different conditions that they've maybe had from their childhood all the way up. There's maybe a bunch of different other behavioral aspects that have never been acquired. Like, so behaviors like eating consistently and well and doing your food prep and tracking your calories, these are all learned behaviors. If you never learned those behaviors, you can be, and we've met many people that you get into your 30s, 40s, they've never acquired the skills of how to nourish themselves properly. So I think the biggest barrier people have is that even preceding the food, it's just the mindset. They don't have the mental skills and resilience to handle everything that goes into it, because, okay, now they've got kids, they've got a job, they've got such limited bandwidth, their time poor already. Now you're asking them to learn this whole big, what is ultimately quite an important life skill on top of that, that, I mean, that's something we sort of, a big part of our coaching with clients is managing expectations from the start. And I will not prep someone if I do not feel that they're in a psychologically and physiologically ready state to do so, or that they're not within striking distance where we can coach that for the first 3 to 6 months, then start a prep process. So the biggest thing that holds people back is it's between the ears first and foremost. If they're not psychologically ready to understand and appreciate everything they're going to have to deal with, it doesn't matter how perfect the nutrition program is, how perfect the diet plan is, it's just not going to work. So often for me, if someone's, I feel like they're not that far away, but they need time. It's really more so going all the way back to, as rudimentary as it sounds, it's going back to habits, identity, beliefs. You have to work on that first. And then once they're in a place like, oh, well, all those limiting beliefs I have about, I don't have time, it's too hard, it's too much to learn, it's too much to understand. The reality is not. Like, they've achieved much harder things in their life. So
if they wanted to.
If they really want to, then it's like, well, bear in mind that you might want to compete right now. You're not ready to compete right now. We're going to have to literally treat you like almost like a Gen Pop client coming into the gym for the first time, but it's just a little bit further up the ladder. It's just, you've already got all those skills. And at one point you were a beginner there as well. But now it's like, we're just now taking a step up in the level of consistent application and precision that we have to do across the board. And I think, like, if you were to ask me, like, yeah, the nutrition's a hard part, but then it's marrying that with, I need to be so ruthlessly consistent across the board on everything.
Yeah, massively.
Because ultimately, say for example, oh, my nutrition's good and my training's good, but I sleep 5 hours a night. Okay, great. Well, what's going to happen to you is that your adherence to your nutrition is going to suffer. Your performance in your gym sessions, your recovery is going to suffer. So it is literally, and that's why I say I think it's one of the hardest sports in the sense that you literally can't get away with anything. Everything has to be
caught out. Totally. So let's start the journey then. Let's get into, so they're talking about, they've got some different barriers now. They got the right mindset. They're getting into it. How much preparation do they need to start off with their first one? I know it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string kind of a question, but where was the kind of space you'd think, okay, considering minimum, it's got to be a 6 month, 1 year, 2 year build and 12 week, whatever.
Got you. So I mean, I can even share from personal experience because this is the approach I decided to take was when I wanted to do the natural competition, I spent 2.5 years building my physique first before starting a prep. That didn't mean I didn't have phases amongst that where I might do tidy ups and things like that just to keep the physique reined in because you don't want to just pile on fat for the sake of it. But you do have to be willing to not be walking around with a six pack while you're building your physique. So
hold on that too. How much of a problem is there with people going like, they want to go straight from where they are to this incredible physique because that's what people want to get into, right? That must be a massive barrier for a lot of people to let go of. Sometimes you've got to step back in order to step forward.
We have to do a whole podcast on the barrier that people think they put fat loss on a pedestal. And within our coaching, we
literally that's the problem
of 5 different coaching phases that we sort of labeled. So you've got what we'd call like a priming or a pre-prep phase. So this is getting someone, we call it as psychologically and physiologically ready to go away from homeostasis. So that's like what we would refer to as like a priming or a pre-prep phase. Then of course there's fat loss phases. There's reverse dieting, which many people question nowadays, is reverse dieting even necessary? In my experience, it's person dependent and how much and the severity of it or the magnitude of change. It depends. I've had some clients where we don't really reverse diet. We just go straight to maintenance. You do that with another client and it's a disaster. So again, that whole N of one, you take an N of one approach to people. So there's reverse dieting phases. There's obviously building phases and then there's maintenance phases. In my experience, maintenance phases are by far the hardest for people to do. Which is interesting because given that you're going to literally spend the majority of your time as a human being at maintenance, yet it's the thing people struggle with the most because they're so used to just pushing to an extreme. Now, to your point about the taking a step back and saying, right, you're not ready to just diet right now. 2 scenarios that happen with that. One, a female comes and they're like, I'm already eating 1,400 calories a day. I want to start prep. It's like, where are you going to go from here? You're going to go lower than that? You're going to go sub 1,000 calories? Good luck having any form of physique, eating that much food and training or whatever else. So one of 2 scenarios, either they're going to have to spend time reversing up. Now, those type of individuals, usually their health's not in a good place. They either have PCOS and or HA, so hypothalamic amenorrhea. So they've not had a cycle maybe for 3 months, 6 months, over a year. So priority first is get the health in place. That's the first number one thing. So if health isn't a good place, that always takes priority. Then where's their physique? Like we talked about, could it take a year, 2 years, 3 years? Once they've done that, now let's assume, because I'm assuming this is where everyone's probably like, when do we get to the bloody contest prep? When you're ready to actually start that. But I do want people to take note of that, is that in both of my preps, even when I became an enhanced athlete and I started prepping for the show I did just this past September, that was another 3 years of prep for that. Spent a good amount of time adding as much tissue as I needed to. And just to give people context, I stepped on stage, and for people who have done bodybuilding, they'll appreciate this. I stepped on stage as a natural at 73 kilos, and I stepped on stage enhanced at 83. It's a 10 kilo difference in stage weight. It's quite a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of difference. So you need to take, and that's with enhancements. Now, granted, I kept mine very minimal. We won't get into exact numbers. It's not relevant for the people listening, but if people understand safer use and they understand what sort of moderate to, say, extreme use, mine was always very much on the lower side. And so it was always very risk averse, still built a pretty decent amount of tissue. And so that took, with enhancements, 3 years to get the physique into a position where I would even stand up on stage and be like, right, that's respectable. That's a respectable physique to even compete in an amateur competition.
You were still doing it for yourself at this point, sorry.
Love the process. Like for me, I won't get into the whole Sweden experience. It was a bit of a mixed experience for me personally. I loved the journey. I loved seeing how much I'd progressed over a 3 year period. The actual show day itself, I have reservations about how it was managed by the organizers and whatever else. But like you said, that's just a bit of a highlight. And of course, if you go in and you do well and you place,
it's part of the journey as well. When you talk about this as an overall thing,
for me, it was always about, like, it didn't matter how I placed on stage. Well, not true. I'm quite competitive, but when I came off stage on the day, I was like really not happy about it. But as a first time competitor, it's like it's completely out of your hands. It's just like no one knows who you are yet. And
it's just opinion based as well, right?
And it's a subjective sport. So for me, it was like, am I happy with what I brought to the table that day? Yeah, I was. Cool. So that was the key thing. And what did I learn throughout those 2 years? Tons. But when I actually started the prep, the actual prep itself was 22 weeks. Now, where things were historically to where they are now, and again, there's no right, wrong per se, but it was always a case that people prepped in the shortest time possible. What's been quite nice to see is a shift towards slightly more strategic preps, where most people will prep somewhere between 16 to 24 weeks in length, for the most part, at least if they're doing one show. Now, common trend also to see now is that athletes will often, once they're down at that condition, they know that it's very slight tweaks and they can bring significant improvements in presentation between shows. So you'll see many athletes will do 2 shows, 3 shows, 4 shows. I've seen some do even more in a season. Makes sense. You're already that lean. We've just got to manage things as best we can, improve the look, and it gives us an opportunity to improve our placings. And many of the people who've been doing it a long time, they've maybe already been knocking on the door. They've been placing in top 3s and they're trying to get that pro card. So you'll see that a lot. Guys who are doing it professionally, they're IFBB pros and they're trying to get to Olympia. They will do multiple shows in the season because they're trying to stamp their ticket to Olympia. And then obviously there's the equivalents of that in natural. But yeah, I would say that for most people, once you've put in that initial groundwork, a sensible prep for the majority of individuals is going to be about 16 to 24 weeks.
Cool. The journey started for someone. So how does that journey look for when it comes to training? So let's say you're saying preparation going into this, first of all, you're probably doing something like 4 times a week at least, an hour and a half. What does that training then look for when you start on this journey to, okay, going for my first competition? What's going to change between my 4 times a week that I was doing before to what I'm going to start doing now?
I think for bodybuilding particularly, I mean, there's one thing going in the gym and having your like upper lower, or
stand in the mirror taking photos,
like whatever it is. I think the big thing that changed for me, and certainly for my clients that have ever came to me like, right, I've been training physique style, but without, because you can bodybuild without being a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Like you can do the bodybuilding style training and love it and experiment and explore. And I think that's underutilized as well. People just actually finding what they enjoy doing and how they like to train, because there's many ways to do it. But when it comes to the sport, ultimately it's going to come down to, right, we do a physique analysis of the individual and we look at, right, how is your physique looking compared to the people that are doing well in this ag? You look at the winners, who are the people that are at the top of the game for whether it's a natural federation or enhanced for that division. What are the criteria we're looking for? You do the physique analysis and then you go, right.
Do you look at the top 3 or you just look as a general in the group? Like in that space, let's say it's here in the UAE, so you win a UAE, so that you don't look silly compared to everyone else, or so that you're looking to be accepted in the group?
I mean, a bit of both. So I would look at like, well, what competition are they looking to compete in and what have past winners looked like? But then we would also look above that and go like, what is the best in the world looking like? So you have that sort of range of comparison of, right, well, this is where your physique is now. Let's just say it's a men's physique guy doing their first time in an actual competition. It's like, right, if we take an analysis of your physique now, we know that they need to have that super nice V taper. How's your side delts looking? How's your lats looking? And so you would look at, right, well, this is where your physique is now compared to the guy who won it last time. We maybe need to bring up your lats. We might need to bring up your delts. It might just be the top line in general. So maybe they've got to bring up the pecs more. Once we've figured out what their weaknesses are, the degree of specificity that goes into that training program is probably the biggest difference. So rather than just doing, I'm just going to do a general program where the amount of volume per muscle group isn't really considered, you have to really pull that back and figure out, right, what's the minimum effective volume that each muscle group responds to? Then once we have that data, which is why I'm a big fan of pre-prep phases or working with a coach ahead of starting prep, take time to understand what your body actually responds to. Then it's like, right, we need to make sure that we're training in a way which is specific to bring up your lagging body parts that's going to emphasize what we want in that division. For females, bikini is very, of course, glute dominant, but it's not just glutes. There does have to be enough balance there. For the upper body, the delts have to be capped as well because it sort of creates that illusion of that hourglass shape, right? So if we're looking at a female competing for the first time and they're like, I only train legs, I don't really do upper body, it's never going to work for bikini because they need to have enough symmetry, structure, and well-developed delts. And to an extent, their back has to be developed enough for it to look aesthetic from the rear pose. So to your point, it's just there's the degree of specificity required when you step into competing is very different if you're just training for lifestyle general compositions.
So what is it then? So let's say it's delts, because you brought this up, the hourglass bikini competition. So you're talking about delts. What are you looking to do there then? Is like, let's really dive into like as far as like the exercises themselves. So you're saying, okay, do delts. So you're doing what kind of rep counts are you doing? What kind of set counts are you doing? What kind of movements are you doing in that particular episode before the delts?
Right. So let's just say
shoulders for everyone else that doesn't understand.
Speaking technical language. Hopefully most people know what delts are by now. But with delts, let's just take that as the example. Glutes, you could almost lump into that because they're both similar joints, slightly different in terms of how encapsulated the main bones are within the joints. But let's just say we take the delts as that main example. You have to look at then the anatomy of that muscle. And then you're looking at, right, what does the individual that we're working with, what does that look like? So let's say we split it. Technically, the delts have 7 main divisions. Technically, people think of front, side, and rear. It's actually further divided than that. But let's just say we keep it as those 3. You then looking, okay, where are they strong, where are they weak? Do they have side delts? Do they have rear delts? What do we need to bring up the most? So ultimately, your exercise selection is going to come down to what's going to allow me to place the most mechanical tension across those tissues, and how much volume per week are we going to need to be able to do in order to see a significant change. So that comes back to what we're talking about, the establishing those minimum effective volume and eventually maximal recoverable volume. So you actually have something tangible to work between and towards to actually see that. And of course, once you reach a certain threshold and you're like, right, there's no favorable adaptations happening anymore, we then need to pull things back, tweak and assess, and then move forward from there. If you're looking at, say, the delts for most people, interestingly enough, I think a lot of people would think, well, surely it's just a ton of overhead pressing and that'll sort of tick your boxes. The thing is if you're doing enough horizontal pressing, enough chest work, your front delts are getting plenty of stimulus through your chest work. So for most, let's just say, because this is the majority of the people I've worked with, men's physique, bikini, it's side delt development. And when we talk about if you've got a lagging body part, what's required to bring that up? If you've got a lagging body part, you better be hitting that minimum 3 times per week. So just to give you an example, my last program just before I stopped and focused, I'm still got a bit of my bodybuilding stuff in now. I'm focused on strength a little bit more at the moment. Okay. Just while I'm focused on, we spoke about off air, the focus on fertility and health right now. So it's allowed me to not be so all in on bodybuilding and have a bit of a mix. But just before I stopped that, and the plan was to continue competing, I had 5 lateral raise variations in my program, because the level of volume that particular body part requires to bring it up.
So what specifically were you doing?
So let's just say if I've got 5 exercises, what am I trying to cover with that? I'm trying to create as much challenge at the different lengths of that tissue as possible. So if you look at, let's just take the easiest examples. You look at a dumbbell lateral raise. We know that when you hold that weight down by your side, not much is really happening. You take it out to the side. We know that's really heavy in that position. And why is that? Well, it's not just the weight, because if you've got the same 2 kilos here and 2 kilos down here, it's 2 kilos at both points. So what's the other component that actually makes that challenging? And this is where I think is, this is another podcast in itself, the fitness industry, and where most trainers are not truly qualified to deliver what they're doing, is because they don't understand mechanics. They don't understand the forces that necessarily go into when you have a client do this exercise. You almost should be able to have almost a bit of an x-ray vision of, right, I understand the forces involved here. I understand the implications on the joints. I understand the muscular actions, origins, insertions. So when you're looking at putting together a training program and you're bringing up a body part and maybe you've got a decently wide pool of exercises to choose from, I want to be able to create as much tension at that muscle's full contractile length as possible. So we take a dumbbell, we know that that's going to be overloaded in this position. It's going to be hardest in that top position. So then ideally, I probably want some exercises that make it the most challenging down here, and potentially maybe the loading drops off a little bit as I get into that position as well. So think of a cable lateral raise at around wrist height. That would be another example, but then that's just 2 examples. Then you've got all of those variations in between. There's different positions of dumbbell laterals. There's different setups for cable lateral raises. We're talking about lying, standing, behind the back. There's all sorts of different things you could program, but the exercise itself isn't the important thing. It's what's the challenge that we're putting through that muscle at a given range or its given length.
Totally.
That's the big thing. And so when you're designing a program, it's then figuring out, right, am I getting that balance just right? And am I spreading that across a week in a way where I get the most recovery possible so I can keep output as high as possible? Because you want to progress in your training. You want to see numbers go up. You want to see, and I like to often program a bit of a double progression model for that reason, for physique goals, because you're not going to be able to add weight all the time, especially not on small muscle groups or movements which don't have a high potential for loading. So you're going to want to have other vectors that you can play with. So it might be pushing reps for a period of time. Once you've actually earned the right to increase the load, then you can do that. But let's just take another example. Let's just take the lats as an example, because this provides a bit of a different perspective on bringing up a physique. Let's just say we're looking at a competitor and they're doing their rear lat pose. They're doing a lat spread. We can clearly see that their lats near the upper part towards the humerus is well developed, but their lats practically disappear when we get lower down towards the back of the pelvis, the iliac. Chances are they're probably not very good at contracting the lats towards that, the vertically running fibers, or they just don't do a lot of their training where that's emphasized. So when you know sort of like the actions of the muscles, you know the different lines of pull that the muscles have, you then have a much better position to then go, right, I'm going to program in a way that brings up that specifically, and I'm going to put more of my focus and effort into that. Take females with the glutes. They might be doing all of the typical Instagram, like kickbacks and all of the really sort of
Instagram
intricate stuff. And they've maybe built a bit of an upper glute, maybe even like upper glute max, outer glute med, but just the volume of the glute isn't there. And then you look at their training and it's like they partial rep all of the leg presses, their split squats in that lower part of the glute. So, and I've often found that that's actually more the case for most of the females, is that they're very good at doing the little, I hate to say this, it sounds a little bit sexist, but like some of the namby-pamby sort of not very heavily loaded stuff. But they don't get really good at training brutally hard and taking the hips into a great degree of flexion. So sometimes you have to look at, well, how is that person training? How are they executing their training? Ultimately, the mechanics, that comes before any, because I suppose I went into the exercise selection, but honestly, that's not even the important part. Someone doesn't know how to perform mechanically movements properly. You can build, again, the perfect program. If the mechanics that are then used throughout that program are not in place, then you're not going to get the response you want.
Yeah, massively.
So it's a couple of things. If I look at the coaches I've worked with to help them with their preps, they often think, well, the biggest thing you need to offer me value on is going to be setting up my nutrition, making tweaks at the right time, writing this magical training program. But when it actually came down to it, it was like, well, again, bodybuilding is a physique-based sport. It's a muscle-based sport. your training is nowhere near as effective as you think it is. So actually, sometimes the biggest value it offered was actually at the start of the coaching process, where we really got in the gym, tweaked and refined their training. And then even through prep, they were seeing improvements in their physique, which shouldn't technically happen because they're in a deficit, but they were just training to such a better degree than they were previously that they were.
Well, the point being is that if they were already doing it, they'd already be there.
Correct. Or at least they would have
Some
made much more progress in the time they had been training than
massively.
So yeah, to your point, I think it's there's been a massive pushback on the whole biomechanics. For lack of a better term, it's been a bit of a fad or a craze. Like, there's biomechanics has really came out along in popularity, and there's a number of influencers and people. Maybe Eugene Theo could be one that you might shout out. Kasim Hansen might be another with M1, but Ben Pakulski was the original bodybuilding influencer in terms of really bringing the biomechanics stuff to the fore. And Ben Yanes would probably be a name many people recognize now on social media. But the problem with it is that there's then always going to be the traditionalists that push back mega hard, which to an extent I can understand, because you can try to get so cute with your execution that you just forget to put in the effort to actually train hard enough. So where I sort of take a stance on it is like, listen, it's not about one or the other. Most people need to learn proper biomechanics, regardless of how experienced you are, because you could probably do better than you are now. However, that should not come at the expense of the effort you train with. So sure, you might have to take a couple of weeks or 4 weeks, because we know that it takes roughly 3 to 4 weeks to neurologically lay down skills proficiently. So, okay, except that even in bodybuilding, there's a skill acquisition phase within the start of your training. Then you're going to be able to start really pushing that and progressing that. So I think getting that perfect marriage between ruthless execution in terms of accuracy, but then that almost insane effort that you have to put in, like beyond the point that you think you need to. Because that's another thing as well, is like, okay, people aren't executing as accurately as they think they are. But I've often found people think they train hard, and it's like, okay, let's get you in for a couple of sessions. They don't know what failure looks like. They think they know what failure looks like, but they don't. And so when you get that marriage right of both of those things and they start doing that consistently, it's, even for me, like some of the clients I work with, it's amazing what you can achieve in a 6 to 12 month time frame once you nail those two things.
Massive. What is the point then? Overtraining, because overtraining has become a big thing where it's been popularized through a lot of social media inside that thing, but there's obviously a real side of it as well, that people have this mentality of, I've just got to go hard 100% of the time. I've got to hit 110% theoretically, to always do that in order to get to a certain space, because there's also all the motivational things that you see on social media, where people are like, if you're not dedicated, if you're not hard enough, you've got to work harder. You don't know what hard work is. Like, that's the social media message they get pushed out there. So where is that understanding from your point of view on where is that overtraining, or do you face it when people are prepping for bodybuilding? Because as you're saying just now, that a lot of people don't understand hard work or the point of failure. But then is there the opposite side of it, where people actually, mate, you're overdoing it?
I mean, naturally, as a pendulum swings, there's extremes to both ends, and exactly right. I think it's interesting, as you probably heard this as well. We've been in the industry long enough. Overtraining was almost getting a bit
trendy,
for lack of a better term, like debunked, or it was really popular to say it's really tough to overtrain. And I would argue that for many gym pop clients to an extent, although try telling that to a 45-year-old woman going through menopause and 3 kids and at the peak of their career is like, I mean, I think overtraining, sometimes people say they're overtraining, but they're not. They're just under recovered. And I think that's probably the biggest thing you have to look for, is that, is it really that actually they are just doing too much? And that can be the case. There may be, but I'm doing my physique goals, but I'm also doing a couple of high rock sessions tagged on in the week, and I'm also doing a cycle, 50K cycle. So I do think that people often just way overstretch themselves for the sake of almost this, I can't not do anything. They have the constant need to be doing something. So I think rather than it being an overtraining component, I think it's more intelligently setting up your training in a way to get the most from the least. If you can always learn how to get the most out of the least, recoverability is so much easier to manage. But then I think it is the recovery component is the thing. People under recover more than they overtrain in what I see. But within bodybuilding, I would say that it is more the under recovery part, because most of the time they have a set program. They're quite consistent following their program. Not always, but more often than not, most people who get into it for a while, they've got a structured training program. They have a logbook. They have their numbers. They know what they can and can't do. They have their, what they can recover from or not. They know at that stage usually that, especially if they've been doing it for a few years, they kind of know that, right, my quads only need this many sets per week, and my chest maybe needs this much, and so on and so forth. But it's when they start to cut corners in things like sleep or the nutrition, or you'll get individuals that they did cardio during prep and they felt really good doing that. And so they maybe keep in a bit too much of that when they're in maintenance or the off season. So I think it's just this constant need to be trying to stay lean or to constantly be doing something. People end up just overextending themselves, and the under recovery is probably the biggest thing. I find myself having to get people to pull back, and bear in mind that like people might be listening to this and thinking, but when they think about Gen Pop clients, it's usually the opposite, and it's true. Like, but we're not talking about people who are just new to the gym and getting into it. We're talking about people who have already been in the gym for a while. They've liked the whole idea and vibe of doing something like physique. They've not. You don't have to tell them to go to the gym 4 days a week. They already do it. You don't have to tell them that they probably should be careful about their nutrition. They do it. You don't have to tell them that they should go to bed at a certain time. Granted, that can be. I found that the sleep thing is becoming more and more of an issue more recently. People are really trying to cut themselves as short as they can on that, because maybe it's just there's more pressure to climb the ladder to be successful with your work. And so I've definitely been guilty of that at times, like sort of 6 hours is enough, but the reality
I'm guilty of that right now.
The reality is, if you're training hard and you're trying to train for a physique goal, I mean, you need to be getting as much rest as possible. So yeah, to your point, under recovery probably more of an issue than training.
So then let's say you got to a point, okay, now you're leading and you're saying there was the 6 to 20 weeks, their final prep into a competition.
Yeah, like 16 to 24.
16 to 24. Sorry, 16 to 24. What are those 16 to 24, if you break it down, what do those look like?
So I think with most preps that are done well, what you'll find is it's a bit of a sort of steeper initial descent as far as what you're looking for from a weight loss / fat loss perspective. Why is that? A couple of reasons. One is that people are usually quite motivated at the beginning of their prep. Two, they're usually holding on to, yes, they've got the most body fat, but that's going to have to come off anyway, but they're holding on to more water, they're holding on to more glycogen, more GI volume. So at that stage, they are just going to be carrying around a lot more mass. So you would expect the scale, and I think that's just a very quick sub point to cover, is that in Gen Pop, there's been a lot of narrative around, forget about the scale, it doesn't matter. But I'm sorry, if you've ever transformed people significantly from where they are to a point, that scale is going to come down, and usually much more than you think it is. And that's just for Gen Pop transformations. We're not even talking about physique. If you're talking about bodybuilding, that is good. Not only should it come down, but it should be quite predictable if things have been done well. So we would usually look at it as a bit of imagine it's like a sort of descending arc, and then it sort of starts to flatten out a little bit. So the rate of loss at the start is usually, let's just say we take a 24-week prep just to make it nice and neat. That first 8 weeks, you want to be making some moves, generally speaking. Now, I won't say that's the case for everyone. Some people do really well on just a nice, steady Eddie drop across the prep. But the approach that I've seen work well, not just myself, but many of the top physique coaches I respect and look up to, you'll often find that like we need to make a move out the gate.
What do you mean by move? Like
so
over days?
Let's see body fat and the rate of weight loss move pretty significantly at the start. So they'll usually be looking for like 1% at least of total body weight coming off.
In 1 day, 2 days, 1 week? 1 week.
So we're talking about 1% of body weight a week. We want that to come off. And often it might even be more than that sometimes. They'll get a significant drop. Then it will sort of start to steady out. And you want to settle into a more respectable rate of loss. That could be sticking at around 1%, or it could be just under that. And then usually towards the end of prep, it's usually at the stage like maybe the last 8 weeks. And if you've done it really well, you'll be ready for your show like 3 to 4 weeks out. I know certainly when I prepped a guy, an Indian guy called Poonen, he's a good coach in of himself. He was ready like 5 weeks out from his show. And that was hugely unintentional, because any coach that can tell you they can 100% predict with certainty how someone's going to be by a certain week, you don't. You observe the physique on a weekly basis, and closer to the show, it's on a literally daily basis. Like we're talking 4 weeks out, you're literally daily speaking to your athletes. By that point, you kind of, like, right, we know when we're going to be ready by which point. He was literally ready by 5 weeks. I had no idea when we started the dieting phase that was going to be the case. He just responded unbelievably quick. Yeah. And we actually had to start going through phases. We had to up his food for periods of time to stop the rate of loss moving so quick.
What does it look like then when you're losing 1% per week in this prep phase?
So
training goes up, training goes down, recovery goes up.
So at the start, like training shouldn't have to change all that much. I certainly don't think it would be a good idea to be doing what they refer to as intensifiers. So things like drop sets, rest pauses, that stuff probably you're going to put that out at the start. But you're going to have your probably usual set volume there. As you get towards the business end of prep, you have to sort of assess it on a person by person basis, but usually best practice will be, well, the thing that's going to hold on to muscle tissue is keeping strength up. The problem is as you know, if calories come down, carbohydrates are coming down, they have less glycogen to fuel the training. So something's got to give at some point. So what we've often found, and certainly this is the approach I'll often take with clients, is their total number of sets will usually come down about 4 to 8 weeks out. Usually 8 weeks out is a bit too conservative, but certainly with at least 4 weeks out from the show, we're usually going to want to be pulling down training volume, keeping strength up, keeping numbers as high as possible. But if they were doing 3 working sets, we might be pulling down to 2 or even 1, depending on like if we're talking about like big movements like RDLs, hack squats, like stuff that's not just locally demanding, but systemically demanding as well.
Yep.
We might be pulling that even down to 1 working set. The goal is just let's keep strength numbers up as much as we can, hold on to that tissue. But we're also making sure that we're respecting the fact that we don't have the glycogen stores to pull from now to support the volume we were doing. So volume usually will come down towards the end of prep. To your point about what can we expect to see in terms of visual changes, the first, even though the most weight is lost in that first 8 to 12 weeks, maybe the first half of prep, it's probably the least visual changes you'll see throughout the whole of prep, which is a real head fuck, for lack of a better term, for most people, because they're like, I've lost like 8 kilos, I put in all this effort, but it doesn't look
Everyone
like
judges
I've lost
themselves
that.
visually, though, what they see, but I think,
It just doesn't look like it's, and then what then starts to happen is that rate loss might slow down, but then especially once you get into the final stretch, maybe the last third of prep, the visual changes start becoming much more prominent more often. So I know certainly for many clients I've worked with, even for myself, like when you're in that last 4 weeks, we're talking like every day to 2 days, you're seeing changes. And that's where things start to get obviously really hard as well.
What kind of things are you seeing?
What do you mean?
Are you seeing a change? What kind of things are people?
Yeah, so I mean, initially when you see the initial drop, let's just say.
What were you seeing?
What was I seeing?
Yeah. Start there.
I tend to, when it comes to my sort of fat storage, I hold most of my body fat around my trunk. Even when I'm sort of like, even sitting around maintenance now, I'm 10 kilos above my stage weight now. My shoulders are still quite lean, arms are still quite lean, even legs stay quite lean. So essentially the outer extremities stay lean for me. But around my, for lack of a better term, people think it's body shaming to call it love handles. What's my love handle? So I'm going to call it that.
Cuddle buddies.
There we go, exactly. So around essentially think of central adiposity. So around that midsection, lower back. Interestingly, upper back is a bit leaner now at maintenance than it was before, but certainly around my trunk, around the stomach and lower back, that's where I tend to hold the most body fat. So for me, that's the biggest change I noticed initially, is that starts to tighten right up.
Every day you're seeing it getting smaller, shrinking.
Yeah, and so it's almost like when I'm doing, especially when you're doing like your front, men's physique for IFBB, at least there's only 2 poses. There's it's kind of a mixture between a front and a side pose. So it's your very aesthetic pose, and then you've got your rear pose as well. When you look at both of those poses,
point that towards your mouth. Yep, perfect.
Here we go. When you've got those rear poses, that's where you really see the lower back. You just see that start to come right in. From the front pose, it almost looks like you're standing side on instead of side and front on. So you just really see that waist start to come right in. That was sort of the big change for me. Then as you get into the business end and things start changing quicker, this is just where the details start coming right through. So you start to see like freaking all 7 heads of the delts. You start seeing much more detail across all the musculature around your back. So rhomboids, traps, etc.
Just the definition you're seeing more and more come through each day.
Towards the end of prep is where things really start to come to life. And as a result, the funny thing is that middle ground of prep is the part that people hate, because you don't really look big, you don't really look lean. Just kind of a bit of a grey land. And anyone who's competed will, even as I would say, as a natural, it's even worse. At least when you're enhanced, you're holding on to a bit more of your size, so you don't feel quite as small. But certainly as a natty, I remember being that middle ground and thinking, I feel like a salt filled with custard. It's just like just not really big and not really lean. But then as you get towards the end of prep and you're leaner, you end up visually at least looking bigger, more detail, right? So I think that middle part of prep for a lot of people is mentally, at least from a visual standpoint, is the hardest.
Yeah.
But of course, where things get actually hard is when you get to the end of prep.
So what is it looking like then with your food, or with, like, and again, it's just, if it's easier to share from your personal experience, what you had to do with the exercise, the food, the cardio. When you say cardio, obviously it's very generalized. I mean, people have this thing of cardio, of running's the cardio mental go-to when people say cardio or cycling, but obviously with cardio, it could be low intensity and anything else like that as well. So what was it look like for you? Let's say this last 4 weeks, 2 weeks.
I think almost progressing from the start to those 4 weeks. for me, the thing that was interesting about the last prep I did being assisted versus natural, the amount of cardio was significantly less. And actually, we actually pulled all cardio out by the last 3-4 weeks because I was finding I was getting to a point where I was losing at the right rate. Body fat was rate. I was losing at the right rate. Body fat was coming off, but my fatigue was starting to jump through the roof. So getting to a point, and I'm quite resilient, generally speaking, in terms of pain threshold. I don't really get hungry when I prep.
Okay. Fine.
People find that a bit weird. It's like, because people either, that is one of two things. Either hunger hits them hard and they're just like so food focused. Doesn't really bother me. Like hunger is not a thing. And even if I'm a bit hungry, so what? Like I'm going to live, so I'll be fine. Energy is where it hits me. And so you find those two types of people. Either it hits you energy wise or it hits you hunger wise. So for me, energy just through the floor.
And what kind of things, what was happening with your energy as far as, obviously your batteries are low, but what was it? Like focus, vision, can't stand up.
I think it was just like, the way I can describe it is I could still go in and train and hit my numbers, which is weird. So I could still go in and train, could still get my cardio done, but I felt like I was walking around with concrete slippers on. You just feel so heavy, you feel so lethargic, so slow. You just have points in the day where just like mentally you're just not, but if I was sitting to do a block of work, I could still work. So it's almost like the moments where you're running so much off stress hormones at that point, the moment where you're not doing something focused, you just feel flat, deflated.
Have you eaten something different? Are you eating something before the training session? Have you eaten something different before the training session?
My food was very repetitive through most of prep. The only thing that really adjusted down from start to the end was the quantities for the most part.
What was it?
So if I try to even remember going through a day of eating, so I would have like an overnight oats in the morning, and that was like just oats, protein powder, a little bit of cocoa powder, PB2 powder, and I would have like a very small amount of dark chocolate on that just to give it a little bit of extra flavor. Then
because you have a sweet tooth or no? Just something?
No, I just felt like I wanted something that I knew, because I know that oats for me, if I eat oats, it keeps me full for ages. So I just know from a satiety standpoint, it's a good food for me. With the whey protein mixed into that as well, there's a big double whammy. You've got the protein, you've got the oats. It's like great. That sort of kept me going. On days where I was doing fasted cardio, I would wait till after the cardio, then I would have that. Then usually meal 2 would be just like you would typically expect. Like it was like chicken and like say air fried potatoes or whatever else, veggies.
What kind of volume were you having of it?
So let's say if I was looking at, I'm trying to remember, I should have probably came in with my targets. I should have probably had the numbers. That would be quite useful. But let's just say I know that my calories by the end of prep were 2 520 on training days and 2 120 on non-training days. Which interesting compared to my natural prep where I was down to 19 and 1600.
So what was your delta though? What was your difference between your expenditure and the consumption?
Well, the big difference between that was that my cardio was daily. So I was on lower calories and cardio daily during the natural prep, but less cardio and higher food on the assisted prep.
Okay.
So obviously carrying around more muscle, but also when you've got these compounds in play, it makes a difference. When you've got lipolytics like clenbuterol in play, makes a big difference as well. So I think people often don't appreciate that natural preps are bloody hard. Like, they're super hard. You've got nothing helping you. I was also towards the end of my assisted prep, I was utilizing T4 and right towards the end a little bit of T3 as well to keep thyroid hormones propped up as well. So you've got things to help and support you there. You don't have that as a natural. There's nothing supporting you. So I think that's why I say, like, if you were to have like a slightly assisted prep from a health standpoint, I actually think is the healthiest way to prep is when you go to completely nothing or extreme dosages of PEDs and anabolics. That's the issue. But yeah, to your point about towards the end of prep, I was doing 240 minutes of cardio a week.
What was the cardio? What was exactly like? What were we doing?
So I kept it exactly what I did in my first prep, and it just became a habit. So for me, I wanted something that was steady state. Why? I want to keep overall stress load on the body. So the term we use is allostatic load, which is just think of it as all the accumulative stresses from every source of stress you can think of. It could be like when it changes from winter to summer here. That's a change in allostatic load because you're going from a cooler environment to a much more humid and warm environment, and that affects the body in many ways. So then, like if you're looking at then doing something like moderate intensity training, intervals or HIIT, which is often HIIT went through its period of being very popular, right, for fat loss. Thing is, that is so heavily competing, not just demands in terms of with your resistance training, but with your glycogen stores as well. Like, why would I want to utilize glycogen stores for HIIT when I need it for recovery, my resistance training to even function as a human. So typically speaking, cardio was always steady state, 130 to 140 beats per minute. And Stairmaster. I used the Stairmaster.
What intensity? And then like you're doing 240 minutes, you're doing 2 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours of cardio in that whole week. Yeah. And then like, what's your breathing like? What's your heart rate like?
Like 140 beats per minute. That was the sort of, we always did everything based on heart rate zones. Even we sort of implemented an evening walk. I didn't at the time interest. I didn't have a step counter. So I had no idea what my actual steps were. But my daily movement was very consistent. So we just added in a time component. Okay, you're going to do 30 minutes of walking every evening. So that was our way of measuring, okay, compared to what you normally do, we're going to add this on top. But he had conditions around, my coach, who I'm still working with as well, will be almost 7 years soon, actually. We've been working together. Shout out to Callum Rystrick. He'd be an interesting guest to get on, although he's very rarely out here, at least not for any length of time. He pops in for like 3-4 day periods and then he's off again.
Back us off again.
See ya. But he had me track my heart rate both during the steps, during the Stairmaster and during my evening walk, because there was even a minimum heart rate that I needed to have for that as well. Because often people will do steps, but they're moving like slugs. They're just moving so slow. The heart rate's barely even at 80 or 90. So for him, it was like...
It's not what you're doing sometimes. Actually, it's not sometimes. It's how you're doing it.
100%. So even those steps, I started doing it even when it got too hot during the summer. I started doing it on a incline walk on the treadmill, because at least that way I could standardize the speed, the incline, and I was able to get my heart rate consistently where I wanted it. So we were doing between 100 and 110 beats per minute for the evening steps, but 140 beats per minute during the cardio.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So never getting past
planned or just how it was?
That was planned. That's how we're going to do it. And it's like, okay, then I just need to make sure that my effort level gets me there. Now, the interesting thing is one of the adaptive things that happens during prep is that it doesn't take as much of a level on the Stairmaster to get the heart rate up to that at the start of prep. Towards the end of prep, I'm doing 3 levels higher speed-wise to get the heart rate to the same place. 17, yeah. Part of it's that, yes, your conditioning does improve a little bit, but the other part of it is that because your basal metabolic rate drops, your resting heart rate drops as well. So it's in order to get up to the same level, you have to work harder.
That's another thing too, I suppose, that goes into that final prep. You have to work harder to get into these spaces, right? So it's like, okay, that's great, but now we're going to take it up.
So think about what your body's doing. Like the more body fat you lose, the more your weight drops. Your body is literally like, how can we conserve as much energy as possible? So and this is why coaches set step targets and cardio targets, because if you're left to your own devices, you stop moving. Even things like if you're a fidgeter, you stop doing that. Your body literally finds every way possible to slow you down, stop you moving, and conserve energy. So
built to survive. The body's built
100%, and thank God for that. But you need, ultimately, you need to work against that. So that's why you have to be so conscious of, well, I can't let my steps drop. I can't stop doing my cardio. I've got to keep that going. But to your point, I think the interesting thing for me, this prep versus last one, I was doing cardio all the way up to the final week of prep on the first one. This one, we had to pull it out 4 weeks out because I just did not have not only was it not needed, but it was impacting recoverability. So
talking about this, and I want to go a little further into it, but before I do, I want to go back to the irritability side of it, because
where's Mal?
Probably need to ask someone else close to you, because ultimately I think that's a lot of things that change is hard enough for a lot of people anyway, and people don't tend to deal with change very well in a general situation, never mind this situation. Being it's intense for a lot of people, there's a lot behind it as well. So is irritation inflated when you go into these last 6 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 weeks? Where's the point where like it happens with anything, right? But is there anything specific when it comes to preparing for a show in those last 2 weeks? Like, they say when ladies going through menopause or menstruating, just avoid them at all costs. Is it the same kind of thing here, or is it you just need the most support potentially, or you need someone's going to help you to bring you back down to earth, to give you that clarity? Don't give up now, like you're only 2 weeks, 4 weeks away.
Well, I think with respect to females, because I coach mostly females, the changes they go through, if they've got issues with their menstrual cycle, or there may be someone who suffers from quite severe PMS, that's very different from a prep scenario. But to your point with prep, I'm someone who is, you ask my wife, I'm as calm as like I don't really get stressed about stuff. Pretty level headed. I don't really get flustered.
I'm definitely gonna ask her. She might have a complete opposite
absolutely.
opinion.
But what she will tell you though is that it was interesting because even in my natural prep, I was definitely irritable towards the end of that. This last one, no. The thing is, when you utilize compounds like clenbuterol, for example, it has a major impact on your sympathetic state. So I started having quite a lot of issues with sleep, and it's something that often doesn't really get spoken about that much unless you're in the sport. And it was never something I had a major issue with, other than maybe the last 2 weeks of the natural prep. Naturally you're a bloody low energy state. It's going to get impacted. You're going to be waking up, and it's not because I didn't wake up hungry. It was just that stress response. Your body's just waking up because it's like, freaking, I'm stressed. Like this is a lot. But this was like my sleep from about 5 weeks out. Like I wasn't sleeping more than 4.5 hours.
Wow, really?
I tried to sleep. I'd wake up three times a night, and so even though I was powering on, and the reason why it's funny, I sort of still laugh about this with Mal. I was so productive during my prep with work, and I was like, I don't think it's because I actually had more energy. I just had more time because I was up earlier. I had more time to work, and that was a way.
Did you like that, by the way? Did you like going, oh, that's great to have some more hours to do extra stuff?
I mean, it's great, but then
I'd be addicted to that. If that was me, I'd be like, oh, it's great. I should do this all the time.
Honest, it is a little. I mean, I'm not an addictive personality, but to be honest, there's something about that. I was getting up at like 5:30 in the morning, or even 5 in the morning, and even if I had a 7 a.m. client, it's like I can crack out an hour of work before I go and train my first client. This is great. Thing is, when you come back to reality and you're back at normal energy availability and so on and so forth, trying to think about living like that now, I couldn't imagine it. 'Cause I sleep really well. I sleep through the night. I feel recovered. But when you're going through it, you're just surviving so much off of the stress hormone side of things, and just this, I suppose, just the drive of I've got this goal. So you're just like, well, this is just how it is. I just need to suck it up and get on with it, because no one holding a gun to my head here. Like, I chose to do this. And actually, and I think this is a bit of a side point, you'll get people that get really almost become a bit of a victim of their own prep. So they start acting like they're a victim. Oh, this is so hard on me, and I'm so. No one forced you to do it.
Literally,
You
you're
chose
on
to
your
do
own
this. So
free
for
will.
me, I was like, I never want Mal, so my wife Mal, I never want her to feel like I'm complaining, because first of all, I don't see it like as a task or a chore. This is a privilege that I get to do this.
Yeah, totally.
And I think there's far too many people that get into it and they start acting a bit like a victim, and I would just give them a massive backhand across the face and say, hold on a minute. The fact you get to do this is such a privilege, and such a
Massively.
many people have not even got the time or resources to even think about doing something like this. So
in the islands, we use a jandal or a shoe by the same. Like, you pull a backhand, we a jandal, a shoe, mate. Yeah.
Oh, when I was growing up, it was across the knee and a belt.
The old belt.
The good old Scots.
Was there a bit of worse, because you talked about the sleep side of things? You know, you were able to be more productive, but then you feel better with the recovery.
I'll finally get to the point of what your initial question was. So, was there a difference? Yeah, I mean, Mal, she really noted that. She was like, the last 4 weeks, and I'm not someone, I don't snap at people, but she would maybe say something, and sometimes she doesn't hear what I say. Like, I maybe said something to her, and the reality is I probably mumbled in my Scottish accent, and she's like, I didn't understand what you said.
I feel you, mate. I feel you.
So it's like, see, people can relate. My clients can relate as well. And so me having to repeat myself got me so angry. So I was like, and I'd like half, and I'd be like, it's like, and if I'd said it a second time and she still couldn't hear me, I was just like, do what? Forget about it. So it was what it was just little things that wouldn't normally irritate you. You don't have the bandwidth for it, so you just get very irritated very quickly.
Yeah.
I think if you were to ask my clients, they never, like, I would never do that to them.
Yeah.
I would never snap at them or anything like that. But I do think that they would definitely have been able to tell from an energy standpoint. I'd still show up to my sessions. I'd still be delivering the sessions. But if they didn't say that they noticed something in those last 4 weeks, I think they're just being overly nice. I think they'd be lying to me. Because, the last 4 weeks, you're literally just giving everything to your training, your recovery. And
that's what the focus of, that's what the dedication is, that's what the time is. So,
and the obligation. So, for example, if I'm delivering a client session, I don't want them to feel like I'm not there, not present, not focused. If I'm recording a client check-in from online clients, I don't want them to feel like the check-in hasn't been done to the detail that they expect. And so all of your energy is going to that. So when it comes to these little small things, you just have no patience for it. So that was, I think as she mentioned, when I got back to even 4 weeks post show and I'd been eating a bit more, she was like, "Oh, it's nice to have you back."
Love the wife to keep you in check, eh? It's great.
And Swedish people are to the point as well, though. They don't mess around. But it's funny because if you'd asked me before, I'd have said, "Oh, I don't really change much on prep," and to an extent, that's true. Like I don't. But this last 4 weeks of the last one was different.
A tough one. I've got a question there because that's why I kind of want to bring one up. So this is actually a question from Samira Cuts, and she asked about the impact of bodybuilding on the body image and its mental health issues.
I think a lot of it is to do with the mindset and the relationship you have with yourself coming into it. Because it's true, like bodybuilding is an extreme sport, so it attracts extreme personalities. Which I find, and I'll be honest, there's many aspects of the sport and the community that I don't like. Like I'm not a big fan of the bro rah culture. Like I don't like it. I've never resonated with it, and that wasn't why I got into the sport. And so to that point as well, there are people that come into it and they're just so narcissistic and obsessed with how they look. Again, not something I can.
But the sport attracts those kind of people, though, right?
It's an aesthetic sport, so naturally, and so of course you just accept that's part and parcel of the deal. But I think where the issue is that when people come in and they attach their whole identity to that, like if I'm not jacked, shredded, if I'm not looking a certain way, I'm lesser of a human being. That's a very dangerous path to walk. So I think to Samira's question, it's that if you're coming into the sport and you already have underlying issues with body image, relationship with food, relationship with self, those are going to be amplified. And even if you talk about people like on the assisted side, there's this concept of roid rage you hear about. Interestingly enough, I think that again it's an amplification. If someone's already quite an angry, bitter, not very emotionally stable or emotionally intelligent individual, it will amplify that. Because the funny thing is when I'm not dieting, and even when I wasn't walking around angry at people because of roid rage and on gear. So I think it's a convenient excuse that people use. Oh, it's because I'm taking this compound. And don't get me wrong, there are some neurological impacts from certain compounds that have been anecdotally noted in the bodybuilding community. Like, for example, when guys are on a lot of tren, for example, trenbolone, you hear people become a bit more, and it does increase aggression and things like that. But I think if you're an emotionally mature, emotionally stable individual and you've got all your other stuff in check, it doesn't, like, I've went through multiple preps, multiple photo shoots, never had binging episodes, never had poor body image stuff. It's just a means to an end. But if you're coming into it with all of that baggage attached to it, and I think especially talking about it's not for everyone, if you've had a clinically diagnosed eating disorder in the past and you choose to engage in something like bodybuilding, I would just question whether that's a particularly smart decision. So to her question, I think it very much depends on the mindset and the capabilities and skills you come into the process with.
Let's dive into that a little bit more then, because like post competition, I see a lot of people do amazing. They've been disciplined. They do the competition and they completely fall off the bandwagon.
Post competition blues.
Oh, it's like mental health. When you talk about that side of things, mental health issues on the side of the thing. What do you find facing? I mean, that's obviously everyone handles it in different ways.
Yep.
But like, what's kind of maybe a common thing that you're seeing with people that is the post-competition blues? That, I mean, it's not just in bodybuilding; this happens in everything. Like how much depression international sports people go through. Like they've made millions, stuff. But yeah, they finish and they go through it. Typically, is anything particular in bodybuilding that they're going through with the mental health issues that they just, I don't know.
I think that's a key point that you said at the start of that question, is that everyone's experience is different. I think that does hold true.
I mean, I've experienced it with the competition, and I'm not even international level, but I mean, I felt like I lose identity.
Do you remember we were going through the periods of all the Dubai Fitness Championships and just all the pressure and stuff that comes with that every year? And so I get it. Even rugby, like you go through so much mental health with playing that sport. Totally. Just because if you feel like even just from game to game, if you had a bad game, you've just let down your entire team. Massively. You feel a lot of shame.
I had the last rugby sevens, I had that. It's a social competition. I was like, oh, sorry, boys, man.
But it's in our innate need to do well and to win, and to also, if you're doing it with other people, to make sure you don't let them down. So I think when it comes to physique sports in general, the post-competition blues, I think it can be boiled down to, for most people, one sort of thing. It's the idea that because of how all-encompassing that goal is, and let's just assume you're doing one competition just to make it easy. You do that one competition. So much of your life, your behaviors, your patterns, your day-to-day is dictated by that outcome, or at least getting ready for that end result. Then that end result is no longer there. Now, I think especially if you've not got a good coach or
lighthouse
you've
is
not got
gone.
a plan, all of
Yeah.
a sudden it's like, well, there's no North Star anymore. So like people feel like, I've had this from clients, like even though even if you are a good coach, and I'll point by this, even if you're a good coach and you've taken the time, I do this with all of my clients, even if they're doing photo shoots and stuff like that, I'll be like, just know that we need to have your next set of goals sort of planned out and what's going to happen after this process. And so I've even got the roadmap mapped out. We're going to reverse diet. We're going to go through a maintenance block, literally explain what the next 6 months is going to look like. That can help to an extent for most people, like mitigate that. Because it's like, okay, I have a clarity of vision. I know what's coming next. Okay, I've got something to focus on after this. But it doesn't guarantee that that's still not going to be a challenge for
so many
people. And so I've
challenges.
had many clients, we've laid that all out. They've been like, yeah, I understand that. And they've agreed and nodded. And I'm really clear on that. That when it actually comes to the post-competition, they just still feel lost.
Yeah,
despite
100%.
having that. And I think a big part of it is just that while you're in it, it's just so all-encompassing with the level of effort and focus. Naturally, you're going to feel a bit lost. All of a sudden, that focus is not there. The goal isn't there anymore. And also, certainly what I found is, not as much this time around, but in the first prep was, like, you got up and did your cardio in the morning, even if you were tired, even if you wanted to sleep more, because you knew that goal was coming. What you see with a lot of people is that the habits start to slide because the gravity of the goal was the thing pushing them to take action. They don't have that anymore. So they're not getting up to do their cardio. They start ordering a few more meals in. They start letting little things slide. And I
Little
think
extra, it's okay.
that's, or for some people, you've probably seen people blow up after competitions and they pile on body fat. And it's almost like, the only way I could describe it is like they become a big ball of inflammation. They just puff up like a puffer fish. And I think a part of it is just that they don't have a good enough baseline psychologically and physiologically, habits, mentality. Especially if what they were doing for the competition is a massive departure from how they were living their life before, the pendulum then swings a massive way. I think why I didn't experience that so badly was because I think with age and experience and emotional maturity, it was kind of like, well, I understood what this was. It's a means to an end, and I already know what I'm doing next. The next focus is to move into a building phase, improve for the next season. Of course, that then changed to fertility focus, but that was all really clear. But the other part of it was my lifestyle post-competition isn't actually going to be that much different from what it was during prep. So I still food prep every Saturday and top up on a Wednesday. That's something Mal and I have done for like 12, 13 years. Not because we're dieting for a goal or a competition. For us, we enjoy cooking our own food and we like to be organized. We don't have time during the week to be cooking a fresh meal every meal. It's like we want to have, we know where our food's coming from.
Done.
Whether we're tracking or not tracking, it's done.
Yeah.
And then training, we always turn up to the gym 4 or 5 days a week, even when we're not training for something specific. We go to bed at a certain time. So there's a lot of the habits and routines that it's not that much different. The thing that changed for us during
variation is as big
competition
as
was
others.
just the level of focus and the tightness of control was just almost referred to, and this is the best analogy I can give. If you're dealing with body composition goals with an on and off switch, that's a big problem. Because then it's your all or nothing. But if you think of it as like a dial where you just turn the dial down slightly or up, depending on where you're at, that's a much better place to be. So for me, all that the competition felt like was, right, I'm at 80% maximum light in the room at the moment. I'm just going to turn that dial up a bit. And then when I'm done, turn the dial down a bit.
What about for people that tie their identity to this? They tie it here and they like, this is my kind of be all end all, or they find a new identity from doing it because obviously maybe they're out of shape a little bit. They're going to the gym, but they win as lean. And they're like, people can be very competitive in the space, whether it be competition with self or competition with others. And I know far out a lot of people that tie their identity to the way that they look because they look in this world. People do get treated differently because simply they look better as far as that. That was the wrong way to say that because look better is perception. But
Quite subjective, yeah.
it's very subjective. So when it comes to social media, though, and it's like, there's so many influencers these days, or people that are trying to sell themselves as a coach because they look a certain way, and so like it also leads to people tying their identity to looks. I mean, brands they pay people to do something because some girl's got a nice bum, big breast, or they pay some guy because he's got a six pack and some muscles. So that's status in a way, and especially in a space like the UAE. And so identity can be quite easily for others go like, oh, well, if I want to be treated like that, if I want to get these opportunities, I need to have the same thing as well. And I think it will lead some people to not necessarily bodybuilding, but bodybuilding's a part of that as well because you do look fantastic. I mean, let's be honest, I consider fantastic, but I've been around the space longer. Other people that come into it, they do competitions, they tie their identity to it, and then they fall off the wagon or they go back. Have you experienced that with anybody that's gone like
I mean, personally, no, and I think a lot of that comes down to if you're someone who's spent a lot of time working on yourself, you know what your values are, you know what your beliefs are, and you know that something like bodybuilding and how you look. Sure, I think it's wrong to say that it shouldn't be at all part of your identity because let's be honest, if someone looks pretty good most of the year round, assuming that maybe there isn't anything untoward there, like they're taking PEDs, whatever, let's just assume that that's off the table. Your body can be a pretty decent reflection of your actions in terms of you show up for yourself consistently, you look after yourself, you're keeping active, you're maybe being mindful with your nutrition, you probably go to bed on time, you probably move around quite often. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think when it goes to that hyper neurotic component of unless I'm walking around, which we see a lot in the fitness industry, if I'm not walking around constantly like in photo shoot condition or a couple of weeks out from it, then my self-worth is completely invalidated.
And this the self-worth they put on it.
And I think that's just dangerous because what they've then done is that potentially they felt maybe like they didn't have much of that in other areas of their life. And they finally found something that they can take such a hyper control of. And then they just almost to use that analogy again, they just ramp that up completely. So I'm going to put a hyper focus into this because and you often find I don't really like my job. Maybe they're in a relationship they don't feel 100% happy in. Don't want to presuppose, but there's a host of reasons that can.
I think most people aren't in a good relationship, to be honest. But anyway,
that's a whole separate subject. I mean, I have to say I'm very fortunate that I am in one, so I value that a lot, and I think as time goes on, I value that even more. But there's many factors that can be contributing into them just trying to gain control in some way or another, and because the physique is something you can have such a great degree of control over, they latch onto that, and it's. Rather than it being a part of who they are, it's like this has provided me so much change, and now maybe they weren't getting any attention before. Now they're getting more attention. They weren't maybe getting much compliments before. Now they're getting that. So there becomes a lot of external gratification. But I think the people who get into something like physique sports and they don't really get fazed by what other is because everything's done from a very internal place. It's like, well, yeah, this is part of who I am. I enjoy it. I enjoy staying in shape, but I also value hugely my relationships. I value my career and what that does in serving other people. So I think if you were to really boil it down, and again, I'm sure there's plenty of people far more qualified to talk about that specific component. Just for me, I suppose in my experience, a lot of it comes down to values and belief systems going into it. I think if you're getting into the sport to seek external validation, that's also another wrong reason to do it. You should be doing it entirely for yourself and no one else's approval.
I agree with that. It's like, but I do kind of, the comparison being like telling someone not to smoke. But that's caught in this habit of smoking, right? It's like, get into it for right reasons. But there's obviously something underlying to start with. If they're going to go there and they're going to attach this value or this identity to the way that they look. I mean, for me, it means simply they're lacking a lot of other things in their life. There's trauma underneath on the surface that they don't talk about or they're open up enough about it. And so I 100% agree with you. Like there's external factors that they actually look at, and they're probably looking more for a pathway out or the way to express or to find that value within themselves, because where they currently have or what they currently have is lacking, for a lack of a better word. What would it be? What would be then? You're saying taper off post competition, provide yourself with another goal, or one of two things. Sorry, is there a better way to prepare? And is there besides the tapering down, is there another way outside of tapering down or finding another goal? Or is that those are the two things post-event?
Right. So maybe go back to the prepare thing first. You've been preparing for the after part of it. Preparing
like you may not continue this afterwards. Yeah. Don't make this your be-all and end-all, potentially do well, but is that part of the coaching thing for you?
So for me, I almost mentioned this, I think, earlier regarding something different, but the managing expectations thing. Is when I say manage expectations, that's so encompassing of so many things, and it's one of the main points of discussion within the initial. So when I coach people, we have quite a thorough onboarding process, and part of that is that when we finish the onboarding, set up the initial, and I always call it initial draft because it will be tweaked and changed after back and forwards, but the initial nutrition protocol or outline, the initial training outline, because that will definitely be changed after a few weeks, depending on what I'm seeing and once they're sending form check videos.
You learn more, you see more.
But certainly when we have that initial call, that first 20, 30 minutes of that initial kickoff call, coaching kickoff call is, right, this is the goal that we've agreed on. This is what it's going to take to get there. And because I lay out a roadmap for roughly a year, so I sort of take someone's goal and then reverse engineer it back. Part of that reverse engineering is looking at once you've reached that goal, what's going to happen after that. So I literally run through like, right, this is everything that you're going to have to expect. So say it's a contest prep or a photo shoot prep at the end of it. Massive part of that discussion is, right, here's what's going to happen likely, almost guaranteed, give or take the severity of it, post diet. And I go through all of these. You're going to feel this. You might feel this. You might feel this. This is perfectly normal. This is moving towards behaviors we maybe don't want to encourage. And so, because the reality is, I think often people see it as very much it's 0 or 1. A little bit of feeling lost, normal. A little bit of wanting to pick and eat at things and having more food focus, normal. So it's just normalizing some of the feelings and behaviors helps them to feel like they're not completely losing their shit, for lack of a better term. But it's the future pacing is the big thing, and reminding them of that constantly. So we talk about it at the start. We talk about it at the start of prep. We talk about that halfway through prep, and then we talk about it even before they get on stage or get to the shoot. So you're just constantly coming back to it. Like, remember that thing we talked about? Just remember this. Just remember this.
Your why reasons of it.
Coming back to that all the time. But then I do think that for a lot of clients, I've found that they've managed it so much better. If we have that game plan for after the fact, it makes a massive difference. It doesn't solve every issue or every problem, but it does a lot. And then I think this is where you see a lot of clients that they work with coaches where you know the coach is just interested in that before and after or that result, because as soon as that result is had, communication drops, there's no real clear, tangible what's next. It's like the client reaches that goal, so thanks very much for your time. It's very transactional. I mean, I can't speak for all coaches or other coaches, but for me, I do not like to feel like any aspect of the coaching is transactional. All relationships are to an extent, of course. For me, the transactional part ends when the investment has been made. Okay, there's a cost to these fees. I'm experienced. I've poured time, effort, money into acquiring knowledge, skills, and experience to help you get this result. But the moment you make that payment, that's the transactional part done. Then it's the personal relationship after that, supporting them through that. So I think if someone feels supported, heard, understood, probably part of that managing expectations is, I think, where most coaching relationships break down is communication. I'm very clear when I work with people that from a communication standpoint, the clients who get the best results without exception are the best communicators. The ones who communicate not just for the sake of it, but they're communicating effectively and they don't delay. They don't wait. They don't go from like, okay, I submitted the weekly check-in, I've sent the review, and then they wait till the next week's check-in and then they had this problem, but they had that problem 3 days before submitting the check-in. It's like, it's too late at that point. So the clients that communicate really well, I've always got a very good idea of where their head's at because they communicate it. And so especially if you're going to go through a goal with the gravity of a photo shoot or a contest prep, that communication is non-negotiable. Like, that has to be happening. And as a result, you build the trust and rapport, and they feel like they can be, for lack of a better term, they can be vulnerable. They can be 100% honest. They know they're not being judged. It's just that, right, what's going on? Okay, let's be, rather than catastrophizing problems, let's be solutions orientated. Figure out how we can make this work.
Massively.
So that can help in the preparation side. On the back end of it, I think the biggest thing with, at least from my side as a coach supporting clients, is you just need to make sure the level of support is even higher than it was during the prep. So that communication, if anything, every day, every other day, it's just, even once they've checked in, how you feeling? How you doing? How you doing? How's the training going? How's the nutrition going? How you? They might turn and say, I'm having so many cravings. I'm really struggling. And so then you can talk through that. But if they don't communicate, this is where they feel alone, they feel lost, and then they go and they start making certain mistakes. They don't show up to the gym. So
talk a little bit on the side, and it's interesting to see. I'm very much about the mindset of people when they go through these kind of things, and it's really interesting to hear your point of view on it. We have kind of diverse somewhere I want to go back anyway, because I want to go into just give people a bit more insight into the competition themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So the day of, the day before, and then kind of the expectations on the stage. So let's start first of all with the day before. What happens in the day before? Let's start there before we go into day of, and then what's on the competition.
I think even better way to feel it is like peak week. This peak week is like a big thing, right? So it's the days leading up, and there's a whole sort of protocol that goes into that. So the first things first, when you get into peak week, if it's been done properly, you already know your strategy. Luckily for me, I had a photo shoot 3 weeks ahead of the actual show that allowed us to trial run our peak week.
Okay, yeah.
So the thing I mentioned about trying to be ready early, if you do that, you have time to actually experiment with how you're going to present that best look on the day. So all that peak week is by that point is all the expectations have really been managed. And at that point, you sort of know, like, okay, well, we've communicated. I'm checking in with Cal like twice a day at that point. So I know what the game plan is. So then it's a case of make sure you're organized, make sure your food's prepared, everything's ready. You know where it is, you know when you're literally to the minute, what time you're eating, when you're going to be doing your training sessions, where, how long it's going to take to get between venues and all that sort of stuff. But in terms of the day before the show specifically, that's usually going to be the athlete registration day. So you get checked into your hotel, you get yourself, and I usually go in and I've got a process of unpacking everything, laying things out, just so you know, you're just minimizing any unnecessary thoughts. Luckily, the hotels at most competitions, they will have a fridge because they know it's like a partner hotel with the competition.
Yeah.
So they won't usually have this in the lobbies, but they'll have like these 2 massive fridges. All the competitors are putting their foods in there and things like that. So you just get like anything, you try to make it just like get it set up a bit like home base as quickly as you can. And then you just know, right, that's everything. When I went to Sweden, I was there at the hotel 3 days beforehand. So I didn't want to be coming in the day before and then just having too many variables. So we were able to go and get the last pump session 2 days before the show. Because the day before the show, you want to be resting. Minimal walking, minimal anything. You're just literally...
Okay, really? So just literally bedridden kind of thing,
pretty
couch-ridden.
much morning walk, evening walk, like light walk.
What's a light walk like? A K, 5K?
I mean, he didn't put a number on it, but it's like you're not going out purposely charging on to get like a...
Window shopping.
Pretty much like we were in a Södertälje is the name of the town. So it was 45 minutes on the train outside of Stockholm. So we just would walk to the supermarket, top up any of the little bits of food we needed. So like that was only like a 10-minute walk away. So like that. So I mean, you're talking maybe minimal movement throughout the day. So that's the day before the show. Is you're just relaxing, letting all the stress come off. You're having your by that point you've already carb loaded. So that's a normal day of eating. So you're down at the lower calories.
Yeah. We need to go over carb loading, by the way, too.
Carb loading?
Hold on, carry on. We'll come back in a second.
So let's just say your carb loading's already been done at that stage, and then you're returning back to what would be referred to as the baseline intake, which you've already established into that week. So you're just following your meals at the right times, relaxing. I was very fortunate that my sister came from Scotland to the show, and I didn't know she was coming.
Oh, really?
So
Awesome.
she surprised me on the day
Yeah.
before, and so we just spent time. Our parents came to watch as well.
Very cool.
So it was a really, really nice time just to spend time with family and catch up and things like that. So that was actually the best thing because it just allowed me to switch off my brain, just relax.
Nice.
You ask most competitors the day before stepping on stage, you just do what's my mandatory stuff I need to do. Go to the venue, register. The night before, I also had to get my first base tan, coat of spray tan.
Yeah.
So you go and you do that, and then of course you can't get the on anything, so you're wearing like your loose clothing and stuff to make sure that it dries in and stuff. And then the next morning, the day of the show, you're going and you're getting the second layer.
So just on that, what is the importance of the tan?
It allows you to present the definition, the details of your physique. Ultimately, that's really it. Because you've got the stage lighting, it's very, very harsh, but it's necessary to bring out the level of detail that you've obviously
Putting the
got
shadows in the
hard to
right
show.
place. Yeah.
So it gets the shadow in the right place, but the tan just allows you to really, really present that.
Awesome.
And you don't think it's good. Like you think, oh, does it really make that much of a difference? Big time. Big time it does.
You don't see many pale bodybuilders on stage, do you? Well, they are with a tan.
They wouldn't be doing very well if they did. You literally change ethnicity for a day. It's great. Although the pro tan that they use for the shows, oh man, like I was still getting that off of my feet 5 weeks after the show.
All right, wow.
It's harsh.
Yeah,
Like my skin did not like it. I ended up with all sorts of acne and took me a couple of weeks to get rid of that.
Cheapest. All right. Okay. So you've done the tanning. You're going into day one. So rest is important throughout the night, the before competition. Like what, to get as much sleep as possible, or to get just deep sleep?
Sleep is normal. Just
Sleep
like
normal.
try to get a normal night's sleep. It's always hard because you're obviously thinking about the show the next day.
Yeah,
I
literally.
definitely woke up a couple of times, but I did sleep fairly okay. Usually because you've been carb loading up to that point, the energy availability thing isn't disrupting your sleep. You're usually feeling pretty good at that point. But throughout the day, it's the main thing is just it's just relaxing and switching your brain off. And then the actual morning, also during that day as well, there was some small things we were doing in terms of water manipulation, but not some of this crazy stuff you hear about people using clinical diuretics and like trying to manipulate water. It was less about manipulating water and it was more about, so you have what's known as this sort of interstitial space and you hold on to quite a lot of fluid in that space. So we had a supplement we were using, not a pharmaceutical one, just like a herbal supplement. And it's called Peak Max by a company called Strom. And so that was in there, as well as a certain amount of water was being drank at a certain point in the day. Sodium was actually at a normal level as well. So we didn't do anything crazy as far as water cutting or anything like that. An approach I did in my first prep, which was a bit different though, is I sort of needed to do this with the look we're trying to present, is I did like a water loading. It's not the same as water cutting. So all that is that you're loading water and sodium earlier in the day, and then you have a point by which you sort of cut that off. So you're not having any sodium between a cut-off point and stage time, and your water at that point is literally just enough to stop your mouth being super dry.
Oh yeah.
So people often see that as, oh, you shouldn't cut water, that's going to make your physique look worse. But there's a difference between cutting water and loading water. So I've water loaded before, but this second prep, we didn't need to do any of that. We just kept fluid intake and electrolyte intake. We made sure we knew exactly what that looked like leading into peak week, and then just kept it stable.
Nice.
I think that's a key thing with peak week. You'll see some of the old school protocols, bodybuilders, they're trying to do peak week magical protocols, and you're gonna blow up and be super full, or you're gonna be super dry. The more things you manipulate in peak week, the more likely things are gonna go wrong. And your physique isn't gonna look as good. So the idea is to manipulate as little as physically possible and have the look you already want leading into. And then it's just a case of, if the physique does adapt or change, making small tweaks or topping up glycogen or pulling back on some things. But yeah, the minimal change is the better. So that's kind of in essence the peak week. It's the scientific part of it actually comes pre-peak week.
Okay. Then what about on the day? So what happens in a day when someone's going to go into this? It's their first time.
Yeah.
It's their virgin experience of this. So what are they, besides obviously trying to enjoy it, but I mean, they're going through a whole lot psychologically, physically as well. How do you prep? You wake up in the morning. Is the shows normally in the evening? Are they during the day? They vary.
Completely depends on the show, the category, how it's organized. I think when I did my natural show, the show was afternoon and evening because it was 2 parts. And then for this one, you could have got into the later part, but I was only in the first part of it. But the men's physique category wasn't on until, I was going to say, just afternoon. But then if I take the wellness, for example, the wellness category for the females, they were on like freaking 7 p.m. that evening.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it
geez.
really just depends. It depends
So
on.
are you looking for hours into the show? Then you're at 2 hours,
When
3
we're
hours.
planning all the stuff around the nutrition, the fluid, the sodium, it's based on hours from stage.
Yeah.
And that's how it's all planned. So the morning of it's very simple. Like I had my tanning appointment really early, so it's get up, don't miss that, go get it done, come back, and then it was just a case of, okay, well, let's get that final meal in. So you have a sort of time frame where, right, we're going to get this final meal in like 3-4 hours before stage, because you definitely don't want to be walking on stage with your GI distended from food.
Should I just bring that a little closer?
Yeah, you just don't want to be on stage from your GI being distended from food. So the goal is get your meal in at the right time. This has already been mapped out, planned out. I've been sort of like speaking to the organizers the night before, the morning of, when I went to get my tan. It was like, hey, what time is class? I can't remember what class I was even in, but what time is my class?
What am I on? Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, we don't know yet, but it's going to be roughly this time. The funny thing was, it actually ended up being an hour sooner than I was planning. So that was one thing that didn't quite go as planned, but I ate probably, but it didn't affect the look on stage. Luckily, I was still exactly as we wanted, but you're just trying your best to manage, right? Is the show running on time? So you're constantly sort of checking in with the people who are running the backstage just to make sure, is it running on time? Is my time going to be earlier, later? But in between,
Do you do that, or have someone else do that for you, so you don't have to worry about
many
it?
athletes will have their coach do it for them if their coach is there. I actually didn't want my wife to do it because I didn't want her to stress about it, and also the people that you had to ask were inside the backstage area, so it was just easier for me to just go and ask the people. But yeah, many athletes will have either their partner or their coach go and
Do it for them.
deal with all that, and literally you'll have guys literally will sleep.
Oh, yeah, really?
They'll just lie and sleep for 2-3 hours before they go on stage, which is fine because they're just trying to completely relax and de-stress.
Everyone's got their own techniques and stuff.
Everyone has their own way of doing it. For me, I just like to be a bit more involved. And it's also because the way that show was set up in particular, my wife would have to go, take about 10 minutes, 15 minutes for her to get back round into the auditorium to be able to watch. So I didn't want her to miss anything either. So, but yeah, on the day, it's just a case of get your meal timings right. Whatever the protocol has been in place for electrolytes, fluids, just make sure you're nailing that to the T. So this has all been, like, Cal was fantastic in the sense that by the 2 weeks out mark, most of the coaching pre that was done via Google Sheets and Loom videos. So you would send check-in reviews, detail required. But when you get to that point, literally everything is on WhatsApp at that stage. So I already had a play-by-play from him that morning of, right, if you're on stage at this time, this. So all your literally...
What are these things? Like, what is it?
Just everything from your when to have your last meal, how much fluid to have, even some of the stuff, the timing around like caffeine consumption. You would have your last like caffeine, and we had a final one of those there. I was telling you about the water management supplements. There was a certain timing along with the last bit of
Do
caffeine.
you remember what the timing was?
I'm thinking from what I can remember, I'm going to say it was about 4 hours before getting on stage. I think
Caffeine, like, are you talking about espresso? You're talking about just black coffee?
exactly that. So black coffee, so no milk, anything like that, because you're just trying to keep volume light and you're just trying to get the caffeine in. So it's a double espresso, which is not much, it's about 80 milligrams of caffeine, but just enough to help drive that little bit of diuresis, so a little bit more fluid excretion, which is interesting because if you've been sort of on top of that, that's one thing that you get through the night and then through the morning is you're just a lot of trips to the toilet.
Because that's the idea.
You do want to, of course, you want the muscles to be full, but you don't want your bladder and your GI to be full. So you want everything to be as flat and empty from a GI and digestive perspective, but you want the muscles to be as full, tight as
massively.
possible. So,
So then you're taking the caffeine for that purpose, and like, is there toilets around the thing? Like lots of plenty. Okay, that's brilliant. Just make sure. Like, I know some events don't plan well, so.
With bodybuilding shows, they just know how, with the way people are sort of dealing with their food and water manipulation. Like I think they would not be allowed to host at a venue if it didn't have that.
That is right. What about when it comes to, after people are getting a little bit of a pump before they go onto the stage as well? Did they do that, like, again, 45 minutes out, 20 minutes out, an hour?
So that's an interesting point to touch on, actually. People often, they way overcook themselves with the pre-stage pump up. And I see this all the time. And I have to give Callus props. He's obviously had so much experience, like, 'cause he would travel all around the world to go with his clients to their shows. So he's had a lot of experience seeing this play out. And the one thing he said, it was both the natural show and the last one I did in Sweden. He said, exact same approach on both shows. It was like, less is more. And when they start calling you to go on the stage, that's when you start pumping up. So he's like, not 40 minutes before. You see guys, literally, they're freaking practically doing a workout before they get on stage. Problem is that you're now just pummeling glycogen into the muscle. And so by the time you actually go out to step on stage, you start to flatten out. So it's not a very smart strategy. So I kid you not, literally, the guys were literally calling us to stand in line. I started my pump up. So I went through 2-3 rounds of push-ups, lateral raises, a couple of rounds of posing, to the point where the guys were like, you need to get in line now.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like pushing. And I was like, but that's exactly what was the plan. It was like, you want to leave it as late as possible, and you want to keep it as minimal as possible. So you don't actually need that much. Like a couple of rounds of lateral raises, bicep curls, banded tricep extensions, and then the posing itself gets you pumped up as well.
But what about when you see in a couple of rounds of, like, is it 4 reps at slow, fast, just whatever?
Like you're talking like 10 to 15 reps, fairly controlled.
Yep.
But yeah, like just like getting blood, you're just focused on getting as much blood into the respective areas as possible.
So any fatigue in that all, or?
You're not training to failure or anything like that, but you're just like, well, let's get blood in there. Stop well short of failure, like 3 reps in reserve or whatever else. You're just doing enough, and you go through a couple of rounds. So the idea would be, for example, I'd do my lateral raises, push-ups, some rows, some bicep curls, and then 10-second holds on like a couple of times each on each of the poses. So it's only 2 poses in men physique. The poses themselves drive a lot of blood into where you want them to. So it's sort of like go through round of the pump up, round of posing, round of the pump up, round of posing. That took literally 3-4 minutes on stage. But what a lot of guys will do is they're hammering, and they're doing that 20 minutes before, 45 minutes before. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, you're just, all that glycogen that you've got stored that's meant to help your muscle look full, you're just hammering through that now. What's the point? The other thing you'll see a lot of guys do as well, though, is that their coaches have told them certain protocols for what to do for the pump up. So an hour before, you might be taking in, like, for example, a couple of squares of dark chocolate, some rice cakes and jam, like just getting some glycogen and a small amount of triglycerides in there to create that fullness, just so it's going right in. It's in the bloodstream when you're having it, and then bang, you just get into the muscle and you're good to go. Many of the guys start going a bit rogue and going, oh, I look too flat. They hammer down more rice cakes, more jam, and so they go on stage, and this is where they have the distended gut, because they created a lot of upset because they think they needed more, but if they'd actually just trusted their coach and followed their coach, it would have been fine.
Well, what is it then you're walking on stage, because you've got a very finite amount of time, and like just to impress, right?
Yeah.
So what's that mentality? You walk on stage, what's going on?
Well, mentality of walking on stage is you're just going on there to like, I'm here to win this. I think if you go into a competition, any competition, and you're not got the mindset of I'm going to win this, I can't relate to someone who goes in, I'm just there to take part.
Really funny because that's how I perform at my best. I would go in there and like, hey, another workout. But then that's when I perform best. That's why
that's just so funny differences
such a
between
weird
individuals.
thing.
But I think with something like bodybuilding, and it is subjective, but I think you go out there because you want to have confidence in your presentation. So for me, the focus was just go on, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm just going to focus on every time
nailing your bits.
Nail your mandatory poses. The thing that was frustrating about that particular show was that you practice this essentially posing routine. So you're meant to have like an I walk or a T walk, it depends on the federation, but we were meant to have an I walk. So you come in, you pose, you walk out to the front, and then you go through like a mini routine. The problem is that the day before they had the nationals, the amateurs, and they were running like too slow. So they started speeding things up. And I think they overcompensated a little bit for the second day. And so we were meant to have probably 15, 20 seconds to present this pose. And so I'm standing at the side of the stage and I see the guys who are in my category, a couple of the guys going in front of me, literally 5-6 seconds. All right, next. So it was like, there was no way you were going to be able to present that presentation. I spent money on a posing coach. Luckily he was a client and coach for my coach at the time. So he was based in Dubai. My coach wasn't. So I was able to, so I spent a lot of time really practicing the routine. And in the end, the only thing you actually had time for was to go out and do front pose, rear pose. And then you got moved to the side and then everyone got brought into the middle to go through the comparison rounds. So that was really annoying. So you pay all this time and effort and money to make sure that you're going to present yourself in the best way possible. And then they just sort of like rushed everyone through that. Then when it came to the actual comparison round, it almost felt like when we'd all walked out to do our initial self routine, it's as if they sort of had everyone walk out and they were like, first second, they'd almost picked the winners, because the amount of time we actually got on stage was, like, when I watched most bodybuilding shows, like everyone got a chance to really present their physique. They did proper comparisons. It took a bit of time. It was literally like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes. They were like, all right, off you go. So when I said earlier at the start of the podcast that I had a bit of a disappointing experience on the day, I just felt that the show was so rushed and they almost already had their, okay, these guys, they'll go through to the finals.
What is it then?
That was my experience. But
yeah,
for most
totally.
people, let's just say they're going on. Like the whole idea is just to, I think the number one thing is just to be super present, just enjoy it.
But do you need to be positioning yourself on a certain part of the stage? Should you try and get to the middle? Should you be to the
They've
sides?
got people on the stage, they direct you to where you should be standing. So when you're doing your routine, for example, if it's done well, they, like when I did the WMBF, for example, they were very good at this. They really gave you your time to present yourself. They had 3 mark points on the stage that you would go to do each of your poses. Some of the shows, if it's just an eye walk and they've got 1 point, they have it marked out on the stage. So they sort of bring you out to a center point, then down to that point, and then they have tape along the side at a diagonal. So they have the competitors lined up at a diagonal at each side of the stage, and then they'll usually bring, say, 7, 8, however many competitors are in the category. Let's just say it's 15. They'll bring half the competitors in for comparison 1, and then they'll bring the other half in, and then they'll bring the best of those ones into the middle for like a final comparison, usually, something like that. But it depends. It depends on the category, how many competitors are in the category.
Is there any certain poses you should go to first? So, like, if you've got a short amount of time, or is there mandatory poses?
It's mandatory poses. So you have 2, in men's physique in particular, you have 2 poses. That's it. So they, and the judges, they have a head judge who's emceeing. They call you through the poses. So like, right, front pose, rear pose, front pose, rear pose, or usually if you go to like divisions like classic physique or maybe even bikini to an extent, I'm trying to remember if IFBB is, I think bikini is also 2 poses like men's physique. Always forget this. Bikini is very different between federations, because in the WMF, for example, it was 4 poses. They had front, side, back, side.
Okay.
The same for men's physique. They moved you around like that. So it was always quarter turn to the right, quarter turn to the right. If you go to federations, divisions like classic, for example, they've got their 4 sides.
As well. So before you do into the competition, you already know what kind of poses you're going to have to be doing. So you practice for those.
It's funny, I saw, and I'll give a shout out to Darren Farrell on this. He's Irish coach who's based here. He's an Olympian. He's been to the Olympia. He's, I think, the first ever Irish Olympian. For, I think ever, but for classic physique for sure. And he actually said this recently. It was so true. I saw it on his stories pop up the other day because he trains in the same gym. So I see him often.
Oh, yeah. I'll just point this one.
There we go. Yeah, so I mean, I see Darren often, and he said it so right. I think it was actually today I might have saw it in his story. Someone was asking about because when you go beyond men's physique or begin the classic have the posing routine. And the thing is, it's not necessarily judged. It's very much just an expression of artistry, the sport. And they put a lot of effort into it because it does matter to an extent, but you're not judged on that. You're only judged on your mandatory poses. So I think ultimately the time and effort should be spent on nailing your mandatories.
Yeah.
And if you happen to be in a division like classic or bodybuilding or wellness that has a posing routine, even bikini does as well. And even at the higher levels of IFBB, you do actually get the time to do your posing routine as well. The posing routine isn't where you win or lose your competition. It's in the comparisons where you're comparing your mandatory poses, and everyone's being compared side by side with the same pose.
Is it compared to everybody, or is it compared to the person next to you?
Within your class, but it's compared to everyone. So what they'll do is, let's just say you've got a lineup of 8 people. The judges, you've got maybe like say 5, 6, however many judges, depending on federation, etc. And they'll be sitting there. So they're usually looking from slightly down. So they're looking slightly up. And how you go about your posing, you actually manipulate that to account for the fact that they're looking upwards and not straight on. For example, men's physique, when you do your rear pose, you really arch backwards. So the judges are seeing your back from down here. So you're not just standing super straight upright. You actually have to
Lean back, so
really arch to make sure they can see from their angle. And bikini's the same. It's why the bikini do the really back breaking sort of arch that they do.
Did wonder that because I've seen it. I was like, okay.
Why are they doing that? It's like, well, from the judge's perspective, for them to really present the glutes the way they want to, they need to
Yeah,
do
I see.
it just from the angle. But what they do is they'll be looking, comparing, and then for their favourites, what happens is you get called into the middle. So if you're getting called into the middle, that's a pretty good sign because it means that they want to see more of you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then what they'll do is they'll figure out there may be 2 or 3 front runners, and they'll eventually have them in the middle, and they might swap them a little bit back and forward. But if you're in the middle and you finish in the middle of your class, that's a very good sign because it means that you're sort of in the running to win this.
So then what does it do psychologically if you're not in the middle?
It's funny because I was on the outside and I got brought into the middle, but the run time was so short, I didn't have too much time to think about it. But whenever I've watched it, even my own clients who have competed, luckily they both did really well, so they were in the center. But from speaking to people who have competed, like we're talking about for like 10 years, whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously because you know that if you're doing well, you should be brought into the center. So of course you have to just put on the brave face to show. Like they've always said that then you go on there to present your best physique. If the judges like what they see in the day, great. If they don't, as long as you're happy with what you brought and you know
Part
that
of development too.
The great thing is that the judges, generally speaking, if you ask for feedback, even if you didn't get pulled into the center, like they will give you feedback on your physique. Like if you didn't make it in, it's like, well, what was missing compared to the people who were called into the center? And they'll tell you, well, you need more size or you need to bring up this area.
How many judges normally?
It really depends. Depends on the federation.
Is it minimum?
Is there a minimum? I mean, I know with WMBF there was 6, and I honestly couldn't even tell you how many it was on. I wasn't even looking.
Oh yeah.
You do look at the judges, but you're sort of so busy just presenting your physique. I didn't even think about looking at it.
It's not like you're going there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But like, because that's another thought too. Because okay, in the middle it's a little bit easy. But if you got even let's say there's 6, there's still 3 over there. There's 3 over there. Are you going to direct towards head judge in the middle when you're doing your posing? You're more doing it for that. Like to these ones, how often do the people on the judges in the
a
middle?
lot of competitors and coaches will know who the head judge is, and you do generally know because when you do the athlete registration, you meet them. So often people will make sure that they try to direct. But the general idea of when you're practicing your posing is you get used to looking across the whole panel. So in terms of you make eye contact with everyone. So you're obviously holding your pose, but you're actually smiling and you're sort of looking across the whole panel.
What if that looks creepy for the judges, right? Because or they're used to it as like, like
they're used to everyone's looking for their
attention,
approval, right? So it's
approval.
Like, well, so if you're not, imagine if you were like, you know, not making eye contact and you were looking at the floor, that wouldn't look good. That would just make you don't look confident.
Massively. And then, so sorry, you've gone through this first stage, then you go through this comparison stage. Does anything change as far as first of all, what's that first part is mainly just those essentials?
So firstly, they bring you out to do the little like individual routine.
Yeah.
And then they take you outside and then they do the comparisons. Now,
with the mandatory.
If you place within your class, because it also depends on the competition. If you've got, let's say, like men's physique is a hugely popular division. So sometimes you will have, I mean, God, anywhere from 4 or 5. I think we had 9 classes in our competition. I think there was a lot of competitors. So what will happen is that only a certain number get taken from each class and then get brought into the overall. So the overall is done later in the day. So that was the thing I didn't make. So I was in my class in the morning, and if I had had placed top 3, I'd have then went to the
Yeah,
evening
overall
show.
everything. Okay. Wow. And then is there a thing like, okay, you know your competition's done,
Yeah.
they believe to make top 3 or not. Is there something like, is the moment that you just kind of just let go, or you have to go now eat certain food or something like that, or what kind of happens
Obviously, at
after?
that stage, there was all bets are off as far as the food side of things goes. But of course, like, you should be in a position where you're like, well, I probably shouldn't go in. And what a lot of people do is you probably see these massive post-competition feedings that people have. I think, I mean, to an extent, you've worked really hard. You've dieted.
Totally, is there a reward phase, right?
Definitely, like people, and I definitely, like in advance, we looked up like what I want to have afterwards. I was like, I know my favorite food is sushi, so I want to go and have
Really?
some good sushi. So we found a sushi place, and we went and had that, and I definitely ate to a slight point of discomfort. But the interesting thing was, a lot of people that just continues going for days and days and days and days. For me, I did that day. I had a lot of sushi, a lot. Like we're talking close to 50 rolls, probably. Nice. A lot. Yeah. And then I went and had a couple of Swedish pastries afterwards. But then the next day, so I just ate normally. I would have the odd little, like, maybe thing I wasn't having before, like, oh, it'd be nice to have something maybe like a little bit sweet or whatever else. But I think that's where most people really lose it, is that they have that post enjoyment, and it's that hedonism from just that reward component of the food. And then that reward value is so high, because I don't know if you've ever read Dr. Stephen Gainey's The Hungry Brain. It's a really good book, but it talks about that concept of the reward value that people assign to food. And so for some people, they don't really assign a big high reward to food. It's a bit more of a, I eat it to nourish my body and that's it. For other people, the reward value they get from food is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And these are the type of people that once they have a taste of something, trying to stop themselves from having more of it is challenging. So for me, luckily, I don't lean on the reward side of things too heavily. So I found it quite easy to sort of rein that in. But for some people, it can be a disaster. So they have to be quite careful. So, okay, eat to a point, but then they're the type of people that have to get literally back on a focused plan right afterwards, and they don't get to relax until they get up towards maintenance. But for others, they handle it absolutely fine.
So it's an interesting world and space to go into, and there's so more Kevins you can go down and have a look into each like individual, I suppose, preparation stage or development stage as you go through this, because
think of it as like almost all these little individual moments of decisions that have to be made. It's that post-competition period. The difference is that now if you overeat, your body's in a place where it's very sensitive to pile on more weight, more body fat. That's where it's tricky. It's not like any other time. Like, you're in such a hypersensitive state, both to, in a positive way, but also in a negative way as well. So managing that post-competition period is really essential. So as a guideline, like, I sort of already knew this, but we sort of spoke about it afterwards. Like, what would be an acceptable rate of body weight gain post-competition, and where we expected my body weight to be by the time I've sort of reached maintenance. And that, like, to your point about managing the post-competition blues, managing that expectation that, listen, you're not going to be what you were on stage, not close.
Yeah.
And within a good sort of like 4 to 6 week period, you're probably going to be up by, I think for me, I know I was like, how much am I expecting of total body weight to sort of regain? And he was like, you're probably going to be looking at about 10%. After about 4 to 6 weeks, you'll be up 10% of body weight.
So 5 to 8 kilos potentially.
So for me, I went from 83 to 89 in 4 weeks.
Wow, there you go. 6.
And it held there a little bit, and then it went up a little bit again, and it held, and it went up a bit as we increased food a little bit. And so I've been maintaining ever since. The final point I got to was like 92s. I've been sitting around 92, 93 since.
Oh, well.
So that's 10 kilos up from stage weight, but I had no issues with that, because Cal had already said you're probably going to be about 10% up body weight.
Yeah.
Hold.
There you go.
That's exactly what happened. But it was also because I wasn't just going to town on ice cream every night or pizzas or ordering in. It was like, okay,
You're training too, so to make good weight as well.
we
It's not
enjoy
like,
some fun foods, but we need to get back to a structure as well.
wow, it's really interesting. Man, we've gone to a lot. I have to say that huge thank you for just sharing that space and sharing that thoughts on everything that's gone into the training, into preparation for this. It's a massive journey for people to go through psychologically, physically. I mean, pre and post to get into it. So it's definitely something for families to really seriously consider right before jumping into the space? Because, man, it could take you one of two ways.
It's a massive decision to make, I think. And I think it's often the sort of both the what you gain from it and what you sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's just often massively underappreciated. But I will say, as much as I've tried to be really candid about, like, listen, this comes with a high cost, what I've gained from doing it as well, like some of the non-tangible things, like from a mindset standpoint, like I set that task, and not only did I see it through to completion, but I probably got an even better package than I was expecting, to be honest. So I even surpassed my expectations. So it shows that I'm able to start something and see it through to the end. And that's also one of my highly held values. If I start something, I need to complete it.
Yeah.
So that sort of proved to me that this is something that, okay, you set yourself a challenge, you know that even if it's something as hard as that, you can manage it.
Done.
And then the other part is that I would have to say that, interestingly, people talk about relationship with food getting worse after it. It actually provided a bit of a reset for me in terms of habits. And so I've actually found that my maintenance habits now are the best they've ever been. So I sort of saw it as an opportunity to tighten up shop a little bit. And so I've found, like, for me, I personally found that I've found the balance between having structure and flexibility. This is the best balance that I've had.
Learning, so.
I think often it is what you make of it.
Has it flowed into your coaching as well?
I think with one thing I will say, if you're coaching clients to achieve like really serious body composition goals, for me, I know that I've taken my physique to a point that most of my clients have not been to or will never get to. So now knowing all of the places in between that, it's like, okay, well, even if they do get to that point, I want my client Poonen, for example, I mean, he is a natural competitor Indian. He got shredded and peeled to the bone. But because I'd done that in the past and I'd done it again recently, I can appreciate and understand what it takes. So I think often people will say, well, you don't have to have done it yourself to be a good coach. Theoretically, that's true. Like, you can know what to do. You can know how to guide someone. It's just different when you have been through it yourself. You can just empathize with all the emotional stuff that goes with it as well.
Because that's the other side of it too. There's theoretical, practical application, but then the experience itself, psychological side of it is, I think it's massive.
So I would say, from a coaching standpoint, it definitely sharpened the toolbox.
Yeah, wicked. Very cool, man. Bro, look down at their camera there. Let them know where they can find you.
Instagram is the main place I'm active. So if you look at the physique coach _, everything you want to know about me is there.
Find the man himself. Man, absolute pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you very much for your time. That's brilliant. Hey guys, welcome along to another episode of FFP Travels. Today we're going to talk about the empowerment of women and lifting, and I suppose the topic has come around when people think about women lifting or women exercising, the society stigma that's put on, the pressure that's put on. And we brought in a lady who's started off an initiative, a community, a brand, a company, and an empire. Girls Lift Girls. So welcome along, Gemma. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
It's going to be a very exciting topic to talk about, something that's in some ways a little bit taboo, or some people are scared to talk about. Where I want to kind of lift this off is like the Girls Lift Girls. Just give people a quick intro to what is Girls Lift Girls and why you started it.
So Girls Lift Girls is a community for women in fitness. Our tagline is building strength in community. What we want to try and do is get women involved in fitness as much as possible, surround women with people who are involved in fitness, not only to grow the strength of the individual, but to continue to grow the strength of the community within it. So what that looks like is we have communities not only in Dubai, but in Sydney, in Brisbane, and in Hong Kong. So it's really exciting that we're sort of growing this movement across the world as much as possible, and showcasing women lifting across different cultures as well. So we're really excited about how much it's grown in such a short period of time. And myself and my friend Sophie co-founded it only in May last year.
Why? So the question is, why start? What was the purpose behind it when you first idea flicked into your mind?
So it started initially when myself, Sophie, and Noor, we were all training at CrossFit Alive together. We decided to take a reel of us doing our Saturday sweat. And we wanted an Instagram caption, to be honest. And we said, what should we caption it? And we said, girls lift girls, because that kind of works. We're lifting each other, we're empowering each other, we're lifting, and it all sort of works. And the following weekend, we went to a women's fitness competition in Dubai. And we sort of looked around. We knew some people, but we actually realized that we didn't know many of the girls who were there. When you're involved in a team sport, like all of us have been involved in rugby, netball, etc., you're all there working towards a common goal. You're meeting the people around you and you're all working towards something that you all want to achieve to win. Sometimes in the gym, you don't have that. You go to the gym, you put your headphones in, you work and you do stuff yourself, which is great. And it also works for some people as well. But we wanted a platform that those women could get together and share their stories, share their experiences, and also have that ability to challenge each other, push each other, say, maybe just put an extra 2.5 kilograms on the bar. Why not? So we kind of wanted it from there. And between the three of us, when we first started speaking about it, we've had very different journeys within sport. I won't go into telling theirs, but I can tell you a little bit about mine. So I was brought up as very athletic, wanted to be an elite netballer, but I also loved dancing. I was involved in theatre schools, was always on the stage, but I struggled a little bit with what the performance versus aesthetic was like between dance and trying to be an elite athlete. So it seems weird now looking back at photos of myself thinking I was so much more athletic and bigger than these other girls around me, because at the time I actually wasn't. But in my head, I felt so much bigger than these other girls. I felt way more muscular, and I wasn't that petite figure that a lot of people were trying to be. And sort of as I've grown up, being involved in netball and then touch rugby and then rugby sevens, I then recently found CrossFit. And I think being in an environment where you're surrounded by really strong women who love being powerful and want to be powerful and enjoy that part of it and enjoy the process, it's been a massive shift for me to understand actually how important my body, how important the function of my body is rather than what it looks like, especially as I had a surgery on my knee recently. I think that really put into perspective that importance of how my body works rather than what it looks like. So between myself, Sophie and Noor, we were having these conversations about our own individual experiences of that performance versus aesthetic mindset and what that looks like now, and some of the stories that we've all experienced looking certain ways and comments that people have made. But at the end of the day, Girls If Girls was for the women who have had those experiences or even not had those experiences and want to understand more about how that might impact them or how it has impacted them in a different way.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today. That's where I want to definitely go down first, like obviously with you and your experiences.
Yeah.
And it's still a space that's evolving, changing, and there needs to be more initiatives and communities out there to support this. The stigma, first of all, the first main stigma is that aesthetic is skinny. Like beautiful is skinny. That's what the whole world tries to throw out there, magazines trying to throw out there.
Yeah.
There was movements about plus models that was coming 5 years ago kind of thing. But still the muscular side of woman. And just recently, actually, Michaela Blythe from, she was talking about like her shoulders, like massive. She's got great shoulders, like amazing. But like for her, she was ashamed to wear certain clothes because of her muscularity. But then she's an unbelievable, incredible, like looks fantastic anyway. But I mean, her performance side is unbelievable. What she can do on the rugby field is just nearly second to none, type of thing. When it comes back to you and your personal experiences, because this is what we're going to touch on, is like that understanding of this is how I felt. What is it that you were feeling like you were so much bigger than these girls? So what was it? Wasn't just that you're feeling bigger, right? What was it? What comes along with that? It's not like okay, like Michaela, she's got big shoulders. She wasn't just thinking, I've got big shoulders. Yeah. There was underlying things that she was minds or thoughts that were going through herself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when I was like going through that phase of like dancing, but also wanting to be an elite athlete, I'm comparing myself to other girls in leotards who are very petite, very graceful. And for me, when you're trying to buy clothes or leotards or costumes and you're getting fitted all the time, and you know that you're bigger than those other girls, it just eats at you. You just think that you're big, and therefore you take up so much space, and therefore you're an eyesore on the stage. Sometimes I felt like especially with some of the costumes that we had to wear, it's like, oh, I have to get a slightly different costume because I need to, for example, cover my boobs, or I have to get a slightly different jacket because my shoulders are that little bit bigger. And even now, I think that getting sizes in clothes, a lot of the gym wear brands here, they have extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. No one wants to be called large. No one wants to be called extra large. But actually, that doesn't necessarily mean you're big. That doesn't mean that you are. I think it has that connotation of being fat and overweight.
Yeah.
And it needs to change, and it has to stop because it's making women feel like they're not worthy, that they're not in that ideal space of beauty and that femininity that makes women feel the way they feel. And I think for me, being in an athletic figure and having those muscles that other girls around me I didn't feel had at the time, it made me feel like people were looking at me in a different way. And sometimes different is scary. And I think that's probably how that has affected me.
What I mean, what was different in your mind when you say different? They're looking at you different. Like, how different?
Like you're looking at all these ballerinas who are size 0 with no chest, and they're the model figure, and then you get to myself who was more of an athletic figure who had boobs, who had shoulders, and when you're there trying to be graceful and balletic, I ended up not doing ballet because I was much better at doing the hip hop, musical theater, tap, because I was kind of afraid to do ballet and be in that situation where I was compared to being dainty and small and petite.
Yeah.
So I just avoided it. I didn't do it because I actually didn't feel like I fit in that environment, which is actually probably the first time I've reflected and thought about that's probably the reason why I didn't do ballet at the time.
Because what got you into there? Because obviously parents, environment, peer groups, like what made you want to go into dance or ballet? To get there in the first place, like what got you there in the first place? And then
to be honest, I love performing. I love performing. It wasn't necessarily about just dance. It was about the whole process of being on the stage and showcasing like what I could do and having that sense of freedom on the stage. And I really, really enjoyed it. But that's also the same reason why I love sport, is being out there, showing what I can do, trying to figure out, like trying to showcase the best version of myself as well. But my parents were very, very supportive of me growing up. I think I was one of those kids that you can ask me now, have you learnt this? Have you done this? And I was like, yeah, my parents took me to quite a lot of things and gave me exposure to all these different sports. I did cricket, swimming, athletics. They took me to netball. I played hockey. I went to dance. I went to theatre school, and I went horse riding. Like I did all these random sports, and they gave me a really, really amazing opportunity to figure out what suited me best. And I think that's one thing that girls, as you get older, you get worried about doing. I think it's really interesting at the moment. There's this big push of this girls in their running era. And so many girls come to me and they say, oh, I hate running. I'm like, well, then don't do
why
running.
Are you running? Yeah.
Don't run. There is a million sports out there that you can go and do and try. And I think that's also what we are trying to do with Girls If Girls, is we're putting on all of these different opportunities for women to go and try CrossFit. We've had paddle boarding. We're going to eventually do some like paddle tennis. We've done some yoga. We're going to do some Pilates. Like we're trying to find strength in every single woman, whatever that looks like to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, building an environment where you don't feel scared to go and do those things. That's the process that we're trying to push.
Okay. So then it's like passion for anyone is what motivates people to do stuff. So if you enjoy it, you love it, it's great. But when you're in an environment, and environments can either build you up or pull you down. You found an environment that in this case pulled you down, or do you think it was the environment, or do you think it was the outlook or the perception you put on that environment? Because other people are looking at you like, what are you talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah.
Like, why are you saying this?
Yeah.
No. So
I don't necessarily think it was an environmental thing that girls were looking at me like having that opinion, but I feel like because of social media that maybe social media became a big thing when I was 14, in the peak of that whole time where you're trying to figure out who you are, what you're supposed to look like, what you're supposed to like, who you're supposed to hang out
How
with.
to fit into the world type of thing.
Yeah. So I think for me, it was the perception of people looking in. As I said, I think I did a post about this recently, and I was trying to find images of myself dancing, and I was thinking, people must think I'm so arrogant, or people must think I'm like, I have no idea what that looks like, because you look back at the photos and I really know there's not much difference between me and the other girls around me. But at the time, I just felt like I was just big and I took up space. But I think it is just the perception that I put on myself. And but that's also what we're trying to change, is we're trying to get girls to be supportive of each other so that they don't have that perception that people are judging them. I think often girls are very quick to compare themselves to others. I think they pit themselves against each other quite a lot of the time because of outside social variables and hierarchy and things like that. And so that's exactly why we're trying to like build strength in the community so that the women around are there to support each other. That's our main goal.
Do you find it differently in a space like Dubai, known for the quickest, the tallest, the largest, the biggest, the flashiest and stuff like that? Do you find it's harder for women here, or?
I think women are scared to be embarrassed. I know I'm scared to be embarrassed. I try and be impressive in a lot of things that I do. And sometimes if I'm not, I get a bit into my shell, because I'm not used to not being good at things. I always, if I want to be good at something, I will lock in and I will try and be really good at things. And I think sometimes gym environments don't often allow you the space to fail. And sometimes that's what you need. You need to figure out how to do things in order to get better. Sometimes I think if you're not failing, then you're not really trying hard enough.
100%.
And sometimes I see that in the gym, and sometimes girls can go in and they can do their session and they look like they've not done anything. And I think women can be like sexualized often, especially in a gym space. And some people can feel uncomfortable with that. But likewise, some people will be like, oh, well, I don't want to look too sweaty or be like grunting or dying on the floor, because that's not something that is perceived as a sexy thing or a attractive thing. But I almost think that ambition and having that drive and that raw power to go that 1% extra is incredibly attractive. And I think that's what the narrative needs to change, is it shouldn't just be about going in and cruising. I think it should be a real exploration of, wow, what can my body do? And how can I find a space where I can explore that without feeling like I have this external judgment on me?
It's the word I was about to say was hilarious, but it's not, because for me personally, I think it's the sexiest thing in the world. So when women say like things like this, like want to be petite, it's like, like obviously I'm a performance athlete, and I'm the same. Like I've got the mentality of I want to do the best that I absolutely can, not just on the sports field, but in life. That's just me, right? And I know, and maybe it's just my environment, but every guy I talk to is the same kind of thing. So why I say this is because when women put this stigma, perception, judgment on themselves, and there's the whole thought of the world says this, but this is because of, again, you can just talk from your experience or you are the woman. Is it coming from because I want to look good in front of males, I want to go in front of females, I want to go in front of my friends? Where's that block or that judgment facing? Like you're saying, like they don't want to sweat in front of someone. Is it because, obviously it's judgment. Is it just judgment from anybody? Is it judgment from the opposite sex? Is it judgment from myself? Is it judgment from other women?
I honestly don't know who you could pin it on, apart from like your own perception of who matters to you in that environment, I guess. I think you've also got to understand across different cultures, that's also judgment from parents and judgment from peers as well, and family members. Like I remember, and my dad knows this, and I've spoken to him about this before. Even when I was growing up, my dad was like, "Oh, don't lift too many weights, or you might get a look a little bit muscular or a bit masculine." And to me, that I don't really know if that actually impacted me at the time, but I remember him speaking to me about that before. And I know like from Sophie with her like background in Chinese culture, and even with our community growing across Hong Kong, the spectrum from Hong Kong to Australia, with probably Dubai is somewhere in the middle, is incredible because the cultural differences between our communities is actually quite vast, and the events that we're putting on in different places is very different because of the clientele we have in those places. Trying to get women in Australia to lift barbells is a lot easier than getting women in Hong Kong to lift barbells, just because of the environment that they were brought up in. So I think that judgment can come from anything depending on what you care about massively.
What are some of the stories then you're hearing? And again, it's only May 24.
Yeah.
May 24. Since then to hear, I mean, obviously in so many places already, like different nations already. What are some of the stories you hear from around this topic? That woman, what freedom are they feeling? What understanding are they getting from the same perceptions they've obviously put on themselves? Like this, because this is why people are coming together, right? Because it's obviously, I don't want to say a problem, but it's obviously an issue in their minds. Because if you didn't feel like this way, if you felt confident, you wouldn't be looking for that support. You wouldn't be looking for that community. But obviously, it's very obvious that this community is growing very fast because they want the support, because they want to either support themselves or supporting others. So what are some of the stories that you're hearing?
Yeah, so we've been really, really lucky that we've had some incredible athletes that have been part of our panels. A lot of what our workouts and community events involve is a workout where we get the girls together to support each other and do a workout or be part of a session in different forms. And then we often have a panel or a speaker or multiple different women who converse and talk about their own experience. Our most recent one was with Gymshark here in Dubai.
Oh, yes,
and we had 6 different
people.
women. Oh yeah, it was incredible. We sold it out.
Okay, very cool.
It was amazing. But the theme was strength in every chapter, and I was really proud of this sort of campaign because we had a female doctor, we had a lady who was practicing Ramadan, we had 2 women who've recently had children within like the last year or to 6 months, as well as a young female athlete as well. And so hearing their perceptions of how their mindset of strength has changed over time from puberty to pre-pregnancy to pregnancy to post-pregnancy to menopause, as well as like young athletes who are fully invested in wanting to get stronger. It's incredible hearing how that has changed. From the other side of the world, when I went to Australia to run an event at LSKD for International Women's Day, we had this girl called Xanthi, and she is a Red Bull cliff diver. And obviously she was talking about her experience going from initially was swimming into diving. Well, she was a gymnast into diving, and her experience was her parents forced her into doing diving, and she was terrified of heights.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And she still is terrified of heights, which I think is incredible. And one of the things that she said that has literally stuck with me is just to do what scares you. And it's one of my favorite things because I think it massively is a really important thing that we can push at Girls If Girls. If you're just like, if you're worried about trying something, just try it, because afterwards it'll probably be one of the proudest moments. And the last one that I'd like to just bring up is Sarah Sig. She's trains at our gym. She is Icelandic and she is an incredible CrossFit athlete. She's been to the games. And me and her have had some very, very funny exchanges about our experience at airports.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, airport seems to be the place where we get comments about our body. I say we, but like I have personally, as have her. From my own personal story, even when I just came back from Australia, I was putting my bag onto the carousel for the guy to check it in, and he asked me how much I benched. And I was like, I said, probably more than you. But honestly, like these comments and these things, like Sarah has spoken to me about the fact that someone thought she was Hulk Hogan because she has bright blonde hair and is muscular. I've been mistaken for Ronda Rousey here in Dubai.
Oh, really?
And it's just crazy, some of the things that different people have experienced. But I genuinely just think it showcases that being muscular isn't normal, and it needs to be normalized in society for people to ask you. I've been asked, could you beat me up? when I was walking to the beach. I've been asked how much I benched. I was asked if I was going to compete, if I've done bodybuilding before. And I look at myself and think, do I have body dysmorphia? Because I don't see myself as this ridiculously, outrageously muscular girl. But for people to come and approach me and make those comments, it's like, is that something on me? But I would say probably a couple of years ago, I've been kind of offended by it. But now I feel really proud of it because I'm like, yeah, I work really hard.
Yeah.
And I love what my body can do. Maybe I could beat you up, but I'm not going to. And yeah, maybe I
keep
could
talking,
outbench
maybe
you.
might get
Yeah. Maybe I could bench more than you. And how impressive would that be? So I think of it as a positive thing, but I think it also depends on who you are. But yeah, those are some quite funny stories about different women's experiences and like views on it, and especially hearing that from some elite athletes, it does give you peace of mind as well.
Because what is it that, I suppose, let's say young girls or even women, what are they seeing in the world that's giving them this thought process, this perception to first go like, I need to be skinny if I want to be beautiful?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the social media was the start of it. I think Instagram caused a massive ruck in what beauty looks like. And you look back at,
Sorry, can I ask them what should beauty look like? I mean,
I feel it's like size 0 US models, girls growing up on watching America's Next Top Model, thinking this is what beauty looks like. And especially those programs identifying plus size models as girls who are size 8 and above. Like that puts a real like seed in your brain about, okay, well, if I'm a size 8, I'm plus sized. So women.
Well, it means you're overweight. I mean, is that what you're thinking?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's up for perception. But when they're explaining that plus size models are women who are size 8 and over, it definitely puts that into your brain, being like, well, if I want to be a model, if I want to be showcased on a magazine, I need to be this size. So I think that could also be a potential thing. But I also feel, as I do think it is changing. And I think that especially on social media, a lot of influencers are using their platform to promote healthy living. But I almost think that it's going a little bit far in that it's forcing women to count calories and lose weight. And the idea of a healthy body still is to make sure you're in a calorie deficit. And especially for us women, they're like, oh yeah, intermittent fasting. Actually, if you look at research, there's so many problems with women doing intermittent fasting and having a low calorie diet because it massively impacts the female athlete triad, and it can impact your hormones and it can impact your bone density. And I feel like this whole idea that you need to be skinny to be beautiful is actually probably having some health like detriments on women as well.
Yeah, massively.
And I think that's really important for women to know and understand how to train in a way that's healthy, which is also why we want to educate women on different ways that you can train and have a healthy, balanced diet and a healthy, balanced lifestyle.
So my question for you is what's beautiful in your mind when it comes to a female? Well, sorry, what was and what is? Because obviously this is a change now for you.
I mean, what was definitely to be as tiny as I could be. I felt like there was a point of time.
You mean thin or less fat or just
Yeah, I think to be
skinny or
thin.
no
I
muscle
think that sort of idea of being thin, being able to wear anything. I remember being like, you could wear anything from Zara and you would still look amazing. And in my head, I was like, I could never just wear anything because it will make my shoulders look big, it will make my chest look big, it will make my legs look big. For ages, I couldn't wear jeans because my quads were bigger than my hips. So I'd either have jeans that were too big on my waist or were too small. And so I felt like I didn't fit in anything because my legs were so strong. But in my head at the time, it was like, oh, my legs are so big and I don't have a curve like other girls do. Like I had to wear leggings for a lot of the times. I couldn't find jeans that fit my body type. But I think beauty for me is having confidence in whatever you have. I think being able to show that you have confidence in your own body is one of the most beautiful things possible. And I think whether that is you finding a really healthy balance of training and eating and I think it's really hard to define beauty because it comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And I think the fact that we are now showcasing that on a much broader level, it gives every girl who's growing up the opportunity to find what their beautiful is.
Well, that's where I find this, I suppose it's nearly hard to believe, because beautiful is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So then when people put this massive judgment on themselves, and females in this case, and they talk about, oh, my shoulders, my back, my chest, my legs are too big. And it's funny what you just said there, because like in some ways, I suppose, okay, so before being an athlete, and if you talk about females, and I know I've got a lot of friends that talk about their breast size, and they're like saying whether they're an athlete or non-athlete, it seems like non-athletes want to have bigger breasts and athletes want to have smaller breasts. Yeah. It's like, we're never happy. Well, you know what's
but
going
I think
on?
that is it. Like, you look even across, I spoke about the cultural differences across our communities. Like, I remember I lived in Thailand for a year. I worked at a sports academy over there, and you could buy whitening cream for your skin. And women over there, they want to be as pale as possible. Girls over here, they want to be as tanned as possible. Yeah. Like, I was even thinking the other day, I was like, oh, maybe I would try and get my hair curly. And one of the girls was complaining that her hair doesn't dry quick enough and would like my hair. And it's just, I think everyone wants
males go through the same thing as well. But no,
I think there is, I think, as you said, beauty is massively in the eye of the beholder. And I think it's just learning to, you as the beholder, to find the beauty that you have in yourself and run with it. I think you look in the mirror and you look and find things you don't like about yourself. And I remember having those.
Super easy to do.
Yeah, very easy to do, because actually it's a lot easier to find flaws. If I was to ask myself, what are my 3 weaknesses, I could probably tell them. But if you to say,
what are they?
No, let's not do that now. Let's not do that now. But if you were to ask me my strengths, I would probably find it a bit harder to find like positivity in myself. Now, probably more so than a couple of years back, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot easier to pick flaws in yourself than it is to find the beauty that you have with yourself as well.
There lays the problem as far as like the ability to be able to share, the ability to be able to talk about it openly.
Yeah.
And that's where people put themselves into this unbelievable world of, if I say this, I'm going to get judged.
Yeah.
I've got big shoulders and I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to speak about it.
Yeah.
But as soon as they do, oh, wow, you have the same thought? You think you got big shoulders too? And it allows people to open up, which is like what you're doing with the Girls Love Girls is the massive reason behind it. It's a safe space to open up. Where is that, in your opinion, where is that block for people to be able to open up? Like, and I've got this whole thing about if you want to truly be yourself, you need to be true to yourself by first just saying what you feel.
Yeah.
Just be honest. Like, otherwise you're living with this mask on until you lift that mask off, you won't have true freedom in your life, right? And so with females, obviously, and males too, but I mean, with the female side of it, how do you lift the mask off? How do you build the confidence to be strong enough as a woman to share? Because women share more than men do. I mean, men don't talk to each other about open the thing. With women, it's quite common. I'm not a woman, but I mean, you know, I go through the battles as a male to be able to openly share. And over in probably the last 2 years, it's like, just I don't even care. Like, I'll just share.
Yeah.
Makes them feel uncomfortable sometimes, but you know, for women it's different because it's so much easier to share. So why is there still that issue or that struggle to open up about themselves or to judge themselves so much harder?
Yeah,
because they have the support groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, as you said, women are much better at sharing, and I feel like I think women are now more aware of the fact that women have gone through the same thing and have experienced the same feelings. And I do feel like it is changing and women can speak more about how they feel. But being vulnerable is really difficult because it showcases part of you that you don't often showcase to the world. I know I'm a big oversharer. I tell people a lot of stuff about myself and my thoughts and my feelings and just experiences, but also sometimes, for example, I wrote down this big paragraph about one of the reasons, kind of like one of my origin stories for Girls of Girls, about the fact it's like, I know I have big boobs and that unfortunately for me at the time made me feel big and not very athletic. And then like my friends like Sophie was like, oh, well, yeah, but you have big boobs. Like every girl wants big boobs. And I'm like, but for me, that was a really big trigger. And so finding that balance of like, oh, I feel like I'm complaining to you about something that actually you like or you want. I remember when I was traveling with one of my friends, she asked to borrow a top from me and she put it on and was like, oh, I can't wear this. This is too big. And I was like, and then she put on her own top and went, oh, I feel so big in this. And it's like, okay, I understand you feel big in this. And in that moment, I was like, do you understand that by you wearing something of mine and saying it was too big and then you putting on your own clothes that are 3 sizes too small, like smaller than me, and then saying you're big, that actually makes me feel even worse. But like being able to have that conversation and trying not to cause problems with girls, I think especially, it is difficult. But I think if we can just normalize the fact of having those difficult conversations, girls don't want to be judged. Girls sometimes keep their cards a bit close to their chest because they said they don't want to say the wrong thing or hurt people's feelings. I think it's just normalizing and having conversation where you can just be like, I understand, and this is how I feel. And I think that is something that we can really promote.
So how honest are these conversations? Like when women do openly talk to each other, how honest are the conversations then? Because from what you're saying, it feels like the conversation probably is. I know when a guy talks to a guy, it's ridiculously honest. It's just pure raw.
Yeah.
Like there's no about hiding feelings. Once he opens up, he'll open up.
Yeah.
But then like you're saying here, is that sometimes what it feels like you're saying is that women don't open up. They talk more, but they don't actually open up truly about how they're feeling. Is that correct to say? Or
I think it depends. Like obviously with the Girls With Girls community, we are trying to encourage women to talk more about how they feel in their experience in the fitness space. Now, we're not expecting women who are strangers to start opening up about all their childhood trauma immediately, but like girls have their close friends and you can air that with your close friends. But it's almost having that environment at Girls With Girls where one of the things we did a Valentine's Day pizza night. And with all of our pizzas, there was a little question that asked you something that maybe you wouldn't have even thought to question or thought about asking. And we just asked the girls to have those conversations with someone they felt comfortable with. We don't necessarily need them to talk to every single girl in the community about it, but there's girls who were there who turned up alone. There was girls who were there who were in a partner, and whether they're having that conversation with someone super close to them or they've actually met a girl as part of this community and they've actually bonded over the fact that they actually had a similar experience, that's what we're trying to push. And so obviously finding someone or finding a space where you're comfortable to share openly and have those deeper conversations, I think is really important. And that's why we don't just want to do a workout. Well done, you've improved your confidence in lifting. See you later. We want it to be
there's lots of underlying issues that you need to get into.
Strength in every single aspect. Having the strength to have the conversation, having the strength to lift a barbell, having the strength to actually say, I found that really hard and actually I don't really know if I have the confidence to do this, and being able to then go and speak to someone about it. Like we want to build strength in the ability to have those conversations as well as the physical strength and the physical side of it as well.
In the world, I suppose you want to say, no, put it like this, women have this, I don't want to lift heavy because I'm going to get big muscles.
Oh, yep.
It's a very common, very, very common.
Yeah.
It's the battle that everyone kind of goes through. What is it that, what's the why? What's the whole thing with the big muscles? Is it because they get beauty? Is it judgment? Is it not being able to find a partner? Or is it hair? What is that one?
I think I honestly can't put my finger on it. But if I was to sort of make a guess or based on experiences and conversations that I've had with women, it's I don't want to look too muscular because it's associated with being masculine. And it's also associated, I think, with physical sports, and it's associated with being aggressive and associated with being maybe angry, being in a wrestling, boxing situation that shows a different side of strength. I've had a conversation with a girl before, and I said, "Oh, I've not seen you at the gym in ages." And she was like, "Yeah, I don't do upper body sessions anymore because I've got my wedding in 6 weeks, and I don't want my arms to get too muscular." And in my head, I was
Cringing
like,
right now.
"What?
Cringing.
What?" I was like, I want my arms to be muscular, but women have different ideas of what beauty is, and we're not here expecting that we're going to change that overnight. But we want our platform to be a space where you look at someone else who is muscular and be like, that's normal, and that's beautiful, and that's okay. And I'd like to look like that. And having inspirational people in our community who look like that, who break that idea that being muscular is masculine. We want to redefine what strength looks like. Especially for me, I'm very much a girly girl. I know I have muscles, but I love getting dressed up, and I love showcasing what I can do being in the gym, lifting heavy, but also getting dressed up and having a nice dress on and heels and being that ultra feminine side of it as well. But I think I think it's the fact that muscles are associated with masculinity, muscles are associated with being big, and taking up space. And we spoke about Michaela before, but like the Ilona Maher effect, I think has had a massive impact on girls, especially across the US, about what that looks like. So I think we're on a really positive trajectory of changing it. I think there is so much work that we still can do. And as I said, the spectrum between different cultures is crazy big. So it's just going to be really exciting to see how we can make a positive impact to women across all of our communities.
When it comes to fitness, lifting, this is, I suppose, the kind of center point, because the world's becoming more aware about fitness, health, and they're more conscious about their health as well, because they want longevity. I mean, the world's changing, people living longer. Fitness becomes a big part of that. There's a lot of education out there about how strength improves your way of life as you become older as well. There's also going to be a balance in people's minds. I don't think there does, but people want to have this balance of, okay, I need to be healthy, I need to be fit. You're saying I need to be stronger in order to have a better way of life, but then I don't want to lift because I'm going to look too big. You know, so they're under this wall, literally but like, you get into the gym environment and you lift, but still within a gym environment, there's still the same stigma of, I don't want to lift too heavy. I don't want to go too hard. I don't want to sweat, you know, because it's improper. I don't want to, like you just mentioned earlier about falling onto the floor, doesn't look feminine.
Yeah.
As a way. Numbers create change because numbers bring power to people. Is it the only way to do that to get more numbers? Or is there other ways that people can feel more comfortable with themselves, to be themselves, to perform better, and not to have to worry about, oh, look, I want to be a lady, I want to be so feminine, you know? Is there something else that they can do besides that, away from the gym, to build their confidence in your mind?
I just think being everyone's biggest cheerleader and being there to support every woman on whatever journey they're on in fitness. I think it's so important that we are supporting the women around us and the men around us on whatever journey they're taking. Because it's not, it's a positive movement. We want it to be the fact that girls see other girls in the gym and you go, that's amazing. You're doing so well. And having that ability to give someone a compliment, which is sometimes quite difficult.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think the best way to do it is to support each other. I think numbers helps because you feel like you're part of something. And I think that's why Girls of Girls is growing, because you feel like you're part of some of like-minded women who have all experienced same thing. They're all going towards a common goal, which is to be the best version of themselves in whatever that looks like. So I don't necessarily, I think strength in numbers is always going to be beneficial, because if you have women all singing from the same hymn sheet about the positivity of the women around you, it's going to make you feel positive about yourself.
100%. What is it for you that you've got to do daily, or you've got to talk to people, read certain things? What are you trying to do to get to that space of freedom, I suppose it is, and the mental freedom?
I definitely don't think I'm there yet. I don't know if anyone ever is there.
Totally. We never will be.
But I think for me, it's just embodying everything that I stand for. I try and treat myself like my own best friend. That's something that I read in a book called The Kindness Method a while ago, and I try and apply it to myself if I'm having a bad day. If I was my own best friend and I'm telling myself, oh my God, I look so bad in that photo that they took of me at the gym, would I say that to my friend? No. I'd say, so it might not be your best photo, but look how much you've improved, or look how much weight you are lifting, or look, actually, it doesn't matter the way you look. That's a moment in time. So practicing what I preach is difficult sometimes. But as I said,
Sometimes or all the time?
Sometimes.
I'd
say sometimes, because I notice my behaviors more, I feel, especially in the last couple of years, I've noticed those like that negative talk. And sometimes if I'm having that sort of negative feeling, I've recognized it a bit quicker and I can revert back to a positive mindset. But yeah, I'd say the way in which I try and promote it is to treat myself like my own best friend, really.
Where do you feel women have the biggest weakness when it comes to sharing or being open about these privileges they have? Like, my legs are too big, I don't want to get strong.
I think the biggest thing is the judgment, is the fear of someone not feeling the same way and you feeling like you've come across an emotion that someone can't empathize with. Sometimes having those thoughts builds a bit of a barrier between you and the person you want to have a conversation with. Sometimes I find it a lot easier to have conversations with girls who I maybe would assume have had similar thought processes to those who have nothing to do with health and fitness. I have friends who aren't involved in fitness space at all. They don't go to the gym, haven't probably done anything to do with sports since we left school. And if I was to have a conversation about the way that I feel like my body looks and maybe ways in which that I have different problems with how I look, if I'm telling them about it, they might not have that same thought process. Me being like, oh, I feel like I'm too muscular. And there's a girl my friend who I'm speaking to, she never had that thought process in her mind at all. It's very hard to have that kind of conversation with people like that. Not that that's a negative thing, but then that's why we have spaces like Girls With Girls where you can have those kind of conversations, maybe girls who have had those sort of experiences.
Obviously, the groups do help people give the freedom to speak. But like, majority of the time, we're not around these groups, right?
No.
That's the hardest part of it.
Yeah.
So confidence, I think, the confidence within themselves. So there's a bit of a catch-22 here as well, because they say better you are as far as your fitness. If you're more fitter you are, the healthier you are, usually the more confidence you can have. Now, for me, confidence comes from just a repetition in knowing something in anything. Like, you can be a confident speaker, but they'd be very unconfident talking one-to-one. Or you could be very confident doing lifting, but they're very unconfident doing cardio. For another example there.
Absolutely.
So for me, like, the practice of repetition is what builds confidence in each space. But how do you get to the point of trying to build repetition when you're trying to free yourself from the judgment of, like, not big is beautiful, but athletic is beautiful, performance is beautiful as a female? Like,
yeah, I think it kind of goes back to that positive self-talk, trying to repeat that positive self-talk to yourself, saying, this is how I feel and this is a good thing. Trying to change your own mindset. Instead of, if I repeated to myself, I don't look good in the mirror, I don't look good in the mirror, every single day, your confidence will diminish. And if you're looking at yourself in the mirror and every single day trying to find one thing that's positive about yourself, and you're repeating different things that you like about yourself, you're developing confidence in the fact that you are owning who you are and you're finding beauty in who you are, for example. And as I said, I think having that opportunity to practice skills and practice fitness and within an environment where you don't feel judged as well, and having developed the confidence almost behind closed doors, so that when you are in a space, maybe you're in a busier gym, you have that confidence. You go, actually, I can go to the squat rack and I am going to squat because I know what I'm doing. And I don't feel like I need to prove myself to anyone else.
do you think healthier women or stronger women have better relationships?
I honestly don't know if I could answer that question. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Because like
if fitness, from the parody of, if fitness is supposed to improve confidence, then the ability to be yourself should kind of, well, in some ways, spill over into a potentially a better relationship. If the brain functions better, if the body functions better, because it deal with stresses or freedoms. Do you personally think it may help, or?
I honestly, I wouldn't be able to give you an actual scientific answer, but I
totally,
feel
it's never going to be scientific.
No, I know, but I feel like having health and fitness and having something that you love and you develop your own confidence in, as I said, can create confidence in yourself. And maybe that means that you have deeper connections with people because you're more confident in opening up. But as I said, I think it's finding your people and finding the people around you that you can have those connections with, developing whether it's a personal relationship or romantic relationship. You can also find that like-minded idea and develop a relationship over those sort of ideas. But I think you could have that across different aspects of your life as well.
I mean, for me, totally, 100%. Fitness brings better relationships because it allows you to be fitter, to be more active, to be able to do things, be inclusive in movement with people. And usually when people are moving, they're usually more positive because there's a chemical change in the body for that. So not that it means into romantic relationships or anything like that, but I mean, as far as the relationships, I think it definitely has a better impact to deal with. If you like, even with a friendship, if you're arguing with each other, you're not feeling as confident because you're feeling down or you're lower on energy. The impact, I think, there's a massive impact from that point of view.
I didn't think of it like that, but also I guess when you're talking about like team sports as well, from coming from like a rugby background and like my experience in netball, like being able to be part of a team and understanding different people have different good days and bad days.
Massively.
I guess having a healthy, I didn't even think of it like that. That's
and
very
even
true.
the other side of it too is like the ability to be involved in the first place.
Yeah.
And be able to and it happens in sports, the better you are at the sport, the more attention you grab from people. Like people want to talk to you because they want to either find out about how you do it, how you evolve and stuff like that. I think the reason I'm asking this is because there's more fitness competitions now available for people to get involved in.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about doing it for sport, it's about doing for fitness itself. You can compete and get involved with people and meet other people within this environment. There's opportunities to travel, not just do it locally within your gym, but maybe around your country or overseas as well. So then with women, because I think there's I suppose it's been like that with a lot of sports, and with fitness, women getting into fitness, there's less women doing the fitness, obviously, but the space of how women are growing in that fitness space, like, because the game is so competitive and there's so many more people, I think, in fitness in a ratio to men, if that makes sense. Like there's less men playing, there's more men playing most sports than there are women. But in fitness, I feel that ratio is far closer together because it's so much more inclusive. Like the more the running events, there's more for more females than there is males as far as running, or cycling is the same kind of thing. Fitness events particularly, it helps. How much does that support the community for Girls Lift Girls? Like, getting involved with fitness events, does all the girls, is that their kind of goals to compete or at least be involved socially? Yeah,
so I think that's a really interesting point, but what we're trying to do isn't necessarily, we don't need to force women to compete if they don't want to. We want women to do it for themselves at the end of the day. But we'd also, one thing we're really, really excited about in October is we have the Butterfly Effect coming over to Dubai. And that is a women's only CrossFit functional fitness style event that we're hosting here.
Very cool.
In collaboration with them. And Butterfly Effect really align with all of our values. And we're really excited that that's happening in October 3rd, Saturday, first weekend of Breast Cancer Awareness Month as well, which is very close to my heart too. And one thing that we're trying to do in sort of the lead up to that is monthly we're putting on workouts and activations where we are working towards that event. It's teams of 3 women. There's beginners, intermediate, and RX standard. RX is like elite in CrossFit, I guess. And we are monthly putting on these workshops for women to improve their confidence so that if they want to be involved in the competition, then they can, and they have something to work towards. So we've almost, in our community environment here in Dubai, we've given the girls that exact thing. We've given them an opportunity to be involved in a women's only competition where they're competing behind, not necessarily completely behind closed doors, but they're in a women's only environment where they're learning what competition can look like, and then it's not supposed to be crazy scary, and you can compete for fun, and it's going to be an incredibly fun, liberating, exciting event with so many women who are going to, I think, absolutely love it. So that's one thing that we are trying to do, is we're exposing those women to competing. But as I said, I think you can find joy in whatever you do within fitness. And if that does mean that you and your little group of friends go to the gym and you train and you don't compete, then that's also fine too. But we just want to normalize the fact that you can, and there's opportunity to do that, which is awesome.
Is there a point that gets normalized?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I feel like it is. I feel like it is shifting, but culturally it is different across. But I definitely feel like in Dubai, in the expat community, it is very normal for girls too. But we are also in Dubai, and there is a local community who are involved in the fitness space as well.
Yeah.
And there is also expat women who have different views about fitness and what beauty standards and stuff look like. So we're just trying to be a community where girls can see what we're doing and try it and see if it's something that they want to be involved with, right?
If it fits with them or doesn't fit with them type of thing goes on there. How much of the nutrition then, is it a focus for you guys on nutrition? Because obviously there's a lot of things out in the media that talk about nutrition. That's what you should eat if you want to be lean, if you want to be muscular, if you want to be whatever you want to be particularly.
Yeah.
How much of it do you find, or how many, first of all, like, is nutrition a big talking point for people that want to get stronger, for females?
It is definitely a huge talking point. And as I said, I think in an environment where you're constantly told, oh, you need to count your calories and make sure you're in a deficit, it's really important that we are teaching women that if you are strength training, that you are eating properly and you're eating enough. I know, and I hold my hands up, that I am not a good eater. I really have to think about when I'm going to eat and how much I'm going to eat, because I don't eat enough food for how much I train. So again, that's one thing that I am trying to get better at myself personally. And I think that comes from my own upbringing of just not wanting to be big. But I know that actually if I want to train to get stronger, then I need to eat the amount of calories and the amount of macros in order to get stronger. For us at Girls If Girls, in the last couple of months, our main aim hasn't necessarily been nutrition, because we've been focusing on just the idea of strength training, but it is something that we are looking to push more. We have an event in a week or so's time, depending on when this comes out, which we've got different women in the community coming to speak about supplements and what creatine, the benefits of creatine, benefits of whey, BCAAs, etc., and when to take them, what to take, what to look for, even on labels. Even things like almond milk, oat milk, the fact that that's a huge fad, and actually you look at all the ingredients and is it better for you? Probably not, depending on what you buy. So it is something that we really want to push and look into, and we definitely want to do some more nutrition talks. And we have spoken to a few meal plans and different different companies in Dubai about what that looks like. But we also want to find something that really aligns with us. And so
massively,
we do want to push it because it is really important. Can
I ask about the side of when it comes to getting stronger, lifting, there's a massive talk about protein. Make sure you have enough, like a pound per kilo.
Yeah.
Right. And so females have this thing about a lot of salads. That's the stigma before. You want to eat salads, you want to look good, you eat salads. You don't eat meat.
Yeah.
So a lot of women turn to, like, there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of protein sources in plant foods, but, you know, a lot of people go back to the chicken, the fish, the steak. What's the kind of the talking point for females when it comes to having meat? Is there, because I'm sure that's a space where, you know, have a steak, it's fine. But then a lot of women that I know in the space don't want to have steak, which is fine. That's not the point. But I mean, the protein talk.
Yeah. Honestly, it's interesting you say that, because I was brought up on meat and veg and carbs. It's like, what are we having for dinner? Lamb mash veg. What are we having for dinner? Chicken, rice, veg. I was
hearty meals.
I had a very bland diet as a kid, probably, but it was all just based around a protein and a carb and a veg. And sometimes I do think that the fitness space can be really overwhelming with
massively.
so much research. One minute they tell you to ice bath, then they tell you, oh, don't do it too cold though. And then one minute they
Or
tell
too
you,
long,
or
or
too
too
long, or
often.
too short, or make sure the bath is the right size for your body. And it's like sometimes being basic and just doing the basics right is important. I don't necessarily feel, especially I guess in my circle of friends, that like having salads and that kind of thing is our like go-to. I think having friends who are in the rugby scene, we eat a lot
me a
of
steak.
food. Yeah, like we eat a lot of food. But I think it's just doing the basics well and making sure that you're eating enough. I reckon most women who are involved in fitness probably don't eat enough. And I think that is probably one thing that I would just, if I was to encourage anyone to do anything from their nutrition, is make sure you're eating enough. Because if you're trying to lose weight and you're not eating enough, you probably won't lose weight. If you're trying to get stronger and you're not eating enough, you probably won't get stronger either. So I don't want to encourage people to count their calories and be super, super on it, but I just think be mindful of what you're eating and make sure you're doing yourself justice, whatever you're doing.
So funny you say that, because I'm like, no, you need to count, and in some ways, or at least know what's going into your body in order to be dropping, lifting,
I just think
gaining.
it can be triggering for some people.
Massively.
That's sort of the.
But that's
I
the
don't-
learning though, that people have to go through, and it's not going to be for everyone. It's
No.
people need to find their way to get to that point.
Yeah.
But it's like normalized. There's a lot of things you need normalized in fitness.
Yeah.
Lifting is one of them. I think understanding the amount of calories you put into your body, or the food you put into your body, because the world has become from a place of it's okay to have your chips, it's okay to have sweets, it's, have your cheat meals, have your crappy meals, or you're feeling bad, don't worry, have an ice cream, da 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 da. That's, we're talking about decades of habitual stuff put into people in all cultures, and to break that in a decade is that's not going to happen. So it's going to take longer. So then females then go into that space of away from, like, it's easy for you because you've been in that space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Athletic. It's the change of, it's the people that aren't in that 1% to coming into that are used to, if I want to be beautiful, like social media, then I've got to have salads and I can't have too much. And so, a lot. Because what I want to kind of go with this is just quickly down the lines of, there is still a big battle against beauty is skinny, and that will take time. But with those small wins, need to come think about food.
Yeah,
they're still out. I mean, there's a big female issue being bulimic, or going through bulimia is like that's still present in today's
absolutely.
world. And even it comes. I know athletes that still do this. They don't want to eat too much because of exactly the same issue, or they have to feel light.
Yeah,
Stuff like. Have you encountered people, or have you yourself gone through that? Where you just like you don't want to eat something because
I definitely have friends who have experienced eating disorders. Myself personally, I haven't necessarily experienced an eating disorder, but I know when, for example, I had my knee surgery in July, I was incredibly worried about putting on weight because I wasn't training as much. I probably went to the extreme that I was training 2 hours a day, doing upper body, my right leg, anything that I possibly could to make sure that didn't happen. And I definitely got to a point where I found training very addictive. And I, again, probably wasn't eating enough at that time. But I wouldn't necessarily go down the sense that it was an eating disorder, because I was still eating, but I know I was just massively overtraining for probably my body needing to recover. But as I said, eating disorders are incredibly complex, and as I said, it is incredibly frequent that girls, especially younger girls, are experiencing it. And I used to be a teacher, and I've experienced firsthand dealing with children who are currently going through that. But I think that also goes down the route of being a role model for those girls, and being in that space with women, saying like, you don't have to be a stick thin to be beautiful. But I think that comes from, again, the support system around them as well.
You're doing some incredible things, like as a community. Like, it seems to be like regular events which are happening. You got some big plans for the future, like the butterfly effect's one of them. What's another couple of things? Like, that's what I'm kind of leave people with here now. How they get involved, because I'm sure people want to free themselves and get involved
Yeah,
with the community?
absolutely. So the best way to get involved with Girls If Girls is initially to follow us on Instagram at Girls If Girls. On the link in the bio, you can join our WhatsApp group. And on the WhatsApp group, we have a lot of girls on there. Don't worry, there's not going to be pinging messages all the time. It's only for announcements. Yeah, we know that's everyone has WhatsApp and no one wants to be bombarded with messages. But if you're on the WhatsApp group, you get the first opportunity to join the events, especially when they're capped. They often sell out when they're on the WhatsApp group. So the best place to be is on the WhatsApp group that you can join with the link in the bio. We also do have a website, Girls If Girls, and we are going to be girlsifgirls.com, girls-lift-girls.com. We missed the one without the dashes, annoyingly, but so we are going to be posting more and stuff on there as well. So we are looking to do, as I said, monthly events in Dubai. We also, if you're based in Hong Kong or have friends in Hong Kong or in Australia, we have grown our communities out there, and we are looking to do them in the UK. They're massively growing on a volunteer basis. So girls who want to be involved and want to help us grow the communities across the world, that's what we're looking to do and achieve. So we're really excited about Butterfly Effect. That's probably our biggest thing that's happening this year. And yeah, we're really excited about everything to come.
Yes, it is. You got this massive smile on your face. You can see the buzz, the energy. So I'm loving that.
I am, honestly. It's
brilliant.
I didn't realize how important it was to me until we started it. I didn't realize how much of an impact this whole journey would have actually had on my own self-reflection. So the fact that we've grown it to a point where we have so many girls across the world being involved in this conversation and this movement and what we're trying to do, it's just incredible. And it takes a lot for me to be proud of what I'm doing, but I'm really proud of what I'm doing because it is an incredible platform for women to learn and grow and be supported, and that's what we're just trying to do.
The impact is massive. Like, probably the big thing is you won't even realize most of the impact you've been having.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, because a lot of people they don't go, oh yeah, it changed my life. I mean, some will obviously, but there's other people that the unheard of stories that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I moved to Dubai 5 years ago and I was a teacher, and then I left teaching just to pursue a different job and to do graphic design and social media. And this was probably one of my projects of me trying to make a brand and figure out how it works. So I do feel like we've grown it in such an organic, incredible way. And so I left a job to try and pursue a dream of doing something completely different. And so the fact that this has taken off and we are growing in different communities and working with some global brands, like we have a partnership with Whoop and we worked with Gymshark here, and it's just incredible. It's incredible that also these big entities are understanding the importance of what we do, and they're trying to showcase that because they obviously understand that it is a really important thing. So that's what we're trying to look to do this year, is to grow that understanding across those platforms and get those governments, those big brands to be involved in what we're doing so that we can grow it even more. So cool.
So cool. I would say a massive thank you for just sharing the passion, sharing the knowledge and the insights behind it. And everyone itself is there's problems in the world, but that's life. But then the more support we can have with people, then the better. So get involved with the communities and just reach out, because you need to have that support out there. So thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your time.
Absolutely, pleasure.
Awesome. It's real simple, man. Why should people consider transformations as important?
Cool. Good question. So I think the biggest thing for me and why I would say transformations are important is I think everybody should see their best shape or their best conditioning at least once in their life. It's kind of one of those things that a lot of people might live their whole lifetime and potentially never see their full potential or what their body's physically capable of. And I think if you look past the physicality, which I'm sure we'll touch on today, there's so many other benefits that come with that physical, image that people don't often realize. So I think it's important that everyone should transform themselves at least once into what they perceive as their best shape yet. Yeah. And then we kind of help them take it from there.
Well, good thing we're going to dive into this. We look at the spiritual, the mental, and the physical side of transformations as well. Yeah. Before we get into that, what I'd love to do is start off with barriers, because there's sometimes in a way a negative stigma behind transformations to begin with when it comes to fitness. I'm sure you'll have heard a lot of excuses and things that's bad as fads. It's there's intermittent fasting and all these different things, or they just cut diets and then they go back, the yo-yo diet, because they end up going back to what they were in the first place. What's probably the number one barrier you've found when people say, I want to do a transformation? what's the hardest thing they've had to change in order to get there?
Yeah. It's a good one. I think I ask people always, are you prepared to make sacrifices? For a transformation, you have to sacrifice something somewhere.
Yeah, literally.
Simple. So the people just aren't prepared to make the sacrifices. You know, when you do a transformation, it's, for me, it's like, you know, maybe that 5 o'clock beer with the boys has to go.
Yeah.
You know, we're on the transformation run now. It's, you know, half of me loves the lifestyle approach, but when we talk transformation, it's those small details. They need to go.
Yeah.
We need to make sacrifices, get to bed early, get up early, stay consistent with training. So it's, I think when people can start to understand that sacrifices have to be made, all of a sudden they get like this open-minded approach to go, oh, all right, so I'm going to have to feel a little bit of suffering for a little, short-term pain, long-term gain.
Yeah.
You know, once we've unlocked that, it's pretty good.
What about the ones that go for the, like, usually it's a 12-week, 24-week kind of period that most transformations are based around.
Yeah.
But the overweight, the fatty, they wants to lose the weight. They're usually going to do the 12 weeks and 24 weeks and then runs back to the old self.
Yes.
Like, that must be the most common thing you see all the time.
Yeah.
How do you break it at the start to these guys? Like, it is a sacrifice. There is a sacrifice, but you have to sit down and have hard words with these guys. That like, don't waste my time, don't waste your money, don't waste your time type of thing. Is there an introduction for you to go into this?
Yeah, like you need to set the ground rules at the start, and you need to be really clear and transparent, because the expectations from me are a certain level. They have expectations coming into it. Most people expect me to do all the work, and it to be mostly me that gets them there. But we know that I see them 3 hours a week, maybe a few texts here and there, which I try to give as much as I can. But so much can happen behind closed doors that can obviously make or break this.
Yeah.
So it's setting the right expectations. I like to let them know that we are looking past 12 weeks or 24 weeks. Like, look, we're going to focus down into our transformation now. And I even bring it back to 4 weeks. I bring it back to 2 weeks. We start with a 2-week diet boot camp first. So I'm like, eyes are on 2 weeks. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, we are going to keep in mind that end game. What's happening at the 20-week mark, at the 36-week mark, at the 52-week mark. But you can't overwhelm with that sometimes initially. And I think when people come to you, they don't really care about 52 weeks.
Yeah.
They don't think about the yo-yo. And I think that's where you've been in the industry a long time. You would have seen people.
Hey, watch the AJ, watch the AJ.
You've been in Dubai a long time in the fitness industry, but you see people yo-yo.
Yeah, all the time.
And because they haven't been given the right expectations, they want that initial look. They're not really prepared to like look past that. And it's a sad story. I think as a trainer, I feel like it's a bit of a fail point for me, honestly.
Yeah. What about the ones that, how do you put this one? Like, okay, the fatties that literally don't want to put in the work. In the first week, they haven't done the work.
Yeah.
You must have these conversations over and over again, right? Because they're not mentally ready. Do you have the hard stance on them, or do you have the nurturing pound of baby stance on them?
I think what defines a good coach is the person that can pick the mood. We get a range of different clients, and I've worked with a range of different personalities. So I think what defines personal training or coaching is somebody that's able to connect with that individual.
Yeah.
I love getting stuck in.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today.
Fatty or to someone to a lazy bastard, basically. Like, I love telling somebody who's usually, look, a lot of the people we work with are probably in senior positions in their careers, probably not necessarily a more dominant character, but they're like, you know, they're coming to us with like some good accomplishments. So I'm stripping them right back. And what I love is I love seeing, let's say, a corporate man or woman who's quite successful in their career enter the gym, park their Rolls Royce out the front in their suit, change, and then come kind of hobbling over to me in their old workout gear, looking really timid. And that's where I think then it's my time to shine. Like, and that's where I'll be, you know, I think I'll try and get either stuck in or not. To answer your question, I've had people contact me, not ask my rates, sign up, see you on Monday. They're half an hour early,
Boom.
nail the first week, and their transformations are incredible. The other hands, haggling price, tiptoeing, canceling the first few consultations, not really adhering to the first week. Generally, I'm pretty quick to say, let's just call it, because we're probably not going to get what you're expecting here. Or should we change the goalpost? You came to me wanting this. We both realized you can't actually do that right now.
Yeah.
What can you give me?
Yeah.
All right, let's try this. And then maybe I get them 6 weeks down the line. And then it's like, you ready for this now?
Yeah.
All right, let's have a crack.
go,
So I like that approach. I try to be a little flexible with that.
But you got to be real, and like the stigma of like, okay, if I'm calling someone a fatty or lazy, it's because I think you're fat or you're lazy, or you haven't accepted the fact that you're fat or lazy, or if you want to change it, you haven't prioritized your health yet.
Yes.
Because you prioritize wealth first because you was doing support for the family, whatever it was, career, whatever it was. But I think one of the biggest things personally is that you got to accept where you are.
Yeah.
Like until you do, you're not going to do anything about it. Like
time.
it's a change of lifestyle, it's a change of way of living. So
Yes.
you got to do this right.
It's funny you say that. So I had a client who was just with me now. His name's Gordon. You won't mind me talking about him. So Gordon's from NZ. He runs a massive company down in between NZ and Oz. He flies him out. He's been out here. It's our 5th year anniversary. So he flies himself out for what he calls fat camp. He calls it fat camp. And I'm always a bit like, oh, don't say that, mate. Like, it's all right. Like, but I love that he owns it. Like, he's like, nope, fat camp. I've basically been a bender for the last 6 months. He comes to me to Dubai. We had a 4-week stint. He lost 10 kilos. So he hopped on the flight, 10 kilos lighter off to the UK and straight on the plane, smashing a bit of booze. But like for him, it's kind of like he gives this time back to himself to kind of set the expectations around, all right, I need to dial back in on my fitness. And every time he comes, we get a little bit closer. He kind of loses a little, and he knows that. He's also like, you know what, Jace, like when you're not around, I'm kind of going to enjoy myself, but I'll see you in 6 weeks and we'll go again. Or, 6 months and we'll go again. But so I think it's being real, like you're saying, and don't put your head in the sand. That happens so often.
Yeah, totally.
And it's not pretty.
Because like you said, it's the 3 hours with you, but then there's the literally, what is it, 163 without you.
Yeah.
And that's actually the time that really counts because those were the
Big time.
habits.
Yeah.
What is it then your first go-tos when it comes to, okay, how do you create these habits? How do you create these or stack these habits outside of the transformation 3 hour time that you have with them?
Yes. So we kind of, I would say a lot of it comes down to setting those targets at the start and keeping them simple. I think a lot of people make the mistake of overcomplicating them. We both know that you don't really need to do too much crazy stuff for your average population client to just move from being a sedentary, inactive, overweight, obese, unhealthy adult to being slightly better in all of those areas. All they have to do is kind of move a little bit more, eat a bit less.
100%.
So that first period is, I'm like, let's keep it simple. So it's just, we set them a basic step target, a lot of hype around steps, but it's just like, just move more basically, and eat a bit less. So we just give them a kind of a little fine guide around their nutrition. And I just initially, like I literally set goals with the client today and it was just 10K steps. We said, adhere to the diet plan for 14 days, check the box and then see me. And there's 3 check boxes on their little app that they have on their phone.
Yeah.
Every night, check it and we'll review it in 14 days. Basically that will be a reflection of what your scale weight is when you jump in on the scale with me.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes people overcomplicate. Now it's so hard. Hey, like sleep, it's like ice bath, recovery, sauna. I mean, I love a lot of the things that are out there. There's a lot of things that are science backed.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't you think it's a little bit crazy or a bit overwhelming?
Yes, 100% I do, but also understand where it's come from because everyone's trying to get ahead or everyone's trying to be the master or the leader, the expert. I mean, over the space here, looky here, everyone's saying like, oh, the best trainer or the number one space or the number one brand is like, it's in the eye of the beholder, in my opinion. It's like, and if there's 9 million people here, maybe there's 10 million now, but you're not going to be able to train 10 million people. No. So, I mean, like, just be you, do you, and you're fine, right?
That's right.
Because that's where the next kind of want to go. I want to go into the mental side first.
Okay.
Because I think that's the biggest challenge that trainers have. That with people, it's easy to prescribe, like you said, eat a bit less, do a little more.
Yeah.
Boom. That's your first simplicity that you can get to. But then it's the battle that people have got to have to get them inspired or motivated or disciplined, committed, whatever you want to call that. Yeah. So go, okay, how I get this mental change to change the habit? Like, is it George? Sorry, it was
Gordon.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Gordon. So Gordon, you know, he's at peace, that he knows where he's at least he mentally he's still in the space. He comes in, he works hard,
Yes.
drops the weight down, goes away, still lives life. There's a lot of other people out there that don't want to sacrifice or they don't want to. So when you come to that push, I know you want to do it individually and you're saying if you're not in the right space right now, that's cool.
Yeah.
We'll reassess. Maybe it's not right for you right now. What is the biggest psychological thing for males when they're coming into this transformation? Why do they want to be there to start off with? Okay. And then what do they think they're going to get compared to what are they actually going to get from a transformation?
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of males will come in usually from a confidence perspective or a bit of low self-esteem.
Yeah.
You know, they're not really feeling confident in themselves. Sometimes the missus has given them a bit of a nudge. Oh, they've gone through a little bit of like relationship, you know, dramas here and there. And I think they've realized that they're kind of falling off the bandwagon a little bit, or, you know, it usually stems from like a confidence-based issue for most of the blokes that I've kind of worked with.
There's a pain sitting there, right?
Yeah, it's just like, you know, I don't fit into my clothes. I look, you know, I love hearing the one where my daughter said, why do the other dads look like Superman and you look fat? You know, that one I can see, you know, old mate's
That'll
almost
hit.
holding back the tears.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Like, you know, you are a representation to your kids. So for a lot of the blokes I work with, it's, you know, they're obviously parents or their dads. Our demographic is from 25 to 45 that I'll kind of usually work with. So, you know, from 30 onwards, you've got a lot of parents who are trying to be role models for their kids. So that's usually a big one. So it's like that, those pain points around confidence and image. It was the biggest barrier, right? You asking me?
Yeah, like with these guys, they to change the
Ego.
sacrifice, right? It's ego.
The biggest barrier I have with them is ego.
Yeah.
Because they think they know
Everything,
what they
don't
need and they need everything. So I have to come in being obviously a lot more dominant in my knowledge base over the years. I mean, it's over 12 years. So I'm kind of like, no, mate, like, this is how it's going to work.
Yeah.
And usually when they don't apply what we say, we kind of both just sit there and go, how did that go? Like we can kind of see why it didn't go the way we wanted. But ego is the trick, especially with guys. Ego is the hardest one. Once we kind of break that, or I would say guys need to you need to earn their respect too a little bit. You need to show that you're living that way.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do. Like a lot of the time is I'll do a lot of the things I'm prescribing. Just by naturally over the years, you know, you're in the health industry. We kind of it's easy for us.
Right,
we don't realize it. But I think
Got to be reminded sometimes, right?
yeah, but from an integrity perspective, there's also a lot of trainers out there who don't do what they say, or they don't kind of look the part, or they don't live the way they say they tell their clients to live. And I think that sometimes makes it hard for especially guys to actually buy in and then actually dedicate themselves.
Because like mentally, you're going through this stuff. The work is tough. Like, and there's other things too. Like males aren't very good at opening up in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. That's the hardest thing. Do you find they start to open up, let's say after week 1, week 2, you know, to become that more brother, best friend, or maybe confident that like, hey man, like this is actually what I want to do. This is the reason I'm kind of doing it.
Yes.
How deep do you get with these guys? How deep can you get?
I think my skill set and the reason I've gotten to the place that I've gotten with my career is that I've been able to get onto the levels. You have to.
It's the real.
You have to. Like, there's just no two ways about it. When you're working with someone in that private capacity, whether it's athletes or just general population, you as like a coach, you need to get to their level. And that's obviously having a bit of empathy, understanding. I've probably learned more from clients telling me things than I have like going out there and living it or reading it online or being taught it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just their experiences that I've kind of been learning from. And I've heard some crazy things. I've had people go through crazy levels of depression, and I've been their first points of contact, which initially is very uncomfortable. And I've had to obviously then at the right point, try to kind of edge them towards professional. But initially they weren't ready for that. So I was just taking it in. And so, you know, I love when you see somebody actually start to unlock those barriers. Those are the guys that get the good results. You need to break the ice and you need to make them feel comfortable that it's a safe space. And the hardest one is when you train their misses as well. Like when you've got a couple, guy or girl.
Left and right.
I'm getting like the story about old mate from Madam, and then old mate from Sir, like telling me how bad she's been, and it's just like I'm in the middle, like I'm guys, you can just let it out. But it's, you know, I'm not obviously there to kind of advise too much, but it's just sometimes they don't need that. And you know what it's like just letting people kind of let their guard down, and then in turn, obviously make sure they're still training.
Yeah, because like you can easily get caught in the middle. They go like, "Oh, what did you say? What did you say?" It's like,
that's risky, especially here. I prefer to avoid that.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely you need to break those barriers. And I just, in the past, when I haven't been able, there's been times I've not been able to break the barrier down. That person's probably just not been ready to.
Yeah.
Maybe I just am not the right personality for them, and that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And usually your results will kind of show. Maybe we didn't get where we wanted to get.
Yeah.
There was a bit of tension. We kind of didn't gel. And unfortunately, I'm probably not their trainer, and that's normal.
But that's normal. That's what there's different trainers.
The next guy or girl will probably be their breakthrough trainer, and
Totally.
I hope that's the case. So
That's a massive thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, because there is that part where, you know, I can't train everybody. I'm not going to be able to get the results, so I can't make that connection. Like everyone can prescribe, but it's about how you're connecting, how you're communicating with individuals, and some people you just don't gel with. It's just friends in circles and stuff like that, right? What about from the stigma of transformation's bad for you because you lose weight too fast? You know, that's in the industry, or that's in the public marketing. It's all about drop faster. You know, everyone says, all the sales or marketing comes out, lose in 4 weeks, lose 10 kilos in 4 weeks. Like everyone's different, but everything's sold on the faster, the faster. You know, what is your thoughts on it? How do you deal with it?
It's a tricky one, because I think even if you look back 5 years ago, I felt like there was more trend around quick changes. Let's say Manjaro aside, or Zenpick aside. Let's not open that can of worms yet, because now I think that's brought back the quick results situation. But let's say besides that, before that started to trend again, people were using the word like holistic lifestyle or lifestyle approach. Like I have clients call me and say, I'm looking for that lifestyle change or that lifestyle transformation. Where 5 years back, it was like, I want 8 weeks to abs. You know, it was like those, I felt like those headlines.
7-minute abs. Remember they were
Yeah, exactly. So I felt like, I've been in the, you know, I was saying to you before, like I've been in the transformation space where I was working for a company here, quite renowned in what they do. We were doing 12-week drastic transformations, and some of the results that were being churned out by this company in particular were phenomenal from a visual standpoint. Again, no shade there, but we all know what happens when someone goes through such a drastic change. There's a lot of side effects on the back end, and if it's not handled the right way, it literally can make or break someone. Personal experience. I got here, I did a little shred, 5 weeks, I dropped 10 kilos. Now, like, I was more muscular. I was 11% when I started. So I didn't really have that much to drop, to the point where I was on like 1,100 calories a day. I was trying to sneak protein bars so my trainer wouldn't see me. I would walk down the aisles of the supermarket just to look at food. Like when I got to that,
sniffing the aisles.
Oh, mate, like when I got to the 5 week mark, I was like, I can't do this. Like this is bullshit. And for weeks afterwards, I had such a negative relationship with food. I'd eat something, I was like, oh fuck, I'd go do 40 minutes cardio. I'd have a few biscuits. And then I just was like, fuck, this is what's happening on the other side. Like when I'm putting these people through this, they just don't know how to
deprivation leads to excess.
Yeah, and I'd say to people, like, I'm a trainer. I have all the knowledge. I know why this is happening, but it still really affected me. And we know a lot of trainers also have these issues too, because some of us are crazy. Like when it comes to
cheesecake
training.
every now and again.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm all for it, but it's just that transformation can give you such a negative relationship with food.
Massively.
It can really unlock some demons. And I think if it's not handled the right way, you know, it can make and break someone's whole perception of fitness.
Yeah. And that's where I don't know if it's all come from there as far as transformations, because like you lost it too fast. And I know and I've gone through myself times where I've gone like, I've had the whole, just drop it. Just stop eating that crap and you'll lose weight, or go harder on your workouts or whatever. Changing to the point of just take your time. Like if you can't sustain this like comfortably right now, you're not going to be able to sustain it afterwards. So it had to be just conversations about, what do you want? Do you want to lose it for your wedding or something like that, and then go back to being lazy and fat? Like that's just how I see it now, and that's just my point of view. And that by no means they're a bad person. It's just you have fat on you, or you don't do much. That's just, and that's your choice. That's your life, and that makes you happy. It's not going to affect me, right? No, that's what I'm like. So then when it comes to that stigma or that push, like you and I are both in the space where we go like, man, this is normal. I'm going to go lift weights. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to eat this because I like the taste of it, and that's my day-to-days, right? But then the push for guys, like, because now I want to talk about supplements or steroids to get them there faster because of, you know, there's the mental pain that they're trying to relieve first?
Yes.
Is it the breakup? Oh man, like I got lazy, I got fat, my wife left me, or she just doesn't like me anymore, doesn't find me attractive. So there's a massive beat down on the mentality side of things.
Yes.
And so they want that quick, like a dopamine fix in a way to get to where they want to go to. Have you ever been through cases where they've gone to extremities, had to go, look, mate, you need to stop that, taper back, find help, maybe potentially, because there's other side of it too. And I've actually gone through with a client who was going through massive depression and suicidal. So he got to get into conversations during the session. Mate, I don't think I should be here. You know what? What would be the easiest way to offer myself? And I'm just like, all right. Like we're doing a PT session. Like I'm not a doctor by any means and stuff like that. And how you deal with it. I mean, have you ever to go through that kind of thing yourself? Or
yeah, I've definitely had those levels of conversations. Like I've had a best mate go through that. So I'd kind of dealt with that on a very close basis from a younger age. Back when I was in Oz, when I was like 19, 20. So I was like kind of a bit of a talking, like I was kind of the first point of contact for somebody who was, to the point of writing letters and kind of,
oh, well,
I was the first person to be sent a letter, like kind of thing. So it was kind of like real serious. Thankfully, he kind of pulled through that and he's kind of, taken himself in a great direction now. But I've had people that I've worked with over the years kind of come to that level too. And it's tricky. Like people break down, the messages I've received outside of sessions. I had a client that I was just like, mate, if you're on the edge, just give me a call. Yeah. And like I'd copped multiple calls. Just say, hey bro, just want to have a chat. And I'd be a stupid hour of the night. I'd label them my contacts important. Oh yeah. Like as in like just heads up. Like, we're giving them the extra mile. Cause like, I think when you're in this for the passion, you don't really notice that little bit of extra, I wouldn't say service. I would say it's a mandatory like human to human interaction. Like you just have to be there. But yeah, I think it gets pretty dark and it's hard. What's nice and rewarding is when you see those people come out the other side. Yeah. Usually it correlates with their confidence coming back, and that usually is because they've dropped 10. Their libido's back. They're performing a bit better. On the pitch and off the pitch, should we say? So like
you got 7 misses.
Yeah, exactly. It's like oh, you can actually hip thrust now. That's good. Because I don't know what you're doing for the last 20 years. So like little things like that, I think then you kind of go, okay, it was all worth it in the end. And I'm always, though, I think just the fine print would be I'm always quick to obviously try to get a professional involved if I feel like it's borderline. Yeah. But, thankfully I haven't had too many cases like that.
What about that when it comes to supplements? I mean, like your thoughts, your opinions on that supplements, or would be steroids usage to help you get there faster? Like, what are your thoughts on those?
So we'll start with supplements. From a supplement standpoint, I'm probably the worst trainer when it comes to supplements. Like, is in the sense that I've worked with trainers who've pushed so many supplements. I've tried to follow those protocols and I can't stand it. Yeah. To the point where I only really prescribe the basic foundational stacks. I work with one or two other key, I would say there's a doctor, a sports doctor. I work with a few different specialists that if I feel like someone needs something in depth, I'll recommend them to get their bloods done and then to go and actually see where they're deficient and what they should be taking. But alternatively, it's like everyone's got their basic stack of like vitamins and whatnot. From a supplement standpoint, I'll throw in, I think protein's always a good way to get your protein up. It's no magic trigger, as we know. Like it was often seen as one, especially in Lebanon. When I go to Lebanon, because I'm half Lebanese, I go to Lebanon, everyone's like, bro, are you on protein? And I'm like, what do you mean protein? Am I on protein? Like, powder, like the whey. And I was like, yeah, it's just protein, bro. Like it's literally like a meal, not somewhat to a degree a meal replacement or a quick hit of protein if you can't smash all that chicken in. I was like, what are you guys on about? Like, I think it had a bit of a perception around, it was like your mum would, when you were growing up being like, Jace, get off the protein again. I'm like, mum, like relax. This is not why I've gotten jacked overnight. That's the trend or whatever it is, whatever it is. We won't joke about that, but I'll touch on the gear in a second. But it's like creatine was another one I'll throw in there. Protein. So literally protein powder, creatine, and your basic sups, an electrolyte of some kind, some form of hydration. And that's kind of my own real go-to for people. Yeah. I don't really back sending people a massive list of supplements to get stuck into. If their food's right, most cases you'll cover the bases. Yeah. So I think people get caught up on that side.
I've got this thing too, but me personally is about sometimes you can get not addicted, but reliant on supplements as well. Like people are like, oh, I've got to have this in order to maintain my calorie deficit or maintain my current a weight. Yeah. Like, would you recommend people use that or look for a way to supplement that, or just just for a period of time. Like, say they're going for this transformation.
Yes.
So they're just in a transformation and then you're looking to knock it off later on because you focus now on the 365, the whole year type of thing, or the
Yes.
lifestyle. It's not 365.
Yeah.
It's beyond
It's
there.
beyond, yeah.
But I mean, what's first of all ethos on it?
Yes.
And what do you help them do after the first transformation? What is the
So
transition?
Yeah, so what will happen is when people start with us, we'll get all their basic levels up. So like I always recommend bloods. So I'm taking a blood test. I don't have a look through them. I have a professional that does that. They'll kind of then throw me some suggestions of what I think I should focus on from a vitamins. They'll prescribe the vitamins more or less. Like that's literally their department. I'll outsource that service. They'll kind of say, here, look, old mate's taking nothing. Let's get him on a multivitamin, some curcumin, fish oil, magnesium, bit of zinc, vitamin D. They're kind of your standard ones that are thrown around quite a lot. We'll throw them in. I think they're important initially on a transformation because we are in a bit of a deficit. So the immune system drops. People get sick in Dubai, especially like crazy. We're in the AC a lot. There's people from all over the world. Change the temps. We've got people coming in from every country every day, 1,000 times a day, really. So like I try to make sure the immune system's not compromised. And I think the other thing that we'll throw in is obviously utilizing protein, because like protein powders or bars sometimes, because people are people are busy. So it's kind of like, oh, I didn't do this, didn't do that. So I'm like, all right, how can we make it more convenient for you? So after that initial transformation, then I always, again, would be suggesting quarterly blood tests. Hopefully some of those levels are starting to balance out because the food's gotten better, less processed foods, less alcohol, more sleep.
Yeah.
Do we need to double down on all those vitamins again? Usually not. And then we can start to phase them out a little. And like, it's nothing worse than seeing someone who's like 20. And I've done it. Like you would have done it too. Like where you're just taking 50 different pills and you're 20 and you're like, I don't need to be doing this now. But it was just, we just didn't know what we needed. And I think there's the placebo.
Yeah,
so if I didn't, it's like, in the morning, if I didn't take my fish oil or if my fat absorption,
like you literally got this
down.
line of pills. You know a thing called USANA?
USANA.
This is years ago. It was like one of these pharmaceutical companies that gives you exactly what you needed for your day. You could pretty much live off pills.
This was like the animal stack. They had like a pack. It was like an animal stack had like a packet, and it was like everything in the one pack. It was like 50 pills, probably along the same lines.
It would have been the same lines. There was multiple companies at the same time, and then it was like, oh, okay. So had a moment of probably 5 months of going through that, and then snapped out of it. Like
in most cases, I've never really noticed that big of a difference when I've dropped off being in like this head of all these sups. And then I've stopped and I'm like, I'm actually fine. And I've done my bloods and everything's all right. I think there's a time and place. Protein's my favorite. Creatine's my favorite. Like those two, I think are an essential for most of us who are training men or women, to be honest. Other than that, I don't really push too much. And hydration here, getting the electrolytes, in, especially here. So
what about the key, like on there with women and supplements? Because there's a lot of deficiencies for women in vitamins and minerals in their bodies, and then going through a transformation. Like one of the biggest, I suppose, changes for people in transformation comes from literally just changing the job and removing stress from their lifestyle.
Correct.
Like as soon as you do that, one of two things. One is they're not losing weight because there's still so much stress in the body that they can't do it. Then that's when you get the bloods and all that.
Correct.
The other side of it is once they do drop their stress, they change without even changing the diet sometimes.
Yes, that's right.
What about the females? You find with your female clients, how much of them are about like, oh, I've got to have this pill or that pill? Let's start with that because how addicted are they to nutrition? Because usually women are better with the nutrition.
Yeah, our female clients are usually a lot more switched on with their nutrition. Again, I find female clients come in with a lot more confusion around what they should be doing, as in they've heard so many different things. Whereas guys are kind of like, my mate told me to take this, I'm going to take it.
Literally, right?
Yeah. And or like, whereas a female client will generally be like, I've heard this for this, and then I was told about this, and then I'm trying this, and I've done 6 weeks of that and 4 weeks of this, and nothing's working, or like, so we try to simplify it. And initially, like, obviously the biggest thing with our female clients is understanding their menstrual cycle. That I think that's imperative to a good transformation, because we can understand and obviously be a bit more compassionate with the hormone changes throughout that 4 week period. And like, I always say to our female clients, like, you're going to have one good week a month where you feel optimal, where maybe your scale weight's a true representation of probably where you are, your body feels tight, your stomach feels good. Outside of that, we're kind of going to be battling some stormy weather. The conditions will be varying depending on the client, their age, and all that kind of stuff. So that's when then we'd look at supplementing different supplements in if they need. But again, I still try to start with I still try to say, look, let's just focus on your food. Let's hit your protein. Most females undereat on their protein anyway. That's a huge one. It's just trying to teach them that they need to be eating more protein. Again, I'm not like a protein junkie either.
Yeah.
But it's just like, let's just hit the minimum requirement.
Yeah.
Let's not go above and beyond. But then after that, it will be individualized
What is your minimum requirement?
for a female.
Protein.
So I usually try to
Which rule do
prescribe.
you off?
Yeah, like I try to prescribe my female clients to be having a minimum of 100 grams a day. But I think that can be a struggle for a lot. So sometimes we'll start at 75. We've had people obviously feel kind of a little bit of a negative reaction to having high amounts of protein too. Their bodies just can't process it. They're not really used to it. We have a lot of different ethnicities as well. So, their diets may consist of, let's look
Has
at
to
us.
be plant-based or has to be
Let's look at our South Asian clients. So we work with a lot that are plant-based. So their protein are coming from other sources, which then we realize a lot of those sources are actually causing them to bloat and then being completely inflamed.
Yeah.
So it's trying to it's a bit of trial and error. So this is why in our first 14 day of our transformation, we do I would say it's a diet boot camp, but it's almost like an allergen deficient diet, if that makes sense. So basically we remove without doing intolerance tests or any of that stuff. I just go, let's remove the 8 most common inflammatory food groups, which is like your shellfish, nuts, gluten, dairy, alcohol, obviously. We get rid of soy, stuff like this. So it kind of sounds like there's nothing left, but more or less they're on a shake for brekkie, mid-morning some fruit and some eggs. Sometimes eggs can be in there as well, but I kind of keep them in. Lunch is protein veg salad, dinner's protein veg salad, a bit of fruit in the afternoon. So it's like there's plenty of options still. But we just go, let's just remove all those little tricky sticky points. A lot of the time, people will drop a couple of kilos in the first week just from being less inflamed.
Yeah, literally.
Their stomach actually starts to fire. They realize oh shit, I'm not going to the bathroom so many times, or I'm actually going to the bathroom again. Something people don't realize. I've always had strange conversation. I always love when a client says to me, is it normal that I'm doing this, or I'm going more, or I'm going a bit less? And I'm like, this is probably, considering where you were, this is we're moving in the right direction. Something wasn't working. After that 14-day period, then we reintroduce. I'm not somebody that tells people not to have any of those food groups. My philosophy isn't really around that. It's like what works for you.
Totally.
So let's reintroduce some things.
I'm there too.
What did you miss in the last 2 weeks? And people always say to me, rice. They'll say milk in my coffee. And then what can happen for some people is I added milk in my coffee and I literally was in the bathroom for an hour. I'm like, all right, you make the call. Maybe that's not probably sitting well with you. Did you love your coffee enough? Do you want to keep it in there? Keep it in.
Totally.
It's on you now, but you know how you feel without. So maybe we drop it to every second day, and maybe an Americano, then you have your cappuccino the second day. I'm not there to say them, no cappuccinos forever now. Because I feel like that's where you'll lose people after the transformation window. Where they just can't sustain it.
Totally.
So it works well when we reintroduce. I think I've gone a bit off topic here, but we reintroduce the foods after 14 days to almost the point where people can kind of have everything again. I'm just there to educate them on the quantities.
I was literally say what has changed then, because it needs to be changed in order to be sustainable for long term.
It's the portions.
Yeah,
that's where everyone's getting unstuck. If you look at most people, I always love the one, especially, and I'm half Lebanese, so I'll work with a lot of obviously Arabic clients, and I'm like, but I had Lebanese, it was fine. I had tabbouleh and chicken talk and some hummus. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, so from which restaurant here had it here? I ordered it in. Usually it's saturated in oil.
Yeah.
Most times.
Literally
dripping. Like the tabbouleh sometimes they send, I love it when I get delivered. It's like nice, clean, fresh bowl of parsley and tomato, more or less. And then there's this jar of olive oil. And I'm like, there's no way all of that should be in there. But most people will just crack the lid, pour it in. And you've got maybe 500 calories of olive oil in that.
Just in there.
Yeah, so it's just educating.
They'll bring you another one later on if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just education. And I think it's also crazy that people have to get to 30 and then actually have someone tell them or pay someone to tell them that this is what's going into your body. It should be in the education system. I've said this on different podcasts. I've said this anytime I really get to this topic. It's it should be in the education system somewhere where we should be learning this. Put me out of a job, but I think we'd be a better society for it.
Yeah, 100%. What about woman strength training? Where's your philosophies on strength training for women or the battle with women? I'm sure you strength train women, right?
Yes,
you
definitely.
pushed it on them to strength train. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad I have to kick you out on that.
No, that's fundamental.
So then, where's the battles for you with women to strength train?
Yeah, so you've got the major misconception around women obviously being quite concerned about gaining muscle. Some women will build muscle easier than others. 90% won't. And it will take conscious, continuous effort to really gain any sort of like muscular shape or physique. And so I'll often always kind of say to my female clients, like, you won't end up there accidentally.
Yeah.
Like, we'll get 5 kilos down, you'll gain a little bit of muscle, you'll see yourself get a little stronger. And then we can review things like how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Generally, they'll be a lot more happier with the changes that they'll see. Females like to use the word toned.
Yeah.
You'll hear that often. And what a lot of people don't realize is tone literally just means more muscle, less fat. And that's kind of the look that they're associating with. Yeah, they're associating toning with that look. And literally what we need to do is actually lift weights. You know, the benefits on hormones, the benefits on longevity, obviously fighting any sort of like medical conditions. The list goes on when it comes to
bone support,
Correct.
activity, society level, activity, blah, 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 blah.
You could literally go right on. Like,
Keep
it's
going on
so
and on and on.
important. So for me, it's a must. And I try to really fight that stereotype. I love the one, I had a call with somebody the other day, and it was like, I always love especially in Dubai, you get the call where someone calls you to train them and then tells you how to train them. And I'm always like, all right, I'm just going to stop you there.
Yeah.
This is not how this works. But like, I love the one where it's like, my body wasn't designed to lift weights. It's like, my body's just not, it just doesn't lift weights. And I'm like, your body doesn't know anything about, it only knows what you're telling it and what your mind's telling it. Have you ever tried? No. Cool. But what do you want to see? I want to see more toning. I want to see my posture's bad, or I've got back pain. All right. Like, well, this is the answer. Do you want to do it or not? Let's give it a shot.
It's crazy that like how people want to do a transformation or they don't like, not necessarily don't accept what they are, but like you look the way you look because of the way you live. As simple as that. Like, because if you haven't lifted weights or it doesn't fit you, it's because you haven't done it.
Yes.
Or you haven't done it right. Or like that way, it
like,
blows my mind.
I'll have people say to me, like, they'll show me a picture, like, can I look like this? Like, I want to look like this, or this is my transformation goal. Can I look like this? My answer is always yes. What are you prepared to do? Okay, you showed me Dwayne Johnson. All right. We need to train 4 a.m. every morning. You've got extreme amounts of good genetics. You've got a family history of good genetics. Maybe dabbling in a bit of the dark arts here and there, maybe not. But
Train for 30 years.
What are you prepared to do to get there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can it be possible? Yes. There's a road though. And that's my job to then set that expectation again and say, cool, let's drop it back a few rungs. But I think everyone has the potential to change themselves however they really want. It just comes down to like what's realistic, what will fit in with their lifestyle, their values.
How can we deal with expectations? Because that's the biggest thing. When you talk about, you got 14 days, your first, what's the next stage after that? Or when you got to go into this lifestyle, away from the transformation and into lifestyle?
It's funny you say that because I think we had a bit of a learning curve this year at 365. We're off the back of 2, without trying to plug us. We were off the back of
Plug
2.
away, bro. It's all good. I'm going to plug you anyway,
We spoke
mate.
about this at the start. I don't want to be that guy. But it's a good personal
365, check it out.
It's a good personal experience. We came off the back of 2, what we call our cover model challenge.
Yeah.
So basically the focus is body transformation. So it's like get in the best shape yet, get on the cover of a magazine. We're going to put you there. How does Chris Hemsworth look so good on the front of the magazine? Well, he's literally eaten fish and cucumbers for the last 7 days. We do that. So that people then, we book them a photo shoot, they take the shots, they look incredible. Well, then this expectation becomes real
maintain
because
that
it's
the
like,
rest?
well, then they know because they're like, hang on. So you're telling me all those years that I've looked at Chris Hemsworth in that movie and wanted to look like him, that he'd pumped up 20 reps before the set, had a tan, he didn't drink water for 48 hours, and he cut cucumber and chicken. He ate chicken and fish for days. Like, yeah, now you know. So it's actually, I felt like it's worked really well with our team for the bounce back because they don't feel so bad. They go, oh, okay, so I'll just add in a few more of my things. I'll have my water, whatever. They go back up a couple of percent. So it was hard initially for some to actually make them feel okay with that, that you can't maintain that cover model look all year round. But then it actually sets them up for a really positive experience with going, okay, now I know what I'm seeing out there in social media. When you see trainers who have done one photo shoot, post the same photo every few days, and people think old mate's living shredded.
Few years, I get the same photo.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how's he shredded all year round? I was like, no, he just did a lot of shots, and now he just keeps rolling them out. So people kind of, it gives them a really in-person experience of the misconceptions out there or the like misinformation. The second thing that I was kind of tying into is that what we realized is when we did the cover shoot, we had so much more intensity around one focus, which was drop. so we've come into this year we started with a strength phase
Mm-hmm.
because I wanted to push our cover model post Ramadan because Ramadan was earlier. So I felt like we just wanted to change the focus point. And we did one just before Christmas. So we needed to kind of do a deload, a refeed phase, a reverse diet phase, I should say. So a lot of people actually they felt a bit lost because they kind of only really got used to this like really intense, aggressive of transformation. So it was a great learning curve for us, and it was a great experience to go, actually, guys, we need to reset that expectation for everyone now that it's okay to be in this muscle building phase. You can eat more. We're going to get stronger. And now we're just about to finish that phase. Everyone's feeling really good. And we've got a lot more muscle tissue on the body. People have been enjoying iftars all through the month.
Yeah.
Now we'll start to go through this. So I try to show people that it's seasonal and that like, even though we're 365 days and I like that lifestyle approach, it's like we do break it up into phases. It has to. It just has to.
Literally.
Like you can't just coast on the same program with the same food all year. One, you won't maintain a shredded physique. You'll burn out and your stress will start to skyrocket.
Yep.
And on the flip side of that, you just keep eating and don't train, and you're
yeah.
going to end up in the same spot anyway. So
It's been a cycle for a lot of people too, right? They end up going back around. That's really interesting if you do the way you approach that way, because there's a lot of, what do you put this? The mentality or the psychological side of this as well with the transformations can be a bit of a roller coaster, up and down. Yeah, great one day, bad the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, I've lost weight, I put on weight, or I'm strength training, but I'm getting fatter. What's going on? Type of thing. There's always these continuous battles. They keep going on. And it's good you said about the Chris Hemsworth, because they did it, I think, I saw about a month ago. They had the Superman and Hugh Jackman with Wolverine.
Yes.
They're all going through the same things, and they had a bit more showing that this is what they do, preparing. Or some of them knew like 2 or 3 months in advance, preparing for that one shot, because they had to be a shirt off kind of shot.
I feel like Hugh Jackman's always been a good representation of being real, because he's always got himself in insane shape.
Yeah.
PEDs aside, whether he's jumped on anything or not, for me, I don't really judge that side of the world. It's your choice. But he was really quite good to answer the questions of the people, which were, how did you get in this shape? And he'd be like, look, it was literally this. I looked at like it for this amount of days, and then it was back to reality. So I think it's also needs to be led from the top, and that comes back to us as trainers. To be a little bit more real. I think trainers try to look like they're actually perfect. And that they're kind of these superhuman individuals. And I think as soon as you, as a trainer, show that you're just normal, we're
going to go a bit off topic here, because you're about to touch something that I was one I already had on, because in a lot of social media, people listening and watching this, the trainers will do like 3 reps of these big, incredible, whatever they are, lifts or movements and stuff like that to sell you. Or they'll, like you said, get that pump. They've just done a workout, and they'll put it on social media, and that's the only ones they show. Or they'll do their thing, and they go have a cigarette and they drink some alcohol straight afterwards as well. You know what I mean? So people are being sold. What are your feelings on that?
Yeah, it totally go against how I show myself on socials. And I think sometimes it's hard to really be real. Like you do have the insecurities of feeling like you need to show a certain expectation. But I think over the course of my career, the more I've just leveled myself as being just an average Joe, because ultimately I am. People,
we all are.
Our general population clients, you would have this. They see you as Superman. They see you as somebody that, one, is kind of unattainable. And I mean, as nice as it is sometimes to feel that way and to go, oh, thanks guys, like I appreciate it. It isn't truth. And we do have the same insecurities and the same flaws and the same issues. When you show people that, like, one, your connection's huge. They straight away, the trust and the respect, and
I have the trouble with coaching trainers on exactly that. Like, you need to be real, because you're dealing with real people.
Correct.
They want to get out of their space into this space, and they think it's unobtainable. But as soon as you bring out their real world stuff of yourself, whether it be mental or physical, actually it's attainable. That's all I have to do. Okay, now I know how to apply myself.
And the results then just skyrocket, because they can see that you're a normal person, and you can, look, there's times where I've had clients go, how you barely sleep in your train. I'm like, because now I'm in a phase. Like, this phase now is like, work's just happened to get busy, and I'm doing a photo shoot. Because, I need to get some promo material for you guys. Like, so I'm going to get lean.
They get you some friends.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I need to get laid, or whatever it might be. Like, whatever your purpose is. There is a period where, yes, I will show intensity. And as long as you're showcasing that this is a period in time. But then I'll fall back to just being kind of the average Joe, like,
But we all go through those seasons.
Like, even if I have a drink, or like I'll post, like, post when I'm eating on a Friday night, or people just like are so like, how are you doing that? How are you like? There's this pressure. I can see why some people just some trainers feel like they just need to be perfect, because sometimes you do get a bit of backlash, like from your audience. They're a bit like, you should be leading by example. I'm like, I agree, but I'm also human, and there's a point where my community.
I want to break that up, because talk about transformation. Everyone goes on the 6-pack, the abs, the rip, the muscle, the bulge, whatever.
Yes.
And it's about, well, actually, the fakeness that's put out there, the obtainable, unobtainable. Like they're gonna see you eventually.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, why aren't you big anymore? Why aren't you ripped and lean anymore?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of trainers out there that actually get caught out, and then they're not in the industry for very long.
Yeah, heaps. Well, they just lose their integrity, don't they? Like that they're kind of not really practicing what they preach, and they're kind of, selling people a bit of a lie, more or less. And I think, I still believe a trainer should be in some relative form of shape. Do we as trainers go through emotional struggles? Yes. Are there periods where our food will be shit and our training will be shit? Yeah, 100%. But I do think we have a responsibility to come back to at least some form of like,
baseline.
There is a baseline.
Yeah.
Because, I have seen and you would have seen this too. I've seen a client with a stomach, a trainer with a stomach twice the size of his client. I know the trainer. I know he's not really invested in the job. I know he's probably not experienced as he should be. Probably not the right place for him, to be fair. We can give him benefit of the doubt. So I know it's not like a circumstance, because sometimes circumstances can make it hard for us. We're humans too. But I think when you see someone who's just kind of lazy and not in the industry for the right reasons, that's where we kind of need to draw the line. So I think there is a lot of merit in us looking a certain way, there's always that happy medium. But I think if your trainer's not able to get into some pretty incredible condition, if that's what you're looking for, I don't know if they're going to be the trainer that will get you there. And I've had mates who are uni whizzes, sports science degrees, incredibly smart. I kind of didn't come through a heavily university background. Mine was very much applied on the floor, lots of certifications and different diplomas here and there, but I wasn't like a university bookworm.
I wasn't bachelor's or anything like that.
Yeah, so a lot of my experiences come from the floor and like mentoring and applying all the knowledge into like actual real people.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you start to really see, the results kind of happen, is when it's just through experiences.
Yeah, most of it. Let's go back to the transformation side of things, because it's a stigma. It's still being sold out there with the abs and stuff like that. When it comes to muscle, what is a realistic expectation then? Muscle growth, fat loss.
Yeah. In 12 weeks.
Let's put 12 weeks time frame.
Yeah. So again, I think the numbers purely individual. We spoke about me not sitting on the fence today, so to try to be a little, to not just go, oh, it's all depends.
Pull out your dong, mate.
Yeah. So look, I think in 10 weeks, if I look at the track record of what we've produced, I've had a large number of people drop 10 kilos minimum. Most people come to a trainer and they have 10 kilos to go. Most people, like they'll walk in the door and there's 10 kilos there. For some, it'll put them in a I guess skinnier state than they probably thought. But initially, for that transformation photo, you actually have to be a lot leaner than you think to really like, if you want to see that before and after, if you want to see the line striations and the abs. So most people coming in, I think 10 kilos is a realistic expectation for your like general population person, what you could achieve in 12 weeks with obviously sacrifice and dedication and the right guidance.
Yeah.
So 10 kilos, I think you can see from a muscle tissue gaining perspective. We know that, if you're new to fitness, you will see some sort of tissue development. Yep. If you're conditioned in strength training, you may not actually build too much tissue in that time. Depends on the programming, but I think a lot of it is just muscle retention. Is like, can we savor as much of the tissue that you have, drop as much fat? This is a deficit phase.
Literally.
Then we'll have a look at how you look, and then usually the reverse diet is where the muscle's built. So this is good that you said that, because a lot of people expect to come in to their first transformation and look like the Hulk.
Yeah.
And be ripped and massive. Let's talk about guys. Obviously, females.
It's been sold as well, right?
So maybe your trainers posted him looking shredded and jacked.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is my 12-week transformation. Well, your trainer's done about 15 transformations over the last 30 years. So every time he's done one, he's dropped down, built a bit of tissue, or he's just done a good cycle. But like, it's usually like let's keep the integrity up there. Like, I mean, we'll
Don't
be
have to, mate,
honest
if you don't want to.
Yeah, like, let's be honest. But like, it's usually going to be layering that transformation from year to year to year to year. So for a lot of people, I'm straight away like, look, you're not going to fill out your large t-shirt in this next 12 weeks. Are you going to fit your pants size 32? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Yeah. Happy days. You can throw out your extra large t-shirt, but will you fill out the large and look like, a chiseled Jared Butler? Probably not yet.
Yeah.
So there's an expectation there to set that. I think you have to be straight with that.
Well, it's crazy in my mind when people think about this stuff, because in the day, why is everyone so fixated on the aesthetics when they're actually doing it for the psychology of it all?
Correct.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
still the years later, they didn't get in there to look for some reason. They just like pick up their woman, they get laid, or they go find themselves in a more of an alpha situation with a circle of friends, or that's on the sports field. They want to dominate. That's what they're actually doing it for. They're not actually doing it for the aesthetics. No. Where you noticing like it kicks in from, or where are they losing themselves in a way? Losing themselves from when I first came in here to my, I suppose, I don't say moral reason, but maybe it is their moral reason, I don't know. And then I get lost in this whole, oh man, I just want to get leaner and get some abs so that I can walk confidently with my shirt off or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it can be the culture they're in, that environment. Like, because we're doing like small group stuff, when we did our cover model challenge, we had a lot of our guys all competing, or not competing, but they're all like participating in our last cover model shoot. And what I found is that when we put especially a group of guys together, it did very quickly turn very superficial. Like, and then we had the insecurities come in. I was like, oh, he's got abs and my abs aren't there. I'm like, not sure. Like, am I ready for this? And I'm like, but no, let's look at the bigger picture. You've reconnected with your daughter because now you feel better about yourself. You're going out every week and socializing. Your clothes fit better. You've got now a new authority at work because people are seeing you as a more energetic character. So it's like, when that environment is not really conducive, or like a bit testosterone filled. Not saying our environment was bad, but it's just when you get a group of guys together, it very quickly turns to add the ab show. Like, who's got the abs? Like, it's
who's got the shoulders? Who's got the chest?
Like you go into the change room and you don't even know half the blokes in there, and they'll go, "Oh mate, you're looking ripped," and you get that once, and then you go, "Oh shit!" Like, that's why that person spoke to me, is because I was leaner. I think there's some solid stats. I don't know them, but there's some solid stats about women not really giving a shit about abs.
They don't.
Yeah, it's like
they don't care about muscles either.
Yeah, so it's
but guys are trying to get this muscle, shoulder, abs ripped, and
it's usually the other. It's usually I think I've seen a few videos on this, but it's usually the guys that are complimenting the guys on how they look.
Literally.
And you're kind of like, hey,
okay, way more compliments on males.
This is not what I had in mind, but this is not like, or it's the opposite.
Oh, well, you'll do. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the opposite genders will usually, it's not really going the way you intended. But I think, to answer your question, I think the environment's key.
Yeah.
If the right environment's there, and our environment is very like lifestyle based, so we are looking at other metrics outside of the physical, and that kind of needs to be led from the front with your coach. If they're not telling you need to have abs, like I hate seeing trainers lift up their shirt to show their client.
In the world ever.
It's like 6 a.m. Old mate Bob's there. He's 40 kilos overweight, just happy to fucking get to the gym, ready to do his press. And his trainer's got his shirt up, and he's just like flexing his abs in the mirror. He's like, oh, and he's just sitting there, and I'm watching this being like, he doesn't give a fuck about your abs. It has no relation to him at all. He's never seen that. He's not going to see that for at least another 20 weeks minimum, if not a year. Where's that, like, what type of message are you sending to that person in that moment? So yeah, we see this a lot. So I think, to answer your question, environment is key. Environment, and that comes from the coach.
Because the other side of it too, when you talk about this with males, like they're thinking they need the muscles, but they need to be lean.
Yeah.
There are some, like, look, we're not saying that this all fits in the same shoe, but there is definitely the majority of women that are about the connection point.
Correct.
Like, they want, like, there is a woman, they want a leader, or they want security and support. Yes, there is. On the flip side, when you, I've had a couple of guys talk about this for the last couple of weeks, that they get to their point of lean, muscular space, and they feel like they couldn't pick up women anymore when they were fatter, or they found it easier because they didn't think they could get them in the first place, and they were just like, oh, well, and then have a chat, and then like, oh, they ended up doing it.
Yeah, that's right. There was no expectation. They didn't think they were going to pull, so it didn't matter. So they had a shot. Yeah,
like,
I like
didn't
that.
work out any different, bro. What's
Yeah. I like that. No, I agree, 100%.
You know what I mean? So, because women have that same
things, or even women when it comes to the strength side of things.
Yes.
And this is the other one I'm hearing too. Like women are like going, I need to be skinny. There's so many guys that don't like skinny women.
Yes, that's
especially
right.
guys around the fitness space. They
Yes.
like an athletic,
Yes.
so a woman that can just move or do something. And someone's coordinated as
You
well.
know what I find the most attractive feature of a woman without going down this road is posture. It sounds stupid,
Confidence.
but like confidence, but even go back a rung, literally shoulders back. Like nothing for me, I find will catch my eye more than some like a woman, even a bloke, like from the perspective of it shows an authoritative figure or a confident presence.
Confident figure, yeah.
Like your eye does attract, whether it's just noticing or obviously if in my case a female, you'll go, oh wow, she looks like I can just whether you'll comment further. I'm not going to go further than that. I'm saying my eyes have gone in that direction initially because I've just noticed a strong like posture, or a confident posture.
Yeah.
And that comes from strength training. And I think,
Literally.
that's such a simple, and you can pick up really good postural improvements in 12 weeks. Like, from a postural perspective, you can
And look
really,
silly different as well, right? When you do this.
yeah, big time. And like, even posture for guys, they'll sit like this. I'm like, oh, I've got my man boobs. I'm like, all right, pull your shoulders back. And they're like, oh, I'm like, a bit less. And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, let's focus on that. And already now your chest is a couple inches bigger and you look a couple inches taller. Yeah. I was like, give me that money.
Pay me, mate.
Yeah, exactly. So I think posture is important. And I think, tying back to what you said, I think like, it's just having an awareness around that too.
The incorrect way to
Yeah.
scene. Both
Yeah,
sides
but I think people just expect, people shouldn't be doing it for others. And a lot of the time they are, especially when it's in transformations. And I think what people don't realize is, and we try to tell people this, I try to tell people when I've got my busy executives, etc.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you are working so hard, or you're doing all of these things, neglecting yourself. But at the moment, if you look back, who's really suffering?
Yeah.
And it is the people that they want to care for the most. Like ultimately, I'm like, you need to put yourself first to be able to actually then give back to the people that you care about. So,
and if you truly mean it, then do it.
yes. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like rock up, get out of bed, do it.
Yeah.
And they'll be thinking, like, especially when I love it when, like, I've been with a client when his daughter comes over and it's like, oh, my dad looks like Superman now, or he looks so good. Like I was saying to you, on the flip side to that, when kids see their parents in this like good shape or this healthy lifestyle, I think it's a really positive place, and that's
massively.
That's where people go, okay, that was worth it.
Yeah.
That was worth 12 weeks of dedication.
And then want to continue it on
Correct.
after
Yeah,
that
not
as
lose
well.
it.
Right. That's the
Correct.
side of it as well. I do want to touch on that part where you just brought up, because there is the mentality, psychology. I'm trying to think of it. As far as for a better way of life, we get to this point, okay, look, if you've got bigger shoulders, if you've got bigger muscles, if you're leaner, if you've gone to the photo shoot, you've done this part. It's the confidence, the self-esteem, the abilities to potentially free yourself from this mental prison of, I didn't go for that job, I didn't ask that woman out or something like that, or I didn't do the travel or the adventure that comes out of it. And it's easy enough to say, well, you need to do it, bro. You need to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like telling someone to stop smoking.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it's what is this? So someone's listening right now. What is your go-to personally for you, or that you would look to try and instill? How, like something more specific, maybe how you're instilling this mindset change in somebody to go, hey mate, you literally need to take this seriously. Do you feel you have to go deep, or I don't know? Like I don't want to put words in your mouth, either.
Yeah.
So it's like going, what's your thing for getting this mindset change? What's the actual something applicable? Someone go like, mate, write it. Does it write it down? Is it affirmation? Is it just look in the mirror? Is it give us your real reason why?
Why? I think it starts with like first setting the tone, which for me, I always try to have that initial conversation with thinking that we should be as limitless as possible. So what that means is if generally somebody is completely out of shape, they're being limited in some way, somewhere in their life, that's then caused them to call me. Limited in the bedroom, limited picking their kids up, or running around the park with their kids, limited in feeling like they have an authoritative kind of personality in their workplace, or they're perhaps bullied, limited, ways of kind of advancing in their social groups around their peers or whatever it might be. So there's some sort of limitation. I always try to sell it on the point of going, well, what would it be like to just have no limitations? So you could just run the park, you take the stairs, You could hop on that flight to Bali, do a Muay Thai camp for 7 days. You could take your kids hiking. You could pick up any girl, or you'd be confident in yourself to go and have a chat to anyone in the bar. Like, how would you feel now? Like, and I try to get them to kind of envision that place.
Yeah, okay.
And I was in kind of like, it's like, as superficial it sounds, in 12 weeks, you can really start to notice a lot less limitations. And that's kind of where then we'll start to set expectations each week. And it's like, did you notice this week? Have you noticed this week?
Yeah.
And sometimes I won't even ask, and they'll come to me and say, bro, this week was the week that I stayed in the park for half an hour longer today.
Yeah.
Felt good. Like, my son I caught him today, like whatever it is. Like, so I like them to start to feel this limitless feeling. Because I think I like to think I feel it, because like what I would judge my limitations are probably going to be less than, I'm probably going to be more limitless than my client because of like my fitness and what, in whatever they would, in our level perception of limitations, trying to not confuse myself here, I can do more than them initially when it comes, especially physicalities.
Yeah.
Or if we look aside from their careers and their workplace and their expertise, we're looking at just two people that have limitations of physicality or like their mindset, their strength perhaps around to handle challenging environments. A lot of that can come from doing a successful transformation. So it's can you show someone that there's limitations that are there for you to be unlocked if you go through this transformation? And I think when people go through transformation after transformation, they do start to feel like limitless, and there's nothing they can't really do because they've stuck to that diet. They've turned up to the gym every day at 6. They've said no to their mates when they've been out saying, hey, I'm on a bit of a plan at the moment. So then when these other things get thrown at them in life, they can see the benefit. And that's when then it becomes a lot easier to kind of, I don't need to say to them, do they need affirmations or this or that? They're getting real, first-hand experience.
Take accountability for
Yeah,
themselves.
they feel the accountability there. And I think that's what keeps them going. Because there's a point where I can't be in someone's ear forever.
Also, I mean, like, because there's also a development process, or there's a progressive progress as well. Like, at the first, it seems like you're spitting ideas out to them to trigger somewhere, and then you kind of backing off over the weeks, so they kind of take their control.
They start to take the reins. And that's the best part. And I think that's why I love 365 days, because I think we can cover most of life's circumstances in that period. Bad relationship, it's now affected my training, not turned up for 2 weeks. Cool, what can we do? Right, let's just taper back. You're going to go for a walk every night so you can mull over what's going on at home, but you're still getting your steps sorted. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Come back into the program when you're ready. Because we have a kind of a bit of a revolving door where people jump out and jump back in. Like, I like that. I always hated when people would have that awkward conversation with their trainer. I was like, oh, man, I think it's time to, I don't know if it's still for me. Like, and when that kind of gets to me where I see someone kind of tap out a bit, I don't expect to hold on to them forever. I'm kind of like, that's all right, mate, no worries. This is a welcoming environment for you. When you feel you're ready, to come back. They always come back because I've left that door open, and they know like fitness is just kind of like all the other things in life. Like there would be points of
seasons.
There'll be seasons of really great consistency, and there'll be seasons where it isn't as consistent, but if it can at least be something and still present, then I've done my job. Like if their less consistent period is still a walk every day, when before it just was a bender, I'm happy. Job done. I'll see you in 6 weeks when you want to push again. So I kind of like, I think when you go with someone over that longer term journey, that's when the magic truly happens. That's when you unlock the doors, So yeah.
Well, we're at the other end of the spectrum. We're going like, okay, they're in a space. They've changed their life. They've got their 365 or their 730 days, how we want to look at it, or they're in that space, and it's just about. Do you feel that people need another goal, another level? Like once they've got to A, and it's a year or two later, is like, do they need something else, or is it about maintaining, or is it about?
Depends on the person. Like,
what did you feel then when you went? Like,
I'm an ambitious person in stages at different points. Like right now, I'm coasting with my fitness. I'm ambitious in other areas, i.e. my career at the moment. That's where my focus is. But my fitness at the moment is I'm not trying to run high rocks sub X amount. I'm not even entering that high rocks. Like, as in, not
do the sub 1 hour.
Like, I might give it a shot next week. Give it a nudge.
But a spare ticket.
Yeah, can we just plug that? I'll endorse your company.
Ben, you there, mate?
Yeah. But as in, literally, like for me, it's like at the moment, I'm just coasting. Simple as that. I'm just turning up for my training. It's keeping my headspace in check to help me then progress in my where my ambition is at the moment is in my career. There's been periods last year where my ambition was a cover model challenge. So I was focused on a very dialed in target, and that's okay. So I think it kind of comes down to like where you are at different points. I think I've lost your question slightly. What was the question exactly? See, this is what happens, bro. I start talking.
So passionate though, bro.
Yeah, it was good. I just wanted that ticket. I couldn't stop thinking about that free ticket.
I'll reach out to those guys.
Yeah, what was it?
So, because like people get to the point of, hey, I've got there. I've achieved my aesthetic look.
Yeah, awesome.
My performance-wise, I can now. I'm a better footballer. I'm a better rugby player, whatever
Yes.
I am. And
Yeah, I wanted to answer it because it was good. Because the reason I was kind of using myself as an example is I do have people that need a goal all the time. Like there are people who just cannot function. If they don't have a goal, they feel like they're a failure. I do try to tell them it's okay to have a period without, but even these people sometimes, and they're different characters, and there's different studies on types of characters and personalities and whatever. These
disc profile.
Yes, these type of people, they need something. And so one of my guys, his target literally last 6 months of last year, we had heavy physical and performance-based targets. Because of that, he got a few niggles here and there. So literally this last 3 months, I'm like, bro, your target now, because he needed a target. I was like, because I couldn't just say to him, bro, just take it easy, drop off, attend the sessions, and we'll review in 3 months when we go into our next cover. He needed something. So I said, all right, you're going to do one session with your physio weekly or with your sports therapist. Then you're going to have 3 days a week where you're doing your massage rehab.
Yeah.
And our target is to be able to get you to run 3Ks without having any shin pain. Like, now that was kind of, I could have said to someone else, let's just taper back on things and just do your rehab and happy days. He needed to see in the diary, I'm going to attempt my 5K on this date because I've successfully then completed my 3 sessions of rehab a week with my 1 physio session a week. He needed that. If I didn't give it to him, he would have felt like he's not going anywhere. So I think you find the people that need it. And I've had clients with me, most of my crew now, thankfully, love you guys, have been with me for years and years and years. They've completed 365 days times 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So it is challenging as a trainer sometimes to actually kind of go, all right, like, because I sit with them and go, all right, where is our focus at now? And it will sometimes dabble in performance. It'll come back to physicality. Sometimes it'll come back to just consistency. So it's a tricky one. I think it's individual.
Massively. I mean, it does become individual.
It'll
for
change
sure,
as
but
life changes too.
some people need the lighthouse.
Yes.
Point them in that direction, go there.
Yes.
See, like, I'm very much of like, I enjoy the journey. Like, I know it's that kind of cliche thing, but I enjoy doing that fitness in the morning because it lets me up. Like, I split everything to my day. If I don't have a good day, then I'm not going to have a good life because your life is made up of days, and it's only the whole weeks and month thing for me is. And there's only something recent, but it's just that I want to laugh. I want to do good fitness. I want to be progressive. I want to learn on these on a day.
Amazing.
I'll put that's my thing, right?
Yes.
And so when it comes to training, what I change is that I might be a little more strength oriented, like this season, or it might be. I went through the start of the year. I literally just did 54 days of running every day. That was just something different, like because I was like, oh, cool. And someone told me about a challenge, and I thought, oh, give it a go.
Give it a shot.
So, and then that's what I did.
How
right?
far were you doing daily?
So I did the whole 1K on the first day, 2K for 2 days, 3Ks for 3 days, 4Ks for 4 days, 5Ks for 5 days, 6Ks for 6, 7 for 7, 8 for 8, 9 for 9, 10 for 10.
Okay, nice.
So it finished on the
Jeez,
24th
10
of...
for 10 is decent. Like, you'll feel it, but you've got a background in it.
I've got a background.
Obviously, you're fit.
Well, so I went through dark patches, and I was also from a point of I didn't save myself just for that. I ended up going for a couple of 21s, and I was supposed to do 7K. I ended up playing in a sports tournament where I ran into the 10K in the middle of it.
Yes.
I did some other big workout like I shouldn't have been doing, and then it like really put me on the back foot.
Yes.
So there's a couple of days I had to go through a recovery period. Oh, the Burge was on, so I did a
so you did
21K, and I was supposed to do like an 8K or something like that.
Yeah.
And so but yeah, I've got a background anyway.
Okay.
But it was more that I just wanted to prove I get my fitness back up, and I just wanted to go through it and get the experience of doing the challenge because someone else was doing the same thing, but from 5 days or 5Ks for 5 days up to 10. But they have breaks somewhere between.
Okay.
And like, this is what I always like to tell people as well. Like, when it comes to aesthetics or when it comes to performance, you're never going to be the best for a moment. And you're never going to be the worst. There's always going to be someone worse. There's always going to be someone better than you, and, you know, at some other moments. So what you do, and that's why I come back to the journey, is like, look, I ran for whatever it was, 54 days, or 55 days, sorry. Enjoyed that, whatever. And I actually got to the end of this, and I was like, okay, yep. What's next? It was like, because I got to the point of, no, I'm going to do this. It was just a way of life. Running each day just became a way of life type of thing. But again, what you're saying, based on the same thing, it's seasonal. I understand. Some days I was stronger before, and now I'm fitter here, and I was stronger again, and it's fine. Yeah. One of the last things I really want to touch on is the peer pressure side when it comes to transformations. When people go through the whole, like you're saying a little bit earlier, about the alcohol or the going out with friends and stuff like that. Do you believe people need to change their friends group, or will their friends group change?
I think the friends group naturally does change, unfortunately, to some degree, or maybe they're friends for a certain time.
I think you've got to change your friends. I think you got to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean,
I know it's harsh, but
look, I don't want to come in and say that to them at the time, but I think it happens.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, you're right. Like if you were to actually review, like, how can I be optimal with this next 12 weeks? Well, my 6 best mates are out every night. I probably need to ditch them.
Yeah.
That is probably the reality, like you're saying, as simple as that.
Stop beating around the bush.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. So I love that approach as well. I sometimes like people to experience it rather than they kind of probably hold it against me a little bit, or like
go learn for themselves.
Yeah, like sometimes they'll, it's like you don't want to be the reason that they look back and say, "Oh, it's because of you that I lost my mates." Like, I'm not saying it like that; it's a bit dramatic, but I mean, like, if they start to realize, "Oh, you know, Bob's really not really." He's not really giving me any good. I don't know who Bob is, but he's not. I know a few Bobs actually. It's not any of you guys. But a name pops in my head. They start to think, oh, you know what? Like, he's not really said well done. He's not really said, oh, good luck for your shoot tomorrow. He's kind of not really given me any sort of support. But then this guy that I met at the gym every day says, oh, mate, how you tracking? How you going? And then, why don't I go for him for a run at Kite Beach? And all of a sudden they're best mates. And then so you kind of just fall into that new social circle where hopefully you're not having negative peer pressure, because we know that is a really hard and difficult place to be. It's even harder if it's your missus or your husband, family, in whatever case, your family members, your parents. That's a really hard one. So like, I always love when I have a couple come in. I feel like that's the best. They're usually the best time we get we've got heaps of couples that train with us. Usually starts with one of them, and they usually tend to swing the other one in, and then the results have really become like foundational, and then almost the kid starts improve and the whole family kind of changes. I love that.
Yeah. I think it's kind of essential, to be honest.
Yes.
I think you've got to get your partner involved. There's no point in you coming in here doing this and your wife or husband, whatever, sits back with this old lifestyle. And then
it doesn't usually last, and they'll either end up, relationship will be on the rocks, or they just won't train with me anymore. The results will kind of fizzle out. So the peer pressure is super, super important. What I've always loved to see, and this goes for a lot of different fitness communities out there across Dubai, is like, you'll actually kind of start to become friends with your fitness circle. Yeah. So your best mates will actually just become, and this happened in my group, literally best friends, inseparable, because they met in my sessions. I don't even think they renew for me anymore. I literally, like, I think there's a point where they're just like, I just want to keep training with my best mate. So like, they don't give a shit about me. Like, and I actually don't mind it. Like,
Jason,
I'm like, like, who are you again? Like, I just came this morning to see my best mate. And I actually love that. Like, for me, it's like, I think that it keeps them people coming back. So if you've got that positive environment, and I think health and fitness needs that positivity.
I think there's a connection. Like, that's the whole point of finding a new way of life, to find new connections with people that are more like-minded, at a lot of interests. And I think that's where it comes down to. I think people are far too comfortable. They settle for mediocre. They settle for okay. They settle for, it's fine. It's nothing broken. Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with going for nothing better either. You know what I mean? Correct. Like, this is where I think the trap really is for people. That's their comfort zone, and it's about pushing through that comfort zone. It is uncomfortable sometimes to be, to be honest, in this position we are fit, we are healthy, we're athletic, but we've also got to create a lifestyle to get there. But then it takes hard work, it takes dedication, and to be able to get there, and then to maintain it. And I suppose the whole cliche, if it was easy, everyone would do it.
Correct.
So, if you want to be, I would say, it is mediocre. If you want to be mediocre, that's your choice. If you're happy, whatever. I personally don't want to be around that space. I want to be encouraged to be aggressive, to move forward and up. And I think you've got to find the like-minded people in order to achieve that, and especially in order to maintain that. Cause
there's a big correlation, though, between high performers in across all areas and fitness, right? You would say.
Massive. I do. 100%.
Yeah.
Like you get drawn. This energy is different. Like the mentality is different, and people like you hear this one all the time. You talk about family and stuff. You hear the thing of like, and I was literally talking about this maybe it's today or yesterday, and because of the culture of New Zealand, like you'd go out to a social and there would be a dessert, there'd be chips, there might be lollies, there might be soft drinks, there might be the drink or something like that. And everyone's just have one, have one. Don't want to, just and then it's just not normal for them, and so that's why the whole not that anyone's a bad person, it's just a different personality type. They want things for themselves. I want things for myself, type of thing. So it leads to a space of, look, I love the progression. I want to be around people that want to progress because the mindset's there, the interests are there as well. That's why I find the other things that you get into. It's like for when it comes to transformation, that's what I think the real power is that this is a kickstart to get you into a direction you really ultimately going to go. And that can lead to so many different things as far as your life and career, your partnerships, your relationships, and everything else like that. Your way of life.
Yes.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm just not a believer in mediocre as far as like I've got one chance to kind of live in the way, and I want to be the best person I can.
You can be.
And I'll be me, and that's what I'm going to be. So anyway, kind of, but I see
that's an integral part to like a transformation though. You weren't always like that. There would have been some point where some change happened, right?
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still learnings to continue.
Yes.
There's always more levels to go up to, whether you think of it from a business point of view or physical point of view, because there's always going to be someone the same age who's physically fitter. That group gets smaller and smaller, so it's harder to find, but they're out there, but I can 100% know there's someone at my age around my same space and be like, well, actually I want a bit more like that, even though I am where I am. So it's, but I see, and that's what I kind of, I don't want to flip around on the back there, but the transformation side of things, I see it as super important. I see it's marketed in a different way now, and I don't like that, to be honest, but I do see it as the kickstart or that some people need that. Okay, let's turn your world upside down.
Yeah.
Let's do this 14 days, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 24 weeks, or whatever it is. But it is very mindful of that. That's not the end goal. In fact, I'm in a place where I wouldn't want to train someone who's not looking
in that direction
past that. Yeah, literally. It's like going, and I was actually just talking before about this, is like I have a circle that's like, look, this is my way, this is how I do it, this is what and if you're attracted to that, that's awesome. If you're not, that's cool too.
Yeah.
But, if I try and convince you or I'm chasing you to do that, it just takes away my energy and it takes the focus off the people that actually want that same thing as well. You know what I mean? So it's nothing against. It's just saying like, well, this is who I am. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's cool too.
Yes.
Moving forward, bam. And then because I know that there's people need to be, because we don't understand people, everyone, you don't know what's going on in the background. You don't know the hardships they're going through or the struggles that they're having mentally or anything like that. And the other probably bad thing is that people see this as bad, but you can't save everyone. You can't help everyone. No. So, focus on, yourself first, and then those you can help.
Correct.
That's just the mindset I've got.
That makes so much sense.
You know what I mean? So,
correct.
But I love the whole sort of transformation. That's the kickstart. That's the rocket launch. That's the launch pad
that's
to go.
Rock and roll, get things moving.
Like you were saying before, how many people have you seen change and have this come in and say thanks multiple times for multiple reasons?
I've loved seeing someone literally change careers to go into fitness. Like
Mate,
that one's always a good feeling. I've literally had one client start he's I think he's working with LiftX, their course at the moment.
Yep.
But he's literally said to me like, as soon as it's done, like, can I do a little intern with you and all this kind of stuff? And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. You've done a transformation with me. You've dropped X amount of weight. You've built a bit of a reputation in our community as somebody who's stuck it out and gone through the hard yards. You're a bit of a voice for people to ask questions to. And then why not? Like now you've wanted to jump into the fitness space and then, kind of take over from me more or less, or like, continue that kind of trajectory. And I love seeing that. So I think that we've done something right.
Yeah.
So that's always a really good, rewarding feeling. So there are positives. There are massive positives to it. I just think, if you've not done a transformation yet, you do need to do one to some capacity at some stage. And then hopefully you can look back and say, that was the best thing I ever did.
Oh, I don't think there's a negative to it.
Yeah.
Like literally, even if they fail, I mean, even if they go into dark space, at least you learn something about yourself.
Correct.
Either you're not ready or you need to work harder for it.
Yeah.
It's going to take more than what you thought to get there.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So Bro, I think we could go on all night.
Yeah, we could have a good chat. That was awesome.
But we're gonna wait, thank bro, just look down that camera there where people can get a hold of you.
Cool. So you can find us at the 365 www.the365physique.com. My profile is Jason Grimmer on Instagram, or the 365 Physique on Instagram as well. Throw us any questions. We'd obviously love to help.
Brilliant. Appreciate your time, man.
Cool.
Awesome,
Bro. Cheers.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Test 1 2 sound.
Omar's on the mic again.
That would have been perfect. That's the intro right there.
Don't cut that out. Oh, I love it. I'm going to start this on off by saying we've had so many good conversations in the last 30 minutes already. I'm sorry, guys, we didn't record those ones for you, but we're going to keep we keep throwing out spitting those golden nuggets. Just for people that just give it from the reference, the reason I brought Omar on is because we just bounce so good when it comes to ideas, thoughts, opinions. And I wish I recorded. Oh my gosh.
Just a great host, man.
We're both hosts of Moses, mate. That's how we do it. We're gonna start this one off for people around the thought of sports. I mean, it's such a social place to be when you're in a sports team, whether it's a running club or anything like that. It helps you mentally, it helps you physically. We're going to dive into, obviously, being males, because you can be anything these days. We're going to talk about mental health too, and the challenges that men go through too from the sporting aspect. And bro, that's where I want to start with you, my man. I want to start with you on those lines of you can either share personally or anything on sports and men's mentality. When you think about that, or the own experiences you've gone through, do you have an experience you want to share? Do you have a thought on men's health? And I suppose what's on the expectations and the realizations of how men are affected when they play sports?
That's good. Wow, start off with a great question, right?
Boom.
No, I think it's a good point. I think the first thing that starts off is identifying why you're doing what you're doing, how you're doing it, and then the accountability factor, right? When you're actually in silence, when you're actually not around people. If you're able to be at peace with that, the other things start to go in. Nowadays, people are worried about what's on the outside and then focus on the inside the least.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shall we just stop now?
Damn.
No, but that's I think that's what you learn the hard way. Again, try not to sound like a dinosaur. When you're going through the phases, right? You start
Back in
thinking
my
you're-
day.
Yeah. You start thinking you're invincible, right?
Yeah.
It's part of that no fear culture, which is a beautiful thing, which we don't want to distort either. As an athlete, you start to think of, God, I could do anything. I could face anyone. I could match anyone. I could be as quick, as strong, anything. And then you start to get maybe the right or the wrong people surrounding you, which feed that. Now, that's to your detriment, but also to your success. The problem is the moment that you stop feeling that or stop doing that and stop understanding that the outside noise is not as important as the inside noise.
Massively. Here's a good thing. Now you just said this. This is what's going to happen between us, by the way. We're just going to trigger each other off together. Here's a thought. Here's a question. Okay. Because my thought was being that, you get involved in sports teams, the social aspect, and then as a male, because you want to be the best or the alpha amongst your players, or you see the alpha who's best in your team, whatever sport this is, the competitive nature comes out and you go that way and you find yourself, like you just said, in two spaces. One is, oh man, I'm just going to kind of people please in a way, so you're just going to do what they do. And I'm saying this as a Kiwi from New Zealand culture, was like it was the norm to go out and play hard, and then it was go and social hard, and you'd end up drinking. And a lot of Kiwi male men just follow because the rubber arm, they're like, oh yeah, that's the cool thing to do, right? And so, but a lot of them get into the space where they are so talented, they could have gone on to higher honors easily, whether it be regional or international. But then they've gone to the social pressure in these sporting environments, and they've ended up just turning to drugs, become an alcoholic, overweight, have families because they got too many people pregnant. Like that's literally what happened in the New Zealand culture. It happens too often. And so peer pressure when it comes to sport, what's your kind of thought on that? Like, how do people get away from the peer pressure or the as a male? Because I mean, you're seen as weak to talk. You're seen as weak to be not going out drinking. In New Zealand, that's what it was. If you didn't have a drink, or if you didn't scull your first can or something like that, you're like, people would just berate you, they just bring you down. Then you're like, oh, okay, yeah. But then you go home, you're the one who have the massive hangover later on.
Yeah.
Do you see the culture changing, let's put it globally, or potentially from the UAE or UK or whatever? Do you see that culture changing, or do you see how can it change? Or
Yeah, I think it's continuously evolving. So working in Europe, working in the Middle East, working in Africa, for me, it gives me an idea that everyone is trying to navigate around what is right versus what is wrong in men's mental health. Because the stigma of we no longer talk about it can now, to the new generation, seem like we're talking too much about it. Because for them, that's normal.
yeah, literally,
Right? So it's understanding, probably doing more listening, because sometimes people then jump in and say, yeah, but this happened as well, and that happened as well, and not really understanding what triggers that. Because triggers are a real thing, but so are glimmers. And when you're actually finding something that triggers you, normally it's associated with a negative thing. But glimmers is normally something that's associated with a positive thing.
Yeah.
So when you actually get something that sparks you off and you go, actually, you know what? When I was younger, I was feeling this certain way. And rather than being judged, this one person sort of almost just navigated me towards what I should be doing and then let me go my own way. Like, for example, I'll take it back to you. For example, you won one of the Fittest Man Championship, right?
It always comes back to that.
Hey, listen, right? And I won't let you guys forget it either. I saw this guy win, right? When you won, the day before, how were you feeling? And the day after, how were you feeling?
Oh, I love this. So the days before, I was like, oh, I think I can do pretty well. And
What's pretty well? Top 3?
top 3.
Okay.
I was thinking, oh, there's even potentially a chance that I could win this.
Okay.
Like, only because, like, I don't want to sound cocky, but I mean, I had the, how do you call it? Not even about
You
belief.
had it.
I just had it. I
Yeah,
just knew that and it was just, to be very honest, I didn't train as much as you see people doing training routine and stuff like that. It was just a way of life for me. And I just knew that my way of life and who I was and what I've done in my life puts me in a very good position to be competitive in most things or anything. Yeah. And so when it came to the competition before the days leading up, I was like, I just had this confidence of like, I know based on this workouts here that my engine is huge, massive. Like, I just knew that. And so I wasn't like, I'm gonna beat you. Like, there was no arrogance about it, but like, I just knew within myself.
But you beat them.
But I beat them. I beat them quite well.
I'll say it for him. I got no problem saying it for him. This is why we work, people. I just have to finish off his sentence. Right, okay.
I don't want to say it, but okay,
Yeah.
I was pretty confident. And then like afterwards, it was funny because like during the event I had to step away from the event because I went out there, I don't back down when it comes to the competition. I was like, I'll give 100%, I'll die on the floor type of thing, right? And then when I put my time in and stuff like that, I still hadn't believed it yet until a couple more heats had gone. And when the realization started to sink in, I actually had to remove myself from the competition area. And I actually, because it was in the mall, and I went upstairs just to have time to myself and to kind of try and let it sink in. And I got quite emotional. I got to the point I was like, I was teary because I was like, shit, this is actually going to happen. I mean, and there was 100,000 dirham prize money as well, you know. It was like, geez. So as much confidence as I had going into it, I didn't have that belief that it was actually going to happen until there was like another heat, and then you can always identify someone who's going to push you or come close. And like after this kind of heat had happened and no one was getting close, and I was like, far out, this is actually going to happen, type of thing, right? And so it happened. Obviously, I was elated and stuff like that. And people kept asking me, I know, what did you do to get to this point? And I was like, I didn't do anything different. Like, I just did my normal training. And then what happened afterwards was I still didn't have the confidence, and to be very honest about it, I didn't have that confidence or belief, I don't know which one you think about it, that I was still that good. For me, it was just another day. It was just another competition. I just happened to be good at this particular competition. And it was not, there was still no ego ego afterwards, but I definitely had I've had complex my entire life where I've seen people be very good at something. I was being very good at something, and people only recognized me for that goodness. They didn't know me as a person. And so when this competition happened and everyone was like, oh man, you're amazing, hey champ, like that, I didn't like it. Like,
Okay. Why?
didn't like the attention because of, oh, you only like me, or you only
Because I'm successful.
because I'm successful. Yeah, you know, I'm still the same person I was before I won the competition. You know, and yeah, it was just something I still struggle to deal with now, to be honest. And I was always in New Zealand, and this comes back to New Zealand culture. I was talking about briefly before, is that I was so good at stuff just naturally. And so people were always like, oh, you're a show off. Oh, yeah, here we go again. Grant does this, Grant can do that, Grant. And I was just like, oh, what? So I had this thing of like, well, let me dumb myself down then to be accepted by society.
Right.
You know, and that's what I'd have. And
So you play it down.
always, I still do today.
Right.
Literally, people, because even now, like I'm 44 and I still do things like naturally, and they're like, oh, how do you do that? And it's like, I just do not. Like, this is just my lifestyle is who I am. It's not because it just comes to me. It's because I do things on a daily basis that keep me this healthy, this fit, this active, and I've always done that.
Yeah.
You know, but people don't stop to get to know me. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel is a massive void in my life, to be very honest.
Yeah.
And that's where the competition, the same thing happened.
Right.
From the mental health point of view, it was just like, I'd be depressed. I'd be just like, yeah, but you only like me because I won some competition and it's because some status and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Had to deal with.
Yeah.
And people wanted to know me. Oh, you know, it's like, but
Where
you
were you before?
yeah, where were you? You know, you didn't pick up the phone then, type of thing. And I understand that it's part of life too, that, you know, these things happen and that puts you in front of people. And, you know, there's another side of it too that I had to really, really put time into learning, was to not, what do you call it? I had to show appreciation. Like someone said, oh, you're awesome at it. I had to learn to go, say thank you. Or I appreciate you saying that. You know, because otherwise I just blow it off and move on.
Right.
And that was a big thing that I still, to be honest, I still have to work with, honestly, when people compliment me on something like that.
Right.
And so it was really funny when we do talk about the mental health side of things in competition. Like being that good, there's issues there.
Yeah.
Not just being I'm not good enough.
Yes.
But
yes.
I'm too good type of thing. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, because the reason why I asked you that specifically is because I've seen who you are, and regardless of whatever success you've had, you've still been that person. And that's probably why I got closer to you. Had it been maybe if you were arrogant or you were the other person, then I wouldn't relate to you.
Yeah.
In that respect. So then therefore I'll be like, he's in his own kind of bubble, and his own class level is a bit of a big word, but like he's in his own class, right? So I'm not there. So I can't mix it with him. I can't talk to him. I can't understand him. But I think because you weren't, so that's where the practice comes on the mental health side. And that's where mental fitness comes in, because of the things you have to deal with as a practice with your mental health. So
massively.
it comes in where physically, we said this on my show a couple of times, like physically, like if you want to get physically fitter, you go to the gym. But then if you want to get mentally fitter, where do you go? And that space is really between your ears, where you are still. Like how we started this conversation when I said, you kind of have to come to the harsh reality of who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. One of the amazing people that I've had a chance to speak to and learn from, and he's got 2 books out, is Brian Keane. You heard of him?
Sounds familiar.
The Fitness Mindset. And he's brilliant, because he said something where he was like, Omar, for all your life, you've been looked at as a jack of all trades, as we spoke about off air, right? But he's like, when he realized what his why was, he realized he had to remove the ladder off that wall and put it on this wall.
Okay, yeah.
Because then he had to start climbing the ladder again.
Yeah.
Whilst when he was teaching as a PE teacher, he was earning good money, he was at school and everything, but he wasn't feeling like he was adding value. So then he switched to fitness and then moved up that ladder, and then that became his wall. So I think when people start to realize what their why is and whether they're climbing up the right wall, is when
It makes a massive difference.
yes, is when your mental health starts to get stable because you're kind of moving in. You don't sometimes you don't know how far you can go, but you're moving in the direction you want to go to.
Yeah, massively. When it came to, I'm going to flip this back around on you. Because you went down the pathway to become a professional sportsman.
Yeah.
And then it was injury, right? That's to prevent
Yeah.
you from going there.
Yeah.
And this is going to happen for a lot of people, especially youth trying to be, because now it's professional sports representation is far more accessible for people now. It doesn't have to be international anymore. There's a lot of regional university-based, like people who have been paid, even here in the UAE at low levels in different sports, are getting paid to play sport now. So like you can start to not necessarily make a wealthy lifestyle, but have supplements for your lifestyle,
Correct.
because you get paid. So what was the journey with you when you're going through that? When you went through the injury, the mental, how do you deal with it, or how have you ever got through it as well? By the way,
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not because but for me, establishing that it happened very young. So I didn't go through playing for pro clubs and traveling the world and fly. I went through that as a coach. I didn't go through that as a player, but I faced the harsh reality that teenager's gonna feel when you are not going to make it as a pro. Not because someone told me, because I looked at the standard and thought, all right, how can you still impact and influence a team without being a player? And then that's where my first coaching badge was at 19, where normally until you're in your mid-20s, you'll probably think I can still make it as a pro.
yeah,
Again, not going back to the dinosaur days, but the realistic times are you don't have social media, you don't have the links, you don't have people that are going to be coming down to spot you. If someone wants to, no one's going to message you on your mobile and say, where are you at? Okay, I'm coming to watch you play. It's not going to be like that. It's very different. It's old school. It's, you are up against some of the best ballers in the UK. And so I understand and I empathize with athletes, but I also understand it's a different time. There's that, we've almost got that sense of entitlement now that overrules the sense of doing things and being present and being part of a team, which is irreplaceable when you're in the changing rooms, when you're with your teammates, when you're traveling on away games, when you sometimes have to go through the crappy pitches and surfaces and weather to be able to experience something like a brotherhood. And I know your culture, which is actually why I really loved your culture before I met you. One of my best friends, who's Zion, I don't know if I told you about him, he played for Samoa.
okay, yeah,
And I met him when he was playing pro rugby in England. And we had something very much in common in terms of like the mindset of an athlete, but the transition of a coach. And when I saw how rugby players were doing the conditioning side, I was like, wow, this is a different level. And then when he saw the footballing side, he thought, is this what you guys are doing? I said, yes. Then we met in the middle through boxing, where that was kind of like a mid-passion where it was like, okay, we can both excel in this. Let's help train each other. And we went from that. So
see where those muscles are coming from, right? I was like, dang.
it's also Ramadan. So just kind of absorbing the different nationalities and different cultures and understanding, I think more than anything, that all athletes are people first. And like you said, when you won your championship, they skipped the people part.
Yeah, massively.
And they started looking at, Grant, the athlete, the fittest man, the competition. And then because you had to dumb it down before and you had to kind of be like, nah, listen, it's all right. I just, that's what I do. It almost, in today's world, right, it takes the shine away because the shine is the first thing that attracts people's attention to it.
Totally.
Right?
The chicken and the egg kind of thing going on. Yeah, literally.
And the first thing they will look at is, okay, like we talked about this again off air, like the likes or the
Should
follows.
hit record.
Yeah. The likes or the follows or the views, rather than, wow, how did he get here? What did he have to do? What's he like when the cameras are not around? How is he with his closest people?
Yeah. Massively.
Is he? I saw something a couple of days. I won't mention the organization, but I saw something a couple of days ago, and it was all about giving to charity, right? But there's so many cameras around.
Yeah. I've seen this for the TikToks and people going like, why don't you do that without the camera around? Why are you doing this? Because you're not getting front. But yeah, but
And I have to remind myself, because I always stay more on the half full rather than half empty. I have to remind myself that at least they're doing something for charity.
well, it brings awareness.
Yes.
If
But
it
I also
wasn't,
have to remind myself, when you're giving to someone or when you're doing something for someone, do you need the cameras there?
mm-hmm.
Do you need people to see you giving? If I give to someone now, or if, for example, I did something nice today, and I put it in my 24-hour, 3-a-day gratitude journal,
Mhm.
right? It makes one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But then I have another 24 hours to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to record every day I do something good.
Well, see, that's I would say that's where the balance is. If you've done it before the cameras are rolling, or you do it after the cameras are rolling,
Yeah.
cool. I think that's where the difference been with people, and that's obviously it's hard to get away from the highlight reels of social media. But I used to be the other side, go like, oh, Bill, just doing it for popularity. But actually, and that's why I like podcasts type of thing, because then you get to see deeper the actual reality of this person. Where with the short 90-second clips, the highlight reels, that everyone thinks that's everyone's life is not true.
Right.
So I do think you do need to put the cameras on every now and again.
Right.
And I think the difference needs to be, it should be, in my opinion, this is again just my opinion.
Yeah.
It just needs to be in a raw format, not edited.
Correct.
If it's
Yes,
done on
yes,
a
yes.
live, if it's done in live things here,
Yeah.
to help bring awareness to these people and the issue that's going on.
Yeah.
I think that's where it's great. That's where it's a benefit. You know what I mean? But if it's just done as an edited clip of the highlights of, I gave this person money, or I did these things, then that's where I have this 50-50 of like, I don't pay as much attention, put it that way.
Yeah.
I want to see it. I do want to see it. Like, to be honest, I do want to see someone do it, but then I also want to hear that I've done more and more and more
Yeah.
behind the scenes without the cameras having to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you like, it's like anything. If you hear it from a second person,
Yeah.
well, you like, if I say you do something, great. But then if I hear someone else say, oh yeah, I did this as well, and he did it again and doing it multiple times, then there's like, well, there's just love and respect from what you're doing. So that it takes away the he's not doing this for popularity because he hasn't recorded everything.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But still, there's the essential side that you do need the camera there to. It's a proof that you've actually done it as well. You actually, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the idea of the awareness.
Mm.
I like the idea of raising awareness on something that is worth something.
Mm.
I'm just at this stage, probably in my life, I'd say, and actually, I spend more time indoors than outdoors, even though I'm in the media. Then when you tell someone, yeah, actually, no, I just like to chill or do this or do that. Like, really? Yeah, but you're everywhere.
You're so active. You're so talkative.
You're doing all this stuff, right? And then you're thinking, no, not really.
Need a timeout.
Yeah, but the stuff that I'm not doing, I'm actually trying to work on myself. Because you always say put your mask on first on the plane if something goes wrong. But if you have your family, your kids, you're always worried about them, right?
Yeah.
And then I think at some point you just have to kind of say, you know what? Like when we talked about, again, we should have been recording. When I stopped going live on Instagram, when I do my show on radio.
Yeah.
To put it in context, I was doing it for years, and I had people that couldn't necessarily listen to the local radio here, but they would watch us on Instagram when I'm doing my show, which is talking about health and fitness, etc. And then when I stopped going on, got a couple of messages, "Are you okay?" And that for me, for my mental health, where I was like, I can't fake it. I can't just put on the camera and pretend like everything's all right. And I was going through a very dark time, and so I don't want people to see the darkness because I would rather bring light. And because of that, I stopped going on live, and then I'd get a couple of messages saying, "No live today," or "You're not coming on today," or "What did you talk about today on the show?" And they're regulars, right? And it might not be millions, but there are people that go, man, all right, can you at least send me the audio? Because I would like to listen to it on my drive back, for example.
Yeah.
And there's a 4-hour difference between us and the UK. So if they were watching from the UK, it was that. If it was India, if it was Saudi, if it was Egypt, if it was Denver, Colorado, which is what like a couple people from there would say, you know, we wake up early for this and you're not live.
Yeah.
So then there's like a responsibility.
They feel lost or something
yeah,
like that.
Yeah, like and it's
you
such
feel
a
lost.
nice
What about
thing.
me?
Yeah,
Hello.
but that's such a nice thing to hear that someone actually cares. enough to message you that.
It's surprising too, like
Yeah.
you're like, going, oh man, because people actually do want the best for you.
Yeah.
Because there's usually some connection they've made a relation with you.
They build it.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
So then, what I'd love to understand from your perspective then is because you've just kind of nearly hit it on the head here, where you've gone like you didn't want them to see your darkness.
Yeah.
Where I've had it, but now I'm completely opposite. Like I want to tell you my darkness, even though I know people go they shy. If it's on social media and they shy away from it, there's one that people will they'll be like, oh, I feel sorry for you. Okay, you know, they kind of like if it's a likes or an engagement point of view, then that kind of triggers people to respond. But there's also like if I talk about like, yeah, yesterday I felt really depressed for a moment, but for me, I've learned to deal with it from a point of trigger of I know how to go for a walk outside, go do some exercise, listen to some music, do something productive. And it just snaps away, but it still happens on a not to say daily basis, but like there's those moments come in, but I know how to deal with them. So then for you, when he was live and you didn't want to show it, do you still struggle with that now? How do you deal with that differently? Or, you know, would you want to go live again and then just, you had a fucking bad day? Feel like shit.
Well, I could say that on radio, right?
You can't say it on radio, but I mean, just
No, I get you.
Yeah.
No, I still struggle with it now. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I still struggle with it now. I had a month of exams for my license, and I was a completely different person because I was struggling to evaluate myself in the correct way. And very similar to what you said earlier, if I'm on a course with 23 other coaches and they're speaking well of me and saying, God, he's good, or the way he deals with players, or the way he navigates, or how he simplifies things, etc. And then you've got 3 or 4 assessors who are the ones who ultimately have the final say. We had to do the presentation the day before, which would be presenting what our training session will look like in 3 different phases. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., we would have to do the training session we've presented in front of the 23 coaches with 24 athletes who some don't speak your language. And then you get marked on that. And then in the afternoon, you then have your evaluation in front of all the coaches with footage of your session. So that kind of pressure at this stage brings you back to school, uni, all those days as an adult who is practicing how to navigate their mental health because they're in a different stage of their life. Having the empathy, having the mindfulness, but also the harsh reality. If you're good, they're going to tell you you're good. And if you're not, they're going to tell you you're not. And they're always going to tell you anyway how much you can improve.
Yeah,
how you accept that and how you navigate is another thing. So for me in that month, seeing people that are maybe 10, 15 years older than me shaking was something. But then the other thing is, how will I be scored? How will I be assessed? Whilst your people or the people that you've worked with, like the teams I've coached, they'll tell you, most of them will tell you what type of coach I am.
Yeah.
And now you have to prove it again. Then you've put it forward, and for that month now, you have to wait for your results, where you don't necessarily feel good because you don't know what's going to happen. And as coaches, we like to forecast, predict, and evaluate what is going to happen at every phase of play.
Yeah, literally.
So that for me was the challenge. And that's why I probably wasn't the most sociable person to be around, or the person that normally comes into a room and brings that energy into the room and is known for his energy, whereas now I'm not stepping into that room.
It's so interesting from a point of view, expectations we put on ourselves to be successful, or the expectations on the aspirations we have to want to do something, and then how that changes our mindset so much. Because like it's easy to say don't worry, but then when you want something so much, like you want this license, you know, so, and this is your chance to do it by, because this is the pathway you need to take.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like you put the expectations on yourself and you pile this pressure on yourself. But then it's fact to know that if you just don't, people who succeed do really well when they don't care about something because they're able to think clearer, they're able to be clearer because they're not worried about it. Like the outcome's just the outcome. And we're trying to, in some ways, I know you've been assessed and there's a criterion, but they are going to tell you this is what you're going to improve. And they're going to give their level of this is a pass or this is a fail type of thing, you know what I mean? And you're just going through, you've dealt with, or you're dealing and dealt with that at that point. What would be advice that you'd give to people? Like, because on the sports field, exactly the same thing happens. As a coach going through this examination, these things happen. Doing your driver's license test, like that's the same thing. Getting, I want to be able to drive legally here, and and pressure comes on. I mean, what's some advice that you give to people, or ways you've dealt with?
It's always easier to give the advice, right?
Oh, massively, totally.
So then
I never listen to myself.
Yeah. Something that a coach said to me once. He said, "How would you speak to yourself?" And then he said, "How would you speak to someone else?"
Totally.
And then that kind of stuck with me a bit because I thought, yeah, you're right. The way I speak to myself is different. But then you're not a hypocrite. It's just the way you deal with things. But I think the level of trust is super important normally when you're coaching. And at the same time, the accountability factor is so important so you can't divert the things that you need to learn onto things you can't control. And for me, it was, I'm not able to control this, and I'm used to controlling outcomes and influencing things in a good way. And that's the scary part. But then you also said something really interesting is when you don't really care or you're not really fussed about too much, it's clear. So based on what you just said now, my answer would be to clear that pathway and not to have any distractions or shadows on that pathway, because you're going to have someone looking at you, chasing you, in front of you, behind you at all times.
Totally.
But when you said that word clear, I think, how can we clear that so we can only control what we can? And that's what I struggled with. So even now, when you got all these other coaches saying, you've nailed this, and you haven't, it's almost like, again, relating to what you said earlier about, I don't want people to really look at me. I kind of want to blend through. And funny enough, I had never said this on a podcast, but when I did, there was 4 blocks on our A license, and I'm doing it in the UAE with the Asian Federation, right? And on the first block, I didn't tell them I could speak Arabic.
Okay, yeah.
And the reason being is because I wanted to disassociate myself with anything that's going to get in the way. And so even though I understand Arabic, I may not be as fluent as I am in English because English is my first language. But what I also didn't want is I didn't want to misunderstand anything they said.
Okay, yeah.
So in the first block, when each coach had to get up and introduce themselves, I introduced myself in English. And it's weird because you see me, I look more Arab than an Arab. so
You're so well groomed for it.
Yeah. So some people just looked at that and thought, that is weird. His name is Omar Al-Duri. He looks Arab and he's speaking in English.
You're right, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that was the first block
of
exams. The second block of exams, when people were talking and I could tell they were making an effort to talk to me, I would respond in English, even if they were talking in Arabic.
Okay, yeah.
Because I acknowledged the fact they're doing that. And some of the coaches said to each other, which I was told recently, we like him, man, but we don't know if he's going to understand us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They said, we like the way he thinks. We like the way he delivers.
Yeah.
And they didn't know about radio. So they're like, he's got this way of talking.
You should get into radio. I'll consider it. Thanks.
You know what I mean? And I was thinking, because when I presented, again, this never happened before. No one ever mentioned that before. It's only now they're mentioning it. But that's maybe because I've gotten kind of used to it. But at the time, I never got spoken about my voice or the way I present or anything. So when now people are saying it, it's funny because then later on, when you have these conversations with them, they say, this is what we thought of you. This is what came out. This is our first impression. And it's nice to mix it up and match it with them. Because then by the third block, I was translating for them to the athletes we were dealing with in the morning.
Oh, well, there you go.
Who speak French, African, but some of them understand Arabic. and some of them understand English. So one of the coaches who doesn't speak English would say, could you come with me, please? And he'd speak in Arabic, and I have to relay that information in English. Now, the first block compared to the third block is where my role changed, but also I understood that I wanted to keep that low profile. I didn't want to be the person that knows it all, or be like, oh, this guy coming from UEFA, God, he thinks he's the shit. I wanted to be like, no, I'm just here to learn, and I'm going to take as much as I can. And what happened is some of the assessors would say, he doesn't talk much, that one and the English guy. You know, he doesn't talk that much. But then when I ask a question or I answer a question, I'm not answering it to show people that I know. I'm answering it to see if I am right. And that's the difference.
The internal side of it,
Yes.
more than anything else. It's weird how we deal with things, and you know, it's not just about being on the sports field or on the playing field. It's what we're doing outside of other things as well. It's because like when you were talking about that stuff thing, I was like, I perform best when I don't care, and I got to a bit of a point that happens so regularly, and this is what I do. People go like, "Oh, Grant, he doesn't even warm up. He isn't prepared. He's so lazy. I'm chilled out before it happens." But that's because I literally, my routine for me is I don't care. What's the difference going to make if I start worrying about this? I can't change anything that's going to happen here, so I'm going to go out and I'm just going to. I have this mentality that I'm going to go hard, but I don't care. Like literally, that's how. And then that's where I've always performed best in anything. Never mind athletics or anything like that. Even when it came to speaking and presenting, I remember the very first time I presented with Les Mills on the class. It was in Auckland. There's like a couple of 100 people in the class, and I made it out to be, this is my shop opportunity, and of course I blew it. As far as like, just got nervous, forgot what I was doing.
You blew it.
Well, I didn't. I blew it in the fact that first time was like I just forgot what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
It was like
Yeah.
and then that was a good lesson for me from the point of view that after I was like, why I've done this 100 times before, and why all of a sudden did I make it out to be something that it was just another session in class. And from that moment though, I learned just to go like, well, who cares? Doesn't matter. I'm not going to change it. Let's go. Yeah. And so that was my mentality for everything else, and that's what made me do better at whatever I was doing, whatever I'm doing. It's podcasts and stuff like that. I have the same kind of mentality. Like the conversations that come out is just because like, yeah, this is just how I think. This is my thoughts. Is not anything else. So if I'm going to go play a sport, it's like, yeah, this is what I know, and I'm just going to do like this. Is all, I can't change anything, right? Yeah. And so it helps me deal and perform so much better in anything mentally or physically. What I want to go down with you with here is that, like you said, we're the hardest critics on ourselves, but we're also the hardest person to teach ourselves. Where are you finding the spaces that you have to teach or learn or be open to learning from yourself? Like, because I think that's a key for a lot of people, especially with males, that we keep a lot of things to ourselves. Yeah, we don't want to share. We don't share things out with people because, one, we don't want to burden someone else. Yeah. Two, we think if we do this, maybe I'll get massively judged or whatever else. You know, there's different reasons we don't share. What is it? What are you learning? Because you wrote Reset the book as well. So like, there's dealing with mentality as well, the health mentality. So what is it that you've learned from there? What are you learning or trying to learn to teach yourself and how to deal with stuff?
It's a good question. I think I haven't told anyone this either, but I'm actually working on the audio version of Reset now.
Oh, awesome.
And the difference is when you mention learning, since 2019 when it was published till now, there's been a lot of learnings. And so when I read a lot, no, but you know, actually I was influenced by Goggins is Audible.
Okay.
So when he had his audio version, he summarized each chapter since he had published the book. So now what I'm working on is putting together my learnings with each chapter, whether it's the mental side, which has probably been the most popular domino in the book, to the recovery, to the physical, to the environment, to the training. But I also realized that I don't know where I read this, but I have this thing where it's 3 letters. It's GAS. So it's gratitude, appreciation, and self-reflection. And I think you start to reach a point where you start to think of, okay, what am I grateful for from this experience or this learning? Sometimes it takes longer to understand that because it reveals its own time. When you go through something, at the time you think it's the worst thing ever, and then eventually you think, actually, it's a blessing in disguise. So that's G. The A, the appreciation, is more along the lines of, I still have these things, and I still have this knack of having good people around, for example, to jump on a call, to have a conversation, to do things. And I may have not always had that. So what has that kind of taught me in that respect, where you can have a lot of people around you, but have no noise.
Yeah.
And you can have one person around you, but have all the noise in the world. And I think that's the appreciation part. And then the S from the 3, self-reflection, is more along the lines of just reflecting on yourself so you don't get complacent about certain things, whether it's appreciating things, whether it's being grateful for things, or even whether it's just appreciating the moment. I think understanding, like, okay, how could I have done this better? Where did I go wrong in this? Did I not anticipate the situation properly? And being reflected on something that it's coming out of your eyes, not no one else's eyes, because it's easier from people's eyes to tell you what you need to do.
Yeah.
But they're not feeling what you're feeling.
100%.
And so those 3 things in terms of GAS, GAS is how I see things.
So what have you learned then? How when you're applying gas to yourself, and your thing in the last, probably 6 years is a long time.
Yeah.
But what is it that you're going on a daily basis? What's something lately you've learned, or you're still trying to learn and apply to yourself?
Is not to live in your past. It's not to let your past dictate your future and affect your present, because then it takes over everything.
So can then I ask, what did you learn from the experience when you went through you put the pressure on yourself from the test, from the license? How would you, now you go through, let's say you had to do that again.
Yeah.
What would you do differently?
I think I wouldn't do much differently from the first part of how I did it, but the way I handled the month of Ramadan actually now, where not knowing the results, then thinking to myself, you'll be fine. And then realizing that I'm not in the past section and I'm not in the failed section, but I have one thing I need to retest, even though I've passed 2 out of 3. All those things, I beat myself up so badly over it, right? So my learning of it was to be able to trust the process, not to let it affect me spiritually, because I'm quietly spiritual. I don't really preach about spirituality and religion and stuff, but then to myself I am. And so I think maybe the last part where I did beat myself up for a couple of weeks, where I wasn't a good person to be around, where normally I'd like to think that I am a good person to be around and that I have a responsibility to do so, where you bring a certain light into any room. I probably would have dealt with that differently.
Can I ask what you think? What would be one of the 2 things you'd...
In what sense, sir?
What would be the 1 or 2 things you would do differently? Because like for me, I'll give you a quick example, is that when I get into a position that I'm not like, a learning for me would be to step away and isolate myself. That's kind of my first response. Just take time for yourself. But the reality is that when you need help, sometimes you need to be around people, because the idea gets sparked, the conversation comes up, or just it breaks you out of... Because when you get stuck with yourself in isolation, you start going down this massive rabbit hole of just going, blah, 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 and it's just these wild thoughts that come into your mind that have no reality behind them whatsoever. And it's not until you actually talk and openly about this with somebody, and that's the way I, like literally now I'm going like, I just want to go find someone and just tell them. It doesn't matter how dark or how wrong or whatever it is, because usually 9 times out of 10, it's like, okay, they've dealt with this, or they know someone, or they can relate, or they can just give some kind of thoughts about themselves. And then you go like, oh, shoot, actually, okay, I'll try that. And it snaps you into a different space to learn from it. So when it comes to, I've put pressure on myself before. All the time I've done that. I know that doesn't work for me. I've always gone into isolation when that happens. I wish I'd done this better. I wish I'd done better. But living in the past, like you said, doesn't help. So literally now it's about, I just express what I felt in that time was to somebody else. That's how I deal with it now. And I just learn from it and go like, cool, next time it comes across, I'm going to do this better. So when it comes to, I used to be nervous talking in front of a camera. And it wasn't until I talked to other people that had the same experience as I going, oh yeah, well you experienced it too, so doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? People, and because people like now in the space, people always talk about they get shy in front of a camera. It's like, yeah, but if the more people you talk to,
What camera?
Yeah, well, literally. The more people they talk to, they literally everyone goes through exactly the same, and there's still people that are famous that still get nervous before they go talk. And so the more that I go and talk with people about this stuff, the fear just disappears, and it keeps dissipating all the time. So for me, I had to learn to just quickly. The faster I do this, the faster I go talk to someone and just tell them exactly how it made me feel in a moment, the faster I get rid of it. And that's the learning I get. That's how quickly I get a learning.
See, I think you said it perfectly. I think speaking to someone and then not attaching the fact that if you speak to that someone, that you're failing them by not achieving the result they expected of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And your closest people are normally the ones that are your biggest supporters. Mm-hmm. So when I reached out to, let's say, my cousin, and I told him, yeah, I've got to retest one of my modules. He's like, didn't you pass your practice? I was like, yeah, no, I passed the practical. Isn't that the main thing? I was like, yeah, it is. But they still made me retest. So there's surely, and they didn't put me in the failed block, but they didn't put me in the pass block either. So I'm kind of in the middle, which I hate.
The gray zone.
Yeah, the gray zone. And then when I spoke to someone else last week, Derek, who's one of my best friends in the UK, he said something to me that then, again, relating to boxing, really, really resonated with me. He said, I've seen you go through some things that we probably thought you wouldn't bounce back from.
Mm-hmm.
And you got up. This is just a body shot. You feel it. It's got you good, but you're not out.
100%, yeah.
And as soon as he said that, I was outside the barbershop, I remember. And I was speaking to him in the UK. And he's like, listen, he said, I've seen you. I've seen you coach national teams. I've seen you coach people. I've seen you change people's lives. And this is nothing, man. Like, even when you, at your lowest point, and I saw you then, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know if you'd get back from that.
Wow.
And he's like, and you did.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's only
awesome.
when he said that, I was like, and I wasn't even going to speak to him, because what he said to me is, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Mm. Oh, man, that's a big one for a lot of people to say that. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Right? And it was weeks, right? It was 2 weeks. Actually, what's so ironic is I got off the phone with him the first time, and then I checked, someone messaged me on Instagram and said, did you get it? And then I checked my email. It was one of the coaches, and he thought I was a certainty. Otherwise, you were not going to message another coach and say, did you pass? Because if he says no, it kind of dumbs the moment down. Did you get it? And then I was like, no, I didn't. And then I refreshed my email, and I got the email, and it said, you've passed your practical, you've passed your general, but you've got to retest your theory. And theory was subjective because it was showing you 5 clips on the TV, on the screen, and you had to design 5 sessions in an hour. And the clips were like 10, 15 seconds each. So you had to be really sharp. So it's subjective. So, and the fact I didn't pass that, that was the last time I spoke to Derek. 2 weeks later, he's then gone, I haven't heard from you. Is everything all right? I was like, I'll be honest with you. No, not really. And the fact I could say that to him openly, he's like, why? What happened? I told him. And then he was like, okay. And then he said what he said. And then I realized, I was like, he's right. And I probably would have said the same thing if he was in my shoes. But saying it to myself
doesn't hit the same, does it? But that's where the support system comes in.
Yeah.
Like, that's something I had to learn, and that's why it's got me to the space I'm now, is because I've learned to just find good male mates that are just, but like, I'll just blurt it out. Like, and the second learning for me was to do it as fast as possible. Like, as soon as if I feel down, there's a reason. Identify it and just go tell someone. And my mates half the time are like, what's wrong with this guy? You know, but that fear beforehand is completely gone, because like, I know that's how and the sooner I deal with it, the better. Like they say, the latest one I've heard from was this guy, Alex Hamosi, who was talking about, like, if you don't, like, the only way, if you get taught something and you don't apply it, you're dumb. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be dumb. So I'll take something that'll be like, the faster I learn, the better. So, and the only way I learn is if I apply it. So when I heard, when I found out and I identified that, yes, I feel depressed, cool. Tell someone for what reason you feel, just to get it out there, and it goes. It literally just disappears. So the faster I do it, I can't go into isolation. I've just got to go and call, message, say it. And I've had times when I don't find people, I'll put it on social media just so it's off it's out there.
Yeah.
And then now it's
I've seen
it's
that.
open.
I've seen you do that. That's great.
Yeah, just because it's reality and
Yeah.
people go through it and you're never alone in any emotion. We're not the first ones to feel what we've gone through. We're not the last ones we're going to go through it either. There's going to be other people that do it, and it just gets there's a massive relief about it. I think so. Having a support system of other males to just let it out,
Yeah.
or just to be get very comfortable with letting it out is I think the learning I've had to take from it, and then it's been applied into a lot of different spaces and places as well. So when you talk about gas as well, that Jed, that's like I don't have an acronym for it, but I mean I know definitely that's something that also is some second part of it I have to go back to.
Yeah.
When I get to the point of I'm feeling depressed, but well actually I have a roof on my head. I got nice clothes on my back. I got a business that works.
Yeah.
I don't have because that's why I think most of us get pulled down is these expectations of but I should be here. Hold on, stop. Okay, just have a look in the rear vision mirror for a moment. Just realize how long that road is you got to where you are now, and look where you're actually standing now. And it takes I think a moment to snap into that. That's crazy. Like the learning stuff had to just openly go I've got to step outside, or I've just got to go and do a workout. Doesn't matter. I also feel because it's in the moments you feel bad is where the hardest things to deal with, right?
Yeah.
You're feeling depressed. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to go do the workout. I don't want to go and step outside. I want to be alone. Leave me alone, type of thing, which people face. And I just felt the faster I quickly go fuck it, let's go and just go, and then it just changes, instantly changes. It's the first it's the mindset of be grateful, and then that gives me that that show.
Push. Yeah.
Otherwise you're stuck in the you just said then that you're stuck in that moment of you don't tell anybody about it. It's why didn't I tell them sooner?
Yeah.
Why did I wait the 2 weeks?
And you approach things differently. So for example, for me, I've always been the type of person that's active and doing boxing, strength training, football, this, that. And then when this stuff happened, it's funny because I stopped doing the boxing, which is a de-stress. I stopped playing football because we weren't organizing. I'm the one who's in charge of organizing it, but we weren't putting the people together. And then I just stuck to strength training, which was slower, more focused, more technique, more weight for sure, just to try and lift something. And then it was strange because then the other things that I was doing, I stopped doing, and I neglected those things.
Yeah.
But then, and no one would know. Going into radio, they'd see me as normal. Mixing it with, I had some of the athletes. It's so true though. I had some of the athletes that I was coaching that I didn't know before my license message me on Instagram. Hey coach, how are you doing? And you're not coming in this week because every month for 7 days we had exams for 4 months. So with that, just feeling that kind of, okay, no one can guess it. And yet at the same time, it was just a week ago when I had that conversation with Derek, and then when he said, this is just a body shot. I've seen you
what a great analogy.
It was great.
Yeah.
It wins you a little bit because it does affect you, but not to the point where you can't get up and finish off the fight.
Massively.
I think that's the thing,
We're human, right?
Yes.
And it is that journey. I know it's that cliche, it's the journey, but it is a journey. Fall in love with the journey, and then in the journey, there's ups and downs.
Yes.
It's literally in anything we do.
Yeah.
Any kind of learning. I think one of the other things too is I learned, and I've totally digressed on what we're talking about, but as far as mental health and men, it's to get through that space, like you said, I had something yesterday, and you're talking about recently for you as well. You had this conversation only a week ago with Derek, and man, it's this is the same thing. That I think first thing I've got to do is accept that. Well, I have already accepted. This will happen again, and happen again, and happen again, and happen again. I remember, and the learning I've taken from it is that I used to think, I'm going to fix myself, and this will never happen again. I'll never feel bad again. I'm always going to be happy. But that's not the reality of it.
Correct.
It's because you do and will go through this again in some way, and it's how quickly you identify it and change it, and how you adapt to it. It's really interesting because I want to go on the side of, I do want to bring this back to sports, because you got this whole thing of sports. Well, you're a sportsman, you love sports, and you've just touched on the importance of you stepped away and then you went down. It probably pushed you, I'm assuming here, that further into the darkness when you stepped away from those things, and it just kind of shows the importance of actually prioritizing these things. Actually assist you to deal with it. Like if you had just kept your sports organizing, if you kept going with the boxing and stuff like that, you actually would have dealt. Do you feel like you would have dealt with it better?
Probably, yeah. In hindsight, when you look at it, you think, yeah, I would have definitely managed things a lot better. It was also the fact of seeing people, because the responsibility I have for my communities, wherever I am, is to play a certain role. And when I'm having that conversation with myself that I cannot fulfill that role, is when I kind of then step back a little bit and say, all right, tomorrow I'll be back. I'm going to do what I need to do, because I feel the responsibility for others rather than myself. So I think like, stepping into the boxing gym and you say hello to everyone and everyone knows, okay, that's his bag. That's where he's going to be at. He's going to be hitting the shit out of that
Everyone's
bag.
got their space.
And then when you're playing football, they expect you to perform a certain way. So every single thing in general has its role. And when now looking back at it, obviously thinking that I can do those things and I can manage those things in a way where I don't feel like I'm letting anyone down. I'm still doing my 50% plus, and just it's not at 70% plus. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
How would you? Okay, so there's you dealing with it, and there's others dealing with it, because we keep going about like we don't listen to each other. How can you do those two things? Where you go, this is how I would suggest others to do with it, but this is how I'm actually dealing with it. Because there should be like, it should be the same, right?
Correct.
It should be
correct,
but it's not. Like, let's be honest with each other.
Yeah.
Like, the advice I give myself, I'm learning to get better at whatever advice I'd give yourself. I'll try and do it myself first.
Yeah.
Man, it's tough.
It is.
It is.
It is. But also because you're experienced and because we've experienced certain things, we can then know how others can deal with it, because we see the same platform, the same pattern that we've gone through. And almost like when you say, when we're growing up and our parents say, don't do that, you're going to get hurt. And then you do it and you get hurt. And they go,
How did that happen?
Yeah, exactly. And then when we become those people, right? You see something and for example, you face that situation and you go, yeah, that's probably gonna end a certain way, and it does. I face that with my wife a lot, because my wife's now playing pro.
Right? She's also actually different story, but I'm gonna bring her on to talk about this.
She's playing pro at the moment. So we're in her stage of her career, she goes, what do you think of this situation? And rather than me telling her what the situation is going to be like, I will tell her about all the tools that she might face when she has to experience those things. And then when she does, she goes, did you know that was going to happen? And as a coach, normally, like I said, you forecast, you plan, etc. So I go, yeah. And if I don't, I'll be like, nah, no chance. I didn't see that one coming. But because I've been through that, whether you've been burnt, whether you've been supported, whether you've been lifted, whether you've been dropped, all these things, I've been like, yeah, I can kind of see how that person's thinking. Whilst before, you'd be like, there's no way that person's going to think like that or do that. Now it's like, no, actually, I can see the direction that person's looking at, and I can see what's going to happen. And this is how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
But you don't tell them that because you don't want to influence their
journey,
right?
Yeah.
And that's where, like, I think facing that, now that I'm coaching and she's an athlete, I think having that is where I understand what it takes, but I also understand how important it is for them to make the mistake.
Massively.
You know
like
what I mean?
some people won't. It's easy to say something.
Yeah.
Theoretically and practically can two different things. And if you say, and that's right. That must be one of the hardest things. Well, I personally think it's one of the hardest things as a coach to identify where you just got to let them learn for themselves.
100%.
Like I'm not going to tell you because I'm not going to say something because it will influence you. Like when you give a question and you say like, this is what I feel. Well, then it influences someone's answer,
Yes.
So
you know what's super interesting is like she went through something recently, which I went through 2015, and I had an opportunity where I just finished a major competition, and we did really well. We finished third in the major competition, and then we hadn't got rewarded for that. And then they were talking about the next major competition, which is the biggest stage on the planet, right? In terms of football. And we hadn't gotten rewarded for this major competition, and we have to step into this major competition, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. And if you say no, you probably will never have the opportunity to go to that competition again. And yet, at the same time, you haven't been rewarded for this one yet. So do you take that step and say, you know what, I'll do it, and risk maybe not getting paid?
Yeah.
Or do you take it and go, I'm going to leave it up to you guys and everything? Now, when my wife faced it, when it was happening early on, I went, don't do it. And she's like, why? I said, I can see where this is going and I care about you and I want what's best for you. Please make sure the ABC are sorted first.
Yeah.
Because if they're not in place, later on, we, not you, are going to suffer. And I say that because I've been through it. And I've been through it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, now when we're recording, we kind of know what's happened. And it was what we said 4 or 5 steps ago.
Yeah, literally.
And if I hadn't gone through that, then I wouldn't understand it or even how to deal with it now. Rather than panicking, look, we knew this was going to happen. So why are we surprised? Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So
I expected it. So yeah. Ta-da. Why are you still complaining? It's like what we like to do. I mean, hello. But that's I do want to man, the relationship here of the expectations and the outcomes and how we deal with things is what puts us into a bad state of mind a lot of times, right? It's because we're like going, I expected to do better.
Yeah.
I expected to be faster, heavier, stronger, no more, blah, 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 and it goes all that side of things. That it puts us into the space of sadness, depression, anxiety, but stress, whatever you want to space you want to go down with it. I'm just finding this so hard. There is so much conversations like this. Everyone has this every single day. Yeah. And yet, I want to say we're so dumb sometimes because we don't learn from it. I'm including myself in this, everyone. I'm not just saying you're dumb. But, we do. And that's why I think I'm asking you about more and more of like how exactly you deal with things, because what you say to yourself and what you hear from others is a different reaction to this all, and it makes a massive difference. I'm trying to think of how do you break the cycle for youth? Like, we've given the advice, or we've heard the advice. The generation come down to us, and I know my grandmother would have told the same thing to my mum, and my mum's now told me. And if I have kids, or whoever I pass on to as far as the information, There seems to be the repeat cycle. You've gone through this. You need to make your own mistakes. Yeah, well, why is every generation making the same mistakes? Yeah. And do you see a change in this happening? Do
you know what it is? I think the thing is when we're grown up, we're provided with the answers, even though it's obvious, right? We're provided with the answers. But I think in dealing with youth nowadays, you have to ask them the questions for them to say the answers out loud. So then they can actually hear themselves saying it, where this is what's going to happen, rather than saying, by the way, you are going to trip on this cord and fall on your face, right? The question is, how many cords are there and what could happen if you're not careful about those cords? This is the most basic way, right? And then they'll be like, well, I mean, I could trip up on there. Okay. And if you tripped up on there, where would your face end up? Okay. Well, I could probably hit my head on the edge of the bed. Okay. All right. And how would that make you feel? Well, I'll probably feel in pain. Might chip a tooth. Okay. Okay. So now they've gone into detail. Now, consciously, as they get up, there's a cord there. If I'm not worried about that cord, I'm going to hit that. And if I'm not hit that, I'm going to chip this. So it's almost like rather than providing them with the answers, you actually provide them with the questions for them to say the answers. And I think dealing with...
To generate more awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
understanding.
Like working with... When I was in London, I worked with a high school. So year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10 seniors. Then I went to Culture College, just seniors. Then I went to work with under 20 Ghana men's team, right? Then I got to work with UAE women's under 15 and under 17 national team. So we've gone from men to women, boys to girls. Then I worked with adults. Youngest was 22, oldest was 44 in an amateur men's football team. The correlation that they all have in common was asking them the right questions rather than telling them what to do. Because telling them what to do can trigger something on how they were brought up. Who was their supporters? Who was their circle of trust? Who was the people giving them the advice, even if they weren't people they trusted?
Yeah.
All these things. So then providing the questions for them to answer it gives them the pride to say, actually, no, I answered that. You just asked me the question. Except as a coach, no, I asked you the right question.
Literally to trigger that and get
Yes.
that, to help
And-
you
and-
think about it.
And that's how I deal with that scenario.
Because that's something like, again, it's been repeated a million times over. Like people don't want to be told what to do.
Correct.
So that's the rebellious side of things. Or
Yeah.
the people take information differently as well. So
Yes.
you know, if you are someone who takes in from different words that are said or different ways that it's said
Yeah.
and expressed and stuff like that, then that's the thing as a coach. Then again, on the mental side of it, when it comes down to, because now this is the space you want to go further with too, as the coaching side of things as
Correct.
well. So you're dealing with these emotions of players that either have a massive ego or don't have the confidence in themselves
Yeah.
to do it. Where's your advice, or what's your advice for someone that is from that player perspective that wants to get better, whether it be on a sports field, whether it be in a fitness facility,
Yeah.
in a gym? What's the advice that you give them now after seeing the way people deal with stuff, that you say, okay, this is how you can improve faster, or like if you want to improve faster, you need, like you say, like the example of the cable, was
Yeah.
about understanding.
Yes.
So like how are you, or what advice would you give to people to be open to understanding, to open to learning, or to open to development? Do you
Yeah.
have any advice for people to like be better students? I suppose that's what I'm trying to say.
That's the question. So the brain coach himself, who I spoke to, Jim Quick, said, we all know what to do, but we don't always do what we know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, where's a pen and paper?
The light bulb went off in the back of my head, and I thought, brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again. We all know what to do.
Write that
but we
one
don't
down.
Always do what we know.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. And I had exactly the same reaction, because when he told me, I thought, oh, he's so right. And then now how do I implement that in my coaching? When you start to remove the distractions, when you start to focus on being better at what you're doing, when you start to remove the layers of things that you don't necessarily need, which we all end up experiencing as we get wiser, not older, but wiser. These are all the things that I feel how to learn better and to be a better student of the game, whichever game you follow in life.
The
Not
infinite game.
just-
Yeah.
Not just in sport.
Yeah.
Because effectively that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be better at what we love so that we don't feel like it's a chore.
Yeah.
And then when you start to be better at it, you then start to feel more confident. When you start to feel more confident, you have more assurance in how you deliver. When you start to deliver better, then people can absorb the information better because they know you've invested in yourself rather than investing in what everyone else thinks. And I think that's my way of coaching it to people, where we start to kind of write things down where I say, and again, it's asking the right questions and making them be a better learner, is what is it that you want to do? And why do you want to do that? Is it something that you like the way people respond or feel or are impacted? Or is it something that you like to entertain people, where you like to make people laugh, or you like to educate them, for example, or you have your own way of delivering a message? Because you can have all the knowledge in the world, but not have the delivery. So
And that's
therefore,
what makes a massive difference.
yeah. So the more you learn, like I said before when we were talking, the more you realize how much you don't know, whilst other people feel like they know more than they've learned.
Yeah.
And that's the danger, right?
Yeah.
But that's not my concern, nor should it be anyone's. That's up to them. That's their why. They might be even that we spoke about the ladder being on the wrong wall. It might be on the wrong wall. Then they realize later on, that's not what I want to do. And then they switch it and they start to climb. And then they start to realize, God, I want to be here. I want to be chatting to Grant. I want to learn from him. I want to understand why he does things. And even then, when we were talking, all of a sudden, we were both going, yeah. Like when you were speaking, I was saying that. And when I was speaking, you were saying that. And it was just, that's what it should be about.
Yeah.
But it reaches a certain level for us to have the awareness of understanding, I could learn a lot from this guy. This guy, it's not even about the age. It's more about the fact that he went through ABCD. He shared this with me. I could relate to that. And I could probably deal with this next time better because he's mentioned that.
Oh my.
And that's a
It's
summary
true,
of
but that's
everything.
exactly it.
Yeah.
I feel like people are missing out. You have like your academic gas to help people just kind of realize what they're doing, where they're at. But then is there another thing that you use? I mean, I know for some people this works when they just think, okay, it's a gratitude, appreciation, and self-awareness. I've got to do that. But then Because when it comes to that, when you talk about that learning, I think people just take too long to accept I should do things better or differently to develop themselves, to learn. Like this, it's really easy for us to sit here and say this,
Yeah.
right? But until we've applied it, we're going to go in that same circle. We're going to make those same mistakes. Is there something that you've used and you've learned from people how to apply faster?
Yeah, it's embracing discomfort. It's embracing the challenge, which puts you in a very vulnerable situation. Because being in a vulnerable situation is out of control because you don't know what's going to happen next.
You've never experienced before. You've never been there. Of course,
Exactly. Exactly. But being able to embrace that and being able to understand that it's part of what you're doing is something that all of us, irrespective of how much experience we've had or where we've been or what accolades we've achieved, is understanding that emotion, that feeling that we are now encountering as being vulnerable, as the discomfort, as someone telling you you're wrong, right, is something we need in order to say, well, I mean, if you like what Derek said, this is just a body shot. Why? Because when the worst part happened in my life and I was facing all those things, no one would have guessed it. It wasn't in the book.
Yeah.
It probably more like a movie scene. And yet you're thinking to yourself, no one would have thought that this person sitting in front of me now had gone through all those things and been accused of A, B, C, D, and still got out of it.
Yeah.
And now you're worried about an exam. And you're worried about a result. Whilst you probably feel in this specific moment it's the worst thing ever. But then embracing that
those bubbles that come around you. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is it. This is my world.
just embracing that discomfort and that vulnerability and thinking, why has this happened to me?
Is there something you've done to identify or to embrace the discomfort? Is there something is there a daily practice? I mean, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Anything for you particularly that maybe that space? Like I've like for me it was like go and tell someone. Like I took the emotion out of it, then that's what like I put on. If I can't find it, I'll put it on social media.
Yeah.
Just and that, not for someone to see and read or whatever, but just to get
relate.
off my chest. I just want to get it out there into the world.
Yeah.
And because I obviously deal with it, so the way I deal with this to make that discomfort, 9 billion people in the world. I'm one of 9 billion. When you put it into a scope, and sometimes if you look, I'll put it into like words on a page. There's only a few thousand. Like you have to pull out the vision to understand how big the word 9,000 is. Yeah. Oh, 9 billion. Sorry, 9 people. Right? So how small this little matter will be. So if people jump on social media and you've got, if 100,000 people see your social media thing, that's still no one compared to everyone in the world. No one actually will see it. But people have the stigma about, if I put on social media, everybody's going to judge me. Nobody's seen anything. It doesn't matter if you've got 100,000 followers. It's still, that's no one. Like who's judging?
Who's judging
you? Or does it matter? There's still another 8,900,000,000 people in the world, so the majority of people won't see you or won't be affected or won't judge you. And we just put down to our little bubbles of but these 4 people saw my post and they judged me, they didn't like it type of thing.
It's true. You're right. You're right.
Like, you got 500 people interactions on your social media and only two people liked it. Is like going, oh no.
But actually,
the world's judging me.
Relating what you
world doesn't give a damn.
Related to what you just said now is especially like if we compare it to training, the moment we stop worrying about what the workout looks like, and more importantly what it feels like, is the moment our body will appreciate us more. This is the same thing with people. The moment we worry less about what they think we might look like and focus more on how we feel, is the way we'll project better body language, better conversation, better understanding, better awareness.
Literally
everything holistically will fall into place because we're not concerned of the uncontrollables.
This has turned into more this is more of a mindset discussion there has been about the sports side of things, but I mean there's still massive value here. And literally I've just looked at the time, it's actually we've sadly got to stop.
Part 2. Comment in the box if you want another session.
What are you doing about 100 episodes? That's what I mean. So it's always so good, bro, to bounce with you and just to knock these ideas. It's just awesome. And then we didn't get into about the book of Reset too much, but it's available. I've seen you've got a massive amount of links. We're going to put the links down below as well.
Yeah, thank you. I
For
appreciate
Reset.
that.
People go into the 5 dominoes and to go through that. Because it's the more awareness, the more people can just get involved with something.
Yeah.
Anything. Read, listen, talk, just do.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It helps. I think that's the comfort we just kind of tapped in. You've just got to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And the more you do something with a variety, then the more comfortable you can get. So, but keep doing your doing, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate you, man.
No worries. Events. Why is it so popular? Why are people getting into it? Is it a trend? Is it a fad? Is it finally people are clicking and getting into the space of, I want to be part of something like a movement? What's your thoughts on that?
I think for me, there's probably two main reasons. Now the first one is probably the obvious one, which is I feel like an event is a really, really good opportunity. It provides people with a really good opportunity to showcase where they are in their journey, whether that's a fitness journey, a personal journey, whatever it is. An event is something which allows people to go to it, showcase their skills that they've developed, the skills that they are developing, in a cool place. I mean, it's cool to go to. There's a decent audience there. There's people there, but also it just provides you with something that's a little bit independent to measure yourself against.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, honestly, I think is I think that events and especially like these fitness events that we see, or sport events or sport occasions, they are a really, really good way for people to socialize. And I think it is as simple as that. Certain people like to socialize in different ways. Obviously, UAE the UAE in particular being a place that's extremely health conscious.
Yeah.
People see these events as an opportunity to come along, do something that's number one, good for you. Number two, good fun. And then number three, I mean, these events are booming. There's thousands of people there. Thousands of people that instantly share the same interest as you.
Yeah.
So it provides a fantastic opportunity to socialize, interact with these people, to get that social connection that we're all crying out for.
Is it chicken or the egg? Is it the egg or is it the chicken? Because is it because there's so many more events now because the demand was there and people were crying out, or it was that people put the events on and there was more the awareness that, actually, let's go to an event?
I don't know. It's tough to say, like when we first started in this business, I mean, we got into it through the corporate angle, we do a lot of corporate events still to this day. It's extremely rewarding. We focus on the wellness angle and enhancing the wellness within workforces, which is brilliant. We still do a lot of this work and we'll still continue to do a lot of this work. We kind of then just saw that there was a demand for the events at the community level for the general population, to just run them for the general population. We ran a few of them. They seemed to go well. They seemed to be filling a hole that people, or a demand that people wanted. Unfortunately, if you deliver a good product and you're fulfilling a demand, they will just grow. That product will grow and it will expand. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. The product is continuing to grow, is continuing to expand. So we are constantly trying to provide people with even better experiences. What do people like at these things? They like working out. They like pushing themselves really hard. They like the social connection. They like enjoying themselves. They like getting good photos of themselves doing something fairly unique, fairly special. So we've doubled down on all of those things that people enjoy and like so much about the events. So our goal is to always continue to do that, to always continue to explore and find out, why do people do these things? Where does the demand come from? And then to hopefully fulfill the needs of the people that come along,
Is it because they're, like you said, there's a social aspect to it, there's a competitive aspect, there's a what do you call it, a comparison or a competitive test, I suppose, for the individual of it. And when you talk about the experience compared to just the fact of wanting to belong, does that, how much is it? What are you seeing as far as people? Is that what's important to people? They want to just want to be there. I'm in the picture because I'm here with other people. They're trying to rub their brand or themselves against someone else, or change their own environment to be amongst another environment. Is that something you're seeing from people? That because how many people go to compete and then stop and watch?
100%. I think you make a really good point, and I think you are right, and I think that is. that is why people come. You know, there's the obvious one, which I think a lot of people assume, that the main reason why people come is to showcase how good they are at a certain sport. You know, I'm speaking specifically now about fitness competitions, you know, so whether that's a High Rocks or whether that's a turf games or a precision series, or whether it's like a primal race or something like this, you assume that the number one and only reason that people come is to be like, this is how awesome I am at this sport. Whereas in reality, yeah, there is a big part of it. And I think it is really good to provide people with this opportunity to have something to train towards, because I feel like in functional fitness and in the, you know, it's an extremely fast growing sport. But if you're just going to your gym, some of the gyms have amazing communities, by the way. They offer fantastic programs, amazing classes, extremely fulfilling. But if you are, I think it gets to the point where you go into these classes, you're training really hard, you're working really hard. But what are you working towards? Yeah. You know?
What's your purpose, your point?
Exactly. Now, if you're like, you look at like a more traditional sport, let's say, or a sport that's a little bit older, like rugby. You know, my background's in rugby. You go rugby training 2-3 times a week. You turn up on Tuesday, Thursday night. I mean, it's fairly obvious what you're training for. You have games. You know,
get better to win the match.
Exactly. Like, why do you go training? Well, I want to get better because we have a game next week, and I want to be able to perform in that game to the best of my ability. You know, with my team. So I feel like a lot of people who go to the gym, you know, some of these people, they go every single day. They go 5-6 times a week. They train really hard. They're doing these like WODs and stuff in the classes. They're following a program. Brilliant. Really, really good. But if you're not aiming towards something or moving towards something, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to maintain that level of motivation.
Yeah.
So I like to think that, you know, if you've got an event coming up, could be one of ours, could be someone else's, it's coming up in 8 weeks, right? I'm going to do a program. I'm going to follow it. I'm going to train towards that. Then you come to that. It's fun. It's exciting. You get to do things that are a little bit different. You compete against people who are a little bit better than you, a little bit worse than you. You're competing against yourself, obviously. You compete with people in the teams. It's so fulfilling, you know? And then you finish that competition, but then that motivation then is fueled further because like the endorphins and the experience, you come and you're like, wow, that was awesome. And then it's like, right, when's the next one?
Yeah.
You know, I think without the events and without those occasions, I feel like maybe the motivation could wane. It takes a very strong person to continually put the graft in. If you're only training for, let's say, I don't know, aesthetic reasons or something, you know, if you're just training to look good for a summer bod for a photo in Zante, you know,
you're off to next.
I mean, yeah, brilliant, congrats. But
totally.
And it's good to have small targets like that. But I think sometimes it's good to have bigger targets, you know.
You're on both sides of it too. You're see, the main thing you've been doing mostly has been, you did the rugby, then you're going to organising all these different events, and now you're competing yourself. See, like from your perspective, is it the same for you as to compete to like for yourself, test yourself, or is it because as an organizer you want to find more, like not research the competition, but like you want to compete yourself, or is it I
mean, competing for me, a very loose term, you know. I just turn up and try not to embarrass myself. But
success every time for all of us.
I think it's very good to have multiple reasons for doing anything, you know, because then if like the one thing that if you only have one thing that motivates you, and then, you know, things change, like that thing might disappear, and then you don't want to be like, oh, well, I'm not motivated to do this anymore. Now, for me, my reason for doing events and for competing specifically, I mean, the number one reason for me is always enjoyment. You know, I've never actually done a primal race, for example. We've run the primal race 11 times now. So I've always been the event manager. I stand there, I watch people do it, and I always
think... Did you do
think,
it for the first time lately? Did you?
Yeah, exactly. So
see, I follow you, mate.
So yeah, 11 times was I watched people, you know, it just looked like primal's so cool. It's so tough, mentally, physically challenging. I'm looking at all these cool people rock up. They're doing it. They're pushing themselves to the absolute limit. And, you know, I've organized it and I'm the event manager, but I've never experienced it myself. You know? And I'm stood this crazy FOMO, just like, what can I do to do this? So then when the last one came, you know, we did the one in Dubai. Board. I was like, right, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to make sure that like my role, I've planned it as diligently and to the T as much as I can. And I put myself in the final heat of the day, and I was like, I'm doing it.
Awesome.
I did it. Nice. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah,
like,
brilliant.
Absolutely loved it. It was so good. Like, and yeah, but for me, I would say, like, honestly, the number one reason for me to do these events, because I've done a number of other events as well. I did the Mind Games the warehouse competition the other weekend. I thought that was really, really cool as well. But I would say that the number one reason for me doing them is for fun. But I think you do need more than one reason, you know, like I said. So the number two reason for me is I think it's so important to have something to train for. I've been extremely guilty. You need direction. You need it. Like whether you want to be like the best in the world at your sport, or whether you want to just like be the best version of yourself you can. I feel like it reminds me of something like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, you know, like if you're like driving a boat, but you don't know where you go and you're just going to float around the ocean and end up nowhere, you know? So I feel like having direction or having something to train towards is just so important. What I've always been guilty of in my training since I retired from professional rugby was I was just like extremely non-specific with my training. It was like, I'm going to go in this week, I'm going to do some cleans. I'm going to go in next week, I'm going to do some hybrid stuff. I'm going to go next week, I'm going to do some running. Then the week after, I'm going to play some touch rugby. And then I'm going to do some boxing. Then I'm going to do some BJJ. And I end up just being very average at everything, not really making any progress, not really making any like aesthetic difference to my body. You know, like I'm not getting any training effect because I'm not committed or following a specific program. So for me to have, to be honest, it was actually another event that got me to really appreciate the importance of having a target and having a goal to train for. And it was actually the Crucible. You know, the event that they did down in Abu Dhabi a couple weeks ago. Super cool event, very clean, very nicely run, like quite a nice event to train for because the movements were all like very specific, you know. So
you
like,
knew
you know,
the 5 exercises you had to do the 5. Yeah, that was
exactly. It was like front squats and pull-ups and something. I embarrassed myself on the pull-ups, but we
Sprint,
live and
bike
learn.
and press.
It was cool, you know. And I trained for it for about 4 or 5 weeks, which, like, upon reflection, just wasn't obviously long enough. But for me, the whole experience of just having something to focus my mind on, turn up, and then obviously compete in something that I'd been training for, it was extremely rewarding, you know. I mean, I didn't do as good as I would have liked to have done, but I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about my body. I learned so much about like how I like certain things, certain types of training have like a certain type of training effect on my body. And I thought I knew my body really well. You know, I was fortunate enough to play professional rugby for 12 years. Like trained every day, had like an S&C coach, all this. I thought I knew my body inside and out. Turns out, no, I don't. You know, and your body's always changing as well. So I may have known my body when I was 25, 26. I mean, I'm a little bit older than that now. So like my body's a little bit different. And it was really good to follow a relatively specific training program, to train for something pretty specific. Like I said, turned up, my main competition was myself. I didn't, like my performance, I wasn't happy with it, you know. But did I enjoy the event? Yeah, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I loved the experience of training for it as well.
Well, that's something that I think is really good for the listener side point of view, is that when you are training for something more specific, that's obviously gives you direction because it allows you to hone in on a particular skill or set of skills that you require for the outcome. Like a big thing people get to is running races and cycling races and stuff. When it comes to fitness events, though, like you said, the thought of it before was train to train, aesthetics and movement, right? I think now, though, and you're the perfect guy to ask about this, is because people are wanting to move more later in life. They're not looking to be as competitive, but I think fitness events specifically, you have to go with a mindset of, I'm there to beat myself. I mean, if you beat other people, it's a bonus. It's just an added on, a cherry on, because you can only do what you can do. And the only thing you can, only what do you call it? The only influence you can have on this competition is how well you as an individual perform. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not like you can go in there and all of a sudden be lifting heavier or running faster or cleaning more. Like, you pretty much know how many reps you're going to do or how much weight you're going to lift before you get to this kind of event, right?
I think you make a really good point there about actually like fitness and these sort of events specifically, because generally in this game, there's much less variables than if you compare it to something like, I'll compare it to rugby again, basketball, football. There's so many variables in those sports, those games, you know, because every single football game that's ever existed in the world ever is completely different.
Literally,
you know. Whereas like in something like, you know, a CrossFit competition or a functional fitness competition or like a hybrid race or something like this, the variables are much less.
It was a very specific layout, right?
Yeah.
it's going to be this reps, this distance, or this time to get across the line.
Yeah,
to line.
like you pretty much know. Like, look, there's some amazing programmers out there. Like we recently had the experience of working with Jake Henry from Eliath, a fantastic coach, amazing programmer of workouts, especially like event specific workouts for top level athletes. Some of the workouts that he did for the Precision Solar competition were just insane, so cool, such a good stimulus. But a lot of those athletes, because they know their body so well and because they know their limits so well, they would have pretty much known like how they were going to attack each of the workouts.
Yeah.
You know, and then they do the workout. And so I think that's a really good point of like, yeah, there's less variables. So you can.
It's not like someone's going to come and lift it for you. You know.
Yeah. I guess the point I'm trying to make is like there's not really, which is the really cool thing about this sport is there's no really any hiding places.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can't really blame anything external. Like it's on you.
Yeah.
You know, like you turn up and it's like, oh, I didn't do that well. Well, who's there to blame?
Yeah.
I mean, the barbell's the same weight for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So it's like you either didn't prepare enough or whatever. So that's why I think it's
just where you're at. That's just where
Yeah.
you're at. Like the
And that's-
acceptance of.
Exactly. And that's why it's so good when you're in this game. The biggest competition always has to be yourself, you know? And then that's I think that results in that leads to like healthy mindset when you approach these competitions, when you approach a workout, when you approach a challenge. If your biggest competition is always yourself and you're just trying to be better than you yourself were yesterday, that's very powerful.
Well, that's what you get from a lot of, and this is what I imagine you're seeing too from the events that you do. I mean, you've just kind of tapped on it yourself that it was, you know, you really enjoyed the event. Okay, you were upset with yourself. And it was just funny. I think literally every single person that goes into a fitness event, or 99.9% of people go like, happy I did it, enjoyed it, but I could have done better. Like, I think that's the same thing that everybody kind of thinks. I remember when I was doing these competitions and I was winning them and I was still like going, yeah, but I could have gone faster. I could have done better. And so I think the part of it being in breaking this too is when it goes into fitness, the event side of it, even when you're doing it as a team, like, okay, that's another element when you think of it as a sport. Like, I still don't consider fitness events a sport yet, because it is competitive from the fact that you got to try and lift more, you got to kind of run faster, you got to complete this quicker. And when I think about running events, like there's a massive psychology game because it is about, I don't need to go out fast at the start, you know, or I'm going to push a little harder so that they push and maybe they burn themselves out. And, you know, there's quite a big strategy there.
Yeah.
And I know they're trying to do it with CrossFit as well. But do you see it with the competitions you're running with Precision? Do you see that strategy of how people are trying to potentially take out someone else? If it is an event where it's across the line first, because that's not as often as it. There's not as much of across the line first in these fitness events. It's here's my time that I've set up. Like even High Rocks is a little different. The elite side of it is they race, gun start, and the first across the line.
Yeah.
But the majority of people that participate in High Rocks is your time. You start now and you compare your time later on to someone. They're well ahead of you than someone else as they go in waves. So
I don't know. I think what I would say to that is that I feel like, I mean, I've got quite a lot of experience with the community here in the Middle East, Saudi and UAE and Bahrain and a few of those places. I feel like the culture around the sport is amazing, you know, super supportive of each other whilst also being very competitive, you know, and I think that, like, I mean, we've done countless events now and we see it at all of them, you know, everyone is extremely supportive of each other, you know, whilst also like watching each other really closely, really intently, like, oh, they got this, I need to do that. And I love it, honestly. Like, I feel like it's, that's what does make it a sport for me, because sport, I feel like, is all about supporting each other, bringing the best out in each other, bringing people together. And you see all those things in fitness. You see it in High Rocks, you see it in the functional fitness competitions, you see it in CrossFit. Like, and that for me is what I would say that is what makes it a sport for me. Yeah.
what about the side of it from, any thoughts on this one too? Because in fitness, I feel like there seems to be a smaller number of people at the top of a game. So, for example, if they come into a fitness event and you know someone, there's just less people at the top. You know, like, oh, if they're there, they're going to win. It's going to be one of 2 or 3 people, or it's going to be one person. So everyone else is fighting for second down or fourth and down, which means, in my perspective, it makes it more of a participant or participation orientated focus. Then that's why I think it becomes more compete against myself and better myself type of thing, because I know a lot of events are also trying to put the whole, here's prize money, but reality is that prize money is literally for, again, 2-3 people.
Yeah, the top 1%.
Usually max. Yeah. Well, even 0.1% isn't.
Yeah.
I would never go to an event now these days expecting to win. It'd be like, you just look around and be like, straight away, it's going to be this one. Even if it's divisions, it's going to be, because they just stand so far above the rest. You seen that, or seen that? Or
I don't know. I feel like the one thing I love about our events, this is what I would say, because to be honest, we have incredible athletes come to the events. Our events, some of the events I go to, like, I think that people outside of the UAE would be, not everyone. I mean, a lot of people are very knowledgeable with the standard of athlete we have here, but the standard of athlete here, even the average athlete, is very high, I feel. Yeah, like obviously standard of athlete in Australia is very high. Like when you look at like the CrossFit Open and stuff, extremely high. UK, obviously America, very, very high. But here is very strong. You've got some, even the top 1% here, they're competitive globally, and they can do some incredible things. And then I feel like the average standard as well is also improving all the time. What for me though, what I love to see is, like, we've been doing these events now. We founded Precision back in 2020, so we've been doing them for quite a few years. We're in our 5th year of operation now. Some of the people, we've seen them, like, they came to our first ever event, functional fitness competition, Precision Games, teams of 4, come along, like a very accessible workouts. And like some of the people will come in, like they struggled like with their form on a barbell, struggled to like really push themselves in a workout. But then you see them now, 4 or 5 years later, the progress they've made is just amazing, you know? I'm not taking credit for that, by the way. I think,
but it's an instigator too. Instigator gives people direction to improve themselves, right?
If I played 1% of a role in that, I'm very happy with that. Because I feel like sport, fitness, like they're gateways to all the best things in life. They're gateways to better health, better social connections, a better version of yourself. They develop skills that are applicable across all facets of life, whether that be resilience, determination, hard work, delayed gratification, all these things that are so applicable to like life, business, relationships, all that.
Yeah, massively.
So like I said, even if we played 1% of a role in helping, this lady become a little bit better at these competitions now, like that's amazing. Yeah. But I think that, big shout out to the amazing gyms, facilities we got here. Like, we're very lucky, we're very spoiled. The coach is next level. The average coach, you go into a gym, like a normal coach that you walk into, they're world class. They are world class, good coaches, amazing personable skills, amazing like emotional, social intelligence. And like, the coaching that you'd walk into like any of these gyms and you see taking place on a day-to-day basis, it's just like, wow, look, like that's just insane. It's so good. It's one of the reasons why I think that, being a lover of sport, fitness and health and stuff is one of the reasons why the UAE is one of the best places in the world to live, isn't it?
100%. And it's feeding itself. Like, it's feeding from sports to fitness and fitness to sports. Like, it's literally like people like yourself, gone from a professional background in sports, now doing, you organize well, but I mean, you compete as well, and it gives you another reason to keep moving or keep training towards something, and so that side of things. I want to go dive into with people like the best kind of protocols or the best kind of way to set themselves up to be someone who is, I'm into this. Let's start with the person trying to get into fitness and what kind of maybe potentially mindset or what things you recommend after what you're seeing with people, what they do to get into fitness. Because I have a lot of people say like, I want to go to an event, but that they don't because whatever reason, there's multiple reasons why they don't go and do it. But where would you be recommending people start off with when it comes to competing in a fitness event?
The one thing that we're striving to do now, so obviously we've got Precision Games coming up. So this is a little bit of a plug for the business.
Do it. www.
One of our biggest targets for Precision Games is to make it the most inclusive event that UAE has seen to date. And then hopefully we'll see other people trying to emulate what we've done, which I think is brilliant. We want to have a youth competition with 2 different age groups, catering for all of the youth divisions. We're going to have our intermediate category, which will most likely be our biggest division. We're going to have the elite category, which will be super cool and the one which everyone will kind of want to watch. We're also going to have the masters. So 35 plus. So we're going to cater to that audience, which is huge because there's so many really, really good athletes that are 35 plus in the country.
Massively.
And then we're also going to have the everyday division. So the everyday division will be pretty much exactly the same workouts that all of the other divisions have, just scaled back and made much more accessible. So even if you are a fit guy or a gal,
Guy. That's
but
very
you
American.
maybe don't have some of the movement patterns. Maybe you're quite new to this sort of thing. Maybe the barbell's a little bit intimidating or the rig is a little bit intimidating. No worries. Come down, do the everyday division. You can still work really hard.
Yeah.
You can still access everything. And you can still have a great time. And it's like a dipping your toe in the water type thing, you know?
And still competing against yourself ultimately anyway, right? So
Exactly. So, we're going to have all of those different divisions at the Precision Games. And we're really, really, really proud of that.
Wicked.
And hopefully there'll be someone for everyone, whether you're like I was talking about earlier, one of the top 1% in the country, something for you guys, brilliant. Come down, demonstrate your skills, showcase what you can do. Or whether you're like a little bit older and you want to compete against people who are the same age as you, or whether you're a kid and you're like looking for a sport to get into, or you're looking for a sport which is going to enhance a sport that you're already in, or then, like I said, whether you're sort of like in the space, you have a normal job like a teacher, but you are pretty good. You train 2, 3, 4 times a week. Yeah, jump in the intermediate. There's a good opportunity for you to push yourself. Or whether you are like brand new, a little bit intimidated, no worries. Come down, get in the everyday.
what are the most common exercise movements that are used in fitness competitions?
I guess like functional fitness, a lot of functional fitness is based on body weight stuff, so you'll have a lot of like body weight movements, burpees. Always, we see a lot of burpees because they're hard and you're moving your full body, obviously running, stuff like that. And then I guess it depends on the event provider, We're very lucky now with Precision. We've got some really, really good partners, so we can pretty much do everything. We've got access to all of the equipment, including rigs, lifting platforms, barbells, all the different machines. So I think, you come to a Precision, you'll see pretty much everything. You'll be stimulating your body in every way possible across the 5 workouts in the event, which is really, really nice because that's what you want. You want to have the full body training effect, testing different strengths, weaknesses. So I think, which one do we see most commonly? Burpees. I'm going to throw it out there.
Throw burpees, down up. So some people call them.
Yeah, just getting. Yeah, you get someone to move their full body. Like, I mean, it's going to be hard.
Yeah,
100%.
The reason I'm asking that one is because of the line of people. If you got stronger legs, you tend to usually do a lot better in a lot of fitness. Because they are running based, lower leg based. I mean, if it's carrying, pushing, working, jumping, there's a lot of thigh glute stuff going on.
Well, So this is something I pinched off a podcast, but they were saying something like, so the 3. I'm paraphrasing now, but it was like this super expert on health and fitness and stuff.
Simon Sinek's one.
Maybe it was,
Heart, lungs, and thighs.
Heart, lungs, and thighs. Yeah, the 3 most important body parts, like as predictors of longevity, right?
Yes, that's one. Yeah,
and it was obviously heart, lungs,
because of movement,
and then it's like your thighs, which dates all the way back. Like I'm again digging deeper into what he was saying. Like strong thighs, social connection, because obviously like our ancestors would have walked a lot more to like interact with people and stuff. But
even only 10 years ago. Like just then, never mind, 100 years ago, people had to walk, people had to be active to be socialized. 100%.
Yeah.
So that one was a very good one.
Yeah, like a lot of, I mean, I would say in pretty much every workout in a functional fitness competition, you are working your thighs. Wherever the workout is, even if it's like dominant press, overhead press. I mean, there will be an element of that workout where you are testing your bigger muscle groups,